Chapter 1, Ursula Mires. Chapter Text. The Winter of Widows. Chapter 1, Ursula Mires, 131 AC. All the men were dead. They don't talk about what that does to a village. The toll war takes on the small folk is brutal, but the eeriness of the aftermath is seldom articulated. The hazy languorousness of the looted. The week after, when all the weeping has been done and there is only bleak exhaustion. Old men, whose sons and second sons have been swallowed by the dread tide of war, as levies or as victims in some pointless skirmish. Their trades will die, their livelihoods will weigh heavy on their backs until the weight of it crushes their old bones, no younger hands to care for them. The lucky ones have grandsons who were too young to be called, and are too young to learn much at their grandfather's knee before the stranger comes for him. Young women, who lost brothers and sweethearts, go about their duties red-eyed and dazed. Some take up new trades. Worse still, the dreamers, who hope that their young man will return, certain that this babe inside them will have a father and family to call their own. Some of the cannier ones ruined or hid their looks in some way to try and deter the monsters that come pillaging their due, only to discover that when a monster's blood is hot he does not see your face. He only cares that you cry. Children do not play. It is as if they have fallen out of the habit. They scrabble to keep up with the demands that once fell on their older siblings, or they are too young to be much use and mill about instead. Wide-eyed, silent faces that stare out from behind skirts or stand listless and red-cheeked in the middle of the square, expecting nothing but to be left to loiter there until someone with quick fists takes a dislike to their presence. Babies cry, that's as true as the rising sun, but they are tired, hiccuping sounds uncertain if anyone will come. Then the old women. The mothers and the crones. Sons, husbands, sometimes 3 generations of her family felled like wheat for the war of some lord whose face no one has ever seen. Still they trudge. They feed the pigs. The babes. The husks of husbands who did manage to crawl home, though never whole in mind or body again. They brew, and darn and plant and spin and clean. Oh gods, the cleaning! Women have worked since the dawn of time, duties and courtesies are for the highborn, these women have thick hands and thick hearts. So it has been since the first man made war. Women follow behind, with the bucket. I stood there, my white robe and hood a mockery of the mud pit this village had become. The harsh winter wind slipped right through my traveling cloak, chapping my cheeks bright red and raw. I had insisted on stopping first. Septa had not wished to undermine me so soon in front of the household guard, but her pursed lips had spoken volumes. Her expression now was resigned. In truth, though my mind had lived as many years as the septa, my lives had been sheltered. After all, in this one, I had fled to a literal cloister as soon as I was able. Septa had known, in some fashion, what I would see. Septas gave up their last names upon taking their vows, though from her knowledge of courtly manners and politics it was clear that whoever she had been kin to were highborn, and her refusal to speak of them in any capacity hinted at greater tragedy than merely devoutly adhering to the letter of her vows. There, my throat was suddenly parched, thick tongue sticking uselessly to the roof of my mouth. There was a September nearby, I recall. To my right, the young squire named Cormac gave an awkward, aborted gesture towards the tree line. It remains my lady, though it is not as it was. No, I imagine that is true of many things. I pulled my chin up, summoning the lessons I had thought I would have little need for outside the mother house, imagining the same rods that Septa used to balance the line of each of my shoulders. I wish to pray for these people, and for my sister. Of course the novice wishes to pray. That would be acceptable. I was so fucking useless it made my teeth ache. The path was overgrown, though that was the least of my worries. This September had been built beautifully once, making use of the plentiful timber in the area to construct something not unlike the stave churches I had once seen. Any possible grandeur was left a damp squib in the face of the overgrowth and brambles that had punched its way through windows or the ceiling that had rotted and caved in at some point from a storm. Within were signs of love, long faded. Cheap paints had been mixed to decorate the interior once, though now they were dull and the wood was warping from the damp. Someone skillful had carved the pews with little decorative leaves and flowers that had been left for pillbugs and other detritivores to consume. They skittered across the carvings as our approach cast long shadows from the afternoon light. The September had not had the money to commission stone statues. Yellowed charcoal drawings of the 7 had been committed to paper. I stepped gingerly over the broken boards, regretting my impulsivity. Leave us, we must pray, intoned Septa, her low voice well suited to command and used to being obeyed by a dozen panicked novices at any one time. The green household guards stood little chance against it. After the last awkward creak of the woodwork had faded away, we were alone again and her hand shot out towards me, spinning me to face her, a furious expression skittering across her usually stoic face like an oncoming storm. Far be it from me to dissuade a show of piety, but are you touched, child? If you were dropped on your head sometime as a babe I like to think it would have shown signs before now, she hissed. The 7 guide us and I need guidance, I snapped, tugging my arm free of her grip. I just need to think for a moment. The time for thinking at leisure has long since passed, you set your feet to this foolish path and you must see it through. I warned you that your family's elevation was no true boon. I warned you again when your half-sister's fool husband went and got her with child in the middle of a war. You had the means to keep well out of it, that's what you told me you wanted. 1 more year, Ursula. 1 more year and none but the faith and the king himself could have any say in where you went. Instead I dragged myself across this war-torn land for love of you, once my most promising novice, and now the heir to a marshy cesspit raided from Seaguard to Fairtown. Each word landed as heavy as a blow, mostly because she was right. That's not fair, I am no fool maid who had my head turned by dreams of being a lady. You know my hopes and surely as I do, but that does not give me the right to cling to blind ignorance. My sister needs me, and do you think it is faithful or true to ignore that? Nacella, she practically raised me before I raised you. The bellow that burst from her took both of us by surprise and we stopped, cheeks flushed. I saw sweat beading at the line of her forehead where it met her hood. She opened her mouth and paused, before closing it with a snap and turning away. Silence reigned, but for the creak of icy winds through the ancient wood outside. Septa, I whispered, furious with myself at my loss of composure. I can feel a stuffiness in my nose that indicates tears if I don't pull it back. You didn't have to come. She sighed, and for a moment, despite her vigor and the sharp snap of her green gaze, she looked old. I had never thought of her as old before. I knew I had to come the moment your sister wrote to you, and for much the same reason. She straightened and marched ahead, her feet sure and steady on the uneven floor. Pray, find your strength, and then get yourself into that saddle. No more delays, we must get behind castle walls as soon as we can. War isn't over until a good harvest is in people's bellies, and from the state of the place there won't be much of that this winter. Septa Nacella strode towards the likeness of the warrior and began to pray. She had a fondness for him, and I imagine the warrior looks kindly on old battle axes of all kinds. My strides were far less certain. Though the teachings drummed into me declare that the 7 are one, it is the way of people to cling to avatars of their faith that speak to them the most. One of the biggest hurdles I'd faced early among my peers was how listless I was in my worship. Girls were supposed to favor the maiden and I could never get over how exhausting I found those aspects of the sermon that linked to her and her supposed mercy. I got over myself. I learned. I knelt and said the words prettily enough, which was all that was required of a novice, putting aside any false hope of divine blessing through devotion to an avatar of the 7 in favor of what little passed for a woman's education in this world. Besides, I never could meet the mother's gaze for very long without wanting to break something. So it was strange that my footsteps did not carry me where I knew they should go. The crone's craggy face peered from beneath her dark hood, a lantern in one hand and a raven on her shoulder. I had seen the depiction of her in Old Town, serene and wise, her eyes covered to the folly of man as she held her lantern aloft to guide us. She looked like a witch, of course. Old women who make their own way in the world are always witches. But she had worn a placid expression, probably to make room for all the carved wrinkles. The artist here, however, had taken some liberties. She almost seemed to be smirking. Time to play the devout again. A part of me winced at having to keep that charade up for the rest of my days without the independence of cloister life I had hoped to receive in exchange. I pulled my hands up in prayer and bowed my head. Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. If nothing else, prayer was silent, uninterrupted time to think. The villagers here had not recovered enough to rage yet, but it was only a matter of time. Hunger has a way with you, and if they weren't fed and cared for they'd turn on my sister and her babe as sure as the sun rises. The maesters in Old Town probably hadn't even recorded our sigil and words yet, the ink still wet on the vellum in River Run where my family had been given their sudden rise and station, right in the center of a hideous war. I did not have the benefit of true foresight here, only the infallibility of memory. I had knowledge of a story told generations in the future, and even then I could not claim to have memorized all the intricate cogs that spun that particular disaster up and running. It had taken every bit of my recollection to ensure my family and myself had survived the Civil War, and I was almost out of cards to play. I had a few small pieces of information picked up from my understanding of the dance and its subsequent years, and one damning bit of knowledge that haunted my dreams the second I had woken up in this realm and realized the date. I had no family to make alliances with, no armies to field in my sister's name, and if I tried to pick up a weapon I was more likely to do myself harm than defend anything. I was stranded in a deeply patriarchal society that viewed power as something that extended from the sword arm down. Winter was here. And what did I have to offer? I could do a pretty illumination of the 7-pointed star given a month and a king's ransom in pigment. We're fucked. Caw. Caw. My head snapped up. Perched on the ledge, right in front of the image of the crone, was a raven. It tilted its head at me and its beady eyes stared right into my own. I glanced to the left, but Septa Nacella was still praying. Hey birdie, I whispered, charmed despite myself as it took a few tentative steps closer. I reached into the pocket sewn into my traveling cloak and broke off a crust from that morning's bread. I extended one pale hand as slow and steady as I could, watching the bird examine my face and my offering. I resisted the urge to do a triumphant dance as it lowered its head to my proffered snack and pecked at it, tilting its head back to swallow its prize before returning for more. At least you're not likely to be Bloodraven, I muttered, offering a bit more bread. The last thing I need is that man getting involved. I'd like to win without having to burn it all to the ground. Ouch. The damn thing had nipped at my finger and now a worrying amount of blood was welling up from the cut. Any amount of blood is worrying when your robes are white. Hissing, I turned my head towards Septa, who fortunately seemed not to have noticed my outburst. I opened my mouth to reprimand my rude guest, only to find the alcove empty of anything except the crone's eyes and her smirk. I hadn't heard it fly away. I stood frozen for longer than I'd like, palm outstretched like the true supplicant I very much wasn't, before I heard Septa ready herself to leave. Come along now, enough dawdling. Mesmerized, I watched as the dark red blood dripped from my finger to the edge of the ledge, catching slightly on the lip before rolling down the wood. Drib. 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 The lands had once belonged to House Mud, who had ruled as kings of the rivers and hills, though their line was now entirely dead. It boasted the ruins of old stones, though the small folk of the area had long since made off with any of the good masonry. A good portion of Fairmarket had been built from the once mighty walls of the Mud Kings, though nobody would dare confess to it. The hills are thickly forested with ash, cedar, elms, oaks, pines and sentinels. I could see the distinctive yellow flashes of gorse, and Septa observed that there should be fair amounts of blackberry, sedge and thistle. She said all this to distract me from the clearest concern, which was that settling at the source of this river was a nightmare for growth and defense of a keep. To the north was Hagsmire, a swamp by any other name, full of treacherous ground and green pools. To cross it by horse or cart was risky for any but the families that had lived there for generations. There were generous woodlands and some pasture, but a worryingly hilly terrain to the south left less open farmland than I'd like for what was an agrarian society. I recalled that it took a massive amount of farmland to feed any density of population. The reach had looked like an undulating golden sea in the summer, little islands of civilization poking up between the grain and grapes. The Blue Fork was shockingly wide and generous at its center near Fairmarket, before that swept into the main body of the Trident. At its source was a series of sharp ridges that made the river twist and wind like a serpent. Gorges and the ensuing waterfalls were beautiful to look at, but I struggled to see how to make use of it for travel or transport of goods to my sister's keep. We were fortunate enough to have a stretch of more gentle meandering river to the south of our lands at Fairmarket's borders, though that hollowed-out husk we had passed was more likely to be a money pit than a true source of revenue. It was said that the river kings of old had denied charters to places like Fairmarket to stop them from growing beyond their control. Bitterly, I wondered if having an independent, functioning city on the river would have saved us from a raid or winter famine, or if Valor would have put that to the torch as well. Other than what I'd seen and a vague understanding that some of this holding was near the sea, I had no idea what to expect of my father's lands until I'd stopped at that village. The population had been decimated by war and winter. Fewer people meant fewer taxes, and there is no better way to grow prosperity than to have something with which to invest. Worse still, most of the riverlands had been set aflame. Our crops in the best arable lands of our holdings sat blackened and twisted, still not entirely cleared. Further north, the farms sat empty of workers. The scant winter crop harvest was going to rot in the fields this planting season. And the deep winter was upon us. There would be no more grain from these farms. The elevation to a house from a landless family of hedge knights should have been wonderful news for my family. To have been raised so high by the heroic service our father had given his liege lord and gifted lands on which kings had once ruled. It had taken my father too long to see what it was, a marshland absent of trade or value, raided constantly by ironborn and boasting what would become the second most haunted castle site in the Riverlands. Nevertheless, land was power, and with his death that power painted a target on our backs as the up-jumped wenches of a hedge knight who didn't have the decency to deny his liege's gift. My father and good brother had likely heavily drained nearly the entire treasury given to him between heeding my warning for winter and to try and repair a keep worth the name. They'd not appreciated my advice to build a stockpile of grain and an army to guard it first and worry about the fortifications later. It had been a foolish suggestion, at any rate. No Lord Paramount would tolerate a large standing army from so lowly a vassal, and if there hadn't been high walls during the sack my sister would be dead. I shifted in my saddle. My lower back had begun to hurt from riding about 2 weeks ago and had never really stopped. At least my thighs had accustomed somewhat. The first few days had been agony and I'd waddled everywhere like a cowboy with gout. Septa had swung up onto the horse like she'd been doing it all her life, barely raising one thin eyebrow at my antics when we would dismount. What a bitch! I adored her. Finally, Hag's Hill came into view. It was a simple castle but a welcome sight. I had feared only a motte and bailey. It held a suitably commanding position guarding the start of the meander down to the south of the territory, and the waterfall in the distance behind it was very picturesque. The keep was square and sturdy, with some room to expand, though I didn't know enough about castles to judge its defensive capability. There were no more dragons, but still there were siege weapons. Whether the mount upon which it stood was man-made or not, it offered a good view of the lowland territories, ringed by wooden palisades. It had originally been the ruin of a keep belonging to some wealthy landed knight or another whose line had died out long before the dance, and though I could already hear the whispers that this modest site meant we were clearly unfit to tend the lands once belonging to the Mud Kings, repurposing a ruin during the harsh conditions of war and early winter had been no mean feat, and it was in better condition than old stones for keep the family from greater ruin, anyway. What's it made of? Asked Septa, her green eyes squinting against the sun. I see two colors of stone. Lime and flint were added to the original stone, septa, replied Cormac, as he adjusted his hold on the reins. There's plenty of it in these parts and precious little quarry stone to go around. Cormac Hart was an awkward-looking young man whose only conversational gambit up to this point was that he was eagerly in anticipation of his knighthood. He was still all elbows and feet, but I didn't imagine there were many men of any age or seniority left in these lands now. He seemed comfortable enough in the saddle, however. He'd mentioned that he was squiring for his uncle and was grateful to be entrusted with my safety. I was less grateful for his chivalry and more for the fact that he carried a sharp sword and 3 daggers. Septa and Cormac kept up a dialogue, but I was barely listening, turning over what I'd seen in my mind's eye. Lime was useful. I couldn't remember how at the moment, but I was so tired from traveling I could barely remember my own name. Flint? I didn't know what to do with flint, nor what it might indicate in the geology of the area. My shadow took that moment to make itself known, alighting from branch to branch just ahead of me, cawing. The raven had followed me from the September. I did not know why. I kept feeding it, which may have had something to do with it. It would have been the work of a moment to send it away, throw rocks or poison its food, but corvids remember their enemies too. Worse still, they teach their children who to hate. I'd made my feather bed, so it was time to put up and shut up. He'd need a name. As we made our way through the village that surrounded Hag's Hill Keep, I saw the same listless, hollow-eyed stares. Many of them would have fled to the safety of the keep when the raiders came, but many more would have been caught unawares. These people needed food and security quickly, or else they'd come pry us from our weak wooden shell like a crabber extracts meat. My sister was not there to greet me at the gates, Septa tutted in disapproval, but Ivana had never had an education on courtesies beyond the very basics, and our sudden elevation would have been a bit beyond her ability to manage. Instead, a swarthy-looking man stood in full armor, handsome enough with dark hair and darker eyes. At his side was perhaps the youngest maester I'd ever seen in my life. I knew maesters enough from my time in Old Town, and he barely looked old enough to have received his links. He was a dishwater sort of blonde and possessed of a nervous, clammy disposition, wringing his hands as we approached. Even from this distance he gave off a sense of embarrassed dampness, like a misbehaving cellar. Lady Mires, declared the armored man, I am Sir Conehart, I served with your father in the dance. This is Maester Lewis, recently arrived from Old Town to serve your house. Cone had a sharpness to him and an economy of motion that came from the delicate timing of each thrust and parry over many years. Neither of them bowed properly, though perhaps there was some confusion on that front. I had not yet been named heir outside of the wool, and as far as anyone knew, my family had sent me to become a septa many years ago. Had we been a more important house, someone in the household would have taken great pains to explain who I was and how to greet me, but Sir Cone and my family had been of the same status only a few years ago, barely separated now by the intangible power of our lordly documents. Houses founded on hedge knights made for dreamy stories 6 or 7 generations in with good marriages, and 20 or so without. Until then, no one except those who would already treat us with disdain quite knew what we were on the scale of power. Suddenly I longed for Septa to speak in that commanding way of hers, to send these troublesome interactions away from me and allow me to find my sister and sleep for a week. But she had agreed to come only if I showed I did not need her constant coddling, so she said nothing and chose instead to set the back of my neck alight with the force of her stare. It's good to meet you both, I look forward to working with you. Forgive my lack of courtesies, but it has been a long, cold journey and I have missed my sister greatly. Of course, my lady, Sir Cone offered me his arm rather gallantly to aid in the dismount. The metal of his gauntlet hand stung my skin in the cold and I flinched, though that might just have been because I could feel Septa eyes where he touched me. Frankly, she could stuff it. Falling off this damn horse and staggering saddle sore into Hag's Hill Keep covered in mud might be a greater risk to propriety. Though the palisades were scant protection from anyone with the brains to light more than one torch at a time, I was reassured by the high position Hag's Hill had over the surrounding lands. Steeper sides could be ensured over time, perhaps making use of the abundant brambles in Old Stone's ruins to plant a natural deterrent. The keep itself looks in surprisingly good condition, and the grounds around it had been cleared of any obvious debris. There was even a large patch of green at its center of its courtyard, or it would be green come spring. At the moment it was a patch of brown and frost where working boots had trod all over it. The banner depicting the sigil of House Mires flutters in the wind. A red bridge backed by blue and green waves, each color of the trident emblazoned for all to see. It clashed terribly, but it was what my little brother had chosen, so I could hardly complain. He'd based it on my input for our housewords after all. Even thinking of Dickon made my heart hurt. We entered the Lord's Hall, which was barely warmer than outside for all it had two great hearths blazing at either end of the room. Our echoing footsteps made clear the lack of fine carpets and tapestries that might have provided further insulation, not that our meager family earnings being spent on fabrics would have made a dent in a place this size. My sister and her husband rose from their seats, smiling as best they could despite the fact that even having to call me away from Old Town was evidence of just how buggered we all were. "Ursula!" cried Ivana, opening her arms. Her long brown hair was pulled back in an intricate bun and her grey eyes were shining with tears. In defiance of all dignity I broke from Sir Cone and ran to her. It had been 5 years since I'd last seen her face, so like our father's. She'd inherited his fine cheekbones and smiling mouth. I'd inherited his jaw. Father had apologized to me often about it in my early years. I think he'd hoped I'd turn out more like my mother, though all I had left of her was brown hair so dark it was nearly. I couldn't remember what my first mother had looked like now, I only remembered her songs. "Oh sweetling, you're so tall now. Let me look at you." She pulled away far too soon and brushes the locks of hair that had fallen out of my severe bun, cupping my face in cold, chapped hands. 15 name days, you're nearly a woman grown now. I was tall, I realized. I spent much of my novitiate life with a bowed head, so I hadn't noticed until I was standing in front of my older sister, a good half a head taller than her and likely to keep going. I examined her in turn. She didn't look pregnant, but some women can carry small. They tended to be taller women though, short bodies show pregnancy quickly. After all, in my last. No. You can't think of that right now. My good brother took that opportunity to step forward, his arm outstretched, and I allowed him to draw me to his side in a quick embrace. Theo Rivers was a good man, good right down to his bones. It made it all the more infuriating when trying to get him to listen to me. Women were softer creatures, with softer emotions, whose dearest wish was a good husband and good sons. It was simply the way his world had always been. It wasn't that Theo didn't approve of my education or even that he would challenge my choices, it was simply that Theo had no frame of reference for the kind of woman I was. Nobody had really, except for my father and septa Nacella. So there we stood. Ivana, Theo, and me. All that was left of House Mires. A river to my people, indeed. My father Ender had, in hindsight, probably worried I was touched in the head. I had awoken in this world to find him fussing over me, snapping that I shouldn't move my head and that he'd make sure I was all right. Ursula of this world had fallen from a chestnut tree and landed badly. I shouldn't have been alive. Yet here I was. I lashed out. I cannot think too long on the manner of my death before I arrived here, suffice to say it was a source of deep fear and panic attacks I could not explain without the backwards people of this place burning me as a witch. I hated to be confined to the bed, I hated to be bandaged, I hated when my own father would reach out to pet my hair. As far as my father in this world knew, I was only 5 years of age and overnight had gone from the darling apple of his eye to a strange hissing creature that kept trying to escape the room he'd put her in. I had forgotten things everyone knew and no longer spoke like a child ought. Other fathers would have washed their hands of the whole thing at best, or committed me to the Silent Sisters against my will. Even then I knew he was not the type to kill me simply because I was an inconvenience, but there are many ways to skin a cat, and once I began to accept the reality of my situation I feared his reprisal. Instead he approached me differently. I later learned that he'd approached me like those wounded stray dogs he kept befriending in Fairmarket. The comparison was apt though it rankled. He'd sit with me in total silence and bring me food. For days he sat there, like patience on a monument, simply making sure I was well and fed. Slowly he began to talk to me, his voice sweet and low. "It's all right, sweet girl," he'd said, "your name is Ursula Mires and I am your papa. It's all right, I promise. No harm will come to you while I am here." After a while, I felt brave enough to try a half a lie. "I'm sorry papa," I'd sniffed, "I was in such a scary place. I didn't know what was real. I keep trying, but I can't remember anything." He'd gathered me up in his arms then. Big as a bear in my child's eyes, as all fathers are to their children. "Thank you for coming back to us, brave girl. I'd adored my father in this life. I'd adored him when he taught me to sing like he could. I'd adored him as he'd sneak me time with a castellan when he had business with other, more respected knights. I'd adored him when Dickon had told me I was a useless girl who'd just get married off and he'd bellowed at his heir like a stuck boar. I'd adored him when he'd gone silent and wounded upon hearing my desire to join the faith. I'd adored him when he'd sent money and wrote to me constantly anyway. I'd adored him right up until he'd got himself killed sallying out to face those fucking iron-born raiders. His foolhardiness ran in the blood and had cost our new house dearly, for when he snuck out to draw the raiders away from Hag's Hill, my younger brother had snuck out himself to serve as his squire. The bravery that had led him to risk his life to save Kermit Tully's life 3 times in a sennight and win us our house was the same that had gotten himself and my brother killed. Our lord and our heir, gone in one night. All that was left were women, children, and bastards to face the enemies that were closing in from all sides. I was half mad with fury and grief. I'd probably forgive it all if I could see him just one more time. There was nothing to mourn, the bodies had been burned and their ashes released to the river in the tradition of the Riverlands. I found myself wondering how much it would cost to commission a headstone, but such a thing was a luxury we could ill afford. We had retreated to my father's solar, the 6 of us seated at a long table of elm wood and flanked by a roaring fireplace and intricately paned windows. Father had been so pleased to see that the glass on the upper floors had been intact, he'd written to joke that I'd probably have boarded them up with bookshelves. The room was well furnished with a finely carved desk and high-backed chairs with turned arms and legs. It had been left untouched since his death, according to Ivana. One of my letters still sat open on his desk. Had he read it? Had he been drafting a reply in his head when? Enough. I cleared my suddenly sore throat. We don't have time for pleasantries if your letter was accurate, Ivana. Our position is precarious at best. Cards on the table, what's our situation? With a damp smile, Maester Lewis wiped his hands on his robes and quite literally gave me a lay of the land. Hag's Hill stood at the center of our territory, and though I knew that the scale of Westeros was vast, it became clear to me just how ridiculous it was upon his explanation. For a hedge knight to be given so much land seemed impossible, but the placid expression on everyone else's face stayed my tongue. Though we had some defense to the north between Sigward and the Freys in the form of the Hag's Mire, it was still populated and sparsely farmed by small folk, indeed our own family had roots there. However, though it would tangle and torment an advancing army, it would not stop them if they were determined or particularly uncaring about loss of life. There were other noble houses that bordered our own to the south, House Paedge, House Shawnee, and House Keddick. To our east lay storied House Atranta, who were still recovering from their decision to back the Greens, and House Root, whose fortunes had improved after the dance with the acquisition of Lord Harroway's town right at the meeting of the 3 points of the Trident. To the west beyond the natural border of the Whispering Wood was House Terrick, noble and ancient, who until now had no interest in us. Long may that continue. Then of course, there was our biggest weakness, bound up in our greatest opportunity. Our house had rare claim to coastland along Iron Man's Bay. If we had the money to build a port or join a trading company, it had the potential to hugely improve our incomes. Sadly, instead we had the entirety of the Iron Islands just outside the safety of this natural harbor, who had sunk and slaughtered all my father's attempts at such an endeavor. Then this winter, as the chaos of the dance had begun to die down and winter had settled in for the long haul, they had raided a bloody line right up the center of our territory. My father and a few of his trusted men-at-arms had managed to rout them, but not before they'd devastated our small folk, and not before they'd slaughtered Dickon right before his eyes. My father died of his wounds not long after. Ander Mires had heeded my letters and been wisely setting aside grain and dried fish for the winter before his death, but the coastal stores had been raided by the Ironborn. We were lucky in that until now we'd not had to break into those stores, but we had been relying on the last harvest of winter wheat and turnips to see us through a bit further. The final months of the dance had meant we planted less than we'd ought, and the attack from the Ironborn meant what we did have was liable to rot in wet winter fields. We had plenty of sheep and goats in holdings further afield, pigs and chickens in wooded holdings, and some dairy cattle available to us, but not enough to slaughter them carelessly as needed to fill the bellies of our small folk. I need numbers, Maester Lewis, speak plainly. How long can we hold out before planting season is a matter of life or death? I gripped my skirts so tightly my knuckles went white, dread pooling in my belly. He relayed the numbers promptly and precisely, a reassuring level of competence to encounter. There was a pause. He visibly summoned some courage. His first report to his new liege lady was clearly going to be bad news, and his voice wavered slightly. If we continue as we are, we may be in danger. It is my hope that with some planning we can stretch to survive another 2 years of winter. That should see us through to a longer than usual length of a winter, barring further incursion or theft from the Ironborn. The Maester began to expand on his thinking around the pattern of Ironborn attacks. This was probably useful information, but I'd have to ask him to repeat himself later, because a terrible fear had gripped me. They all thought their biggest problem was going to be the Ironborn coming for our stores and maybe trying to eke out a little extra food for the small folk. It was a sound enough estimate, but wrong. We were coming up to the end of 131 AC. Winter, I knew, wouldn't end for another 4 years. Even if we were to buy grain to cover a miscalculation here or there, an extra 2 years would require a huge amount of coin. We had not the wealth for winter prices, and our tax base had just been decimated. Worse still, there was a factor the Maester would never be able to consider. A factor I dreaded almost as much as starving to death. 132 AC would bring winter fever, and it would rip the population apart. Outside, the raven began to caw. I took a steadying breath and turned to my sister. I take it this is why you summoned me? I have some ideas and some training in administration as a novitiate, but Septa will attest to the fact that while it may exceed some lordly house educations for their daughters, it is nothing compared to a maester. Ivana cut me off, her grey eyes confused. But, father named you his heir. I was there at the reading of the will. Maester Lewis himself witnessed it when father first had it drawn up. In the event that he and Dickon die without issue, it was to pass to you and your children. She glanced around the room for support, I did not summon you, it is not my place. You are now Lady of Hag's Hill. Her brow furrowed and she began to chew on her lip just as she did when we were children and I was being vexing. It was more often than I care to admit. Panic flooded my system, even as I nodded agreeably, mind worrying, yes of course, but I thought it more a formality. You know I would never deny your claim as eldest, or your children their birthright. We have much work to do and you have my utmost support, yes, but I am sworn to the faith, a septa cannot hold names or titles. I had expected to offer succor to my sister during her pregnancy and support the running of the household during this difficult period of transition, swiftly handing over my title to my good brother. I had not actually prepared to anticipate any resistance on that front whatsoever. From the corner of my eye I saw Sir Cone and Maester Lewis shifting uncomfortably, but before they could intervene a new voice cut in. A novitiate is not a septa. My head snapped towards Septa Nicella, who had been so quiet the last hour I had quite forgotten she existed. She could go uncannily still when she wanted, a trick I had failed to spot once when sneaking back with some fellow novices after curfew. I hadn't been able to sit down for days after that incident. Her expression now was eerily similar to the one she'd worn then, her elegant brow raised. She waved one hand airily, while we were clarifying positions, I thought it prudent to remind us all that a novitiate is not a septa. You have sworn to the faith to live with us and learn our ways, but many novices go on to other pursuits or return to their families. Only those who have been ordained as septas forswear their earthly families for their new, holy family. Therefore, her eyes narrow at me, whatever arrangement you choose to come to after this, your sister is correct and you are at present the Lady of Hag's Hill. The silence that fell was so thick I briefly entertained the idea of gripping it in both hands and using the stuff to smother Nicella's stupid face. She was clearly able to read my expression and didn't even bother to smother the self-satisfaction that bloomed across her face. The lecture I'd be getting after this was going to be brutal. We are here to counsel you and provide information, but your people are in a time of crisis and I would encourage you to act decisively now and puzzle out the minutiae later, my lady. Septa Nicella did something that could charitably be called smiling the whole way through her speech, if only by sharks. The faces around me were some strange mix of puzzled and hopeful, waiting with bated breath for my response. I resolved to take Nicella's unsubtle advice and focus on the problem at hand first, it may give me time to talk Ivana or Theo around my way of thinking. Even as that thought crossed my mind, I could feel that it wouldn't be that simple. Not at all. Outside the strident call of the raven continued. The little bastard sounded like he was laughing. Chapter 2, Septa Nicella, Sir Cone, Cedra. Chapter Text. Chapter 2. 131 AC. Septa Nicella. To be a holy woman is to acknowledge that we are all sinners. Perfection is godly but it is impossible for humans to achieve. This lesson is the root of compassion and understanding, only when you understand that we are all lost can you see the need to be a shepherd. Most people mean well, at their core. To be a woman of any intelligence, however, is to acknowledge that most people are idiots. Septa Nicella was an exceptionally intelligent woman and staring at the talent on offer to her young charge in that dusty little study left her longing for the comforting blanket of placid ignorance that smothered the minds of so many. That Theo Rivers was exhausting to behold, you could actually see him thinking, trying to drag that lumbering mind of his like a recalcitrant hunting hound on the lead. Why Ursula would hand the house of her father over to the bastard to squander was beyond her, she would not countenance it. The maester was so young she suspected what little scruff appeared on his chin had simply been painted on to save face. But he had a sharp enough mind, she'd give him that. He was doing his duty with competence, not bothering to shy away from the uncomfortable truth of the situation to avoid the displeasure of his liege lady. Was he simply brusque or brave? Time would tell. He lacked confidence however, and until he was settled in himself he'd be unlikely to offer solutions independently. So for the moment, he was simply a damp grey robe that brought news of more problems and clinked when he walked. He was the type to advise caution until the walls fell down around his ears simply because it seemed like the advice of a wise man. Dull. However, she noted that he had interesting links. Very unfashionable with the upper set in Old Town these days. Black iron, gold, and bronze were standard enough, but the dark steel for construction and pale steel for smithing were unexpected. Most nobility wanted healing, but warcraft and higher mysteries were also prized, and few cared for accounting skill when steward was an easy position to offer to friends for favor and family for security. Sir Cone had the bearing of all disciplined warriors and would likely prove to be as useful to a discussion on the logistics of grain distribution as a wooden block was to providing conversation. One might admire its stoicism and verticality, but it hardly did much to improve the situation at hand. He at least did not charge into an arena where he had no expertise and instead his dark eyes roved the room, taking in as much as he could. If he could be relied upon to remember it, he just might prove useful. He didn't watch her though. Most men didn't in case she was able to sense something unholy they had done. The hood was terribly useful that way. That Ivana was a tricky one, however. She was beautiful to look upon, utterly wasted on a bastard stonemason. Though she shared many features with her younger sister, each was more refined. She had an elegance in the soft slope of her cheekbones and the bow of her upper lip. There was a warm solidity to Ursula that reassured the people she spoke to in the mother house, and she was hardly hideous, but there was a lack of delicacy to her face that would likely remain out of fashion until some far distant future when the Targaryen features were no longer as prized. Ivana was most gracious, though a tad insipid, and her wide grey eyes were as quick to sparkle as they were to fill with confused tears at her sister's proclamation that she had come prepared to abdicate. It was her hands that gave her away. They sat folded in her lap, utterly still. Interesting. Ursula had acquired herself a quill and parchment and was interrogating Maester Lewis now on the exact figures stored for use by House Mires and their small folk. How much grain? Of what kinds? Have we any stocks of fruit preserves? Citrus would be best, but sour fruits were vital. When you give me that number for fish, is it all fish of the same kind, or do we have any variety? The Maester was so enthusiastic about his, admittedly dire, information being taken so seriously that Nicella honestly thought he might melt with glee. A shame, given that the only good carpet she'd seen thus far was in this very office. Still, she studied Ursula, the infuriating, uncanny charge that had made off with her affection. It was not unusual for nobility to join the novices. Either to play at piety or to avoid indiscretion coming to light, it was quite common to send your girls to a novitiate cloister. It served as a way for faithful families to make connections through their second or third daughters as well. The great houses of Westeros need no introduction, it was everyone else scrambling for a piece of the pie. Few became full septas, but more that you might imagine. Like any apprenticeship, some found they were suited to the work. Others who took vows were either filled with the light of the maiden or some such rot, or they were trying to escape something worse back home. Septa Nicella had some understanding of the latter and a healthy skepticism of the former. Though she was a devout member of the faith, the kinds of individuals who believed that the gods were speaking directly to them also tended to be the kind of people who stared a little too long at either blood or sheer drops. Merchant girls and other lucky commoners were far more likely to make up the bulk of the novices. Educated enough to read and do basic arithmetic, these girls had the required skills to advance in their studies without being too burdensome to their teachers. Cloisters, mother houses and other sisterly orders always had need of working hands, and only those high in the ranks of the most devout would have servants who were not other septas or novices. While you were supposed to leave behind your earthly family, it was an open secret that the higher born you were, the more likely you were to serve in the keeps of nobility, which should have left the daughter of a hedge knight an edge over the merchant girls in birth. Yet at every turn she had rejected these opportunities to shadow experienced septas in great houses with their charges and train. Instead she pored over books, prayed in total, rapturous silence, attended her lessons most admirably, and acquitted herself to an exemplary standard of behavior, with the occasional excursion into the local town alongside other young novices to avoid becoming unbearably dull. When asked, she was desperate to take the vows of a septa, eager to join a cloister or mother house of some repute. But she did not believe. It was not so uncommon as to horrify Nicella. The less canny septas were well in hand with Ursula's charade, but there was an unflattering streak of practicality that ran through the girl like a fault line. The faith was a means to an end. Septa Nicella was similarly afflicted with good sense and so had some sympathy. The life of a septa was much improved over the life of most common or low-born girls, and there were many cloisters that received donations enough from pious nobility that meant life was peaceful. They would work on whatever speciality the cloister laid claim to and engage in the household and husbandry tasks necessary to sustain their small communities. Many turned to it for sanctuary if they had been blessed with some prior education. Belief often comes secondary to survival. Septa Nicella had known Ursula was running from something, could see it in her pale face when she'd first arrived at the novitiate at 11 named days. At first, she had suspected her father or brother, but when she read their letters she could find no signs of ill-goings-on, and Ursula was always thrilled to receive them. The chit clearly had her father wrapped around her little finger. He'd promise every other letter that should she choose to return she'd be welcomed with open arms. Her brother was less malleable and corresponded less often, but he had reiterated that if she returned he would guard the promise his father had made her, she would choose her own husband. Honestly, it had driven Nicella spare before the dance put larger concerns to the forefront of her mind. She'd even taken to asking about other men in the house, but the Mires family was small and unlearned, serving as knights and ladies in waiting for lower Riverlands nobility, hardly the sort of place it was impossible for a clever young woman to escape. She was wearing the same expression today as she had back then, pale and wan, her lips pressed tight as though in thought, or to keep tears at bay. She had warmed to the girl. She was sharp-witted and lived up to the spirit of the seven-pointed star even before Nicella had seen to it that she could recite it backwards in the snow. Ursula had loved learning and taken her artistic talents to devote herself to the scribing of the great works of Old Town with care and devotion. She didn't squeal and complain like the high-born girls when time came to tend the sick, nor did she bow and scrape unbecomingly. Unlike some novices she could name, the girl had always tempered the idealism of the seven with the truth of human nature. She didn't believe, but she was faithful, which was a rarer quality. When that horrid letter about the fate of her menfolk had come, she'd excused herself most politely and went and sobbed in the privy for an hour. Septa Nicella had been forced to pretend she hadn't noticed novice Dara start a small fire near the beehives to buy her some privacy. Ursula had emerged red-rimmed but clear-eyed and had asked for leave from her novice duties to tend to her family's troubles. It was clear that she expected to extricate herself from this entanglement and then return, but Septa Nicella knew it was never going to be that simple after both war and winter and didn't have the time to convince her of that before the girl's departure. She was not supposed to have favorites among her charges, but she'd resigned her post at the novitiate and chaperoned Ursula across half this festering continent to help her, so she supposed the cat was out of the bag. Ursula's hand darted across the page. She'd always had a neat script, but today it seemed that she favored speed over legibility. After her barrage of questions had stopped, the room waited with bated breath. Septa Nicella tried not to hold it against them, but their expectation that Ursula was to be summoned from the relative wealth and safety of a reach winter to this damp village and somehow solve these problems was a tad infuriating. Perhaps it was the will of the gods, as she had been taught to preach. Perhaps it was foul luck. Either way, she had counseled Ursula to steer clear of it. Yet here she was. Here they were. I think I have a grasp on the situation, Maester, thank you. Ursula looked up, steely eyes flicking from face to face. She was nervous, that was understandable, but long years in her company had taught Nicella a thing or two about that face, and a terrible foreboding rose from the pit of her stomach. While I understand the concern around iron-born incursions and agree we must take every precaution, I do not feel that our stores for winter are sufficient. It's no use arming ourselves to defend from an attack if our small folk are too weak from hunger to lift a weapon. As you know, much of my work as a novice was training in anticipation of working with the scribes and illuminators of texts. This meant I had a lot of time to accompany, listen to and observe learned people. There is some disagreement, but I heard it said from those I have faith in that this winter will be bitterly long. I fear we are not looking at 2 more years of winter, I fear we must prepare for twice that. Ursula's voice as she delivered this hideous piece of news had begun soft and quavering but ended full-throated and firm. Good, she'd need to bottle that, especially if she was to keep hungry small folk and bitter men at arms in line. Sir Cone creaked ominously from his corner of the solar, and Maester Lewis looked as though he might ruin the Mirish weave beneath their feet for entirely different reasons this time. Septa Nicella did not overly trouble herself to listen to the girl's justifications and explanations to her counsel. She was far more interested in where Ursula had actually got the information than whatever outlandish claims she had to make on that score. Maesters, septons, and septas did often run in similar circles in Old Town, and wherever they were it was assured that their apprentices would be close behind. It would be quite easy to say that Ursula had heard a stray conversation while out on her duties. However, there were glaring holes in this explanation. The first was that the faithful and the learned were possessed of a certainty that they knew better than everyone else how to behave, which meant they were voracious gossips. Septa Nicella would have been more inclined to believe her if she had instead come with claims of a filthy scandal that happened to also briefly contain the divinings of the maesters for winter. Additionally, a serious issue like signs of a longer winter would never have been laughed at or discounted out of hand. Someone would have said something, and then no matter the official word of the maesters on high, the faithful and the houses of those who had maesters in on the rumor would have stockpiled accordingly. You simply couldn't have kept a lid on something like that. Yet she hadn't heard Ursula or anyone else breathe a word of it until now. Come to think of it, the girl had counseled Septa Morgause at the novitiate to stockpile more than usual for the winter. She'd used the excuse that if it went on overly long, perhaps succor could be given to the needy during planting season. Septa Nicella had long understood her to be a bleeding heart, so had paid it no mind at the time. Perhaps the others thought their liege lady was easily swayed or misguided, but Nicella was inclined to believe her. Even if Ursula was not already a terrible liar, what profit was there if the girl lied about an extended winter? None that Nicella could divine. But if it were true, thousands would starve and freeze in their homes. As I see it, Ursula continued, our main challenges are threefold. First is stretching what provisions we do have as far as possible, which will be difficult without an accurate census of the people and good roads to ensure the supplies get where they need to go. This business of small folk dispatching a village wagon to Hag's Hill and hoping for the best leaves too many opportunities for the greedy and the desperate to take advantage. Second, we need to find ways to supplement our diet. What hunting, fishing, or forage is available. Our larders have supply, but war has not allowed for families to pickle, bury, and otherwise preserve food to better balance their humors for the long winter ahead. Third. The girl paused and began picking at an ink stain that had blossomed on her pointer finger. She'd have to break that habit, it gave off an impression of incompetence. While maidenly shyness was a virtue in a novice, Septa Nicella found it tedious and insipid. Not to mention that it would not inspire confidence in the household if she seemed uncertain. Though it may sound contrary to our goals, we might actually need manpower. The dance was terrible and has left great scars on the populace. I've seen the effects of it in fair market. The harvest rots in our fields. Defense of our holding is still of great concern. Additionally, there are some projects we can get underway now that might make best use of what we have and stretch it, or even ensure that our prosperity can grow if we survive the winter. Busy small folk also kept good order. Winter hunger was a terrible thing, but the dark, boredom and drunken idleness could stir up a pack of men just as well. Ursula instructed her council to present ideas, even half-formed. She wanted as many strands as possible to try and weave a solution. Vague plans formed for a census, even a half-hearted one would take weeks to complete, while others still began to discuss if it was worth the effort to rebuild Cragtreath after the village had been set aflame by Ironborn. Septa herself had a number of ideas for maintaining the cohesion and discipline of the small folk in the face of the inevitable pushback for changing how things were done during winter. Perhaps some septas or novices of her acquaintance would be willing to make the journey. They set themselves to the hard task before them, talking long past the noon meal and into dusk. Nevertheless, she found her gaze drifting from time to time towards the watery winter light streaming in from the paned window, and the raven that sat outside, unblinking on its ledge. From the desk of Lady Mires. Notes in shorthand barely legible and in some strange language completely indecipherable to the person rifling through it. Widow's fare. Fighting men, healthy? Trappers/hunters? Woodsmen. Carpenters, blacksmiths, etc. Literacy priority. Fishermen? Fuck. Nutrition. Kelp? Laver bread. Wood ear/oyster/pine mushroom farming pos? Rabbit breeding, 2-year plan, crop danger. Hotbeds? Sea bug breeding program. Salt fish cold wind good. Scurvy deaf worry. Pregnant women extra ration? CHN get priority dairy. Livestock concern. Don't die. Signal tower warning. Need coast, keep PPL safe. Station men/women. Sir sea train. Soap on ration delivery. Night soil management. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Quarantine? How to lock down a river. What followed were a series of calculations that appeared to be nonsense, but the discerning eye of the rare literate stonemason might have seen an attempted plan for a very interesting use of the local limestone. Sir Conehart. Cone was used to getting around orders. He and Ender used to laugh about it, back when they had followed Lord Kermit Tully's host to war again and again. There was always someone lower in the pecking order, but hedge knights lived in an uncomfortable space where they were expected to competently execute a dizzying range of orders to a high standard, but never ones that brought incomes or renown. That, of course, would be grasping behavior. No, better to let the lords of a greater house take the credit, they are accustomed to glory. In practice, this meant you had to let fools give you orders that you knew were foolish. Or deadly. The trick was often to absolutely agree with the person delivering the orders and then proceed to deliver the results they actually wanted despite their instructions. The commander does not care if he is sending his soldiers into a churn of blood and shit, he only cares that this act will either bring him victory or allow him to escape. The arrogant young lord does not care if you train 1,000 deadly and effective men-at-arms in less time than it would take to muster them, he wants them to stand proud and stoic in their armor and run impressively synchronized drills for his amusement and the cooing of his lackeys. Your liege's lady does not actually want to fuck you, she wants to feel like she's getting one over a husband she cannot stand. The trick was to ignore what they said and see what they wanted. Then you could position yourself as needed so that you might survive. This may have to be an order he'd have to outright refuse. As a member of a landed knightly house he commanded some limited respect, but as the third son he held rights to no lands and had been encouraged to venture out into the world so that he might make a name for himself in tourneys and war or in leal service. Though his family were of the Vale, when Ender had asked his help to establish his new landed house, Cone had felt compelled to assist his old friend. Lady Mires was every bit as intelligent as her late father had painted her and had some interesting ideas for securing their stores from raiders and instituting more effective patrols. She had been the light of his old friend's eyes, second only to his son and heir as was natural for a man. Cone was prepared to serve her well. He'd cut his teeth in the stepstones, refined his senses in the dance and knew he'd seen enough war, death and madness to train a decent garrison of green soldiers to withstand the brutality of men. He'd been prepared to increase the training of their levies, to muster and drill more men-at-arms. He had even organized and reassigned the populace to bring in the harvest with all speed. He was not, however, prepared to train women. Lady Mires, as a woman of faith I'm sure you understand why the 7-pointed star discourages women from taking up arms. He could hear his tone was verging on improper and misliked it, but short of outright defiance or removing himself from her service there was little he could do. His mind desperately scrabbled for a way to see how he could cut to the root of what she desired without having to take this path, while at the same time his gut curdled at having this slip of a girl talk of things she had no place discussing. Liege lady or no, it was just not done. The sour expression on Lady Mires' face was very unattractive, her wide mouth pursed and her nose wrinkled as though his very breath was foul. She was tall for her age and would likely one day be able to look him straight in the eye, but for now being forced to crane her neck up at him did not seem to dissuade her even slightly. She folded her arms and retorted, I do not need you to remind me of the text, Sir Cone, I'm certain you are as good and faithful a knight as I am a novice. However, we have a remaining garrison of 50 men. 50. And we are responsible for the lives of thousands of small folk should the Ironborn inevitably return once they have finished with the stores they already stole from us. I invite you to imagine what might be more displeasing to the gods, asking the warrior and the crone for guidance as we work so that these women might defend their homes this winter? Or doing nothing except praying for the maiden's mercy right before my people are slaughtered and stolen like cattle. Her voice had begun to raise in pitch towards the end there, and Lady Mires visibly cut herself off and took a steadying breath. Cone struggled to contain himself, his gauntlet fist creaking. It wouldn't do to be goaded into losing his temper so soon. Damn Ander, what had he been thinking? To leave with half the garrison was one thing as a hedge knight, but he had risked himself and his son with no other male issue. If Cone had only known, he'd have ridden out with him, or tied him to something. Maybe then he wouldn't be trying to talk sense into a second-rate septa who claimed to know something of the horrors the small folk had suffered. He'd got comfortable, that was the problem. Ander had been a seasoned knight and offered Cone his trust and his ear. For too long had he grown out of the habit of dressing up his words in the necessary courtesies that the highborn needed to even consider good sense. He attempted to marshal his features into something more approachable, tried to recall how to coat his tongue in honeyed words so that his new liege lady might see sense, and forced himself not to miss his old friend's candor as much as he did. Gritting his teeth against the urge to sigh, he said, I will send word to my family for recruits, or perhaps some of the men returned from war would serve. My lady desires a full garrison and I heartily agree that we are vulnerable to incursion, but women are not suited to war. To be quite frank, I don't think the men will stand for it. I don't disagree, Lady Mires replied flatly, something hard in her eyes. Frankly, if I could field the men necessary I'd not have troubled you with it, as our problems already outnumber the stars, but the fact remains that as of yet we simply do not have the men. How long will it take your kin to send over likely recruits, and what number or quality could we hope to get? It is a good idea, I invite you to do so at once. However, the Vale did not go untouched in the dance, and likely they share many of our concerns over lost manpower. I'm certain we could drum up the meager number of veteran levies who returned, but the fact remains that it is a season of widows, Sir Cone. While her notions of training the women were pure folly, Cone could admit that she had valid concerns over the state of their defences. 100 men at arms could rout the Ironborn given training, but the surrounding villages would be at the mercy of the raiders. Patrols to give warning and maintain the peace were almost impossible given the state of the garrison. Some of her composure left her then. She ran her hands through her hair distractedly and gestured vaguely at the window. Below he could see the bustle of servants and workmen in the grounds. You are a veteran of war and my father's trusted friend. You offer me leal service and good counsel, I do not wish to gainsay that. I do not speak of upending the world order and putting our women in plate armor, but my father always said his training was in more than just how to swing a sword. How many women died because they had not the speed to run to safety, or the strength to carry their babes? Which of our small folk knew how to manage their fear and clear their head? When raiders or pillagers come, do they know what they must do? I do not suggest that with a plucky band of warrior women we will turn the tide of battle, I am not mad. But even if all our small folk are blessed by the seven and make it to our walls, we have hardly anyone to man them in the event of an attack. The raiders had not, in the grand scheme of war, been so unusual to Sir Cone. Mires had been a new house and Ander had only a few years in which he attempted to get to grips with his new lordly duties. Between leading the levies into battle, trying to repair his keep and paying through the nose to fill the stores for winter, whatever seasoned men they had managed to train were as like to die as they were to come home. After the first year of winter had set in, men were tired or recovering from wounds and focused on shoring up their homes against the cold. Those squids were cruel beasts, but they had chosen an unguarded shoreline away from seaguard patrols and struck gold with a vulnerable populace. If he'd been in charge of acquisitions during a winter war he might have done the same. Still, the wailing of those families when they came out of hiding, the gaunt faces of mothers whose daughters had been torn from their homes. Each one hating that it hadn't been them instead. A man never got used to that. Ander had been a tough bastard in battle, but he hadn't even noticed his fever at the end, nor the rotting stench of his gut wound. He'd just wept and called for his son, desperately. She could sense him wavering, he knew. She pressed her advantage, unless someone displays a truly rare talent, and I would trust you to judge such a thing more than anyone else in my service, of course we would not be arming our women with swords or bows. Training in such things is a discipline of a lifetime and I would not wish to make light of that. I suggest crossbows and spears for those who can retreat into safety, perhaps some drills to improve endurance and speed so that more might make it behind our walls. When supplies are delivered and distributed from our stores to the neighboring villages, your men might lead this training and encourage them to practice their drills for when you next return. It wasn't even a bad plan for training a militia. It just went against every notion of his entire being. Usually when that happened he was being told to put women to the sword in an entirely different way. Still, he wasn't quite done yet. It is not solely my objections, my lady, he began, women are not made for war, they will be reluctant to engage and likely not have the discipline necessary to carry out your plan. What woman wishes to learn such things? It is said that there is a beast in every man, it stirs when you put a sword in his hand. History is full of men who rose up as warriors, whereas the only women worth the name rode dragons. Women do not have the same killing instinct, nor examples to follow. If it were so simple to arm women, we'd have done it and had twice the number of levies. I worry that it will be time wasted that is better spent on other pursuits. Your other ideas have merit, my lady. Use those to lead the small folk, better to let them follow a more level-headed example. He waited with bated breath. Would this finally help her see sense? She paused for a moment, and then nodded, her expression one of great sorrow. You speak the truth, I know, Sir Cone. The maiden counsels gentility and mercy, the mother heralds hearth and home, and the crone grants her wisdom. Truly the feminine heart and body is not fashioned for battle. Your words have merit and have moved me. Cone hadn't been married for 14 years without learning a thing or two, and though he could not see the shape of it, he could feel the trap snapping shut. Lady Ursula threw her shoulders back and raised her chin, her wide grey eyes full of determination. I must lead by example. I cannot expect my people to suffer this indignity if I do not bear it alongside them. As their liege lady, the small folk will look to me for guidance. I have only the body of a weak woman, Sir Cone, but I am my father's daughter. I will follow your advice in this matter and I will not falter. She reached out a hand and placed it on his forearm. Her sudden smile was jarring enough that when she turned he followed immediately. It was not unlike having taken a blow to the head, as Cone desperately tried to piece together how she'd come to that conclusion from his words. Together they began to walk towards the barracks. She threw him another smile, her voice warm. Not many would give me such wise counsel, Sir Cone. I appreciate that your loyalty is such that you do not shy away from harsh truths. Shamefully, I confess I would have ignored my duty to set an example without your guidance. Men like you are what will ensure my father's legacy will live on, not those who would smile and offer obsequiousness. It wasn't until much later, when he was organizing his plans for training in a way that incorporated Lady Ursula's concerns about teamwork and protocols for everyone's role in the event of an attack, that he realized exactly how he'd been had. From the desk of Septa Nacella. In an elegant script that somehow already projected an air of disapproval about the inevitability of your own scruffy hand. There is interesting work to be done in a high likelihood of starving to death or being murdered by Ironborn. Most diverting. Send 5 with rough hands, 2 with soft. N. This was carefully copied onto fresh parchment, though they foolishly moved Septa Nacella's copy of the 7-pointed star half an inch to the left. Cedra. She'd not been privy to directly serving the lord when he'd lived. A lord's garments were finely made and cared for, but unless he was so high as to have wipers, a man mostly dressed himself. He'd not been tupping any of the girls that she knew, though maybe a lord has money for an expensive whore. Still, though she knew to be wary of men with swords, she'd liked him fine. Not so familiar with the servants as to make her worry he'd have unusual appetites, but not so rude as to abuse those in his service. She'd been scared when he'd died, all the women had been. Whatever cousin or uncle who'd come next would be an unknown and as like to be a good lord as a bad one. They'd all been surprised when Lady Mires had ridden through Southwold. She didn't look much like a lady. She was in one of those septa hoods when she'd arrived. She didn't even like to be dressed, clearly too used to her novice robes, and was happy to pull the lace fronts into an uneven mess before going about her day. Cedra had wheedled and coaxed Lady Mires into sitting for the dressing. She never got to handle anything so fine as what the lady wore, and she wouldn't stand for anyone saying that she was dressing her lady poorly. Lady Mires had lovely hair that came of being well fed her whole life, and being unmarried she wore it uncovered and little adorned. She didn't like it falling in her face, so Cedra made use of some silk tapes and embroidered ribbon to fashion something with the braids, and her lady always praised and thanked her for her efforts. From her novice days she was well in the habit of waking before dawn at the same time as Cedra, which she'd been awkward about at first. Her lady tended to stay in her nightclothes and robe and used the first hour of the day to pray in solitude anyway, so Cedra had been able to get herself ready and stoke the fires, finishing a few jobs before tending to her lady. Cedra was a good girl, her ma had always said, so she showed deference to the gods and prayed often. It surely would be good to have a lady who kept to the faith, but in her secret heart Cedra had hoped for a strong lord with guards to fend off the raids. It weren't her place to say, and she'd be flogged if she did, but Cedra often found that if she said things loud enough inside her head it helped her tongue stay still. When the orders came down for rationing, at first Cedra had said quite a lot and quite loudly in the privacy of her head. Lady Mires could be stern with her counsel and gave orders in a mannerly way like a proper lady, but fully expected them obeyed. It was good that their lady showed authority. Yet Cedra had worried she'd been taken in by her being a faithful woman and thought she'd not be this harsh to them while they were already suffering from winter. Cedra's cousin helped back wagons from the store and he said they were full to bursting, so she'd not seen the reason. She was not relieved now, that wasn't quite it, but it was clear that whatever scheme her ladyship had in mind was not the same as what Cedra had feared. It had come as a surprise when Lady Mires had dictated that all would eat the same food at the same time in the Great Hall for dawn and dusk meal, unless they'd worked through the night or in the kitchens. It was not entirely unheard of, Only great houses had their halls entirely filled with lordly guests, knights and their kin for meals. Most lesser houses would gather the household, attendants, guards, and family in the hall anyway. But Lady Mires kept one of the great long tables empty for any in Southwold to come and share the fire and have watered ales or hot tisanes. More than Cedra expected had taken her up on the offer, at first out of nosiness, and then because of whatever reasons were known only to them. She was a devil for cleanliness though was Lady Mires. None were permitted to sit down until they'd scrubbed their hands with lye soap and water at the entrance to the satisfaction of Septa Nacella, who was, if the gods would pardon her, an absolute bitch. At the dawn meal, Septa Nacella or Lady Mires would lead a prayer and a hymn for everyone. Cedra quite liked some of them. Lady Mires had clearly been given a fine education in Old Town. Why, Cedra had never even heard of the old septyard. She'd usually speak to her council then about the work for the day, though Cedra hardly understood half the words she could snatch from her low and crowded seat among the other servants. In the evening, the minstrels' gallery stood empty as it seemed the Lady of Hag's Hill was something of a miser and loathed to spend money on entertainments. Instead Lady Ivana would coax a story or two from the household, or play her lute for everyone. Winter was a dull time and the merriment sorely needed. Some evenings, this time was when Lady Mires would see some of the petitioners at her high table with her council, who she hadn't been able to see during the day. She called it a working dinner. Cedra liked the gossip if she was close enough to hear that day, but she liked best when there were few petitioners and her lady actually had half a moment's peace. Sometimes she could be badgered by Lady Ivana into singing a song or two, but rarely if her mood was sour or her body overtired. Lord Ander had a pleasing voice too, Cedra recalled, and often sang old soldiers' songs with his men when in his cups. Her ears still blushed when she recalled some of the words. The lady even ate the same as the rest of the household, simple foods and recipes she'd shared with the cooks from her time in the cloister. She didn't eat fine floured bread but had everyone eat the brown bread her household would make, studded with some small seeds or nuts to flavor it. She'd even brought in some kind of dried sea plant to make a barley bread that Cedra had been too hungry not to like, its savory, salty tang very craveable. Sharp, hard cheeses or eggs would be served alongside salted fish or pickled vegetables. Where meats were served, their bones didn't go to waste and were used in soups with greens and roots. Pottage was common in small folk houses, but usually only seen in lordly halls to stretch stores at the end of winter. There were small treats too, every few days. Boiled almond milk was sweetened with sugar beet some days, on others they were given dishes of dried berries and apples to add to a watery oat porridge. Her maester had selected men to manage and guard the stores so that the small folk could come by once a week for their allotted amounts. Some were grateful, as the war had taken lives and livelihoods from their family and pickles or cheeses were a luxury that burned with Lower Murfield. Others less so, arguing that their hard work meant they should be given more than their neighbor. Lady Mires' men did not relent on the amounts however, except to certain categories, and it was a cause of much grumbling of the townsfolk. Pregnant women were allowed an extra ration of dark greens, fruits and fish, and milk that wasn't being used to make and store cheese was being given to the children. Her maester had seen to it that everyone in the village was counted and accounted for as well, so it was hard to pretend you had extra mouths, especially since nearly none could read that tricky little book he'd given his men. Cedra complained with the other women about the training that Sir Cone put them through. She made sure to roll her eyes with the right sort and mutter that she had duties enough without this to manage. It was all very proper and correct to say so. But that secret voice inside her head quite liked it. It was silly fun, running about the length of the town with girls she grew up with and didn't often get to see except on festivals and holy days. She enjoyed giggling at some of the older widows who eyed Sir Cone like he was a slice of pie. She was a terrible shot with the crossbow, but she could load it almost as fast as the washerwomen and cooks, so surely she was getting stronger. Something she felt deep inside at night, in that quiet voice she never let speak, was that it felt good. It felt good to know that if an iron-born bastard ever made his way up here again she'd be a little more ready. She'd know where the weapon store was and she knew she'd be on the scaffold with the red-painted rail. She knew she'd be ready to put a bolt through the eye of the next whoreson that thought he could kill his way through her friends to take what wasn't his. Her ladyship joined the drills too, though admittedly not as often. It was quite a sight to see a lady draw and fire a crossbow or run with them in heavy skirts, that pet raven of hers diving at her the whole way. Still, her duties were already many, even if she'd only been serving as heir instead of the Lady of Hag's Hill. She didn't sleep enough, and would be up working by candle and firelight long after Cedra had retired to the servants' quarters. She'd even had a little metal hook and kettle sent for so that she could make her tisanes late at night in her bedchamber without ringing for servants. Cedra couldn't quite shake the fear that this was because she made them incorrectly during the day somehow, as surely if her work was good she would be summoned more often. Despite her strangeness, Cedra was coming around to Lady Mires. Mostly life was as good as you could expect after the order of the world had been so ripped apart. Each night Cedra prayed for a short winter and good health. She was a good girl, as her ma said, and knew not to overreach for any more than that. From the ashes in the fireplace in Lady Mires' solar, the collected fragments do not form complete letters. Drafts of some kind? The hand does not match Lady Mires' sewn. Dearest Ursula. Heeded your warnings and have begun an absurd drive for winter supplies. Miss you more than words can say. Being watched carefully, but if I never see another dragon. Barley and hay. Wasted on that fool, though you seem to like him well. Dickon is as fine a son as a man could hope for, but I cannot help but wish. Try to have some fun, though I know it goes against your nature to do aught but fret. Come back to us. I swear you'll choose the man you wed. Did I not prove myself with Ivana? Each piece gathered up and hidden before the lady's maid came to stoke the fire. Hints of a sooty handprint left on the edge of the hearth and along the baseboard were unnoticed for the moment by both perpetrator and maid. Chapter 3, Maester Lewis, Ivana, and Theo. 131 AC. Maester Lewis. At first, he was quite pleased. The lady was devout and proper, clearly able to take on board his good counsel. She hadn't had time for the frippery and mumming that plagued his interactions with the highborn, and he'd allowed himself some tentative hope. To be fair, his liege lady had as good a mind as could be expected of her sex. A little more weak and tender to the plight of the small folk than was wise, but that sort of naivete was to be expected. Then she made her absurd proclamation about winter. Caution was wise, but rationing even the castle down to 2 meals a day? Madness. Lady Mires, I understand you see an urgent need to ration, and I have carried out those instructions here. However, I must caution you, these strict measures will see backlash from your more headstrong vassals. Lewis tried to wipe his sweaty palm discreetly against the side of his robes. Lady Mires nodded in acknowledgement, shifting uncomfortably in her dress. Her elder sister had cornered her shortly after her arrival and arranged for a few of her older dresses to be let out at the ankle. Lewis acknowledged that it wouldn't do for their liege lady to wander about in a novitiate's robe, but it had clearly been some time since Lady Mires had worn such clothing, and she was clearly struggling to adjust. Tugging awkwardly at her green kirtle, she scanned the figures in front of her. I understand, Maester Lewis, but we are a small house and none of our knights are yet landed. My father had hoped to organize honors after the dance for those who he thought would be good stewards of their lands. Perhaps if more than 2 had sallied out with my father's guards, he'd be alive to award them. She spoke the last part with no little bitterness. Lewis had not had the opportunity to meet Lord Ender. He had been summoned when his predecessor had died following the first Ironborn attack on the Hag's Hill. Based on his journals, he had been investigating a woman named Jenny Greens for Old Town, but Lewis didn't see how some backwater woods which was worth notice. By the time Lewis arrived, Lord Mires had died of his wounds with no living male heir, and his first job had been to read the man's will. Lady Mires was summoned by her sister shortly afterwards. He knew that despite the effort with which he'd clawed for opportunity, he had only been shipped here as no brother of any real standing wished to serve a clearly dying house. Stranger things had happened when a lord and heir perished, but usually there was a cousin or uncle waiting in the wings. He hadn't cared, he'd just wanted to leave Old Town. What he found most interesting were her notes. She took hundreds of them, it seemed, of what and for what purpose he had not yet divined. Worse still, she bound and squirreled them away somewhere in her solar he hadn't been able to find. The only thing Lady Mires did not intend to cut back on, it seemed, was paper and ink. He acknowledged that without any new knowledge to barter to Old Town, few would deign to answer his query, but still the consensus remained, winter would be a bitter 3 years. So where had she got this mad idea in her head? Be that as it may, my lady. We need that census completed. Perhaps we have few enough people that we can be more extravagant with our stores. Perhaps we are already doomed to starvation. Until I have better data, I cannot say if my measures are excessive. Better to start with a tight fist than to be left empty-handed. I plan to meet with some local leaders, and some of my men have been dispatched to bring me representatives from our main settlements. That should give us some idea of what we can expect to achieve. He inclined his head. Yes, of course, my lady. I have arranged with Sir Cone to send his nephew and his retinue to take the tally of the small folk and organize resettlement. He knows his sums and letters well. It should take just under a month for the count if he rides hard. She massaged her temples, sighing, so long, sometimes I wonder at how anyone thinks to command so much land. It is mostly that he'll need to work to gather the small folk and record them, my lady. Trappers can be in the woods for days at a time, and there is no telling if the braver fishermen have ventured out again. There is no way to send word in advance. My ravens are not trained to such short distances, and even if they were, few could read the message. At that, her eyes focused on the window behind him, where a raven sat. It wasn't one of his, they all nested in the small rookery his predecessor had built near the barracks. Instead it tapped harshly on the glass, demanding entrance. Yes, said Lady Mires suddenly, her eyes brightening, that does give me an idea. I think I could potentially solve that problem, Maester Lewis, so leave it to me. What I need from you instead is knowledge of the weather patterns of these lands. Lewis was somewhat taken aback. Why, yes? My lady. He stuttered. I was but a young girl when the last winter came, moreover I was in the Reach at the time, where the climate is more forgiving. There were farms dedicated to winter plantings as I recall. Not grain, obviously. Peas and dark leaves, root vegetables, and alliums where the soil was sandy so less likely to freeze solid. How likely is it that we could do something similar here? How does the riverlands generally fare in winter? Her quill was poised to scratch away again. Did she have a poor memory? Was it simply that her time as a scribe left her more comfortable with a quill in hand? Confounding. Well, I'm afraid that while we do not have the wild storms of the north, the ground freezes frequently and it does snow. Winter crops already established and hardened to the cold can last, but seeds do need enough warmth to begin growing. We are lucky to have woodland for the huge amounts of fuel we will need. The Reach must import that in longer winters now that so much land has been cleared for farming. However, the ability to start winter crops in their warmer weather is what sets the Reach apart as the premier farmland in Westeros. He let his gaze wander behind Lady Mires as she took notes. There were more notebooks on the shelf, most bound simply with needle and thread as she would have learned to do as a novice. Some, however, were bound in leather and far older than the rest. He'd tried going through them once late at night, but half were some indecipherable shorthand and the other half mere children's tales and poems with poor rhyme and meter. If we managed to sprout the seeds and grow them on slightly, could we plant these crops? Could your knowledge of astronomy help us predict when weather is less likely to be adverse to such a project? I once assisted in the illumination of a treatise on the subject for my teachers at the novitiate. I am no farmer, my lady. I would hazard that it is possible, but it is unwise to attempt it. There may be a number of factors to consider that are outside of my expertise, sneered Lewis. A pause in her infernal scratching and a glance at his face. Perhaps he had overstepped, but really, did this girl expect him to tell her planting schedules? Outside, that infernal bird began to caw incessantly. Clearly an inferior wild breed to the old town reared ravens. Their noises on feeding were loud, true, but far more refined. Lady Mires rose from her writing then and gave the raven such a stern look that Lewis was seized by a powerful embarrassment for them both. The racket ceased. Manure beds, she said simply, directing those pale grey eyes back to his face. Pardon, my lady. Surely you have seen manure piled in the fields. On an autumn day, beyond a great stench and the feeding of the soil, they give off great clouds of steam, do they not? Ah, a simple observation that had provided some hope, however it was not to be. He said, that is so, my lady, but the steam dissipates quickly. Manure surely does not provide enough warmth to ensure the crop survives out of season. If tall beds were created, perhaps a little under 5 feet with some roughly spun wool lining the interior, and filled with fresh manure and straw from our stables, we could lay enough topsoil to protect the roots, and this would last long enough to get winter harvested plants to a more significant size. In an ideal scenario we'd place some kind of glass garden roof on the structure, but for now having them stacked close together in a sheltered courtyard to conserve heat will have to do. It would be best if we could place them against a stone wall that gets the sun regularly. I'm thinking the side of the keep that backs onto the kitchens. Noon sun and cooking fires will warm the stones and the beds. I'd like to know if this effort can be scaled up to allow these young crops to be then planted out in areas without the hard frozen clay soil, or if this is a measure to merely supplement our diets with some small, though much needed, greens. It was a strange idea, though it would allow for what heat the manure did give off to remain trapped a little longer. As to how effective it was as more than a small supplement, trials would have to be run. He rubbed the scant stubble on his chin absent-mindedly. It would also rely on careful observation of the heavens so that the rain-bringing planets were monitored. Sudden hard freezing would ruin any crop before it was established. His mind began to wander to plans of how he might trial new materials to catch and keep the warmth of these beds at night before he marshaled his thoughts into line. This sort of foolish daydreaming was why he had struggled to rise in Old Town, despite his intellect. Lewis had learned his lesson, he would attend better to the old ways, he would provide only the kind of knowledge worth knowing to the brothers, and then... Lewis. Forgive me, my lady. It is only that I am not certain it will be a successful endeavor, and I would counsel you instead to heed the word of the maesters. So what is it that you do, exactly? Her normally soft voice was suddenly as strident as a bell. Most unbecoming for a lady, but it startled him all the same. Pardon. A thunderous expression crossed her face then, those dark brows drawing together. She put down her quill with a click that seemed to echo around the walls of her solar. You cannot advise me on how we might feed ourselves, which is the most pressing challenge facing our house. You feel a census is folly but suggest no other solution to ration what little we have effectively. You cannot offer suggestions to ensure new ideas are tested rigorously to ensure the best chance of success. You have no insights as to how we might keep an eye on the weather, a key focus of one of your links. As far as I can tell, you send and accept messages from ravens whose contents you do not share, confine yourself to your rooms and rifle through my personal documents when I am not present. Shall I go on? Is there some act of significance I have missed? Lewis could feel the tremble in his hands as embarrassment and indignation warred for dominance in his chest. What did she know? What could she know, this girl playing at lordship? A man's life was his work, and until he was back in the good graces of the Brotherhood he was not able to live. A woman's life was her children, and soon enough she would be married off and birthing heirs as she should be, not interrogating her advisors over matters she didn't have the wisdom to dismiss. Yet here he must bow and scrape until that was so. Damn it all, how had she seen his investigations? He'd placed everything back on the shelf where it was and left no trace. No servants had crossed his path either. He clenched his fists tight at his side and pursed his lips, lest something irretrievable burst forth. As a great admirer of the maesters, I must confess, Maester Lewis, that you puzzle me. I spent much of my girlhood learning to scribe and then the art of book care and reproduction for the faith. Some of the greatest wisdom I received on the preservation and value of knowledge was from maesters. No man so young rises so high in those ranks unless his mind is powerful indeed. Yet your greatest asset, and my greatest weapon against the trials that this house faces, lies as fallow as the fields outside. You have areas of expertise and training that must far exceed my own, yet you let this knowledge go to waste. You have 6 links for construction and smithing, which I have never seen together on a chain before. A rare mind, I thought. Yet you squander the blessing of the smith you have been given. The purpose of knowledge is that we might learn from our forebears, that man might stand on the shoulders of giants. Yet you do nothing. Lady Mires leaned back in her chair, arms folded, examining his face. She was clearly awaiting a response. Lewis had been full of similar thoughts when he'd become an acolyte. It was a place where any man with the right mind could rise high on his own merit, he had thought. Lewis was not overburdened with the foppish niceties of the other acolytes, but he had a mind as clean and sharp as a blade. He had hoped that the speed of his rise would serve as proof that he was meant for something greater. One year he had stood before the archmaesters 3 times to forge his 3 links of pale steel, signaling his mastery. Yet despite the fact that all maesters leave behind their old names and allegiances, at every turn his intellectual inferiors were chosen as apprentices, or others still were appointed to serve great houses, and he could not fathom why. It had seemed that from then on, his star was no longer on the rise. He had tried many times to forge his silver chains for healing, but each time the archmaesters found him lacking as they never had before. Yet Jonas had performed much the same demonstration as he had and was met with praise and congratulations, all the while his mentor had stood smiling at the back of the hall. Lewis had turned then to Archmaester Tyland, who had seen him forge his 3 chains for astronomy, only to be told that he would under no circumstances offer an apprenticeship to an up-jumped nobody and that Lewis had not the temperament to serve a great house. It had been Maester Garland who had saved him from that pit, taking him under his wing and tempering his excesses of the mind. It was to Maester Garland he owed his post, however backwater, and was desperate to offer new information in order to prove that he hadn't misplaced his faith. Yet even here he was found lacking, and though she had no right at all to judge him, he felt shamed. Lady Mires was still staring at him, though he found he had nothing to say. After a long while she sighed and placed a hand at the side of her neck to stretch it. Finally she said, I think you should take some time, Maester. Observe the changes that take place, write to your brothers if you feel you must, but take some time. Head to the top of the battlements with that far eye you so prize. Walk the town or go inspect the work Theo is doing. Perhaps something will catch your attention. It is my great hope that the knight of the mind in service to my house can keep his blade sharp. You have until the census is complete, and I'll need your skill with mathematics again. With that she picked up her quill, and he was dismissed. He felt at quite a loose end, still shaking with rage or sorrow and unable to quite name which feeling surged in his breast. Still, he had been busy with so many small matters that perhaps this would be an opportunity to refine that nagging thought he'd had about that new horse harness he'd been tinkering with back in Old Town. Just for his own personal studies, of course. From the top left drawer of Sir Cohn's desk in the barracks. A small notebook, barely a handspan in length, bound with thread. Written in a hand that hasn't had much use for lettering in recent years. The ink is splattered and overflowing in places, and the cheap quality of the paper is not helping legibility. Crossbow levies training. Running. Press UPS. Indelicate for women. Iron bar pulls. Running with rocks. Stations in event of attack. Target practice. Arms will be weak. Potential for keep only, crossbow team. Pavis bearer, arbalest, second spanner. Discuss with Lady M. What follows is a rather whimsical doodle of 3 figures on the scaffold trying to shield, load and fire a pair of crossbows. Returned neatly, wary of a disciplined man's attention to detail. Ursula Mires. The indignity of pregnancy had long been known to Ursula. Women of her acquaintance had little to say about the act of getting with child in polite company, but of their suffering when carrying and birthing they were liable to go on for hours. It wasn't until now that she'd understood why. Most of the conversation was merely hinting at the more hidden discomforts of carrying a babe, designed to invite only the knowledgeable and the experienced into the discussion and shun everyone else. There were still secrets to the act that could only be shared amongst those who had experienced it. Ursula had called such habits a shibboleth. Though Ursula had never heard the phrase or its language before, she would concede that the story it came from meant it was an apt term. For instance, such talk often signaled a cry for help or established one as an authority you could consult. She had found this when she complained of stomach cramps and the one of the undercooks had taken her aside to ask if she had been making water without pain, and that if her bowel movements did not come to make sure to take regular walks. A whole secret society of knowledge appeared once you were initiated, it seemed. Still there were things no one discussed, not even to each other, and one of those was the cut wife. Women were often midwives to one another in smaller villages, they had no choice. Sometimes, if the villagers were very lucky, some form of apprenticeship would be struck up between mother and daughter in between their other duties to the land. Beyond the death toll extracted by Prince Iman, who had set the trident aflame, long war and raids meant that many who had expertise in such matters were dead or fled to safer lands. Though Ivana now had the services of a maester, he freely said that he was no healer. Ursula had approached her to ask who would be seeing to her pregnancy and delivery and had been most distressed to hear Maester Lewis was not in possession of a healing link. Ivana was no empty-headed fool, it would be dangerous. Birth was a woman's battlefield and soldiers are made, not born. She would take all the help she could get to bring her beloved Theo's child into this world. But surely a cut wife was beyond the pale? The woman calling herself Jenny Greens was mostly grey. She had greying hair, shorn unevenly close to the head like a man's, and pale eyes. Her skin was sallow and unhealthy looking, as though she got too little sun, and her clothes were ragged at the edges but mended carefully to last as long as possible. They were too dull and had been used for too many years to even be called grey in color, but they were clean. Her thick hands were clean too, Ivana noticed, even under the nails. The woman stood straight-backed and did not fold her arms or fidget at Ursula's scrutiny. Instead she gazed right back, making an assessment of her own. Eventually, Ursula broke the silence and said, "You're very good at what you do." Jenny shrugged, "I suppose lady that depends on what you think it is I do. Everyone knew who you were when you walked through here, I watched them react to you from the window. Some even made signs to ward against evil. Then, begging your pardon ladyship, it seems I can't be very good at what I do for them to react this way." Not even a quiver of expression. There was steel in her, it seemed. Ivana adjusted her posture, easily explained away, allowing her expression to become distressed around the eyes and mouth. Not too much, this woman was a hard target. Better to let her think that she had ferreted out a secret than to ask her anything outright. She kept her hands folded in her lap and well away from her belly. Clever people liked showing you how much they knew, especially at your expense. It was a trick she had used often on Ursula when they were younger. She watched from the corner of her eye as the cut wife's gaze darted to her, before snapping back towards her sister. "Got you." "Maybe so," continued Ursula, "yet when I asked the staff where you lived and questioned some locals as to where I could find you, they all had something of a lapse in memory. I didn't say why I wanted to meet with you. In hindsight they must have assumed that a woman of faith would take issue with your work. Interesting that they would protect you in this way, even as I watched them shun you. Yet you found me lady, so it seems I can't be very well protected." "No." A stable boy offered the information hoping for a reward. "He'd heard I was looking for you. But until that point I had only questioned women as to your whereabouts. And the women were tight-lipped." Ursula rose from her place behind the desk, advancing on Jenny, her expression dangerous. The woman remained still as stone, though Ivana noticed her eyes were filled with anger now. "Good, that would make this easier." Ursula continued, her voice whip-sharp, "Why hide you? I asked myself. Especially if your name is so disrespected. So you're either a fraud who threatens my small folk, or you're a very, very good cut wife. Which is it? Or do you have no thoughts in your head other than mealy-mouthed responses to my observations?" There it was, that flash of outrage across her expression. The cloister had been good for more than reading it seemed. Time to see what catch her little sister had brought in. "I am no fraud, lady. Your sister is pregnant. I can tell that from 10 paces, Jenny said, her voice tight. "Half the town already knows that, all it takes is a laundress mentioning a lack of bloodied sheets and a liking for pickled fish." "Try again," Ursula snapped. Jenny fisted her hands in her dowdy skirts, wizened mouth tightening and her shoulders drawing up in indignation. "She has white marks on her nails and redness in her gums. She needs fish and dark greens each day, else the babe will drain her strength." Her eyes darted over Ivana's face, a piercing gaze that unpicked her like ruined needlework. "Hair's thinning." "Only a little, she don't seem worried about it, but many strands cling to her clothes rather than her scalp. Organ meat would be best, but 'tis risky with the babe so young. Yellow vegetables and a tea of flax seeds. The babe don't show well yet, late for a first pregnancy, but your sister tilts her hips even when sat, so she is carrying as expected. I'd need to see her walk and examine her to tell you more, lady." "Bah, any experienced mother could say the same. What of the birth? If she's struggling to get the babe out, what could you even do?" The answer came as quick as blinking. She retorted, "It'll need to be a clean room, boiled sheets and vinegar to scrub out the ill humors. It might be I'm able to pry the babe out with a wooden claw I've made for the use. Elsewise I'll need to cut her. I've got a drink to numb the senses some, but it's brutal work. Lies. Where would you even cut? If the girl is unlucky I'll need to cut the womb. Hard one to survive, but possible if she's strong and doesn't bleed over much. Won't cut them as kissed by fire, notorious bleeders of the womb when it's disturbed. If she's lucky, well, here Jenny sent a wicked little glance Ivana's way and she tried to control her rising nausea, then I cut from Ars to Cunny. Mayhap the babe is big-headed. Slow to heal, but better than a labor that rips the insides where I can't fix. By the time she's finished, the cut wife's breathing is harsh and Ursula's resulting smile does little to calm her. Ivana's eyes flick across Ursula's face. The smile rings false, more a rictus grin than an expression of humor or triumph. Her hands grip the desk behind her until her knuckles are bone-white, as though bracing against a heavy blow. Fear, she thinks absently. Ursula is afraid of something. Ursula licks her dry lips and fashions her face into something more pleasing, just as Ivana had taught her all those years ago. Better. She'd need practice though. She says, so. You are, in fact, very good at what you do. The wind goes out of the woman's sails a bit at that, her eyes widening as she realized what she's revealed in her anger. When her voice comes again, it is more reluctant. 'Tis true enough that when a woman needs the baby killed inside of her they come to me. When it is breech or unmoving for moons in the belly, they call me to cut it out. They send their girls to me or they sneak to my home in the dark of night and I help them. If I weren't able or willing, many girls would die or have their living children starve with yet another mouth to feed. I do more than this, necessary work to heal and tend the sick or sit up with the dying, but for this very service I am outcast. Indeed. So it has always been, for those who do rough work for women. Ursula's response surprised Jenny, but only for a moment. Swiftly her expression morphed into one of calculation. So lady. If my life is not forfeit, what can I do for you? Ursula gave a sharp-toothed grin. Ivana had seen a similar expression on Septa Nucella's face the other day. I need you to have a miraculous awakening to faith, Jenny. Jenny scowled fiercely, the crow's feet at her eyes tightening and her voice trembling with emotion. I've no trouble with a lie but I don't hold with the seven, ladyship, nor any gods. You can't watch a babe rip its mother to pieces and still hold to the glory of the maiden and mother. I've seen fathers bring in their own daughters to rid them of the babes they planted in em, so I'll not hear preaching of the father's justice neither. Ivana winced at her proclamation. One heard stories, but she had grown up well guarded and well loved. Even among the highborn there were men like this. Perhaps especially among the highborn, as those with power are often truer to their wickedness than the man who claims to be downtrodden. Fortunately, you don't have to. Frankly Jenny, you have the best rates of survival of any of the midwives I've seen thus far. Most who knew their trade well have moved to richer lands and households, and the ones who remain are pasture farmers most of the time. My sister needs care and I'd like someone with a chance of success to provide it. Which means your image will need some work. So. I'll not say why, but I've had word that soon enough there will be an influx of northern blood. I hear your mother was a North woman. Did she teach you of her gods? Some. And long ago. Won't pretend I hold with them either, but they ask less of you so the way I see it they at least know we're busy. Sometimes I leave flowers at the god's wood up by old stones, to remember my mother. I'd like you to tend to my sister Jenny, and I'd like you to have students to teach your craft to so that others might live. But, no devotee of the mother and the seven will go near a woman who behaves so like what a septon calls a witch. I'd rather living babes and mothers who don't die of birthing bed fever, so I'll have it spread that your strange ways are a result of worshipping the old gods then, if it please you. It won't fix much, but we are close enough to the Blackwoods and the neck that the old gods are preferable to the godless. Septa Nucella has said she will be seen speaking to you in public, I'd advise you to reply respectfully. It'll go some way to easing the opinion of others though not for some time. It'd be best if you were seen at least contemplating the seven, or showing deference to a particular avatar even if you do not worship. Are there any you could bear to take the time to be silent and respectful in front of? I'll not ask for prayers. It took everything in Ivana not to send a glance her sister's way. This was not the little girl who had listened with rapture to the septon and begged to be sent to a novitiate. Ivana held to the seven in the same absent-minded way of her father. They prayed in the September when made to feel guilty by a septa, observed holy days, invoked the gods in times of great struggle or when they stubbed their toe on a chair and that was the end of it. She'd always been straightforward in her feelings on the faith. Either the seven existed or did not, but she doubted they paid her much attention unless she were a legendary sinner or a saint. Dickon, and the thought sent a terrible ringing of sorrow through her, never held to them at all. Nevertheless, even she was a little wary of Ursula's plan. Still, she'd been asked to attend and sworn to silence. She'd say nothing until they were alone. Her sister was a poor liar and would need to find a style that worked better for her than vague gestures to hidden informants. I suppose I could stand afore the crone, lady. We old birds can stick together, she'll not begrudge me some time in the quiet. A queer look passed over Ursula's face then, and her gaze darted towards a shape in the window, but it was gone before Ivana could unpick it. Yes, I imagine she wouldn't. From the desk of Ursula Mires. Nothing. Not a blasted thing. Some unfinished embroidery project sits on the desk and a small hat is being knitted for the baby. Hidden behind the yarn is a folded charcoal drawing of her face done by an unknown hand. The inkwell is completely dry and the quills haven't even been cut. But she's everywhere, she must know something useful. Drawer left half open out of spite. Theo Rivers. A lot of young boys tried to volunteer for kill work in the winter. It made sense to find work that kept you warm, so Theo always tried to redirect them to the charcoalers on the other side of Southwold. The clumsy hands of youthful boys weren't so helpful at making the adjustments to glazes and mixtures for the potters who had fled here after the attack on Cragtreath. They were hard at work making urns for his project once he was ready to batch cook and seal it. Based on Ursula's advice, he was best to keep them away from the delicate work he was doing as well, to say nothing of the fumes that came from making firing limestone. He'd had to borrow one half of Everett's gloves from the forge, though after his injury he hardly needed both. Theo was not sure if that was the sort of argument he could make in order to be given Everett's boiled leather gauntlets that were sitting unused on his table, or if he'd start a fight again. He'd ask Vanna, she was better with people. His good sister's calculations had a strong basic principle, but when she'd brought him the numbers he had known they wouldn't work, the way he always knew that kind of thing. Theo, I know for a fact that this has merit. I'm asking you to try it and then we can adjust. It's not that it won't work, Ursula, he'd interrupted, I know what quicklime is. It's that you're missing things. Explain what? She had been wearing an unhappy face, Vanna, and her had the same one, so that was easy to remember. Ursula was always good about asking what he knew and not how he knew it, because he never could explain that other part. The words would tangle behind his teeth and become too big, which caused him to panic. He knew it was unmanly, but that was just what happened. He had jabbed a dust-encrusted finger at the figures. See here? Not enough to balance the lime, and sand alone won't hold it as more when it dries. It'll be better mortar, but as a brick or wall it will fall quick. You need something to bind the mix to give strength when it sets. Maybe small stones or sticks. Mud houses are common out here, they fold in dried sedge to give it body, otherwise it won't even bear the load of a roof. Don't know how small the stones will need to be though, he'd replied, shrugging. At his words, attention had gone out of Ursula. Yes, small stones. Those will work. So here he sat on his haunches, a thick wool scarf wrapped around his face to shield his lungs, contemplating which of these weights of river stone would be best to mix in. Should it be stored separately from the crushed lime? Ursula had said that once her quicklime and composite was mixed with water, that's that. She said strange things a lot when she was tired or upset. He was the same. He hoped she was well. Vanna had said that after the woods witch left she'd been sick across the solar floor. She'd fallen to her knees shaking with some nameless fear, weeping silently so that the maids wouldn't hear. Vanna had taken the blame for the mess. She was sweet like that. She'd said not to tell anyone, and he was good at keeping his wife's secrets. Most folks didn't even bother to ask him. He knew that Vanna was not meant to have ended up with a man like him. When he'd fallen in love he had been wise enough to the ways of the world to know that women like that were not for the likes of bastard stonemasons. But he hadn't been able to help being sweet to her. It seemed to him that everyone should be sweet to Vanna, all the time. It just made sense. She hadn't laughed at him when the words got stuck behind his teeth, and she said she liked how seriously he listened to her. Her father had listened to her stepmother seriously, she'd said, that's how she knew he respected her. He'd been told he was handsome before by women who weren't whores, which he had been told didn't count, and his work with stone and building meant he was well muscled. Still he had been certain that he was not comely enough to tempt her and that she was being kind when she said she liked him. That first kiss had been something of a shock. When she'd dragged him in front of the newly titled Lord Ender, he thought he'd be struck dead with the force of his glare. He'd been shocked to hear that Ivana would take herself and their children out of the line of succession, though of course at the time there was already an heir. Yet who would choose to be a bastard's wife unless they could raise him up to their name? Lord Ender had bellowed and raged as he had planned that she was to be married to someone higher for their house, at least a landed knight. But she'd held firm, she was not dishonored, they had come before him open and honest. She was simply in love. Her father had made a promise to the daughters of his house, but the heir didn't know what. He only knew that when Ivan reminded Lord Ender of it his face went tight and pale. Sometimes that face means fear, other times it means sorrow, Theo couldn't tell. Then she had pushed through that and promised that Theo would be a blessing on their house with his uncanny knowing. So when her father had bade him prove it, what else could he do? The loveliest girl he had ever seen, dark-haired and sweet-mouthed, had stood up to her father for love of him. He'd have fought a dragon if he'd had to. Fixing the keep on the budget he had was an impossible task, but if he could then he would be allowed to wed Ivana. He'd worked like 12 bastards, pulling up and shaping lime from the northern mountains and calculating where to put the limited quarry stone they had to best use. Theo had marshaled his team with an authority he didn't know he possessed to make this castle a safe harbor for his liege lord. He could see the lines and angles all in his head, feel the weight and measure of each stone in his fingertips. The whole while it was as though his heart was singing, Ivana, Ivana, Ivana. He did it. They were wed. Though Lord Ander and Dickon despised his very presence, he didn't care. It troubled Vanna, so it troubled him for love of her, but he had never much cared what others thought. Lord Ander wasn't one to waste a good worker anyway. There had been plans for raising walls and stone bridges before his death. Theo had been confident that at least he would be kind to his grandchild, and that was all he dared ask for. His good sister had been unexpectedly kind. In the early days when he had begun learning but wasn't yet lettered, Ursula had wrote to him. Big sections of her letters to Ivana had asked him questions and offered suggestions to projects he had been working on. He'd reply with his wife playing scribe, which had apparently made Ursula laugh, though he didn't know why. He may have offended her with some of his blunter questions about why she didn't want to be a lady and have some lord's babies. Ivana usually helped him think about how to say lies in a way that made people do what you wanted, but she wanted him and Ursula to get used to each other. Still, she hadn't stopped writing, and now she was his liege lady. She was unwomanly in many ways, and that made her confusing to talk to at times. Then again, his fits of freezing or rocking were unmanly too, so maybe they were the same? And she had brought him such interesting things to think about. The quicklime had been pulled out to cool already, and he was slowly grinding it into a powder with the large pestle he'd fashioned for the test. Unusually, that raven which tended to follow Ursula around was perched here instead. It squawked and croaked at him occasionally, as if trying to engage him in some kind of strange bird conversation. He was barely able to manage strange human conversation, so he decided just to nod respectfully when it spoke to him, which seemed to please it. It liked how still and patient he was sat, he thought. He'd stop working at the hungry hour, that hour before the bell would go for the dusk meal, and everyone would down tools and head in to share in the rations in the great hall. Folk around here liked that Lady Mires ate much the same as them, though they reasoned that she'd been a novice so was used to real food. He'd have to talk to Ursula about setting up the quicklime for storage safely. On its own it reacted powerfully with water and could burn a man with wet hands. It'd be dangerous to make on the coast, though he recalled that there was chalk and flint somewhere out there, and seashells could also be used to make small amounts. They'd have to be carefully stored in the damp conditions of crag treath, but if his good sister was right, this material would stand up much better to salty sea air than timber or mud. Carefully he mixed the ingredients, weighing them out each in his hands, which at this point he found for more accurate than any scale. 1 part lime, 3 parts sand, 2 parts crushed river stone. He'd been out there so long he hadn't noticed the bell. When Vanna had come out to check on him, she hadn't quite understood his excitement over what looked like bricks. He'd picked her up and swung her around, reveling in her shrieks of laughter. "Vanna," he cried, "I've got so many ideas." The triumphant croaking of the raven burst in a rapid beat from its throat, like laughter. From the desk of Maester Lewis. His hand is hard to decipher, but his schematic drawings are as crisp and clear as the winter air. He has been holed up in his room for days now, only appearing for meals. This afternoon he is away examining the bastard's discovery. A sketch of a strange collared harness for a horse, it seems a cumbersome adjustment. Purpose unclear. A crossbow mechanism, much smaller than the standard, appears capable of loading and firing rapidly. Excellent. A series of numbers that seem significant. Code? Formula? A chart of the planetary movements and notes about weather. Meaning unclear. A fantastical drawing of a stone bridge that spans a river, much like a market hall, but with impossible sweeping lines and curves that defy sense. Is the man a sculptor? 4 poorly drafted letters of apology to Lady Mires that all seem to end with him forgiving her for her slight against him, due to her understandable desire to see his powerful mind used to best effect for the glory of her house. Ghastly. Numbers and crossbow mechanism copied carefully, though they cannot bear to leave the letters on the desk and place them in a drawer that Lewis rarely opens. They are eager to share their findings. They are thrilled to have found such a gold mine. They are getting sloppy. Notes. Did you know that weather was predicted in the Middle Ages with a study of rain bringing planets in their orbit? Neither did I until doing research for this. Did it work? I'm not sure I care when one of our biggest problems is a harvest set aflame by a dragon. A busy chapter for Ursula. I'm sure none of this will come back to bite her. Chapter 4, Ursula Mires. 131 AC. Ursula Mires. Are you absolutely certain this is necessary? I whined. Why you pretend at naivete is beyond me. If you insist on being present during recruitment instead of sending a man bedecked in livery like a proper lady, began Ivana, with surprising eloquence given her mouth full of pins. I'll be taking Sir Cone and the guard. The man is such a career knight he makes anything look like livery, I retorted. If you seek, continued Ivana, undeterred and without even the slightest change to her quick hands as they draped and tucked a sleeve, to recruit quality men and workers, they must see the wealth and prestige of our house. Frugality is winning some favor with the locals given the rationing. It shows you are a pious woman who is not demanding they have less so you can have more. It does not, however, inspire a longing to join and serve a true lady of a true house. We're up jumped hedge knights, remember. I didn't realize we had risen so high that you forget what a difference in station, living and education we can present to the small folk. Lordly houses mean work, security, and opportunity. If you insist that we need more men, I believe you. But if you want to attract the right sort you need to stand out. In any other circumstances, Father's preparation meant that we would see ourselves and our small folk through the winter with ease, no mean feat in a land that was set ablaze not a year ago. Looking well presented and healthy is your power here. Not to mention that there will be other houses present as well, if only northern ones. Ivana, who I had just decided was a hateful busybody, was of course correct. She pinched and pulled the fabric across my hips, trying to get it to stop falling incorrectly. I loved my sister and my more modern sensibilities were thrilled at the love and joy she had found with Theo. The two moved in step with one another, always turning their bodies to where their beloved was like hopeless sunflowers. Theo had performed miracles to earn the right to Ivana's hand without a second thought and was so sweet to her it actually made others a little uncomfortable. He could be self-conscious of how he was different, but his struggle with social convention conversely meant he didn't really care how a man was supposed to treat his wife, he just did all the things that made her smile the most. Nevertheless, at times like this, I could understand my father's dissatisfaction with her marriage. By any Westerosi measure, she was wasted on him. Besides, she continued, for all your time as a novice, you can't say you don't have interesting opinions on how to present our house. Some of that had been purely practical. I had wanted a coat. We didn't have the heavy fur cloaks of the north as novices and my woolens weren't heavy enough to stay closed and close to the body. Winter was a good time to make fabric and clothing. Spinners and weavers gathering in a room saved on fuel and the conversation prevented boredom. There were some modest dye works set up in the town already and the hot baths of water had been set to soak with woad and madder. It was lucky that the three colors of our house sigil were able to hold well on wool and linen without modern mordants. It allowed us to look striking without expending what some other houses surely must have on costly imported fabrics. Where I had become a little over-ambitious was in discussing dyes with Ivana. I mentioned that my use of alum salts as a scribe had allowed the illuminations I created to hold better pigment. Some motifs were pre-carved from block prints to save the hands for more intricate or personalized artistic flourishes. Alum salts were well known and used already, so when trying to decide how my household should look, I recalled the printed fabrics of Russian and Indian style and wondered aloud if, after the mordant, printing a pattern on fabric would be pleasing. Printing fabric from woodcuts was not necessarily less labor-intensive. Many women became skilled seamstresses by necessity, the flair and form of Westerosi fashion could attest to that. Brocade embroidered or woven by skilled hands was quicker, more luxurious, and more intricate than woodcuts from carpenters who were used to making carts and furniture. But when trying to produce a great number of patterned fabrics the effort was significantly decreased. Printing blocks wouldn't be useful to my small folk until winter was behind us and people had money to spend again, but Ivana had been quite excited by the project. If we ever made enough money that silk screen printing could be undertaken it would be quite profitable, but the thought of spending gold dragons on silk purely for industry at the moment made me feel queasy. She had printed the lining of my coat herself, with a very simple pattern that she'd had someone carve for her. It wasn't enough of an idea to make money yet, but it was nice to have a proof of concept and it had been a long time since my older sister had the chance to make something for me. It was, despite my guilt at the expense of this trousseau Ivana was building, quite pretty. In simple woad blue against white linen to line the coat, she had printed a pattern of a little dandelion that grew well in the sandy soils where the marsh met the coastline. The red for the coat is more expensive, so people will interpret it as more striking. I think then cuff the sleeves and edge with blue. I'll stitch a honeycomb pattern in white to give it some interest but later I'll have to do something less provincial. Thicker blue and green stitching at the shoulders to look like waves, perhaps some beadwork for light, Ivana muttered to herself as she worked, deliberately heedless of my discomfort. She was good at ignoring what was inconvenient to her. I didn't like spending money at the moment. I felt as though each silver or copper piece spent now would never return until winter had lifted. The thought of spending more than 5 dragons on fabric alone sent me into palpitations. Septa had arranged for some ladies' maids for me to travel from Old Town, and it was a lady's responsibility to see to the livery of her personal servants. I took Ivana's point about image, but it just didn't feel like an investment that offered high returns. For that, I was hoping for success at the Widows' Fair that would be coming to Fairmarket soon. A host estimated to be 20,000 Northmen had marched at Lord Cregan Stark's call, and so too did he march for Rhaenyra and her blacks. No wonder he had spent his time as hand ruthlessly and efficiently ferreting out treachery where he could, no doubt also to assuage his wounded pride at not being able to join the battle. He would leave without much satisfaction except for a new bride in Alice Anne Blackwood, who would suggest that some Northmen be left behind to help rebuild the Riverlands. It seemed a sensible idea, but there was a darkness underpinning the whole affair. Northern men went to war in such numbers partly because they expected to die. Winter was here, extra mouths were a burden in the harsh climate. Better to die fighting for the glory of the North and your liege lord than from a slow hunger. Leaving men behind in the riverlands ensured that there weren't going to be too many mouths to feed. A terrible tragedy that the winter went on as long as it did, so many men would starve to death anyway because the stores were never meant to last so long. Nevertheless, the ripple effect of this migration would be felt for generations and even revive worship of the old gods in the riverlands for a time. More importantly, after the dance had ripped through the territory, many trades had died out with no one to replace them, and the hard winter would make it even worse. My small folk would be traveling to catch a husband to survive the winter with. I would be traveling to hunt for talent. I had some key understandings that I felt might help my cause. Firstly, I was aware that we were heading into a terrible winter, and seeing them through it with good planning and stern discipline would please the northern sensibility. Secondly, I had a surprising range of biomes in my huge tracts of land, and there would be work for the farmer, forester, and fisher. Thirdly, there was an untouched godswood in old stones, one of the few in the riverlands not belonging behind the walls of a great house or burned to cinders by the faith militant. I just needed the numbers now. The census from the rest of my lands had come back, and Maester Lewis had taken a break from his experiments to do the hard calculations for me. It was a nice change from him pestering Theo about the forms and mixture variances of concrete. While I was sure those two would put in good work, the arguing was unbearable. If simply because only Maester Lewis himself seemed to know they were arguing. It even came down to the name of the blasted thing. Lewis insisted it was Mire Rock, Theo enjoyed Hag's tone for the pun on flagstone, and both of them were getting on my last nerve. The first wagons of rations had gone out. For winter, unless someone could convince me that their industry was vital to us, I had made use of the census to congregate people into larger settlements. Southwold, Cragtreath, Murfield, and Wildstead were the largest villages, though many of their homes stood empty after the raids and the dance. I would be encouraging the same of our northern immigrants. It was a calculated risk. People living in close proximity were more likely to get sick when winter fever came, and I only had a year to implement new sanitation practices. They also presented a tempting target for ironborn raiders to know exactly where the concentration of food or wealth was. However, it meant that defenses and projects could immediately benefit as large a number of people as possible. 4 journey points meant that the heavily guarded wagons of food had clear destinations that wouldn't miss anyone out. It helped limit, though not eliminate, corruption and inefficiency in handing out stores. With any luck, a regular large wagon trail and many guards would continue to tamp down the hard-packed dirt that passed for roads out here. We were lucky to be free of the hideous weather in the stormlands and the terrible blizzards of the north. It meant that if the skies were clear, building works could progress somewhat. But roads made of concrete paving slabs would be very difficult to lay in winter without large crews of workers who would need fed, heated and guarded. So I needed workers. I had many plans to prepare and develop these 4 villages as a template for any other settlements. All of them would require manpower. Cragtreath was under most threat from the ironborn and would need fighting men, but it would also need fishermen, bivalve farmers, smokers, and salters. There was a tradition of summer divers there, usually women, a treasure so valuable to the local people that they'd hidden these deep hunters before securing any of the supplies. Their knowledge of Iron Man's Bay was invaluable, as that settlement contained access to many of the riches that would see us through the winter. The bounty of the sea did not slow for the icy weather, and in fact I had been informed that there were species of squid and crab that migrated from the very north of Westeros to winter in our natural harbor. The first wagon loads of dried kelp would be making its way across my lands, vital nutrients and flavor that would keep us going. Southwold was tied to Hag's Hill and so had best access to the river. We were far upstream, which meant winter fishing wouldn't be as good as where the rivers met, but there were freshwater whelks and mussels that historically tended only to be fed to the poorest of riverland folk. If we started cultivating them now while the grain stores were good, they'd be much needed protein. It was also the temporary center of my industry. I was pleased with its location for now, as it was efficient and allowed myself, Theo and Maester Lewis to collaborate with ease, but it would not suit to have foul gases poison the air and cause more sickness. We would hold until there was a pressing need to expand, then hopefully summer and plenty would see us through that process. Wildstead had thick forests from its place on the edge of the Whispering Wood. There was good game in the woodlands, but that would need to be managed by those who understood such things, or hungry small folk would hunt what was there to extinction. Hunters and trappers had been prized levies in theory during the dance, as they were already skilled scouts. In practice this meant that most of our hunters and trappers were dead or wounded. Game management, forage, winter coppicing, creating deadwood zones to farm winter mushrooms, all of these wouldn't just need workers, it would require expertise. I had some knowledge of how to farm mushrooms, but nothing like on the scale that was needed. Our charcoalers mostly came from this area too, though thankfully that industry was still going strong. Murfield was the hardest target under my thumb. It was less a village and more a large region of valuable farmland and pasture, which necessitated great distances between holdings. It was limping along, its lower farmland having been set ablaze and only just being cleared. I had given priority to harvesting in that area, and they still had some ways to go. But afterwards hotbeds would be vital to grow some variety in our diets. Especially if the trials worked and dark spinach, winter cabbage, and alliums could grow. Root vegetables like carrot and parsnip liked the frost once established and would have been the caloric jackpot, but they were too temperamental when removed from the beds to be replanted on any kind of scale. Mostly I had ordered the planting of clover and mustard, usually weeds, to feed the soil over the long winter and hopefully feed our livestock in the pastures surrounding the area. I was desperately afraid for the survival of the livestock. I could calculate human rations, but I had no idea of the rate needed for the winter grasses to grow back and had nightmares of barren fields covered in the corpses of emancipated cattle. And you know, I think a belt of some sort at the center would make it striking. Perhaps father had something I could make use of. Fitted to the upper body and a much more modest flare to the skirt. It'll look safe on fabric, but also look clean-lined. Quite unlike anything else, Ivana sounded pleased. It'll give it a kind of kaftan look, I murmured absent-mindedly, still lost in thought. What? Her confused response startled me out of my daze. I said, stalling for time. Damn. I was normally good at this, but I was so exhausted lately. What's a kaftan? I've never heard the word. Ivana's sweet voice was innocent and uninterested, so I knew I was in terrible danger. It's a word I read when I was scribing in Old Town, I lied, I think, describing a style of dress from somewhere, I forget. It sounded pretty. I didn't think they'd let a novice read scandalous texts from dark Assai, said Ivana archly, which meant that she was almost done fishing for now. It was a compilation of a maester's letters to some septon. I forget who. I fell asleep near half a dozen times, it was so dull. With the last stroke of her chalk on the fabric, Ivana began to release me from my prison of pins. Better, she said, but next time don't clench your hands while you wait for my question and stop emphasizing that you forgot. It is normal for a bored scribe to pick up only a word or two. It is not normal to say you forgot where you learned something very specific, twice in 2 sentences. Yes, wasted on Theo. But then again, that was exactly how she liked it. It was easier to meet with them in the Great Hall, though it felt cavernous and imposing. The solar was for family, important guests, and urgent messages. Or, I thought with a wry smile, would witch Isidra snuck up from the kitchens to see me. In many ways, however, the Great Hall was as neutral a territory you could have when speaking to your liege lady. It was where petitions happened, and I'd instituted some freedoms for small folk to approach and join during the dusk meal. I may have startled them by sitting at one of the low tables, instead of speaking to them up on the dais, but I'd had one of the guards bring my high-backed chair down so as not to give anyone palpitations over my being too familiar. It was surprising to me how much the small folk liked to see their liege lady hold authority instead of always mucking in with them. I suppose it was like Ivana said, the authority I held promised a form of security, and it made them wary when I seemed to willingly strip myself of it. Septa Nicella and the handmaids she had summoned from the old cloister were seated to my right, and Maester Lewis and Sir Cone were seated to my left. Milla was as close to a village elder as I was likely to get. She was an old woman, but she wore her years well, thick-waisted and with a face as wrinkled as an old apple. She was a woman who spent her time in front of me desperately trying to hold back the urge to chuck me under the chin, or force me to eat a biscuit from her apron pocket. Not everyone had been willing to talk about the loss of menfolk, or even entertain the idea of marriage again, but winter was a hard season. So when word of the widow's fair was delivered to the populace, Milla had been the one who gathered names and was taking care of schedules so that duties would be looked after while they were away. Her father had been a merchant, and she was numbered and lettered enough to take simple records. She'd spent her time coaxing and coddling many a younger woman who was exhausted, with no hands to help manage the animals or fell the trees, and usually having to manage children at the same time. Women with numbers of interest or concerns about the project from other areas of my holdings had traveled back with the guarded ration wagons to speak with her. Milla had a way of talking to people that set them at ease, though she was missing most of her teeth and deaf in one ear. "Begging your pardon, lady, but there's some worries about their faith," she said, and I tried not to stare as the whistling air through her teeth somehow managed to harmonize with itself. I'd need to institute some form of oral hygiene standards. I had no idea how at the moment, but by God we needed to keep some teeth in these people's heads. How so, Milla? I'd not begrudge them the chance to worship their gods. I know I would be heartsore and most distressed if someone kept the 7 from me. Likewise, I'd not hear of any man forcing a conversion from his wife. That would be a matter that would displease me most greatly, I replied, keenly aware of Septa Nicella's eyes on me. Milla fidgeted with her sheet of parchment. "It's the children, ladyship. How would the faith of the children be decided? How do those who follow the old gods even view their mothers, wives, and children? Are their ways harsh?" I'd not actually thought that far ahead. I was so focused on greedily snapping up manpower that I'd forgotten, these women were scared. This wasn't simply a warm body in the bed and an extra pair of arms in the fields. A woman's husband had power over her that even I might be hard-pressed to unravel. He could be cruel and miserable or unkind to her children. The man was even legally allowed to beat her up to 6 times with a rod. Though not a 7th of course, that belonged to the stranger. Fucking good Queen Ali's Anne had brought that particular bit of barbarity into Jaehaerys legislation, likely thinking it a marked improvement. The woman had commanded a dragon, someone like that would not even have been afraid of the first blow. Marriage was a deeply economic prospect, no doubt, but they were going to have to build a life with these men. If I may, my lady, I have a suggestion, piped one of the handmaidens. She had lovely auburn hair, likely a Riverlands native, and a face full of sweet freckles. Gwyndolin, I recalled. I'd allowed Septa Nicella to select the handmaids from novitiates she trusted. The woman had been spying on me for so long anyway, it was almost like being looked after. We were not so high a house that I could have noble women as my ladies-in-waiting, and few of my knights were married to women of a close enough age to my own. However, I had stipulated that I wanted intelligent women. They were to serve as secretaries and assistants and needed to offer opinions and insight. I gestured for her to proceed. It is known that Lady Mires wishes to build a school run by the faith. Once the work can begin on Southwold's Holy September, she began. It was true, though inclement weather had put a hold on Theo and Maester Lewis's bickering over the construction. They were both excited to use the concrete to create dramatic shapes and structures, though they of course thoroughly disagreed on how to ensure it kept its shape long enough to dry and hold a sturdy frame. So for now the lessons would take place in the Great Hall after the dawn meal, under the watchful eye of Septa Nicella and Septa Morag to start with. Letters, numbers, faith, and hygiene. Some of the guardsmen had offered to put them through some basic drills every other day as well. Donal in particular seemed eager to spend time with the children. His wife had died in the fires that had licked up the side of Murfield. She had been 3 months pregnant. It will of course be true to the 7 who are 1, Gwyndolin had clearly been a novice, you could hear the capitalization, but perhaps we could allow that a volunteer may come once in a while to teach of the old gods, or even northern culture. I imagine they will miss it, being so far from home, and should wish their sons and daughters to know something of it. That way, we could show that we desire the children will know enough to choose the right path for themselves when they are older. Her voice had grown more and more uncertain the longer she spoke, her gaze slowly falling to the table and her speech trailing off at the end. Glancing out of the corner of her eye at myself and Septa Nicella, Gwyndolin waited to discover if she had just been damned to the 7 hells for religious tolerance. It was a practical solution in that it put the worries of families faced with making such a decision off for at least the next 5 years, and it was still greatly skewed towards the 7, who served as a good portion of my legitimacy in these lands. I did not want to be the site of a religious uprising or a schism, so a policy of tolerance and acceptance without stressing alteration or conversion needed to be embedded. Still, it would be politically unwise of me to speak until whatever Septa Nicella was chewing on was uttered. There may be some small merit in this, Lady Mires, she said, much to my surprise and the surprise of everyone at the table. Though it is distasteful, I must acknowledge that men who have left their homes will be wroth if they cannot pass what they know on to their children. I'd go further and advise that they attend holy festivals of the 7 with their families, just as we would attend whatever rituals they have to honor the old gods. I find the whole thing utterly unsupportable of course, but I'll take the old gods over the ghastly drowned one across Iron Man's Bay. She'd not been very subtle in handing me a weapon, but it was one I put in my back pocket for another day. Nothing ensures religious tolerance like another, more hateful religion. That would be for dire circumstances though. Trying to correctly direct the ire of a fanatical mob would be as difficult as hitting a bee with a blow dart, and probably just as pointless. It's a good idea, I allowed. It will help smooth over any mistrust from strange and foreign ways and also allow for better tolerance. Festivities are also good for the spirits of the small folk. However, I am surprised that you would even leave the option for our own people to convert, in the other direction. Septa Nicella bared her teeth. The old gods are silent gods, my lady. The 7 have many hands in their followers. We will simply have to make their will manifest, and by the strength of our works the truth shall be revealed. Truly in all of Westeros, only Septa Nicella would see an encroaching foreign religion as merely a challenge to be overcome by how unimpeachably correct she was. I take it that will satisfy, Milla? I asked, desperate for this to be over before Nicella decided to adopt all orphans or some such, in order to have a great show of piety. She was 5 minutes away from weeping blood most days, and I didn't have the bureaucracy in place yet for a miracle. Yes, lady, I will tell them. She bobbed a terrible curtsy, and for one moment I thought she'd need helping up, before she gave me a delighted, gap-toothed smile and handed her parchment over to Maester Lewis. His watery blue eyes glanced at the paper, his brows raised. Quickly he flicked through his notes on the census, calculating at a rapid pace. The dance had devastated our population through war, deaths, sickness, and fire. We'd had to turn so many hands to hauling in the last of the harvest that entire cottage industries stood idle. On the one hideously pragmatic hand, it bought us more time to drag out our stores before hunger and riots were upon us. On the other, we needed manpower if we really wanted to develop as anything more than another backwater middling Riverlands holding. We would need to strike this balance carefully. Finally he spoke, it seems we have about 5% of the population who are willing to try their luck at fair market. That sounds reasonable enough. How many is that in practice? About 150 women, my lady. Oh, that wasn't so bad. We could feed that many. In Southwold alone, he finished. For fuck's sake. It had come as a great relief to me when I arrived here to learn that people did in fact regularly bathe. They were actually quite fastidious about bathing, considering that it required privacy, hauling water a great way, and fuel to heat the water. All things that were in terribly short supply in Westerosi households. The ceilings of houses even in winter were hung with nice-smelling winter sweet and pine branches, and poor indeed was the man who could not even afford rough lye soap to clean his body. You didn't need germ theory to know when you stank. The image of the great unwashed, when it wasn't snobbery over manual labor, was really the image of poverty and war. When you're starving to death from a ruined harvest or running from raiders, soap moves to a significantly higher rung on your hierarchy of needs. The soap makers' guilds of King's Landing and Dorne were cutthroat and charged through the nose for the good stuff. Most people couldn't make soap in large enough batches when times were tight unless they had a herd of animals and woodland rights to boot. So these guilds would make a killing at all times of year. Soapwort was a nice substitute in summer, but that vegetation had mostly been killed off by the frosts and wouldn't be seen until spring. Knowing the secret to quickly make quality soap and manufacturing it from a range of tallows within my lands would be helpful to encourage its use and stop over-reliance on any particular herd. I'd been careful to make my formula distinct enough to avoid accusations of theft from guilds that had more money than my entire house did. What had surprised me the most were the public baths. Water would be heated in great vats and scented with thyme or sage. Attendants would haul water from the river to the vats or from the vats into great wooden tubs. Soaps and deodorants ranged in quality depending on price. I was always a fan of salvia and sage. Barley mash would be used as a face mask to soothe wind-chapped skin in the winter, a popular beauty trick from the storm lands. It was less the skincare that shocked and more the fact that it was considered good money for people to pile into these tubs 4 at a time. Once a week or so it was common for people to go to the baths, sometimes whole families, so when the population of an area was large and wealthy enough to support one they did a roaring trade. Southwold was one of the only parts of my holdings that could support such a trade. It was large enough for 5 of these bathhouses, though they varied hugely in size and quality. Like all gathering places, they would become hotbeds for spreading disease if I didn't get sanitation and quarantine procedures up to snuff before winter fever arrived. Generally they were all built close to the river for ease of hauling or disposing of water. I'd have to figure out something to do with the grey water that wasn't simply dumping it into our fresh water source. If I could get these places to institute and tout my new safety measures, I would have an avenue to educate those who were not particularly susceptible to the tender mercies of the septas. They were preaching my message from Southwold to Wildstead, but plenty of people ignored septas when it suited them. I needed to get them a little closer to home. Most bathhouses wasted huge amounts of fuel, so were often subject to higher taxes in the winter, alongside their existing issues accessing soaps. These charges of course got passed straight on to the customer, lowering their use rates. Winter was unpleasant enough already without being overcharged for the privilege of being clean and then booted out into the frost while still damp. I could leverage this issue to convince them to make changes. I was the Lady of Hag's Hill and could simply order it done, but it would be much better to help these proprietors see sense themselves. If for no other reason, then I would have to spend less time and manpower catching them cutting corners or flouting the rules. I had visions of Japanese bathhouses from my first life, where people had to be fastidiously clean to enter and where the thermal efficiency of heated masonry helped keep the rooms and baths hot. I could not justify the expense of a full refurbishment yet, nor the fuel for huge tubs to be installed in upper floors and heated for showers. Nevertheless, I'd thought, perhaps something like a watering can on a pivot or hook. Young Wyatt was coming along in his apprenticeship but was still a novice. This was a job he could do well without taking my more expert blacksmiths away from my other projects, providing incomes for his family besides. A watering can style of object would allow it to be filled with hot water like a bucket and tilted when it was time to rinse. The people were going to stew. I couldn't stop that in the depths of winter. I could at least make sure they were clean when they did so. The need to be clean before entering would also make it easier to ban those that had symptoms of sickness from the baths until they were declared well. Most important would be the attendants and proprietors taking roles as authorities on hygiene, cleanliness, and even beauty. Bath attendants were common, to change water, bring soap, or even to assist the very old or young in and out of the tubs. Encouraging masking could start here, providing quick-stitched ones to be laundered for the attendants and the masses and more luxurious padded ones to be stuffed with herbs to keep away miasma in a communal space. Scratchy wool was never going to be anyone's first choice to wrap around the face, but at least it would keep you warm in winter. Advising the regular cleaning of nails and hands with soap even when dirt couldn't be seen, covering a cough or a sneeze into an elbow to avoid ill humors in the air, even oral hygiene could begin to be campaigned. I'd need to find a way to collect night soil and put it to good use still, but the bathhouses would serve as excellent models for how to organize and implement that. Composting human waste was taking place on my orders, but winter was a time of many hands, come the needs of the farms in summer I'd have to find something more efficient with the population I did possess. Talon, Eska, and Davith were arrayed in front of me, having been ushered in after Mila. Davith ran the most expensive of the mixed bath houses, with separate chambers for those who could afford their own room. However, this luxury meant he was seriously hurting for coin after the war. Talon and Eska ran a male and female bathhouse respectively, though their enterprises were nowhere near as sophisticated as Davith's. They were intrigued by my proposals on how they could change their business for the benefit of all, though changes meant costs at a time when coin was very tight indeed. In order to make this work I would need to sweeten the pot. Of course, I would not expect that the hard-working people who enact my will go uncompensated, I began, watching their eyes brighten. To be frank, what I suggest will be a lot of extra work for you in the short term without much immediate benefit. And that's even with my providing these shower buckets for your use. Winter is here, coin is hard to come by. I understand. Having said that, I have an idea about how we could make it very beneficial for all of us to work together. I gestured to Septa Morag to continue. Septa Morag was as stern of face and stout of backhand as you expected a woman of the faith to be, but she was incredibly good with children. The children, whose families had taken up the offer of sending them each day for schooling, enjoyed both her tendency to brutally enforce a controlled environment out of chaos, as well as her innate understanding that they were small people with big thoughts and feelings. Septa Nicella did well with the children too, but more because she believed that a bit of thrilling pointless terror was an essential ingredient in the magic of childhood. When 7 extra septas had turned up at the Great Hall one snowy morning I had worried slightly that I was about to be subjected to a very long series of ghostly hallucinations about exactly where I was and might go wrong in life. But those women had brought novices sworn to them and set about my plans with a fierceness that made me wonder exactly where Septa Nicella had been in the hierarchy of the faith before she'd come to chaperone me. We were low on septons, who naturally held higher esteem in the minds of the small folk, but Septa Morag assured me they would flock when there was success and a good harvest. I didn't have the heart to tell her just how much I lay awake at night doubting that would ever come. My novice, Kana, is from a merchant family in Dorne that was sadly dissolved after an incident with the wrong man's paramour. Suffice to say, she is privy to certain methods which she has been called upon by the 7 to share in service of Lady Mires' people. Between novice Kana, Lady Mires and Maester Lewis a much more precise way to extract lye and render tallow. Thusly a better quality of soap has been developed, as well as a few more luxurious recipes that will sell for a pretty penny come summer. I could see the greed on their faces. Most households knew how to make soap but it could be costly in materials to do in any great quantity. It was also a finicky process and took precious time away from the work that made your living. Bathhouses in backwaters like Southwold, though it had been as populous as most river-run towns were, rarely saw quality soaps that didn't cost the day's profits to buy. The proposal is this: investment. Lady Mires is prepared to subsidize all lye soaps to your bathhouses and greatly discount the cost of the luxury items. In holy sermons from us septas, we will remind the people that to be clean and pure is a virtue. We will remind our faithful that cleansing of the body is as like to cleansing of the mind and soul. Between the fulfillment of what is, of course, our holy duty as well as Lady Mires' investment, your profits and services this winter will improve hugely. In order to help offset this cost to your liege, Lady Mires will take 1 in 10 of your profits for the rest of winter. A portion of this money will be set aside to fund the renovation and reconstruction of your facilities come summer. Only once those renovations are complete will subsidies and profit share cease and you'll buy directly from Southwold soap makers. Septa Morag finished the pronouncement with a nod at me and I tried to conceal my wince at how much this was going to cost me until their profits reflected my investment. Public health spending shows its financial benefits over the long term and more esoterically, but knowing this didn't make my purse feel any heavier. Lady, why would, began Tolland, wringing his hands. Of course, I interrupt, I will expect that you make every effort to follow my guidelines. I wish to hear people sharing your solicitous advice to avoid ill humors. I want my guards to mock the men of their number who do not regularly wash their hands and face and so will never attract a pretty girl. I expect to see those masks on the faces of those who work in close quarters indoors with others, to guard against miasma. Your standards of hygiene will be high, no more stews in tepid water for 2 or 3 rounds of customers, baths wiped down with vinegar between use, and all surfaces will be scrubbed clean with soap after each day. Show me that you can be trusted with the important work I give you and I will see your efforts rewarded. They eagerly agreed. I doubted patronage of bathhouses was common but patronage of other institutions was always good for business. That was 3 of the 5 down. The awkward part was that the last of these bathhouses were basically brothels. Oh, plenty of people would go to the mixed baths to bathe because they were quite cheap and honestly after a long shift in the fields people's sweaty bodies aren't all that appealing. But at the end of the day, these cheaper baths were busy working as fronts and advertisements for other services. I could not be seen speaking to the women there, but I also desperately needed to speak to the women there. If I could get the bathhouses and the sex workers to hold to new standards of hygiene it'd be a coup. I'd given up and let the damn thing in. I wasn't stupid, this was clearly no normal raven. Knowing that, did I want to continue being rude and ignoring it? Brynden Rivers wasn't yet a twinkle in Aegon's very unworthy eye, so this was much less likely to be Bloodraven haunting my every step. Not that I was certain of what mystic talents men possessed in this life. What I was certain of was the fact that I was definitely beneath the notice of any man in Westeros who wasn't a fortune hunter. Did that term exist yet? Overwork was getting to me and I couldn't let the courtesies learned in this life slip too much. Ivana's coaching was almost as tiring as the constant planning. Theo had thrown himself into construction work with gusto, sharing the exact mixtures quantities with only a few men in his crew. I was so proud of his incredible mind that had fizzed with possibility when I'd only handed him a small piece of the puzzle. He was eager to try his hand at raising curtain walls. However, this meant that he had taken a liking to the little bastard who had been present at its first test. He had busied himself the next day while waiting with his crew to cook more quicklime in earnest. Lime took a while to heat sufficiently, so he'd set about constructing an intricate perch for the bird, with a removable tray for its food and water. The main branch was a lovely elm wood to match my father's table, and he'd smoothed, sanded, and waxed the damn thing. Everett, the only local blacksmith who didn't mind Theo's strange ways, had crafted an iron bar and stand for the base. Likely he'd needed Wyatt, though the boy was only 13, as Everett had come back from the dance short of his left forearm. The servants found it amusing for now, they opened doors for him when he sat outside them and trilled politely enough. He ate very delicately from my hand when I offered him what little seeds or fruits that were part of my rations. He'd never drawn blood again which, while a relief to be free of that now, had clearly been a deliberate choice on his part. He had refused to be called Edgar, Alan, or Lenore, so I was fresh out of ideas. If the whole situation had ended there I might not have minded, but certain things were getting awkward. He had a tendency to leave gifts. Sometimes trinkets or flowers. On one memorable occasion I got the shiny blue-green carapaces of a number of beetles that had actually been quite pretty. But other times he brought me gifts that were difficult to explain. Like this thing that he had left on my desk. I honestly didn't know what I was supposed to do with the carcass of a dead raven. Maester Lewis would be devastated. I was devastated, there was no way I could dispose of this discreetly. The damn bird was clearly of the opinion that I was not appreciative enough of this gift and gave increasingly infuriated cause, fluffing his feathers and strutting along his perch. With a sigh I picked up the tongs from beside the fire and approached the body for what was to be a very dramatic walk through the house this cold night, when I saw something tied to its leg. A note, clearly meant for someone else, in a hand I did not recognize. Rationing when there is plenty. Abusing her connections to the faith. Training women levies. Preparing for a widow's fair to recruit greater numbers than yourself. Maester has created stone from sand. Consorts with a witch. Will slow activities until I am beyond suspicion. More to follow. Well. Good birdie. Chapter 5, Theo, Maester Lewis, William Burleigh. 133 AC. Theo Rivers. Young IRA looked exactly like old IRA, even though he wasn't supposed to call her that because it was rude. It had made old IRA laugh until her lungs rattled though, so it couldn't have been that bad. Young IRA had been named for her grandmother as they shared a name day. As sometimes happens, young IRA wore the same curly brown hair, hoarse laugh, and upturned nose as old IRA so uncannily that it was as though she were a mirror instead of a granddaughter. He stood over her as she placed bricks in the furnace, eyes flicking back up to her face every so often to ensure her mask was still tightly wrapped around her nose and mouth. She had wandered over to the smithy in the castle after the week's training with Sir Cone and been curious. He'd avoided letting her know anything at first, but Ursula's raven had liked her so much that he sought permission from her to take young IRA as apprentice. Her father had been a member of the team Theo had gathered to raise Hag's Hill into something other than a ruin. He'd died with no sons to follow his trade. She'd probably never work so well as a laborer given her size, but young Ira's questions had been keen and she followed instructions very precisely. She'd not be a fit stonemason to haul and set great foundations, but Theo had been fond of her father and there were other ways to build. Vanna had got all dewy-eyed when he'd told her. She did that a lot now that she was with child. The men who had been fathers already advised that he should avoid her when she got like this, but Theo found she was very agreeable so long as he let her do as she wished and got her whatever she wanted. He tended to treat Vanna that way most of the time, so he hardly saw any reason to change a working model. Sometimes she wanted something he couldn't give her or that she couldn't explain. Those times were upsetting. Theo liked making her happy. Lately she'd been busy hunting something through the castle. She had so many appointments that he was worried she'd overtire herself, flitting from spinning room to guardhouse to servants' quarters. Sometimes she even left the room at night. He'd been getting around it by building up the fire in their rooms in the afternoon until it made her drowsy and telling her he'd only let her rest her eyes for a moment. She'd told him not to worry about her and to worry about Ursula's project, which didn't really work. But then, he'd always had at least one part of his mind fixed firmly on Vanna. Ursula had been scratching her head over a personal project. She'd been trying to create an enclosed fireplace for the small folk, one which would heat masonry in the center of the home and use much less fuel once it was brought up to temperature. If it succeeded, she had plans to include it in the new homes she was ordering built and rebuilt in Southwold. Septa approved as well. She said that public works focused the mind and body, preventing mischief. Theo wasn't sure what mischief meant here. It was probably sex. People got strange and euphemistic around sex. Mostly Theo thought that some work during winter was more interesting than sitting in the dark and trying to keep the fire going until dusk bell rang. He knew the digging would be brutal work though, and the maester was still working on something affordable for that many foundations that wasn't liable to crumble when the ground thawed. Maester Lewis was working on about 5 projects at the same time however, so Theo was happy to wait. His team were hard at work testing ways to reinforce the hag's tone to accommodate impressive height, curves and shapes for the planned September. He could take some time to teach young IRA and work on an interesting puzzle. Ursula ordered no one out of their current residence, but those who were willing to join up to live in the taller 2- or 3-story buildings she proposed would be sheltered in the Great Hall until their domicile was built. Not having to provide their own firewood for a time was a tempting enough offer for many. It made sense in some ways. The planning of the town was non-existent and Hag's tone allowed for faster building and wider streets. Her plan for these taller homes was that the lower floor was to be left open as a communal area or perhaps a business if people got permission and paid the extra rent. It was an ambitious project and at the moment not many people were interested except a few families. She had proposed that this extra height would allow the small folk space to operate a common garden or small steading attached to the buildings, where folk might choose to keep a small garden or set up some cottage industry. Ursula understood that it wouldn't be until 1 or 2 of these examples were constructed that small folk might see the benefit. A key feature, however, would be these more efficient home ovens. The design idea had been exciting. Ursula's most basic sketches had shown a large box with a chimney and an iron door that could be latched for the fire and fuel, as well as one for the ashes. Within the box had been a series of vertical half-walls that were to trap and absorb the heat of the flames, allowing the whole structure to heat up for the day with relatively little fuel once fully warm. Some of her more outlandish sketches had included swooping and curving lines of cob or plaster on the outside, fashioned into benches and chairs. One even had a staircase built into the side of it to head up to a second floor or a platform for a bed. Theo was not certain he'd be comfortable sleeping on such a thing, but he imagined that those further out in Windy or Murfield might appreciate it. Nevertheless, her first test had been a disaster and had gone horribly, explosively wrong. He hadn't known it would, which was exciting in and of itself. He'd never met a stone he didn't understand like a brother. Some examination and testing found that when he threw these new bricks into the fire and cooked them, some came out good and hard and others broke apart in the heat. You saw that sometimes with a brittle stone, water would get trapped inside it and wear tiny fissures throughout. Not a problem when stone was compressed together, but an issue when you wanted to build a kiln or a hearth. He'd been tasked with working on this bugbear while Ursula was at the widow's fair. Theo wasn't sure that bugs or bears had to do with it, but he hoped that adding this flint clay would strengthen the mixture to fire. The flint clay deposit in the hills near the limestone quarries was a strange sort. It was a whitish clay prized by kiln builders and potters for its reaction to firing. If it worked, it would be much more efficient than making whole bricks from the clay, leaving more to be sold or used for the potters and tilers. I hope it works, chirped young Ira. Nana would love a heated bench in her own home, the cold twists her fingers some days. However did Lady Mires think up such a thing? Theo wasn't sure how to answer. He himself had felt the double-edged sword of an uncanny knowing. It had brought him relative prosperity and the love of his life, but equally it brought jealousy and mockery. He enjoyed his conversations with Maester Lewis. The man was a little over-exuberant in his discussions, but he thought in solid lines, tracing between points and picking up what Theo dropped as he leapt from knowing to knowing. Theo wondered if it was all the schooling that helped you think proper like that. Don't rightly know, Ira. She's got a sharp mind, and she sees how things could be, I suppose, he answered. Nana says she's crone-touched. Stands to reason. She's got a knowing that guides the way and a raven to do her bidding. I heard Nana say it to Toffee's wife. What did Toffee's wife say? That Nana was an old trout and that she was touched in the head. And other stuff a woman ain't supposed to say. Young Ira glanced up at him, gauging his expression. I put river snails in her shoes for it. Theo vaguely thought that maybe he shouldn't encourage that sort of behavior in his apprentice. He considered the character of Toffee's wife for a moment. Then he let his first thought sail by and didn't do much about it. Instead he said, tell me how you'd clad this thing then, if we can build it. What would work? As they talked, he let himself enjoy the sounds of the others working in the smithy. Everett was determined that Wyatt take after him, especially now that he'd lost his arm, and was having the boy work so much at the forge that Theo worried slightly. The other blacksmiths, their apprentices and assistants were hard at work restoring the armory and making, but Everett had been ordered to work on Ursula's projects especially. Theo knew that he'd recommended Everett for his work in mind, but had idly asked one morning if it was also because his injury meant that he couldn't produce the usual wares of a blacksmith with speed anymore. Everett had thrown a scrap horseshoe at him and said that it may be so, but he knew more than all the rest put together. He'd snapped that Theo shouldn't be such a cunt, and if he said anything that again he'd beat him with a stick. Theo had thanked him for being straightforward. Then the man had roared with laughter. Theo didn't always understand Everett, but he liked him. In any event, what Theo had been prevented from saying was that if Wyatt shaped up to be the size of his old man, their household would be on the rise as the main one to produce Ursula's new goods. That would have pleased Everett. He liked to think of Wyatt doing well, it made his face young and soft. When he'd come back from the dance half an arm short, he'd not known how to greet his wife and child. Nora had wept to see him alive and been no use, but Wyatt hadn't had time for that nonsense. He'd marched up and put himself under Everett's injured arm and left the other one open for Nora. Because, he'd said, it was good that he was still small enough to fit. Theo's heart always pained him when he thought of it. He'd never been sure how Everett had made Wyatt love him so well. He'd never known his own father and his mother had been kind before she died, but he couldn't remember more than the feeling of her hand stroking his hair at night. He wondered if his own children would love him, if he knew how to make them feel that way. Maybe they'd be clever and brave like young Ira, and look just like Vanna. That'd be best. The thought tasted sweet in his mouth. He'd stroke their hair to help them sleep at night. He didn't know how to do much else for them, but he'd teach them about stones and watch over their rest. He reckoned that would be a start. Gathered from the ashes in the shared office of Hag's Hill's Castellans. Simply insupportable. Standing army requisition. 20,000 estimated. Blacksmiths nearly finished. New crossbow success, request 30 more. Some of these matched their understanding of the situation, but some seemed like new information. They would keep a close watch until a clearer picture emerged. Maester Lewis. When he had come to Lady Mires in order to apprise her of his investigations, he found her with a smock draped over her clothes and smears of paint on the side of her face. She had a box of pigments open on the long table of her solar, several paints already made, and was standing on a ladder painting some kind of mural on the walls. He could see the lines where she had sketched across the plaster with charcoal. Maester Lewis, please come in. You have caught me indulging myself. I think I should have enough left to finish the room, but that will be the end of this luxury until spring comes. Do you like it? She gestured at the room. There were few of the geometric shapes preferred by the highborn when they decorated their great halls and solars, though she clearly had the same love for color. Instead, a new style of the curvilinear dominated, with stems of twisting vines and flowers undulated in greens, reds, and blues. The white and brown lengths of birch bark or rich yellowed elder trunks rose up from the flooring, as well as other shrubbery he could not identify from the outline. Here and there, he noted, were ravens. She would have been a rare talent as a scribe and illuminator of texts. Her works would have fetched her cloister a high price from those lordly houses that prized such things. I do, my lady. It reminds me of the illuminations on Maester Hager's work on the history of the Kingswood. Is this how you spend your leisure time? He ventured. If, 7 forbid, she was resting, he'd be able to let Cedra know she could stop bullying the other staff into making enough dozens to water all of Southwold. Ha! I wish it were true leisure. Sometimes when I paint I can let everything fall away, but these days I find that my mind buzzes with activity no matter what I do. She indicated a winter purslane and a foxglove respectively. Here I was worrying over the success of our manure beds and if this might be used with human waste without causing terrible disease. Over there I was ruminating over our livestock and how we might feed them without enough hay and turnip before winter stores run out and we have to slaughter our herds and beggar our small folk before spring. It is no matter. I am resigned to the nature of it now, and there is no virtue in life without some beauty. She shrugged, her voice unconcerned. Before we begin, would you indulge me, she said, and gestured to a wide strip of white to the left of the hearth. The base was still dark and blotched with soot while the rest had been sponged for painting. Lady Mires continued, there is a handprint at the base of that wall, place your hand next to it. If you smudge it the consequences will be dire indeed. Bewildered, Maester Lewis did as he was bid. He examined the handprint next to his own noble fingers. Wide, short fingers and square palms. Smaller than his own but larger than a woman's hand. Thank you, Maester. It seems we have a spy. With a jolt, Lewis's head snapped towards her, spluttering, my lady, I. Oh, not you, don't be foolish. I know exactly what you are interested in. Any house of the highborn is full of spies and sneaks. Cedra wants gossip so that she might impress her friends. Septa wants to know all personal and private thoughts that have ever entered my head, ostensibly so that she might ensure I am a strong leader, cleaving to my teachings. Mostly it's because she's infuriating. Ivana wants to know if I've misstepped anywhere so that she might guide matters to assist me. You yourself wanted knowledge or missives that you might have been able to pass on to your brothers in Old Town, not that you found much, she said airily, rolling her eyes at him. Even one of the guardsmen was here while I was out, looking for some trinket that he might use to brag he had tumbled me. That one I had Nacella handle, she finished with a terrifying smile. Behind her, that raven gave a guttural squawk, its uncanny eye fixed on him. "What concerns me," she said, stepping down from her ladder and wiping her hands on her stained smock, "is that I do not know who that handprint could belong to, so I do not know why this particular spy was in my solar. If I don't know who they are and who they work for, I cannot plan to accommodate that. Therefore, I must assume the worst until they are found. Maester, are your notes and records guarded and hidden?" Numbly, he shook his head. "I have them ordered and in drawers or boxes for safekeeping and lock my study door at night, but I do not hide them within the room itself. All those who clean, tend fires, empty chamber pots and bring us sustenance have keys or access to those with keys. It means there are many potential suspects but also that there are many potential avenues for someone to gain means of access from an unsuspecting soul. I might chastise the servants, but such a thing is necessary for them to do their work unseen. Punishment would make the spy cautious and our servants poorly disposed towards us. A combination that would bode ill once the person in question took up their sneaking again. It would be prohibitively expensive to summon a master locksmith to replace them, disrupt the order of the household and alert the spy to exactly what we know. For now, hide your work. Hide the census and our records of guards and taxes. Tell only myself, Ivana or Septa where it is kept. Sleep on top of it if you have to." Her eyes were cold and serious, mouth twisted in an expression of consternation. Louis felt a trickle of panic wind down his spine. He'd had so many interesting projects, much of the mundane administrative duties of a maester had been taken over by Lady Ivana or one of Lady Mires' handmaidens. He hadn't written to Maester Gorman in weeks. He stammered, feeling sweat bead at his temples, "Oh, of course my lady, I will do as you command." "Good," she replied, removing her smock and placing it over the ladder. "Once our business here is done, that is your first task. The second being not to speak a word of this to anyone unless you see something suspicious. As we speak, Sir Cone's nephew is standing guard at your chambers. Sir Cone trusts him implicitly. So we have time until the dusk meal." With that said, she strode over to the desk and opened one of her notebooks. Her writings were myriad, but still in that strange code he'd never been able to decipher. Perhaps he understood the reason for it now. They talked for a long time. She would not hear his, very reasonable, argument that the new material created should be called Mire Rock, but was enthusiastic about his findings on the hotbeds uses and investigations into glasswort. She was obsessed with nutrition and pleased that his analysis of the beds and this marsh plant revealed indications that it would be beneficial to supplement the diets of the small folk. However, her real delight came when he remarked that he had found this salt marsh plant was a wonderful source of soda ash, being so high in salts. "And you say this plant survives snows and frost? I've not heard its like," she gasped. "Indeed, my lady. Ice rarely holds for long where there is salt, and it is my supposition that the salt within the plant prevents it freezing in the region's climate. It would likely not survive further north than the neck, however." She flipped frantically through her notebook, muttering to herself before she paused on a page. "Eureka," she hissed. "Pardon, my lady," he queried, startled by her strange outburst, but she waved him away. "Maester, we have been blessed." "How so, my lady?" Eyes shining, she jabbed at a cluster of notes he could not decipher, and said, "Glasswort has been named thus because first men knew the secret of glass, something long forgotten after the Andals came. I think we are blessed because with the glasswort from our marshes, lime from our rocks and sand from our shores we can give the Mirish a run for their money." Excitedly she explained the process from her notes. There was a brief moment when he'd wondered how she'd come by them, but quickly he was swept away by the possibilities. Notes and ideas were drawn up rapidly. It was a whirl of discussion and invention the likes of which he'd not experienced since his earliest days as an acolyte. Naturally, their first attempts would not be so fine yet as Mirish glass. Lady Mires had gone off on a tangent for a while, speculating that something other than sand in the arid lands of Myr had to contribute to the melting of ingredients, perhaps to create longer and smoother pieces. At one point, Louis recalled, he'd found himself standing on the ladder himself, gesturing emphatically with two of the fire pokers and bellowing at her. He thought he'd been trying to illustrate how the crystals in glass were known to behave oddly and would not respond well to her suggestion of simply pouring it to create huge panes without some further alterations to the formula. She had shrieked, he was not so deferential as to mislabel that sound, that in which case the molten form could be spun on a rod into flat circles. Many a smith had done the same with gold or brass. The hardest point, they agreed, would be figuring out what issue was a problem with formulation and what was a problem with the firing. Nevertheless, he was armed and ready to progress. If he succeeded, if his methods could be produced at any kind of scale, then they could build their own glass gardens in which wheat could be grown throughout winter. They'd been smug creatures at dusk meal, cackling at odd moments and refusing to explain to the others, as though drunk. Louis found himself smirking at his portion of brown bread and pottage, savoring the rare treat of roasted venison and juniper berries as it made its way around the table. He had a fine mind and the means. He would soon prove his method true, and then decent food fit for a court could make its way back to the table. He'd build the first Westerosi glass works with the patronage of Lady Mires, and then, surely then, his name would receive the recognition it would deserve from Old Town. Oh, he'd known his star would rise again. He sipped his watered wine contentedly as Lady Ivana drew Lady Mires in for a song. She had not much been in the spirit for singing as of late. They had taught rare tunes at Lady Mires' cloister, though he found he liked them more as the days passed. They shared a low-born melody they had sung previously about some man in love with a fisherman's daughter, for she had a mind just like a wild northwest day that the denizens of the Great Hall loved. Lady Mires even presented some more pensive tunes about a blue caravan and a lost love. They'd finished the evening's diversion with a merry tune about one voice joining with 2, 3, and then many that the people knew well enough to join in. He even, he confessed, found himself humming along. Yes, this was Providence. He had good work to do here and had been blessed to find other whetstone mines to sharpen himself against, for all Theo Rivers was infuriating. He had a fine mind indeed. He resolved himself to refine the glass formula and method. Only when his work was tested and proven in a construction would he pass it on to Maester Garland. It would not do to repay his benefactor with substandard work or half-imagined plans. He was certain this was the knowledge that would prove he had the wherewithal to climb the ranks in Old Town. Lady Mires was due to travel to the Widow's Fair at Fair Market. He would begin his trials tomorrow and hopefully have something to show for it when she returned. That night he gathered the ledgers on the taxes and census on the populace and hid them behind other books on his shelf, layering them haphazardly around so as to conceal the greater depth taken up on the shelf. He dusted the whole area emphatically so that none could see what had been disturbed and resolved to do the same each day. His personal notes and projects he hid between the rushes and wool layer of his mattress. All new recordings on his glass trials would be hidden there as well, but in code. He'd need to devise something. Perhaps Lady Mires would teach him her preferred method. From the bottom drawer in Maester Lewis's desk. 4 badly drawn images of some archmaester, judging by the mask and chains, each one depicting increasingly gruesome methods of death. Half-written draft to a Maester Garland on this strange stone having interesting properties. Not long enough yet to glean anything new. A reply from a man named Barnett who is interested in some project Lady Mires wants to institute and promising to travel to see to the build. Signed yours. Interesting. A collection of different lengths of string and tiny sand-filled ballasts, wrapped in a sketch of what is presumably the bastard's plan for the September. Seems at once gaudily decorated and impossible to construct. Disaster. Carefully returned, he seems to leave little out these days. Is the shine of Lady Mires and her strange projects coming off? Seems to be producing less work. Have they hit a wall? William Burleigh. Her surcoat was striking but strange compared to the usual gowns of women. He allowed that it looked better suited to the weather outside. It was a bright red wool, trimmed in a rich blue with white stitching. At her shoulders undulating blue and green waves had been embroidered, some strange nacreous sparkles glinting here and there in the cold winter light. She leaned back in her seat to meet the gaze of a particularly giant Northman, Umber territory by his reckoning. He still wasn't sure what they fed them over there, and in the north it was sometimes better not to ask. Bill noted a silver-studded belt that was slightly too big for her, looped around the waist, its buckle in some shape he couldn't recognize. She was a young woman, likely of age with him, not quite grown into that jaw and her hair still half down where it wasn't braided and coiled into a bun. Nevertheless, she carried herself with a confidence he'd seldom seen in women other than Lady Alice Anne and stood out like a sore thumb. She sat in front of a long line of men and the equally well-dressed women of her household wandered the queue, occasionally removing men from the line and sending them to a swarthy knight in livery or a sharp-featured septa. They certainly stood out amidst the rest of the people here. The small folk had access to much more muted dyes and almost all of the highborn here were men dressed for campaign. Though Lady Alice Anne dressed much more finely, she was in the mayor's manse with Lord Cregan and she seldom ventured outside. House Atranta had invited her to stay in their castle while the widow's fair went on unabated in their absence. She had politely demurred, saying that her place was with her lord husband and that she should feel better if she saw the project through. In truth, she'd been less than pleased by what she saw of the state in which House Atranta kept its prized holding. Fair Market had tried to put on its best frock for the occasion of the widow's fair, but war had made everything taste like ash in the mouth. The colored ribbons flapped listlessly in the crisp breeze. While pine boughs and holly wreaths had been drummed up and festooned about the town for the event, they could not take away from the fact that Fair Market looked mostly brown. Depressingly, it was a brown that had a tinge of faded paint around the edges, a sobering reminder that once this had been a thriving hub. It had been nearly a year since the end of the dance, but the scars on this town would last for generations unless there was some miracle. Cregan Stark had marched 20,000 soldiers through charred fields on their way down and had marched them back through those same blights on the landscape with neither spoils nor glory, in the middle of winter. Put simply, Fair Market was not an enticing staging ground for a flesh market, for that was really what the widows' fairs were. In theory there would be men and women who desired a wife or husband, thereby rebuilding the riverlands and allowing some form of plenty to enter the lives of the harsh Northmen. In truth it was far more complicated than that. Everyone here was selling themselves, a hope of happiness and peace that may never come to pass. Look here, for I have beautiful eyes, a low-cut gown more suited for the reach, and my husband left me a pig farm. Well, I'm handsome, strong enough to work the land, and probably won't drink all the money like your last one. Charming. The lady was selling something different though. It was hard to quite put his finger on what it was as it shimmered in the winter light, like fish scales flashing just below the surface of the water. She had a simple campaign desk and high-backed chair that her knights had set up for her. Upon it was a thick ledger in which she was scribbling at a terrifying rate. It always made small folk nervous when the highborn recorded their words, as though they could take on new cursed forms and be used against you. To be fair, they weren't entirely incorrect. What was her game? She didn't stay in any of the inns with the other lordly houses, despite the freezing weather, camping in a circle of tents outside of the town walls as though on progress or campaign. Bill hadn't seen it himself, but rumor went that she'd marched into Fairmarket at the head of a host 100 women strong. It seemed there were more than that waiting in the wings for men to travel back with her. There were always those who couldn't make it. From the looks of it, she was acting as an irate mother to this fleet of women, determined to extract the best value from her ever-growing brood of goodsons. Another Northman had actually removed his cap to speak to her and was answering her questions with an earnest stammer. You have to have talent, he mused, to peddle a thing so formless as though it is rarest gold. Like a septon, she seemed to sell a vision, a future, or its facsimile. Bill found himself wandering closer. Please state your name and age for my records. Her voice was scratchy, likely hoarse from all the talking today. Mycon, lady. I'm 22 name days. Well Mycon, she said with a sweet smile, I'm sure you're busy, so I'll not keep you over long. Tell me about yourself, any work you've had or talents you possess. Well lady, I'm from a village outside of Deepwood Motte. My family are foresters. Oh wonderful. Did your family have any areas of expertise, Mycon? What were your general duties? Weren't hunters. Mostly were keeping the wolf's wood healthy, coppiced trees so as they grow more branches for firewood, or cutting the rot. Sometimes the Lord wanted more of a type of beast, so we'd have to make the land right for him. Carving a channel from a river to give more beavers a home, or sowing mushroom spores to feed boars. Mycon, you sound like you'd do wonderfully in Wildstead. We have nothing like the storied woodland of your home, but your knowledge and skills would be so valuable to us. I have many plans for the area, and I've been hoping to meet someone just like yourself. I'll gladly accept you into my lands. Have you any hopes for a wife? To be honest, lady, I'll wed if I have to, though I've no real desire for a wife. I don't know. Winter takes the north hard. I'm my father's youngest, and I've no wish to be another mouth when there's little food to spare. I understand completely, Mycon. I commend you for your devotion to your family in the north. You need not wed if no one takes your fancy, but you must attend the meets that have been arranged. Some of your work will be to ensure that poachers do not endanger the woods trying to get around rationing, so it is expected you will join training with the guards. House Mires will ensure every member of its lands is fed, though rationing is strict for all of us in order to do so. Better to have a tight fist at the start of winter than an empty one at the end. Mycon nodded sagely. Aye ladyship, 'tis as you say. Joran said you did as much, it's why I thought I'd come if your lands had room. The arrangements were made swiftly after that, explained by one of the guards while some serving girl brought the lady a steaming mug of something to drink and rest her voice. The host would leave again in a week's time, and he could follow there, rather uninspiring, sigil and travel with the rest. If was preferred, he could make his own way so long as he presented himself to either the septa or the guard captain, who knew their letters enough to be able to find a record of his name. House Mires. Not one he knew. Then again, until recently his house had hardly been storied. Curiouser and curiouser. Bill had been circling the town, his bow slung over his back, and keeping a weather eye on anything strange. As Lady Alice Anne was well guarded by Lord Stark's host, she had bid him do one final service for her and keep an eye on the widow's fare. It would not do for a drunken fight to break out, or for some cheat to swindle what little supplies were available in this winter. Mostly it was as depressing as he expected, barring some small signs of affection blooming here and there among Riverlands women and northern men who truly seemed to desire a marriage. This was the most interesting thing he'd seen all day. He worried some for the northerners heading to her lands. Without lawful wives, and frankly their farmlands, it would be easy for them to be rounded up and pressed into undesirable labor, especially if forced to do so to fend off winter hunger. Once small folk are in debt, they rarely get out of it. The line had been paused for a moment, seemingly to allow the lady to rest and take some time to stretch out the cramping in her hand as she warmed it by the coals of the brazier set up beside her. Amusingly, the young serving girl also engaged in some of the most polite bullying he'd ever seen in order to ensure that the lady ate some sort of dried biscuit, not unlike the travel bread that he'd eaten on campaign in the dance. Stepping forwards, Bill kept his hands visible and made certain that his sigil could be seen on his breastplate so that he wouldn't be confused with a potential suitor for the small folk. You seem rather young for a widow, my lady, he japed, smiling. She glanced up at him, startled. Her grey eyes scanned his face and flicked to the left where her guards stood, hand on their swords at his approach. Fortunately, Despite her clear fatigue, she had a sense of humor about her. Is that so? I confess that today I feel quite ancient, sire. He held up a gloved hand to stop her. I am no knight, my lady. I am William of House Burleigh. He gave a nod in a show of deference, trying to catch a glance of her ledger as he did so, in service to House Blackwood. Lady Ursula of House Mires, in service to my people, she replied pertly, shutting the book. He fought the urge to smile. Lady Ursula, I am curious as to your purpose at this widow's fair. No other lord or lady of any house has come except those who are travelling with House Stark. I see that you are recruiting men in winter, not even requiring that they marry so that your small folk might repopulate. Why? By the 7 you are blunt. I can't tell if you are lacking in courtesies or if this is simply the northern sensibility, she said, her eyebrow arched. Neither can I, my lady, he answered, with a grin. That one won him a startled laugh, her small, ink-covered hand rising to cover her mouth. Did you see the fields, my lord? She asked, instead of answering him. Yes, Lady Ursula, he said, his expression sober. We marched through them both ways. Eerie silence had fallen on the men as they passed. It is a little-known cultural trait that northerners love a bucolic scene. It tends to mean food. There was little more horrifying than to see it wasted, especially when the chill bite of their homeland awaited them. So they marched in silence. In sorrow. Fields that should have stretched to the horizon were all blackened, like some mourning shroud drawn over the very earth. Then if you did, I wonder how you can ask me that question. How so? What do you think happened to the people in those fields? What do you think happened to their families? A more unwise man or woman might have remarked on the horror of dragons, the folly of being king of the ashes, or perhaps said something disparaging about the Greens, thinking that those were acceptable Targaryen villains. Neither of them were unwise. Instead they let the silence speak for itself. Then surely, he ventured again, you would require that they marry. A number of unwed young men with no attachments to your land would be a dangerous thing. Surely you have been advised such. Something happened in her face there, he'd plucked a nerve. Though beyond his already established rudeness, he couldn't see what it might be. Instead she said, Ah, my lord, I see you have kindly come to advise my house on how to conduct its business. Bill had not been entirely joking when he had mentioned his lack of courtesies. Northern manners were of a different sort and often around your word and honor, something Southerners tended to struggle with. However, he had been in service to the Blackwoods for long enough to recognize when he had overstepped. Still, he was concerned about her intentions. The Blackwoods were a strong Riverlands house and his service to them was much prized. He reckoned that a relatively unknown lady was in no position to chastise him and she'd have to give way a little if he pretended at ignorance. From the look on her face, she knew it too. Not so, my lady. I simply ask as to your reasoning. I am no knight, but for Southerns is it not knightly to show concern for the well-being of highborn maidens such as yourself? Why do you not ensure these men are safely attached to a woman and hearth, building a life in your lands that they are bound to? Wed them, as this widow's fair was intended to see done, it would be wise. Are you married, my lord? She asked, her arms folded and the action made the light twinkle off of that strange embroidery once more. No, my lady, I am the youngest son of my house. I am young yet to wed, he replied. But it was recently a time of war and many houses were pushed to the brink of extinction. You are fortunate that your family is secure enough that you may go unwed. Should you choose to do so, I imagine it may be an uncomfortable duty unless you know the lady. However, it is a duty we must carry out nonetheless. I assume you will treat her honorably even if true love never blossoms. Of course, she would be my lady wife and a Burleigh. To wed and bear heirs for our house would be her duty and I would honor her in that. Where she was going with this, he could not say, but the maid behind her was frozen like a rabbit in the path of a fox. And if she was insolent one night, and you were in your cups, you wouldn't be allowed to beat her with impunity. Her highborn family would be most wroth, she said, her voice hard. I would never do such a thing, but you have the right of it, lady. You spoke of chivalric concern for maidens earlier, but this is not a privilege granted to my small folk. If their husband is forced to wed them without true affection or respect, half the meager protection such a union affords them is gone. If the harvest is bad, or the winter is long, or even if he was in a foul mood, he might beat her. No more than 6 times at once, according to the laws of the conciliator, but tell me how many times do you think you'd need to make someone bleed? My womenfolk stretch far across my lands and have no highborn family, my lord. They only have me. He opened his mouth and found he had little to say. She stared at him, unafraid of the silence that had fallen. The maid looked like she might faint if it went on any longer, however, so he marshaled himself and responded. Northern men are honorable, my lady, he said, though the word stuck in his craw. He knew why so many of these Northmen were choosing to stay behind, and winter can make a beast out of anyone. Indeed, I have heard it said. Otherwise I would not be here. Yet they are men. And yourself, he finds himself asking, curious, when you wed for your house, surely you will trust that your father and brothers protect you? Perhaps such protection of your womenfolk can be arranged by them. Those wide grey eyes, almost clear. Can she even see him with such eyes? I am all the fathers of House Mires, and all the sons as well. Ah, in hindsight a risky supposition after the dance. Her lips pursed as she held back her sorrow and he felt badly for it. He bowed. You have answered me well and fairly despite my clumsy lack of courtesies, my lady. I thank you. I confess then, I worried that you had a desire to keep my fellow Northmen without allowing them to wed and become true members of your small folk. I feared you may have harsh work for them that others would not do or some such. I see now that it was a slight on your honor to think so. I humbly ask your forgiveness. She smiled then, the shadows leaving her face. If concern for your people moved you, how could I possibly hold it against you, my lord? Allow me to assure you that these men are being welcomed truly. I'll not claim that they won't be watched closely, but they will have homes, food, and my protection. I am a river to my people. Somehow, he believed her. Later, when he had returned to the inn, he found he had much to think on. Lord Benjicott Blackwood had remarked on his silence, but he had not been able to give him a reason for it. He said only that he had been worried about some of the womenfolk, having to cleave themselves to a strange man fresh off of a campaign march. Lord Benjicott shrugged, for that was the way of the world. Lady Alisanne's eyes had sharpened and she had called him over to speak with him. It turned out he had a lot to say. From the desk of Ursula Mires. Hard to find anything among the paints, sketches, and pigments scattering her desk. She seems busy painting more than anything else. A more appropriate task for a lady but still unseemly and too similar to a trade. An announcement of planned rebuilding works. Wasteful. Rationing figures, absurdly lean despite their stores. Not new information. Sketches of some windmill or waterwheel plans, not orderly enough to glean their purpose and hardly a new idea. Mostly it was more notes in that ridiculous shorthand. Can't read this, can you, bitch? They will return once more before she comes back from the fair, there may be something on the shelves that they missed. Notes. A/N, look, the sheer amount of paper Ursula has access to is probably unrealistic but she's already got 4 years of winter ahead of her, let's give the girl a win. Chapter 6, Ursula Mires, Septa Nacella, Cedra. Notes. Content warning, this chapter has an abuse survivor contemplating her previous circumstances and eventual escape. The nature of the abuse is left deliberately obfuscated, but there are clear hints of sexual abuse. Please keep yourself safe and should you wish to skip that content entirely, avoid Septa Nacella's section. 131 AC. Ivana. Hunting a spy was not something she'd ever done before and she worried somewhat that she was not up to the task. Ursula had some basic knowledge of how these things worked, but this was to be Ivana's project. Her sister had said that the individual had declared their intention to go to ground somewhat. Which meant that the only reason to stick their head above the battlements and send another message, would be for a prize worth the risk. In theory, her goal was simple. Manufacture an enticing bit of information, ensure her own people were all in place, and then wait to spring the trap. Like jokes or war, it would all be in the timing. This would be difficult enough on its own, but she was not without duties. Ursula had left with a small retinue and a list of needed traits as long as her arm. She would see to the survival of their small folk now and it would be up to Ivana to see to the survival of their house. In Ursula's absence Ivana took up seeing to petitioners, consulting with guards and managing the ledgers of the storage house. More grain than she knew what to do with populated their granaries but she could barely envision 2 more years of winter let alone 4. The longest winter of her life to date had been a 2-year stretch when they'd lived in Riverrun serving the Tullus. She was also busy with her own projects around fabric mordants and printing, though she had been forbidden from anything practical until well after the babe was born and being seen to by a wet nurse. Jenny Greens had been most emphatic on that point and painted hideous pictures of how the babe might sicken or be born malformed if she disobeyed her. Jenny Greens saw to her health once every 2 days and was a hard taskmaster, but it was clear she knew her trade well. The woman was mostly irritated at her lack of sleep these last visits, but if Ivana's days were filled it meant that she had to run a second shift at night. This spy would likely have access to the servants and their keys in some way. Not many rooms in the keep had their own locks, indeed the barracks and servants' quarters had none at all. In practice, this meant that the keys were essentially a large ring that indicated whose rooms had valuables. A factor she'd turn over in her mind a little more once this dark business was out of the way. For the moment, her job was to seem worried. She would flit from appointment to appointment and her mouth would turn down just a little. Folk would have to call back her attention and she would tremulously muster a reply, looking sad and brave. She had begun to cover her mostly empty desk with papers, unimportant figures on soap purchases and ration numbers since those facts were already known. More vital was the appearance of panic or overwork. It would take a little time to repair the mild damage to her reputation, likely she could blame it on being with child, but it would suddenly make her messy office seem a tempting place to return to. She'd continue this act for the next few days. Just before Ursula was due to travel back from Fair Market would her countenance shift and the trap be ready to spring shut. Her informants about the keep had said that everyone was keeping very true to their schedules and that none of the old trysts had changed partners or locations suddenly. Except for Janessa and young Cedra. Those two hadn't been able to meet their young men in secluded kitchen corners since Ursula had taken Cedra and Janessa with her to Fair Market. In many ways this spy had left enough of a trail for Ivana to know that they were a complete amateur. Amateurs were trouble because they didn't behave the way a trained professional would. Their unpredictability would be an advantage for some time until they made a misstep. Some fool had got too big for their britches and thought to bring danger to her house and they didn't even have the decency to be clever about it. For instance, it had not been long enough after their failed attempt to send a raven that this spy would be suspicious of a long silence. But then, that would depend on the understanding and patience of a professional and frankly the use of the keep's own ravens spoke of inexperience. Dead drops, merchant caravans with a message, or even your own hidden messenger birds, these were methods that required patience and forethought. They were much harder to track and allowed the person in question to be unremarkable in any way. A figure had been seen going to the raven's roost near the barracks, cloaked and hooded of course. They had been short, which implied a woman, but the handprint had been more masculine than feminine. It could be a mistake, or it could be that the informant had accomplices. Not enough information yet. No one had thought anything of the late-night visit, the lettered among the few castellans and scribes, as well as the more highborn knights and guards, often rode home using the ravens. Another weakness in their organization that would need addressed. Comparing handwriting samples without rousing suspicion would be difficult. It was easy enough to alter your hand when people watched you write. Far better to get hold of previous samples that you had produced. Those would be truer and far more damning. The trouble was, the household didn't produce much writing outside of Ursula, the maester, the castellans, and the septas. Even then, a well-planted servant could be lettered and never have cause to produce a sample except when sending a message to their benefactor. Sometimes she tried working the problem from another angle. Particularly it was something to mull over while she did what she referred to as her night shift. Who would be curious about their house? The answers were all horrifying, but they would all point to different methods and likely create a neat link to their choice of informant. Ivan intended to cast a wide net and sort the fish out later. However, if she had a much larger territory that Hag's Hill to manage, that would be inefficient and cost valuable time. Their liege lords were the Tullus and it was possible that they wanted to keep an eye on their newest house, especially since the tragedy of her father and brother's death had left them in a precarious position. It didn't quite fit though. Their liege merely had to send a castellan or a knight into their household as a gift they could not refuse, and House Mires would have to thank them on bended knee for it. This person would have unprecedented access to their information out of fear of any denial enraging the Lord Paramount's house. They would then have the authority and comforts their worth to the Tullus would provide them and be eager to sniff out incompetence or treachery. She could be wrong, but she couldn't quite square that theory with what she knew. It may be that they wished a more subtle game in case of deceit, but their house was raised up for their devotion to the Tully lords, far better to have someone of authority to help them stay strong while keeping an eye on events. It was likely some nearby house. The note had focused much on the changes Ursula had made since her instatement as Lady of Hag's Hill. Their position was weak, true. Land meant power to lords and that would be enough reason to covet their holdings. It was possible that someone was gathering information in winter so as to strike come summer plenty for their armies. Yet to challenge the king's peace so soon after the dance would be a poor move. Even if House Mires was crushed beneath their boot, it was not likely that the insolent lord in question would be allowed to keep their head, let alone their new lands. Which meant it had to seem virtuous. House Mires had to be fomenting rebellion or wickedness, their attack was no power grab but a desperate attempt to save their neighbor or their liege lord. Religious strife would be a traditional method for this, but Ursula and her fleet of septas were a strong symbol of the seven for the Brackens. The Blackwoods may be placated by the influx of old gods worshippers who would settle in these lands unmolested. Perhaps the middle line of anything is too fine a path to walk and this would serve to displease both houses in equal measure. Yet would such storied houses bother with what was essentially hilled woodland, marshland, and burnt fields? The coast might be worth something if it weren't for the fact that if you squinted on a clear day you could actually see the Iron Islands. Perhaps it was a small neighbor. None of them had offered help nor word of condolence when her father had been slaughtered by Ironborn. Yet most small houses were simply trying to get their fields to recover from being set aflame, doing much as House Mires was and hoping to make it through the winter. She could not shake the suspicion that only those lordly houses whose incomes were assured in some way could find the time to worry about planting a spy in some raided backwater. Was it simply a precautionary measure that had struck gold? Few of Ursula's grand plans had fully gone into effect, so it could not simply be a desire for new technologies expensive and untested as they must appear to houses without the gift of sharp minds the seven had bestowed upon Hag's Hill. It vexed her something terrible, especially as once Ursula returned home the risk of new spies increased hugely. If this same benefactor had their eye on House Mires in some way and was concerned that they'd heard little else from their current investment, how easy to slip a Northman into the wagon trail or have a man woo a pretty girl and make some spare coin on the side. No, the trap would have to be sprung and an example ready to be made for Ursula's arrival home to nip any treachery in the bud. It occurred to her, vaguely, that this might be preparations for a bid for marriage from a neighboring house. Especially if their fortunes changed after this winter. It was not uncommon to attempt to scout out the neighboring territory for suitability or some hidden vice that would conveniently fail to come up during betrothal negotiations. If so, that was perhaps the worst outcome. Some fool had decided to find out if Ursula was a worthy bride and had happened upon the secret workings of House Mires instead. Honestly, Ivana dreaded the marriage proposals that would come in the spring. People didn't like to marry in the winter, unless it was to some buxom reach maiden with a large dowry and significant access to grain. Some would be so vulgar as to outright send first sons, nicely annexing twice the incomes for their house upon Ursula's vows and storing her in an attic somewhere. Others, barely more subtle, would send third or fourth sons and make pretty noises about how they would take her name and House Mires would live on. It was a stratagem at once easier and harder for men to play. They held all the cards and a canny lord would have the guardsmen automatically deferring to him. He could have the servants in a tizzy about whose orders were to be obeyed and countermand small things to nip at Ursula's confidence and grip on the household like a horsefly. Lordly visitors would expect to defer to him first, to greet him over his wife. A patient man could play it extremely well and no lord would gainsay it as anything other than the natural order of things. These paths were not easy for a woman to walk unless the lord in question was particularly ineffectual in some way. But high-born men were not prone to patience and deference, even third sons. They tended to overplay their hand or shoot off early. It might be a weapon she'd have to teach Ursula, one she had been old enough for her stepmother to patiently explain to her, but Ursula had been so small when she'd died. A woman could rarely overpower the prejudice of others against her sex. Instead she had to wait, often for years, often quietly rearing her children and secretly finding ways to keep them hers despite them being her husband's property. It was a risky play, birthing your own children inside your husband's house, yet what greater prize could there be than the loyalty of a strong, devoted son who favored the house of his mother and despised his weak, absent father? It had been a game Ivana had worried she might have to play, depending on who it made sense for her to marry. She had been pleased at her father's promise, but she'd had no intention of wedding foolishly. Ivana had been ready to find some knightly husband whose name and services would reflect well on House Mires. Even a third son of her very own whose greater lineage would begin the long work of shoring up the Mires pedigree. Like they were dogs, or racing horses. Then Theo. His shy smile. His sparkling eyes. The way he would get excited and ramble about something before cutting himself off, embarrassed and worried he had been talking over her. That clever, twisty mind that casually explained what wonders he could build if he'd had world enough and time. The way he'd listened to her thoughtfully and intently, when even her own beloved father had to be cajoled and manipulated by both her and Ursula into making the correct political moves for their house. He took her happiness so seriously, did her Theo, like it was his life's great purpose. So she had seized on her father's promise with both hands and secured her happiness. She had little cause to regret it, only it made her worry for Ursula, who was now the last chance for a good match their house had. Especially since in fact, she had been the one who never wanted to be married at all. Young Ursula had prayed day and night in the September before father had given leave to send her to the cloister, but even then Ivana had noticed something strange. It held true still. Ursula never prayed to the mother at all. Chewing that thought like a particularly tasty treat, Ivana wandered the halls that night on silent, slippered feet. Unseen, she made her way through the secret passages Theo had constructed and only the Mires family knew about. Here and there she would emerge in hallway, stop at a door and sneak inside. Her hands touched no dust and not even the length of her robe trailed on the ground. She stepped into offices, leaving pieces of paper on desks or half tucked under books. Once or twice she very slowly touched sheaves to the edge of embers and carefully burned away most of what was written, hiding them between logs or blowing them gently on her palm as though some draft had carried them away from the hearth and into some easily forgotten corner. From the desk of Septa Morag. Note to novices, bells to be rung 3 times to summon the children. Latecomers expected to enter silently. Letters, B and N showing promise, promote names to castellans if this continues. Numbers, H, G, and L have basics enough for bookkeeping. Few showing signs of higher ability, but novice Kana is happy to make the attempt at the turn of the month. Religion, knowledge of the 7 strong, J showing interesting thoughts, able to hold out in debates sensibly and for much longer. Recommend to Lady Ivana. Health and sanitation, R, G, I and E show a great deal of promise. Send to Septa Walberga for further training. Consult with Guardsman Donnell about those showing athletic promise. Schooling for the small folk? Absurd. Pointless. Like reading poems to a horse. Nothing yet noteworthy. Septa Nacella. Well. It would seem that there was merit to this scheme of Ursula's. All day Nacella had sat and interviewed potential Northmen who had desired entrance to their lands. A surprising number of them had looked relieved when she had said that, if accepted, their only requirement was to attend the meets that would be arranged. It seemed that men feared a stranger marrying them too and preferred the chance at a more genuine connection. Then again, while wedding for the share of a farm or business was often done, the small folk tended to marry for liking much more than the highborn. If a woman caught their eye they could woo her in, whatever the traditional manner of the northerners was. Probably brooding, presenting her with a wolf pelt and keeping overwrought promises from 8 generations back. Ordinarily quite unromantic, but she would confess that the idea had a certain rustic, windswept charm in this icy winter weather. She was old, not dead. Especially not when she could actually feel her knees declare her age in a show of terrible indignity. There was one of them, sniffing around Ursula. He was noble enough to have a sigil, though that usually meant they were simply a licensed thug. The boy seemed witty, which was concerning. Ursula was far more likely to have her head turned by a clever phrase than she was a good set of shoulders. A shame really, the lines could be learned but the shoulders were often a lot more fun. She idly sketched the house sigil she could spy out of the corner of her eye and handed it to a novice to investigate, all the while discussing if this nice young man in front of her was from a family of latrine diggers or if this was merely a recent development. Truly, she knew the girl would have to marry, but she would not waste her on the callow and insipid. Or at least, not on the callow and insipid who couldn't be easily controlled. Better an oaf of a husband than a clever villain. The indignities of the wedded state weren't ones Ursula could escape unless she held enough sway with the Lord Hand to have whenever nephew she chose be given a writ of legitimacy. He'd probably try and extract some absurd price for it purely for his amusement. Besides, anything could happen. Look at that business with her father. Better there were too many children in a house than too few. Nicella could not imagine the state of depravity to exist in a lordly house when any sizable brood of children would be seen as an embarrassment rather than a boon. Houses rose and fell on the strength of their children. Sisters to whisper to husbands, or run your household. Brothers to field armies or get their links in the citadel. Truly, Lady Ivana was a foolish piece for tying herself to that bastard of hers, but she had a quick mind and a way with people that she used deftly in the service of her sister. Nicella could respect that. Lady Ivana was ferreting out the spy as best she could before they completed their recruitment. Nicella almost hoped she failed so that she might have something to match wits with on her return. They'd both been trying to do something about what an abysmal liar Ursula was, but that would be slow going. On the way here, Ursula had delightedly whispered that she and Maester Lewis had uncovered the secret of glass and he would be hard at work while they were away. Even if it took him a year, that still meant they had time enough for more wheat harvests to happen undercover and be stored for the people of House Mires. When asked about how they had discovered this secret, Ursula had told her of some old parchment she'd happened across in her novitiate days. As they were alone in the carriage, Septa Nicella had smacked her upside the head for her foolishness. The secret to clear glass was hidden in some mouldering cloister library. She'd immediately be interrogated as to the site, date, and language in which such valuable inscriptions had been found. Better to lay that sort of success on her maester and simper that she was only a young girl who knew little of his learned ways. Beardless wonder that he had the pinched look of all thwarted geniuses. Ambitious little Lewis might as well make himself useful in this matter as well. Privately Nicella had adjusted her list of desired trades to iron workers and glass cutters. Surely the North, who so relied on their glass gardens in winter, would have some who might already know a trick or two and assist them. Much of the time in this muddy little square, Septa Nicella had toiled to find those literate or numbered enough to be of use. Simple tests were conducted of reading and recall or of logic and numbers. She had gone about it so long at this point that she felt as enraged as she usually did when testing the novices at the end of the year. Usually in times like that she could take to her bed and dramatically refuse to speak to anyone until they could show they contained at least the sense the gods gave a cat. Sadly they had come upon hard times and she would have to endure. The recruiting seemed folly to the untrained eye, but between the toll of the dead and the raids of the ironborn they at least needed enough for a defense to be mounted against incursions. Other than that would be a requirement for fishers and those who could extract and farm the bounty of the ocean. Farmers and foragers who might know of northern techniques to get their harvest in the ground early or stretch their stores just a little more. Scribes and castellans so that the high-ranked women of Hag's Hill need not be in charge of every order, note and scrap of written business that drifted across their desks. Ursula was also seeking those with some learning to pass on, traders and teachers who might help form an academy of sorts for the older children, or become part of the center of experimentation and learning at the keep's smithy. They would need builders and craftsmen. There were many more structures beyond the September that were being planned. Yes, there was a lot of room in their lands to fill. The census had cheered and horrified Ursula both. On the one hand, their population had not quite been halved, meaning that their supplies for the winter were almost acceptable for whatever dire lengths Ursula had decided it would last. On the other, that much evident death laid out on parchment before her, Septa Nicella had almost wanted to step in front of the writing so that Ursula wouldn't have to read it. A foolish thought, yes. But there. Yet her clever girl was not content to let the Mires lands remain a backwater holding for long. Her vision was as clear and shining as steel, though she only doled out the picture in small pieces even to her council. Something had unlocked in her when she'd stood in the ruined mud of Fairmarket on their way to her holdings. Her heart had gone out to them as her heart often did, and Nicella had watched a fierceness steal across her face. She had known then, in that ruined September, that the girl would make a lot of noise about giving up her birthright to her sister. She had also known that a fire had been lit in Ursula's breast. A lamplight hidden and singing. Something holy. Septa Ursula was a true believer in the seven, much to the surprise of everyone who had ever come under the scrutiny of her immense powers of cynicism. She had never had much time for the septons and sermons in her youth. They would counsel her that the very instruments of her humiliation and torture were her true guides in this world. That as a mere woman she should obey them in all things. If she had opened her mouth and spoke the words that were whispered to her in the dead of night, if she had held up a lantern to the hideousness of her house, she'd have been called hysterical. A liar. She'd have been packed off to some lord for an advantageous marriage for her father where he still had access to her. Or worse, the Silent Sisters, where he would still have access to her. Sanatoriums were possible of course, but it would have been embarrassing for the old cunt, so she'd known she was safe from that. It had been her septa who had saved her, the only one who had seen. She had packed her into a carriage one morning while her father was sleeping off his wickedness and sent her to Old Town to throw herself on the mercy of the faith. The septa had died for her insolence, for thieving a lord's property, Ursula knew. The thought still pained her like a dagger, even though now she was twice as old as the woman had ever grown to be. When Ursula had arrived and shared her story to the stony-faced septons and septas of Old Town, she had been left to pray and contemplate. Sat alone, while her fate was in the hands of strangers, something had occurred. She had knelt in that chapel on shaking knees, because that was the picture she knew they wanted once they came back to collect her. Suddenly a light had filtered through the stained glass portrait of the maiden. A beautiful light, rosy and golden, that had fallen on her snotty, tear-stained face. In that moment, in that light, she had known that she was safe. That none of it had counted. That he had taken nothing from her, for it was not his to take. That he would die alone and unmourned. That his house would die with him. She knelt in that chapel, basking in that holy light, for what felt like hours. Not ruined. Not forsaken. A maiden true. Despite it all. Because of it all. She had not been surprised to learn that they had debated her fate for a long time. She had not been surprised to know that she could not have sat in the light of the setting sun, for the sun had set hours ago. She had not been surprised to hear that they would accept her as a novice. She had known. She'd never had that knowing again in her life, but it had been enough. So it was that Ursula had moved through the rest of her time in the faith with the unshakable certainty that the seven were real, though weaker than they longed to be for their flock. She saw that the seven-pointed star was beautiful, but imperfect humans could not articulate perfect love. They kept putting conditions on it. The seven hells were not some hideous place you were damned to when you died, of that she had no doubt. They were what humans did to each other, the horrors they inflicted that bred war and pain. She had been instantly fond of Ursula because when she had explained this, there had been no surprise in her face, only relief. Ursula saw that same knowing in Ursula, though far bolder and stronger than what had ever been granted to herself. She had always been uncanny, not right for the age she was and full of strange stories and sayings. Ursula had always seen exactly what the world was. The girl held few illusions and Ursula would not allow such frippery in her novitiate. Nevertheless, she'd always had a notion of how the world could be. It seemed that she was done hiding it now. The seven would never have reached out a divine hand and smote her father, or punished the septon who told her that it must have been her wicked heart that invited such attentions. That was not within their power. Instead, they acted through their followers, through the hands of their faithful. The seven had acted that day when Septarilla had put her in that cart. The seven acted every time one of these northerners looked relieved and respectful when they were told that winter rationing would be harsh but that they would all be fed no matter what. They acted through Ursula, even now. The girl did not believe, no. But maybe they believed in her. In something she was trying to achieve. Ursula believed. That had been enough for them both in the cloister. It would have to be enough for them now. She'd use every scrap of knowledge, all her old wiles and wits, each ounce of influence she had gathered. She would use them to build a shield around Ursula as high and strong as Ursula's faith. God's as her witness, she wanted to live a long life. She wanted to see what Ursula was going to build. Even now that raven flitted about behind her, stealing treats from her fingers and bothering Cedra. It caught Ursula's gaze and stared imperiously at her. She bowed her head. From the desk of Sir Conehart. Nothing new. He had clearly taken that little notebook with him when he accompanied Lady Mires. They would watch the womenfolk drill tonight and perhaps glean something interesting. The tactics were nothing special to overcome, they thought, but perhaps this new crossbow they'd seen plans for might make an appearance. Room left spotless. Cedra. The letter came for Lady Mires the following evening. Cedra had been all shaking hands and nervous chatter after that young lord had come and bothered Lady Mires when she should have been resting. She'd been truly impressed at how dignified her lady had sounded and the strength in her voice as she'd steered that conversation out of dangerous waters. He'd been handsome enough to catch her eye, dark-haired and with a wry grin that had made her heart skip a beat. though she did not think him as sweet as her Cormac, who gave her kisses and small posies when he snuck off of his guard post late at night to see her. Despite his looks, Cedra had not survived this long without knowing when a lord was displeased, and it seemed he would stay and interrogate Lady Mires until he got the answer he wanted. Part of Cedra had wanted to hit him. Or at least threaten him with a crossbow. She was better with one now. Most of her had frozen up in fear. Even she knew that the Blackwoods were a powerful house and that a man of theirs would be of some greater influence than their lady. If only because he was a man. But Lady Mires had been so brave. In all her life, Cedra had never heard anyone of Lady Mires' station defend the honor and safety of common womenfolk. Only the Septons spoke of low-born women as having any worth from their devotions to the maiden, and even then it was a close thing. No one who'd ever had to take out someone else's chamber pot and then scrub it, nor dodged the wandering hands of lords and their sons, ever thought that they were the ones the sermons talked about when they mentioned purity. After another long day, they had retreated to their tents as the afternoon light got too low to see by. Lady Mires' handmaidens had brushed out her hair from its braids and were soaking her terribly cramped hand in a bowl of warm water. Cedra had been stoking the brazier in the tent when she'd heard the guards stop a messenger outside the curtains. At that point she had been so upset that yet another person had come to disturb her lady's rest that she'd marched out into the cold herself. "My lady is resting. Only urgent business should come and disturb her." "Who are you?" she'd snapped, hands on her hips. "I bring a message from Lady Alice-Anne Blackwood, soon to by Lady Alice-Anne Stark. It is an invitation to dine this evening at the mayor's manse with her and Lord Stark." The messenger wore a livery that displayed all the red and blacks of House Blackwood. On his doublet a white tree had been embroidered. His gloved hand was extended, holding a letter made of fine parchment and stamped with the Blackwood tree seal. I see," Cedra stammered. "I have been instructed to wait here for a response. I will go and ask." She slipped back behind the tent curtains to the three horrified expressions of Lady Mires and her handmaids. "What do I tell him?" she hissed. With a trembling hand, still not entirely well after 2 straight days of intensive writing, Lady Mires plucked the invitation from Cedra's freezing fingers. "To the noble Lady Mires," she read, her voice rising in pitch even as she tried to keep to a whisper, "House Blackwood's sworn man, William Burleigh, has noted your commendable work taking in men of the north to your lands during this difficult time. It warms my heart to know that the women of the Riverlands will remain strong and cared for as I leave to my new home in Winterfell. Bill had much to say regarding your wit and wisdom, and I find myself longing for female company before we depart at the end of this sennight." Lady Mires rose from her seat and began pacing the length of the tent, continuing to read. "I invite you to dine with us this evening, though I can only apologize. Circumstances mean we cannot host you properly in the station to which you deserve. I promise that we eagerly await your presence. I have asked my messenger to stand in readiness for your response. With anticipation, Lady Alice-Anne of House Blackwood. Our strength gathers, oh give me strength." With that, Lady Mires' head sank into her hands to muffle an infuriated scream. Cedra twisted her fingers until she worried they'd bleed before venturing, "What should I tell them, my lady? I can say you are overtired or—" "Don't you dare," snarled Janessa, her expression fierce. "Janessa, you will keep a civil tongue in your head when you address my servants, or you won't be serving me for much longer," barked Lady Mires. Janessa colored slightly at the reprimand but forged ahead undeterred. "You know as well as I do, my lady, that the invitation is simply a very pretty order. To refuse it would mean that the next set of orders may not come so prettily, and not in a circumstance where Gwyndolin and I can show you in your best light," hissed Janessa. "Best light? I have one good coat and some changes in chemise and kirtle in case I sweat too much this journey. I have nothing prepared for a dinner with a fucking Lord Paramount and his betrothed." The handmaidens glanced at each other. Then at Cedra, who had packed the trunks. She desperately tried not to fidget. "What?" "Well," began Gwyndolin, her sweet voice low and soothing, like one talking to a startled horse, "Lady Ivana spoke to us before we left." "Ivana," growled Lady Mires, "of course it was Ivana. And she had Septa Nacella distract you while we helped Cedra and packed a few more things," Gwyndolin finished in a rush, as though if she spoke fast enough she might avoid displeasing Lady Mires. "It didn't work. Why would she do that?" "Maybe because we are in the same town as a Lord Paramount and his betrothed, as you said." "We don't have time for this, my lady," said Janessa, "give them your answer and let us get to work." A pause. Cedra tried not to breathe too loudly in case Lady Mires turned the same furious expression she had trained on her handmaidens towards her own self. "Fine. Cedra, get Septa Nacella from wherever she is, likely pretending to take confession at the tavern while sticking her nose in other people's business. Ladies, I am a wreck, so I shall be no help in the dressing and the primping. Let's go." Cedra rushed out of the tent to inform a very startled messenger that her lady would gladly attend that evening, sent a guard to inform Sir Cone that her lady would need an escort, and sprinted off to get hold of Septa Nacella without even a pause for breath. She found her holding court at the corner of the Reluctant Goose. Something in her expression must have communicated her sheer panic, because the septa didn't even bother to cut off the weeping man who from the sound of it truly regretted all his misdeeds with the baker's wife. She just stood and sailed forth through the crowd like a ship parting the waves. As they walked back, Septa Nacella said she'd only run if Lady Mires was bleeding. Cedra hurriedly explained the situation in a hushed whisper. The septa's face grew progressively more pinched, like she'd sucked on a lemon. By the time they arrived at the tent, Janessa was heating a kettle over a stove and shaving flakes of soap into the wash bowl. There wasn't time for a full bath. Her lady's hair was thick and wouldn't dry before the appointed hour. Gwyndolin was unpacking and shaking out her lady's clothes, searching even among her own things for a bit of luxury or glitter that might suit. Lady Mires was face down in her cot and cackling. She got like that sometimes when she was overtired. Oh dear. Cedra hurried forwards to sit Lady Mires up and brush out her hair to style it, but without missing a beat Septa Nacella had begun speaking. It's a power play, she said plainly. Oh, is it? Sniped Lady Mires, her nose wrinkling. I hadn't noticed. Septa Nacella continued as though Lady Mires hadn't spoken. She often did that, Cedra mused. Weighing her lady's thick dark hair in her hands, she tried desperately to think of ways to style it that would be impressive but hide the oils gathering at the crown. To summon any lady of quality on such short notice would be an insult not to be borne if you were of a status with her. Unfortunately you are not, so you must scramble and appear rushed or flustered. She gets to wait at leisure. She doesn't even have to go through the farce of readying the household for you. Being curious enough to meet you, even if extending invitations is her prerogative, puts her on the back foot. She's reclaiming ground by waiting until late afternoon to invite you to a dinner she's known she was planning all day. Do you have anything useful to say to me, or do you just want to drive me tears? That's the real reason you like the hood, so that you can tell people what they already know until it kills them. Septa Nacella blinked languidly at Lady Mires while Cedra began combing her hair back for some height. I like the hood because it means weepy, drunken guards at confession will tell me useful or amusing things. Like the fact that William Burleigh and Lady Blackwood discussed you and your impassioned speech for the entirety of dinner yesterday, while the rather impulsive young man had to muffle the sounds he made as he tupped the baker's wife in the next room. But I forgive you, child, Seven's blessings. Fuck off, cackled her lady, descending into hysterical giggles. Eventually, after much coaching and political discussion that went quite over Cedra's head, their lady was washed and combed enough to go visiting. The scarlet kirtle had been carefully brocaded by Cedra herself according to Lady Ivana's instructions. A pattern of scarlet dyed thread was used to create a raised motif of those swooping stems and flower buds that Lady Mires favored enough to paint all over her rooms. A good thing too that the dress was the color it was, because Cedra had definitely bled on it at some point in the rush to get it ready for the journey. Lady Mires' gown had been made of costly SSE velvet. Cedra remembered that it was costly because when she'd come to bring it to the dyers, Lady Mires had been furiously listing the horses it might have bought them had they spent the money elsewhere instead. It was here that Cedra knew Lady Ursula's time in the novitiate had not prepared her to be a great lady. Even Cedra knew that lordly houses had to show their wealth to each other. She wasn't quite sure why, only that it served the small folk well if their lord was respectably thought of and if his lands were shown to give him enough incomes to dress well. In her head she usually pictured the way stags bellowed and rutted except with lace and brocade. The velvet had been dyed a rich indigo blue and made to be fastened at the waist while exposing the kirtle in a deep cut at the chest, splitting again at the fastening to reveal the many hours of embroidery spent on her. It was trimmed in rabbit fur, which was too short to make look luxurious up close, but it glossed nicely when Gwyndolin had brushed it out and was easier to stitch in on short notice. The flowing draped sleeve had been patterned carefully into river and water designs by Lady Ivana. The shimmering green-blue of those beetle wings that Lady Mires' raven kept bringing had to be carefully planned and used to best effect. They were interspersed in the embroidery with some mother of pearl that was not from pearls at all. Lady Ivana had used the shells of salt marsh whelks and mussels from Hag's Mire, which went pearlescent when soaked for days in vinegar. The effect was pleasingly sparkly for a house that was not so wealthy as to afford thread of gold or silver. Why, if she'd not known, she'd never have guessed that Lady Mires was in beetle and whelk shell. Cedra had rolled and pinned up Lady Mires' hair, hiding the oil at the scalp. They had no fancy hair ornaments for her, but young Master Raven had brought over a very lustrous feather to finish off the final twist. Cedra privately wasn't sure a single raven feather would impress a great lady whose house was known for such birds and was likely wearing a whole gown of them edged with cloth of silver, but the gesture had made Lady Mires smile and she seemed highly strung enough as it was. There were no jewels, no necklace and bracelets for her lady, nor rings for her finger barring her seal that she wore as head of House Mires. Around her waist she donned the same silver belt that had belonged to Lord Ander and was too big for her. The dress had been all they could spare and Lady Mires had refused to spend 1 copper more when there were mouths to feed in winter. Her bare hands and throat seemed out of place, but it was what they had to work with. "Does this thing come with a cloak?" asked Lady Mires, shivering slightly as they all stood outside the tent, waiting for Sir Cone and his choice of men to escort her. "We tried," said Janessa waspishly. "You called it a waste of good coin." Lady Mires nodded, looking slightly rueful. She said, I don't suppose I could get a spare from one of you. No. The cold brightens your eyes and gives a glow to your cheeks. We had no face paints for you. Freeze. It's better for your complexion, said Septa. It also causes my nose to run, said Lady Mires drily. Septa sniffed in response. Before long, Sir Cone had arrived with 4 of his men and was prepared to escort Lady Mires across the town. Just before she left, a faint cawing was heard, and young Master Raven fluttered down from a high branch to perch delicately on Lady Mires' shoulder. The pair of them looked at each other for a long moment. All right then, she murmured, you can keep me company. It was a fine sight in the end, that glittered down her sleeves, the rich blue velvet and the opalescent shine of her pet raven's feathers in the torchlight. Privately, however, Cedra hoped and prayed to whichever of the 7 might be listening that the bird wouldn't shit down the back of that gown. Notes. This raven really needs a name. Please let me know your suggestions or else I will cave and simply call him something terrible, like Poe. Chapter 7, Ursula Mires. 131 AC. Ursula Mires. Fuck. Yes. That about summed it up. However brightening the cold may have been to my complexion, by the time we had walked to the mayor's manse I was gritting my teeth against the bite of it. Quoth caught and fluffed up his feathers beside me, the only source of warmth I had available to me until we got behind some walls. He'd taken well to the name, if only because he liked to cackle alongside me whenever anyone used it. Beside me marched Sir Cone, his face thunderous. My lady, I must protest in the strongest possible terms. You do not know these lords to wander into their power so easily, he murmured. I do not disagree, Sir Cone, I chattered, but that is precisely why they sent an invitation. Sir Cone gestured to a subordinate, and they made to remove their cloak, but I waved them off. They are powerful enough to take even the smallest of slights extremely personally. Not something I fancy during a recruitment drive. I'm not a fool, though. If it goes south, chuck me out of a window if you have to, I said, drawing a deep breath and straightening my spine as we got closer to our destination. I willed my teeth to stop chattering, but I was aware it created an unattractive set to my jaw. Goes south, my lady? Sir Cone queried. If it all goes wrong. I'd have said tits up, but I'm to be mannerly this evening, Sir Cone, I snipped, more irritated at my slip than anything. One of the guards snorted behind me. Sir Cone was too professional to roll his eyes, but dearly wished he weren't. In any case, we had arrived at the manse and plenty of northern guards were milling about the place. We had an escort at the door. Lord William Burleigh himself. It shouldn't have surprised me. He wore one of those very enviable northern cloaks, his leather jerkin dyed black. On his sleeves someone had embroidered the white daggers of House Burleigh in a pattern. It was his only nod to the evening's purported purpose of dining and conversation. We stood in front of one another for a long moment, silent. It was his duty to greet me, but perhaps it was different in the north. I surrendered faster to the cold than I'd have liked and bobbed a quick curtsy. My lord, I greeted. I could have been more florid, but frankly he was the reason I was in this mess. He started, as though I'd shouted at him, before snapping to a neat bow. Lady Mires, I am to escort you to the dining hall this evening. I imagine so, I say drily, unable to quite keep my irritation off of my face. Why do you look at me like that? I wave airily at the mayor's manse, just wondering what I've done to deserve such an invitation. He looks discomfited again. I understand the invitation was sudden. Oh yes, not 2 hours ago. How excited they must be to meet me. That got me an actual win. So he did understand the courtesies at play, he simply chose to ignore them. That, or the man had older sisters. You look very fine nevertheless, my lady, he says instead. Ah. Sisters it was. He glanced at the raven on my shoulder, as though noticing him for the first time. Ah, a gift. My escort, I say, refusing to elaborate. A moment of fond weakness had saddled me with quoth for the evening, but I did not care to explain. I waited a little longer, but the awkward silence continued. He looked like he wants to say something to me. He glanced not at my own guards, but at the northern contingent. Interesting. Shall we? I said finally, before I actually lost my composure and wept at the temperature. Yes, my lady, he said, offering me his arm. I'd have accepted an embrace to escape the cold. We walked through the painted and plastered entrance hall of the mayor's manse and I tried to flex the feeling back into my fingers. Suddenly he began talking, offering the expected courtesies and compliments. I parroted back the appropriate lines, slightly bewildered at the change. It is only when we approached the door to the dining hall that his intent became clear. The guards were stationed at the other end of the hallway. He leaned in close, one hand on the door, whispering, "She will distract you. He will test you. Courage." Well, I thought, as he instructed the guard how I was to be announced, that was informative but precisely no help at all. Lady Ursula Mires of House Mires, declared a guard in stark livery. I lacked the florid titles of this world. I wondered how they were assigned. Did I just need to get someone to announce them in order to make it official? Lady Ursula Mires, Lady of Parchment, Mother of Headaches. I stepped into the room, escorted by Lord William. A woman who must have been Lady Alice Anne rose to greet me, and so he ceded ground to the higher status noble. Bowing briefly over my hand, he heartlessly abandoned me to her and went to join the others. Lady Alice Anne was only 2 or 3 years my senior, but she seemed to be a fully grown woman in her prime. She was tall, slender, and shockingly lovely. Those famous black curls were every bit as stunning as the stories said, half pulled away from her face and secured in twists and silver combs. She glided gracefully towards me, her gown the best of Riverland's style. Lady Alice Anne did not wear a dress weighted in jewels for a courtly ball, but she had presented herself to impress the other lords she was dining with. For a terrible moment, I felt genuine chagrin that I might have answered this invitation with only my fine coat and whatever least sweaty layers of kirtle I had available to me. I probably needed to apologize to Gwyndolin. Lady Alice Anne's gown had a high, stiff collar that parted for a narrow but incredibly daring slash towards her sternum, still somehow seeming completely acceptable for entertaining her lord's bannermen. The sartorial advantages of the more modestly chested women depressed me even now. It was black velvet of a much higher quality and luster than my own dress, the twisting of branches embroidered intricately in thread of silver to symbolize the famous weirwood tree of Blackwood. Her thick jeweled shoulder pieces were studded with rubies and silver filigree, winking in the candle light. On her finger sparkled a ring of cut diamonds tastefully chosen to display staggering amounts of wealth without venturing into gaudiness. "My lady," I greet her with a perfectly acceptable curtsy, feeling the claws of my raven tense slightly to accommodate the shift in weight. "Thank you for your invitation. Lady Mires, you are a vision. The intricacy of the work, you must let me know where you source your fabrics. The layering is lovely. I have need of warmer clothes for my betrothed's home, else I shall freeze like the family weirwood," laughed Lady Alice Anne. Her eyes lingered on the raven perched at my shoulder, but I refused to explain. I couldn't explain, really. "Lady Alice Anne, you flatter me," I said, my tone low and modest as was appropriate for receiving a compliment. "Nonsense, I do not flatter," she lied. "Why, I must make better use of belts at formal events, I feel almost too traditional in this restrictive cut." Long hands swept out from her sides, gesturing to her gown. It was fitted perfectly to her in a long swathe of fabric that appeared flattering and simply cut to the untrained eye. It might have worked on a true provincial, but I had spent the last month being lectured by Septa and Ivana on the vast expense in labor and fabric it would take to use fitted darts to shape the body. I smiled and said nothing. Her eyes glanced again to my shoulder, where Quoth was being worryingly well behaved. "I am intrigued to see your companion, how fitting for a guest of my invitation," she said. "Is it tamed?" Lady Alice Anne extended a surprisingly calloused palm towards Quoth the raven, and for a terrible moment I was certain he would bite her. Instead, the fucker bowed. Bowed. She gave a delighted gasp which just about covered my sigh of relief. "This is my raven, Lady Alice Anne. He's wonderfully behaved and loathes being left behind." "I thought you might find him diverting," I said, smiling. "Maybe even diverting enough that you leave me be, but that fate was unlikely." "Oh, I'll not turn him away, Lady Ursula. Surely, he is good luck. A good omen for the evening." Her sudden grin transformed her face into something impish, and I got the impression that it was the first and last true expression I'd see on her all evening. She led me to where the rest of the guests for the evening were gathered, and I tried to move with the proper poise that Septa Nacella had drummed into me and hopefully keep my gown covering my old boots. The greetings were all perfectly gracious and mannerly. Quoth bowing at each lord who introduced themselves bought me some laughs and goodwill. There was even wine, bread and cheese arrayed for us as we awaited the servers. Bread and salt. I wasted no time sampling some. Partly for the protection offered by guest right, but also because the food at Lord Stark's table was infinitely more sumptuous than the rations I had instituted and fed on for that last few months. Quoth was intrigued by the cheese at first but quickly lost interest, preferring to watch the table from his perch on the back of my chair. It was an interesting evening ahead of me, given how small and intimate it was for a Lord Paramount's table. I detested small, intimate gatherings among strangers, even in my first life. They forced you into a state of constant social exertion. Arrayed at the head of the table was Cregan Stark and Alice Anne Blackwater. To Alice Anne's left sat Lord Benjicott Blackwood, her nephew, and William Burleigh himself. On the other side of Lord Stark was Lord Harlan of House Umber, Lord Jowan Mormont, Sir Medric Manderley and Lord Rhys of House Karstark. Given the limitations of the mayor's manse in Fairtown, the majority of the lords were in a camp outside of Fairmarket. Lord Stark would favour different lords each night he was here in these small, more private rooms. And then of course, there was me. The evening's entertainment. I kept quiet at first, not looking to babble my way into trouble. The conversations alone were very enlightening, helping me fine-tune my understanding of the wider political landscape. Cregan Stark had resigned his post as Hand after the Hour of the Wolf, and I recalled that in doing so had also sowed the seeds of a disdain for the North's politics that would be felt for generations. He might have avoided such a thing if he had kept hold of power and used it to further the North's status and security. But that would have stank of the very corruption that he had tried to root out. He might have avoided such a thing if he had killed Corlys Velaryon, but instead at the behest of Lady Alysanne and the man would keep his head for only a year more. Thus, making way for a short-lived Lannister Hand, and swiftly on Winpeak's era of indulgence and corruption would follow, 1,000 times worse than what Lord Stark could have anticipated. What was done, but it hurt my heart to know that from these choices so many in the North would starve without aid. What unseen things had my choices cost my people? What will they cost them later? We left King's Landing, rumbled Sir Medrick, gesturing with his wedge of bread and cheese. As such we left any influence behind. The position of Hand may have once been Lord Stark's, but the Red Keep is now the Sea Snake's. But Lord Stark named him a villain, though my aunt had him spared. By what right is he Hand? How can we call the Red Keep his after Lord Stark's work, gasped Lord Benjicott, with the outrage and innocence of his 14 years, for all he'd seen battle. It's got his troops all over it, my lord, replied Lord William, that makes it his. Lord Stark remained silent, though his grey eyes flicked from face to face. I found him monstrously intimidating. Where Lady Alysanne wore fine clothes and the wealth of her house like a mantle, Lord Stark had an actual mantle. It was an intricately striped piece of grey and black furs from many beasts that I was not skilled enough to recognize. All I knew was that it had taken many hands, many days to create that effect. It was topped with a collar of wolf furs that made his already massive shoulders seem impossible. A great silver chain clasp pinned the whole thing in place to a brooch depicting a snarling dire wolf. The side of his head was propped against a meaty fist. The metal filigree of his bracers, and the pommel of the ice, glinted in the firelight. He lounged in his high-backed seat like a predator, the languid comfort of someone significantly more dangerous than you. They might blink sleepily, but that is because you are no threat to them. He sipped occasionally from his goblet and made no remarks. When the food was brought out by the servants, I had to stop my mouth from dropping open. In truth, I had forgotten how well most lordly houses ate even in winter. Platters piled high were presented and served to each guest, and I tried not to gawk at the sheer variety for so small a party. There were roast geese, stuffed with quince and pear, shining with a lacquer of their own juices and ground ginger. Venison, fitting for a lordly table, was brought out and served alongside a sticky pomegranate molasses that was cut through with red wine. Pike fried in peppered butter, sauced with currants, made its way down the table. Alongside this were a number of lesser dishes full of fine cream sauces and winter vegetables. I felt a hideous pang of sorrow for Sir Cone and the guards, who had followed me every step of the way with our rationing and yet would have to stand stoically in the presence of this banquet. The feeling passed quickly when I was offered the venison, at which point I forgot about pretty much everything else. Except Quoth, who would make inquisitive squawks whenever I went to try something new, insisting on having the first bite. I hoped indulging this made me look like a doting pet owner and not a nursemaid. I listened quietly, thoroughly enjoying gorging myself. My manners were dainty and my face a pleasant mask. The men were not so ungallant as to exclude me from the conversation, but only on light matters. Sir Medrick discussed some trifling passages of the Seven-Pointed Star and seemed pleased with my answers. Lord Benjicott complimented my dress. In a fit of daring, Joan Mormont asked my opinion on the wine and fed Quoth a morsel of cheese. In everything else, it was clear that they were more used to being listened to by women. It was all very standard. So, it came as something of an unpleasant shock when Lady Alysanne broke the pattern, though of course I had already known she would. Lady Mires, she interjected during a lull in the conversation, I must confess to a terrible curiosity. My handmaidens were taking a walk about the town the other day and came across some of your womenfolk, drilling like soldiers, for lack of a better term. Spying. Her handmaids had been spying on me for the last 2 days, but of course we couldn't say such things. Lady Alysanne was not so coarse a player of the game as to titter or mock. Her skill with a bow was well known enough across Westeros to have granted her the nickname Black Ali. This was no insult, it may even have been approval. She simply laid the terms of the evening, just as she had with that late invitation. To demonstrate that she knew more than perhaps I wanted her to know, and for a lady such as herself that was not hard. Her expression across the table from me was winsome. I found myself charmed despite my caution. It was a trick I desperately needed to learn. Though I feared it involved becoming a storied beauty, which was well outside my control. Sir Cone will be pleased to hear that they show diligence and vigilance. He has been as devoted a taskmaster as could be wished, I replied, sipping the mulled wine slowly. I briefly registered, with some envy, spices like cinnamon and cloves. In small amounts, yes, but far too costly for my house to indulge in. For what purpose must your women train Lady Mires? Lady Alysanne asked, as though she had not avenged her brother's death with her own hands. As though one of her dearest friends in the world was not Lady Sabitha Frey, famed for kicking ass and kissing women if the stories were right. If she wanted it discussed for some reason, I would discuss it. I had nothing to hide in that matter. Outright lying wouldn't serve me well here. It was being repeatedly made clear to me that I was nowhere near good enough at it yet. I patiently replied, surely you are aware that House Mires is along the coast and not so well defended as noble House Sigward. We are easy targets for Ironborn. My small folk are trained so that they might have a fighting chance of making it behind keep or manse walls for safety. I sliced a perfectly roasted beetroot. Was this the mayor's money or had House Stark brought his cooks on campaign? We are not a large house, my lady. I cannot boast the skilled knights of House Blackwood or the legendary warriors of the north, I said, nodding to the lords. War and raids carry heavy tolls. I have been blessed by the seven to have loyal knights such as Sir Cone to guard my house and teach my people how to defend themselves. May the father and the warrior watch over him. Still, to allow women to fight, said Lord Karstark, uncomfortably. From his side, Lord Umber glared at me. Frankly, it hadn't even really been a matter of allowing. All that had been needed was to give them permission to grumble about how unwomanly it was, and they showed up en masse to train. Even in their free time, it seemed. Perhaps it was hasty of me, I allow. I had concerns with our numbers so low after the raids. I only fear for my small folk. The men all nodded. That was an acceptable thing for a woman to feel. You are a young woman, said Lord Benjicott pompously, and I tried not to smirk. Perhaps you have a young woman's spirit. Raiders are impatient beasts, you must not be impatient also. He smiled at me in what was clearly supposed to be a charming manner. If I had in fact been 15, it might even have worked. As it was, I fed my raven some slices of beet and tried not to roll my eyes at him. Lady Alice-Anne laughed like tinkling bells at her nephew's commentary. In doing so she made what was a rather tasteless statement seem witty, and the northern lords exchanged grins. I am only a young woman, I said, smiling, and know little of war. Especially compared to a lord as seasoned as yourself. All of the Riverlands knows the gallantry of House Blackwood in the dance. I was too tall to look up at him becomingly through my lashes, so I settled for warm admiration. It worked enough to pink his cheeks, though not to improve his conversation. My lady, I am flattered, said Lord Benjicott, looking at. To be fair to Lady Mires, interjected Lord Jowen Mormont, stroking his greying beard, women from Bear Island are fierce warriors when there is need. Perhaps in this dark winter there will be need from other houses. He nodded to me, respectfully, you guard your house against those ironborn scum as best you can, my lady. They're parasites, the lot of 'em. I inclined my head in gratitude and asked after his great experience on the matter. From there the conversation flowed towards the men again, discussing tactics against ironborn used by their forefathers or how this winter will be unusually harsh, and we might see some freezing in the ocean. But I was getting a hang of the rhythms now. At the next drift of silence, I was ready. Lady Ursula, your house words intrigue me, began Lady Alice-Anne, looking for all the world like she was making pleasant conversation. Oh? How so, my lady? I am a river to my people. Evocative, lovely even. But I would like to hear what they mean. It was not a request. But then I'd been indulging a lot of not requests this evening. What was her purpose? I couldn't quite see it through these questions. Courage, Burleigh had said. For what? Without wanting to seem difficult, Lady Alice-Anne, they mean exactly what it sounds like. We are Riverlanders, our strength comes from the river. From it flows the food and water that is so life-giving to these lands. I could have gone on, her face showed that she clearly sensed this was not the whole answer. I could have unpacked what had inspired me to choose them when my father asked about the duty of leadership or the inherent rights, value, and dignity in everyone's life regardless of birth. I could simply describe what I ordinarily ate so that my small folk might survive. The Turks, they pay me gold and treasure, yet I am poor. But I'd yet to meet a lord who thought of small folk as I did. Oh, I was in the presence of houses who were some of the most dutiful to their small folk. They fought for justice and their protection. But that didn't mean they were people, not really. Not creatures of joy and sorrow or love and fury. They were livestock that could cry. Or riot. Fine words, my lady. They suit your gentle countenance, said Lord Blackwood, cutting off whatever it was Lady Alice-Anne had been about to say at the time. She shot him a look that went right over his head and gripped her cutlery a little tighter. Taking the escape for what it was, I lowered my eyes as though shy and thanked Lord Benjicott for his kindness. Seizing the opportunity, I peppered him with questions about Ravengard and his battles. Boys love to talk about themselves to a pretty woman. It's all the companionship they're taught to hope for in a marriage. Though this condemned me to Lord Blackwood's attempts at suave gallantry, it made it significantly less likely that Alice-Anne could interrupt again for a little while. Sadly, it could not be so forever. Quick as a viper, Lady Alice-Anne struck at the next pause in conversation. She had clearly been quite put out to have her rhythm interrupted, as her next question seemed to catch even herself off guard. Lady Mires, I recall when your father's service to Lord Tully saw him rise to start his own house. Allow me to express my sincere condolences on the loss of your father and brother. Tell me, what were they like? Were they good men? Though I should have been better braced for it, I froze. To my right, Sir Medric's enthusiastic eating slowed to an almost comical pace. My eyes flicked up from my plate to Lady Alisanne's slightly embarrassed ones. I could feel tightness in my chest that accompanied my breathing whenever I was reminded that they weren't just sitting in the next room, waiting for me to come and see them. Nevertheless, I knew I had to answer. If I did so with enough dignity, I'd gain something from her misstep. I thank you for your consideration, my lady. My brother was a sweet boy. He worshipped my father. The world is grayer with his passing. Of course, she said. Her expression then really did seem apologetic. I recalled that she had lost her own brother in the dance. And your father? I bit my lip, trying to summon more strength than I really had for the topic. My father? He was an able soldier of an unstable time. He led men well and cared for justice when he could. He loved his children and honored his lord, I said, softly. I could have winced at the lack of feeling in my tone, but the pang in my chest at that question had rattled me slightly. What could I say really? These people did not want to hear about what I missed. How Dickon would make faces at me when he was on duty, or how when Ivana had performed her first song on the lute, he had wept with feeling. They did not care that my father sang like a lark, carried me on his shoulders for hours without complaint and wrote me letter after letter for 4 years. He sounds like he was a good man, began Lord William, but Lord Harlan Umbersnort interrupted his words. Lord William glared at him fiercely, but it did not stop him. You Southerners are a cold lot. You talk of your father as though he were a stranger. Did your study of the new gods teach you to feel nothing? He chortled. From behind me I heard the creak of Sir Cone's pauldrons as he restrained himself from lunging across the table to kill him. I set my jaw against the tears that threatened and hated myself for it. I tried to master myself instead. I tried to find it interesting that he had already known I had been in a novitiate. It didn't work. Yes, nothing. But not, I imagine as you mean it, Lord Harlan, I said, struggling to keep my voice even. I watched him roll his eyes and pictured plucking them out with my table knife. Perhaps I'd feed them to Quoth. Oh? Give me a sermon, Septa. How is this nothing you feel? He took a large bite from a goose leg, the shine of fat on his upper lip. I'd have shared one of those between two back in my hall. 10 if we made it into soup. I raised my chin, my expression serene, but cold. Dignity, always with dignity. I did not have a man's leave nor a dowager's armies to lose my temper. It's a heavy thing, this nothing. When I stumble and reach for his hand or turn to tell him something that will make him laugh, the nothings all come back. Like stones. Lord Harlan made to open his mouth again and I gripped my table knife. Damn propriety, he'd probably appreciate losing a finger if I did it right. From the corner of my eye, I caught William shifting in his seat as well. However, before I could discover if I was ready for the consequences of dinner table assault, Lady Alisanne sent him a warning glare that cowed him into silence. Her eyes were warm and liquid when she looked at me, her expression knowing. Yes, she said, that feeling I know well. I miss my brother, but not every day. Life has a way of blurring it. It's the days I remember I should be missing him that pain me the most. I raise my cup, desperate for this to be over. To remembering, I say. The Northerners and Riverlanders alike all drink to that. I took a quiet, shaky breath as this steered the conversation to battlefields and death, which were much safer waters for me. Point was to me in that round, I think. Quoth leant down and preened my forelocks slightly, which made me smile. The bloody discourse was rousing for Karstark and Umber, but it didn't last long. The next natural pause in the conversation came and I looked up at Lady Alisanne in anticipation but found the question came from someone entirely unexpected. I find it strange, Lady Mires, began Lord Stark, ignoring my startled jump, that my betrothed names you interesting enough for an invitation. Lord William described you as wise, and yet you have spent the last while discussing nothing of substance that I can divine. Ah! Welcome to the conversation. Well done, Lady Alisanne, you and Lord Stark were well matched. I'd gotten distracted by the seeming predictability in her interrogative conversation. I'd not noticed the trap. I was under the impression that this was an informal social call, based on the notice with which Lady Alisanne kindly extended an invitation. If Lord Stark would prefer a discussion of greater substance to him, I will gladly participate, I replied, mildly. It would seem that the time for Lady Alisanne's distractions were over. They'd prodded at my emotions, my history, and the relative weakness of my house to try and set me off balance. Time to get to the meat of it. Cregan Stark had torn through the Red Keep like a hunting hound, ripping out traitors to the crown root and stem. This was going to be tricky and painful in equal measure. His claws were sharp with use and mine were mostly suited to avoiding septa nacella in a temper. Of all the houses in the Riverlands only yours has a direct representative at this widow's fair. Why, barked Lord Stark. The rest of the lords at the table suddenly had an attack of the twitches, desperate to look at the scene before them and desperate not to be caught gawking lest they were drawn in. I took a bite of the fish. It was something of a delightful error. Pepper. Oh godsend. We only put pepper in the pottage and one of the more robust meat dishes. I tried not to appear as ravenous for flavor as I truly was. Hopefully I simply appeared to have a good appetite. My lord speaks strangely for one whose own table is blessed by the wit and wisdom of the Lady of Blackwood, soon the Lady of Winterfell. The comment wins me a smile from Lady Alice-Anne and a glare from her betrothed. Of course, that was not the point. To anyone with an understanding of the social niceties, Lord Benjicott and Lady Alice-Anne were obviously seeing to the betrothal, not the widow's fare. Yet I thought his wording odd, considering common understanding was that the whole thing was her idea of a bridal gift. Don't prance around the point, she's here as my betrothed. You've wandered in at the head of a veritable army of women right before winter. Few other Riverlands lords have done so, sometimes not even when they have agreed to organize one themselves, trusting their small folk to make the way now that war is over. Why come in person? They tell me the war is over, Lord Stark. But as my septa is fond of saying, no war is over until a good harvest is in men's bellies. The maesters say we have 2 more years of winter. That's a long war. Yet there is nothing further here for warriors. Just blackened fields and widows. Nervously, if only for something to do, I take a sip of the mulled wine. I brace myself and try to word my reasoning as elegantly as I can without giving too much away, so I must calm myself because I am left walking a knife's edge that I cannot rightly trust to another. I am trying to rebuild what was lost without overextending my reach. Attempting to do what I know in my heart to be right, while repaying the service my people have given me. Lord Stark scoffed, making a dismissive gesture with his hand. Lady Alice-Anne looked mildly interested in the whole thing, but not so much as she was interested in her meal. She sliced into her venison. This is what Ivana meant when she said I had much to learn. She had sent her handmaidens out to gather as much information on me as possible, talking to my small folk, possibly my guards, and the northerners who had decided to immigrate to my lands as well. Then Lady Alice-Anne had put all those pieces together to find some pressure points, for what purpose I was still unclear. Now at her table and under her power, the lady had danced me to her tune and then frozen the social convention in place so that I had little choice but to continue answering questions. A man might break out of the holding pattern and still keep face, but I was not a man. All the while the woman looked like she was enjoying her meal and trying to pay attention to some vague conversational thread, instead of her betrothed being 6 inches from interrogating me at sword point. He continued, nodding at Lord William, young Bill says you line Northmen up like some merchant at auction and interrogate them before deciding if you'll accept them into your lands. You have your septa test them on their letters or your knights interrogate them on their experience of war. Many have been promised a place to lay their heads, but no wife. Lord Stark gestures to William once more, who is determinedly eating his greens like his big mouth hasn't just made my life infinitely more difficult. Any one of these might make your motives suspect. All of them together set my teeth on edge. You convinced Burleigh. Convince me. Working to convince you supposes I have reason to be guilty, I retort, leaning back in my seat so that I may fold my trembling hands in my lap. Courage, Burleigh had said. I am selective, true. That is to be expected. In concession to this, I do not force them to wed after knowing their bride only a Senite, and sometimes not even that. My lord must know that to truly extend a hand to all the men here is an impossible task. The north is the largest territory in Westeros, yet menfolk are remaining here at your urging and Lady Blackwood's suggestion. To open my lands freely would see us starve to death in winter. Yet to close them would condemn good men who marched south to defend us to the same fate. If I callously pair off man and wife like a stud farmer to breed small folk, it is not the men who will suffer for that decision. I won't apologize for seeking talent from those who must remain here so that their families survive the winter. Most of our own men are dead, my father and brother. I broke off, breathing heavily through my nose. A flush had spread over my cheeks so quickly that it felt like a cluster of needles about to burst through the skin. I'd been clenching my fist. I tried consciously to relax it. I wanted to scream. Damn, damn. He'd got me. There was a long pause, or perhaps only a moment, where Stark searched my face. Eventually he leaned back slightly, his brows relaxing from where they had drawn together. In a low rumble he said, "Your lack of menfolk is a terrible tragedy, I admit. You have my sympathies." "My lord is too kind," I gritted out, less convincingly than I'd like. His eyes narrowed at me. "I offer you sincere condolences and you would speak to me thusly at my own table." His expression had changed again, almost amused. "I thought Northerners were a culturally stoic bunch. I think I preferred that uncertainty of thought to being an object of amusement." This was still an interrogation, but I couldn't quite match the rules fast enough to keep up. "I accept them most graciously, my lord. I only found your first foray into conversation abrupt. And on a passionate subject too." It was a break in the expected courtesies. I responded poorly, I demurred. I wasn't, however, apologizing. I kept my gaze on his face and refused to back down, but internally I mourned the rapidly cooling temperature of my dinner. Goodbye, it will be many years before I see your like again. If I did not speak it was because I had nothing to say to you before now. I was busy taking your measure, he responded coolly, a half-smile tugging at his face. My lord is a warrior and a tailor? I am cut to the quick. I dread to think how someone of such low consequence as myself may have fallen short. Somewhere out in the cold, I could feel Septa glaring at me, but show me anyone who enjoys being mocked by strangers and I'll show you a fool. Simply that you are a woman of substance, making your dithering thus far something of a curiosity. I could feel my patience slipping. It is politics, my lord. I said nothing of substance, but I hope you feel that I said it very prettily. To the left of Lady Blackwood, William choked on his mouth full of wine and desperately tried to stifle his coughs. Lord Blackwood dropped his table knife and ferreted about for it a little too long. Even Lord Karstark hid a smile behind his ale. Lord Stark pointedly ignored them all. I must defer to your knowledge then. I have little patience for this flowery southern talk. I saw enough of it in the Red Keep. It is dithering, as I said. Your conversation is corkscrew. You dance around the point and plot. What course of action would you suggest instead, my lord? You are descended from a line of kings unbroken for 8,000 years. My mother was an orphan. You have 15 guards in this room alone, loyal bannermen of great renown, and marched an army south that was 20,000 strong. My only shields are my courtesies, 4 good men, bread and salt. My tone was hard, but I couldn't help it. I was getting pretty sick of northern men dismissing all manners as frippery. Especially when in turn they demanded responses from the mouths of women who had little choice in their courtesies. Sir Cone and his men were too professional to shift or speak at my oblique address, but I felt them stand a little taller. Your shields, my lady, said Lord Stark, his tone a warning, include the honor of my house. Powerful indeed, I conceded, bowing my head at him, yet you are not all men, Lord Stark, and your house not all houses. So, florid courtesies and the politics of good behavior. That is all there is to be done. It is tedious, indeed. I tried to abandon it once and my father died. If I leave it now my sister and her babe will die. This is all I have. I am condemned to flowery southern talk all my life. There's no way to be a leader, a woman, and alive all at once. Perhaps if people could bear the indignity of speaking a little more to one another, my small folk would have more grain. There was another silence, longer this time. Not even the scrape of crockery could be heard. I refused to look away, but it seemed that Cregan Stark was as unafraid of silence as I was. Even less than I was, considering he was built like an oak tree. There was a discomfited cough from Lord Blackwood. Neither of us dropped our gaze. Eventually, as though there had been no break in the conversation, Lady Alice-Anne cleared her throat and said, I must commend you once again on your gown, Lady Mires. I've never seen such embroidery. Are those emeralds or pearls of some kind? I cannot tell. I turned my gaze to her, she was smiling, but that meant nothing. What was the phrase? One may smile and still be a villain. Lady Alice-Anne is most gracious, this is the work of my sister. She has clever hands and sharp eyes. Though I must confess, my house is not wealthy enough for such luxuries. I believe it is beetle carapace and whelk shell for the effect you describe. She managed to hold her own through my admittance of beetle carapace, but whelks were the food of the Riverlands most destitute, and that caught her off guard. Despite her well-ingrained courtesies, confusion wrinkled her lovely face. A whelk shell? What are whelks? I took another fortifying sip of wine. They're what I have to work with, I said simply. If they were going to pull up an unprotected lady from a lesser house and interrogate or mock her, I was going to make them see it for what it was, and if not them, then their bannermen. For not a one arrayed in this room had the wealth and influence of Stark or Blackwood houses. They wanted me to be done dancing? Fine. I took another sip of the mulled wine. Lord William's face caught my eye, his expression strange. When he saw me looking, he smiled encouragingly. I'd have felt more cheered if the man was not the very reason I was being subjected to this hideous evening. I set down the goblet, careful not to let my hand tremble. Lady Alice-Anne had begun to finally look discomfited, but Lord Stark had a smirk tugging the corner of his mouth that I misliked with an intensity. So, he said, there is steel in women of the Riverlands. Pompous ass. Your betrothed won her title in battle and you thought the women of the Riverlands might lack for steel. I raised an eyebrow at him, the women of the North must be fierce indeed. Lord Stark's smile became a true one then. It had the effect of transforming his face into something that was not softer, but less punchable. His eyes met his betrothed and he reached over, quite shamelessly, and took Lady Alice-Anne's hand. She has been at pains to teach me the error of my ways. She blushed at this but held his stare. Was staring a northern love language, or were the pair just incredibly attracted to each other? I hoped that through our little standoff I had been conveying confidence and not a desperate desire to sleep with Lord Stark. Cregan Stark turned back to face me, his betrothed still clutching his hand. Your countenance puzzled us, Lady Mires. Its reasoning and your actions appeared out of step with the times. Courage and hope are summer vices, my lady, and it seems you have them in excess for your sex. Winter is here and I confess I am victim to the vices of winter. Mistrust and caution. It must be so. It gladdens me to hear it may not have been needed in this instance, you have rare qualities. We may have need of them. His smile was a shade warmer, and it seemed he was ready to turn the tone of the evening. He also, very carefully, had not apologized for my treatment. Quoth squawked in indignation, flapping his wings behind me. I felt similarly. It was a delicate line to walk as a noble in Westeros. Politicians in my previous life had developed an unflappable reputation. They could be passionate, but personal insults and poor treatment were noises your opponent made when he had nothing useful left to say. In essence there was still some truth to this, but Westeros operated differently. As a noble, you were naturally better than others and thus regularly took offense. Your dignity was so great, your honors so high, that it could often be seen as virtuous to kick up a fuss as to your treatment. So long, of course, as you found the perfect balance to walk with your station. The king was of highest status, so could take the most offense and most often. Lord Paramounts and Wardens of the North were pretty high up on that list as well. I was not sure jumped up hedge knights made the cut, but to simply roll over like a hound was not how I wanted our house to be dealt with going forward. I'd made a concession accepting their hasty invitation and waited patiently for them to get to the point. Considering the number of Northmen I was about to be accepting into my lands, I now needed better than that. In deference to your sensibilities, Lord Stark, I'll be frank. I do not know why I am here. Your betrothed summons me without adequate notice. I have been prodded, questioned, and even outright insulted at a table you say is guarded by the honor of your house. You tell me that you found my actions suspicious, as is your right. I hope I have acquitted myself well enough that you believe me sincere. Yet such a thing could have been ascertained any number of ways. I am no one of consequence, one of many women thrust into a similar position, I said. I delicately fed quoth a morsel of venison, watching the way curious eyes followed the motion. So, if you tire of flowery talk, tell me. Why summon me here? Because you are no one of consequence, Lord Stark replied promptly. I did a double take. That answer seemed very significant in his mouth, but I was no Ivana, to unpick layers of meaning in a single statement. I glanced around the room to see the incredibly unsurprised faces of the other guests and felt my stomach sink into my boots. I had thought I'd been doing, if not well, then passably. But it turned out this whole event had been something of a mummer's farce. As I gazed at the people arrayed around the dinner table, I turned the evening over in my mind. The nature of the questions I had been asked, and not asked. The careful management of the conversations. Even the rather abrupt rudeness from Lord Umber. A stage to see how I would play. Everyone else in the room had been in on it. This winter will be longer than we can afford, he said, as blunt as a hammer blow. Even if every member of this army found a place outside our lands, the North is set for famine. It was true. It was also worse than he knew. My tongue itched to tell him, but what would it accomplish? At best I'd be believed and then despair would truly set in among the lords. At worst, even if they doubted me at first, the second my words came true I'd be burned as a witch. I spoke my next words carefully. If it is famine you fear, know that I am in a similar position. Though the Riverlands is ordinarily fertile, I cannot promise aid in crops or grain. Even if we managed glass gardens enough to feed my people, I wouldn't be able to farm enough to feed the largest of the 7 kingdoms. This is known to me, he gestured vaguely, presumably in the direction of the miles of burnt farmland. What I want is for you to appear to need to buy grain. Lots of it. Pieces began to fall into place. I take it Lord Burleigh shared the rationing measures I discussed with those Northmen I recruited. Cregan Stark nodded, his eyes serious. You have some need of grain, but you are secure enough to recruit Northmen truly, instead of for labor camps. This is not a fact yet known to other lords. If you were to call for grain and offer coin, they would name a high price but not so high as they would name the notoriously desperate North now that winter is here. My lord, even if you trusted me to handle that amount of coin for you, it would soon become very obvious that I am purchasing far more than possible for the size of my holdings. Yet even as I said it, my mind whirled. The Ironborn raids had taken some of our stores, this was known. It would not be out of the realm of possibility that between poor planning from a hedge knight, bad luck in Viagar's chosen path through our lands, and raiders from the sea, that we were already in danger of starving to death. You would not be the only one, urged Lady Alice Anne, her expression intense as she leant forward in her seat. My house cannot act too much as a go-between here given our clear connection. No reach lord would sell us anything substantial at ordinary winter prices. I have allies who will aid us, but as you say the North is vast. Allies. Likely Sabetha Frey, but who else had gathered to aid them? Then it clicked. The widows' fairs. They were more than just a marriage mart, they were either the site of these deals or evidence that they had been sealed. I would need to tread very, very carefully. What they suggested could advantage me in the short term, depending on the incentive, and in the long term depending on if it worked, but the north would be devastated by famine and winter fever regardless. How useful was that to me when I was essentially being asked to become party to a deception in the market of an entire kingdom? Particularly one in which Lord Peake's star was soon to rise. Say I were to agree, I began slowly, what would it entail? Lady Alice Anne clearly sensed interest, and her eyes brightened as she said, you would not go uncompensated, my lady. My dowry is substantial and will be used to help finance these purchases. If you are able to negotiate better rates than budgeted for, even better for your house's needs. The neck will handle distribution to the rest of the north, you need only ensure the grain makes it there. As though sneaking wagon loads of grain to the neck unseen and unmolested was going to be a walk in the park. Coin would be useful, projects required manpower and funding, but some coin was nowhere near enough a motivator for the terrible risk I would be taking on if I accepted. Though, the northern houses were gambling themselves, there was no real way to monitor that the coin would be spent well and fairly. I doubted they intended to kill me under protection of guest right, but even knowing about the scheme meant I could put them all in terrible danger. In telling me, they were taking a massive risk. I could not quite see my way to it. They must have seen or heard something in their investigations that led them to believe this would pay off at all. My mind spun trying to unpack the possibilities. What had my small folk told them? What conversations did they overhear? My eyes darted to William Burleigh. What on earth had he said? Either way, I was getting some pretty big cultural insights. This was why Northerners all prided themselves on their forthrightness and honor. When the snows came, you had to know that the man next to you had your back or else you were all going to die. You couldn't care that he was a petty cunt. If he was a man of his word, strong enough to survive the snows, he was worth his weight in gold. I realized that this must have been the plan in place originally as well. A network of grain smugglers and Northmen in place to patriotically guard those interests as long as winter held. For at least a generation it would be a powerful defense against thieving of the grain Stark's allies had promised to send. It was quite a plan. It might have been an excellent one if not for winter fever and a winter twice as long as anyone predicted. Nevertheless, the northern houses here were far in station above my own. If I managed it, it was the opportunity for a type of alliance that would not ordinarily have been available to House Mires for many, many years. I see, I said, to buy a little time to think, yet winter is a time of terrible uncertainty. To protect your other sources, if I were to be discovered you would have to disavow me. Additionally, it would be a considerable logistical issue to smuggle your grain. If we are set upon again by Ironborn, or if the wagons are swallowed by the mud in Hagsmire, resentment over these vital resources being lost will naturally build. The Riverlands have a saying, better to cast a wide net. House Mires would not be our only source. In doing this you would of course, be a loyal friend doing the northern houses a great service, added Lord Stark, and the North remembers. That may be so, Lord Stark, and I value that far more than coin. But if famine takes you anyway? If the Reach is crueler than they have been in recent years to a Riverlands blackened by dragon fire? I understand that little can be assured, but strong bonds must be forged. Especially if you cannot promise defense or support until after winter. If this evening has proved nothing else, I am a small house at the whims of others. I trust in the word and honor of the North, I nod at the other lords, lying through my teeth, but I am still the leader of my people. How will they benefit from this target you would have me paint on our backs? It was at this point that some hidden signal must have been given, for the other lords joined in the discussion. Terms, offers, counter-offers all flew thick and fast across the table. I tried to keep pace as best as I could and refused to give a straight answer as to my position yet. I made myself quite clear I still wasn't convinced. All the while bitter adrenaline spread across the back of my tongue. I had the means to forge an alliance, lower in status than other, higher houses who were providing aid, but an alliance, nonetheless. Yet I was aware that I had knowledge that would see my future allies stronger than the mangled wreck they would be after this winter. Sir Medric himself would not live to see the end of next year if the plague was not contained. Even without that, Maester Lewis was working on a project which could potentially save the North for generations after this. Not to mention something which would make me significantly more coin than trying to haggle with the Reach in winter. I would have to make a decision quickly. At this very table if I was unlucky, by the end of the week if they were gracious. I had a spy to rip out of my keep, winter starvation, secret knowledge and the weight of my people's future all bearing down on me at once. I felt a vast chasm open beneath my feet. I was not ready, I could not see the right moves and yet I had to step forward. Beside me, Quoth caught my eye while Lord Blackwood and Sir Medric discussed if the risk of the Ironborn were worth the speed should they build a rudimentary port for small smuggling sloops in Cragtreath. He tilted his head. I needed to make a choice and I needed to make it quickly. From the desk of Lady Ursula Mires. Hidden badly, under a report on crop tests in soil fertilized in what appears to be rotted human excrement. There's even discussion about using the scent given off of this muck to power a furnace. Disgusting. To the Lady of House Mires. I write to express my condolences as to the tragic death of your father. He was a true knight and a leal vassal. The world is grayer for his passing. I have some sympathy for your position, raised up far too soon to lead your house. Worse still, you never expected to be in such circumstances, which I know is taxing to the fairer sex. For the affection I bore your father, I would propose a closer tie between our two houses. I have a third cousin of age with you, who is a third son of House Flint. The house is famous for its fighting men and would be well placed to aid you come further ironborn incursions. I will arrange a betrothal for after these Windows fairs have passed. I would regret to see the house of your father fade so early in its rise. Lord Kermit Tully, Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. Family. Duty. Honor. This was what their benefactor had worried about. It was all falling into place. That farcical journey to recruit Northerners into a Riverlands house was in fact for this purpose, perhaps a secret meeting? Those notes on troop movements and requisitions. Even that old gods worshipping woods witch. Just in time too, the Lady of House Mires is set to return soon. They fold the letter up. Lady Ivana was so overwhelmed by the duties of running a keep that she would hardly notice it was missing until it was too late. They rush from the room with their prize. They do not see the eyes that watch as they leave Lady Ivana's chambers. Trap. Set. Notes. A/N, don't yell at me. What do you think Ursula should do? What would you do? Important family stuff over next week, so the update will at least a week before it is ready. Chapter 8, Maester Lewis, Theo Rivers, Ivana Mires. 131 AC. Maester Lewis. Contemplating the melted lump of slag in front of him, Lewis allowed himself to reflect that he had perhaps been hasty. Truthfully, the 2 weeks of Lady Mires' absence was not enough time for most scientific breakthroughs to occur. Yet since their discussion he had been working tirelessly on the project, completely independently so that this secret formula could not be stolen or copied by others. He had already been given his own section of the smithy, screened off from the rest of the builders and blacksmiths, in which to work his furnace. As long as he tidied and hid his materials, it would look simply like experiments on various compounds and not the attempt to break into a heretofore lost science. Lewis has spent much of the time resisting the urge to crow like that coarse pet raven Lady Mires was so fond of. It was easy enough to resist from habit if not inclination. Back at the Citadel whenever he was on a project the other brothers kept out of his way. But one evening meal Theo had caught his eye and challenged him with a knowing expression. Oh, he'd said, smiling, I know that face well. I see it in the wash basin when I've got a really good idea. Can you share? And, well, it wasn't as if Lady Mires disdained her good brother. And he was a fine mind, for all he was a bastard. In truth, the other brothers at the Citadel had struggled to appreciate his genius and were bewildered by his inclination to overly practical experiences and demonstrations. It was gratifying to have someone around who could understand the driving passion of a project and how it could consume you. He couldn't say anything of course, but he had been curious about methods to fire his furnace more consistently. It had been a diverting experience. Between Lady Mires and Theo Rivers, Lewis hadn't had so many interesting projects to think on and discuss in an age. Half the difficulty had been trying to get the furnace hot enough to produce a molten liquid glass instead of a crystalline lump. Through some trial and error he had found that it was actually more efficient to keep the furnace heated through the night at a moderate roar before coming immediately after the dawn meal to set it to the terrifying temperature needed to make glass. It needed to burn so hot that seasoned wood seemed to spew flames from the mouth of the furnace like a dragon's belch. When a fresh log ceased its eruption of flame within a count to 10, he knew it was ready. Theo had been kind enough to provide one of his team to tend his furnace at the same time as the man monitored the kills for the quick lime. Maester Lewis hoped these new ovens were installed quickly into homes, otherwise their industry alone might completely deplete their supply of seasoned firewood. Patience would be his watchword and his works would then be rewarded. Nevertheless, he mused as he poked and prodded the lumpen mess in the ashes, he admitted that he had wanted better results than this. At least it was almost never cold in his workshop. Getting material that was actually glass was not the hardest part of the process. It was quickly found that a ratio of 1 in 10 of lime to 1 measure of sand materials resulted in the substance, once fired with the soda ash to help it take to the heat. The headaches from then on had been numerous and infuriating. He was the greatest mind Oldtown had ever produced and even he was dumbfounded. Awful. Perfidious. First had been his disappointment that the substance yielded from firing was glass-like but in small, unusable chips of the material where the sand had successfully melted whatever compound it contained from the heat. He had toyed with the formula diligently but struggled to do much more than make slightly larger or smoother pieces. Eventually, taking the best quality of these chunks and incorporating them into the crucible alongside his formula had yielded good amounts of glass, each time a mildly easier process as he created more and more spare glass to work with. Perhaps the process was closer to pigment making than he had first supposed. Adding a high-quality base of the desired paint made the pigment grinding process smoother and hold together better. Next came the issue that the substance was hard to work with. During their discussions, Lady Mires had used some charcoal sticks to quickly mock up a design not unlike the blow-dart pipes of the neck, hoping that he might be able to use either his own air or the spinning power of the pipe to force some shape into the glass. The cool air should expand the molten glass as bellows might expand molten metal. In theory, from those works where glass had been melted and reforged, she was correct. However, in practice the process was less than ideal. He had toiled greatly, using all his learned skill in smithing to ensure that he could work the material. Thick gloves were something he was used to from his time running practical studies and experiments in the citadel. Yet though he had been skilled at the hammer and tongs, it had taken him a while to get the hang of how to best work the glass. Spinning alone seemed to keep it in a formed state but struggled to create any shape. Breath power had some effect, but it was quickly exhausting, and he struggled to hold the pipe steady. He was a knight of the mind, his body was a vessel for his greatest gift, yet here he was puffing like a horse. The indignities he suffered in the pursuit of knowledge would see him sainted if anyone had the wits to understand. He'd spent that dusk meal in a foul mood, ignoring his pottage and then being even more wroth later in the evening when he became hungry. After constructing a stand for the pipe to wheel into the furnace and a pair of trestles topped with folded metal not unlike an anvil, he'd found it easier to bear. He would confess that his temper also eased somewhat and the household began speaking to him again. Finally, after some trial and error, he had a simple system of breath and spinning that formed a lumpen but serviceable vessel. He assumed that with an extra pair of hands, such a thing could be pressed into a frame mold of some sort to form a plate. Louis had been relieved to find that forming the glass was not so different to the skills needed for wrought iron. Having to constantly spin at the same time took him a while and one or two projects that needed to be refined and restarted. However, yet again he was beset by misfortune. The working of the glass could not further improve its qualities and texture. There was a thick, sluggish nature to the glass he was making that Maester Louis was beginning to believe a result of something other than the formula. It resisted the spinning force and breath both. He'd even fashioned a small, foot-pedaled bellows to fit to the pipe in case it was his lack of lung power that was the cause. Additionally, the glass was not clear. It was a speckled green and blue that might have been striking as a novelty in some small ways were he able to better shape it. As it was, it would not let in sufficient light and warmth for crops to grow under cover. He had taken care to wash and dry the sand thoroughly so that no manner of creature or soil still remained. He had carefully sourced lime that was free of dirt or impurities. Perhaps there was something in the sand itself that he had failed to wash or sieve out, but he was frustratingly slow to decipher it. More irritating still was that his glassware would sometimes crack suddenly, startling him. If they survived the first hour or so, they tended to remain whole, but he had tried cooling them all over his workspace and could not divine if there was something particular that caused it. Still, Maester Louis was determined. Pressure had begun to build from his contacts back in Old Town. It maddened him. Did Maester Garland not know he was his most diligent and faithful? He would apply himself wholeheartedly and write when he knew more, but he would not send some half-baked theories lest he be made a laughingstock again. The building of the furnace alone had been extraordinarily difficult, though Theo's insights into efficiently fire-proofing Hagstone, a decidedly inelegant name, meant that there was more firebrick to go around than before. He examined the bottle in his hand and glanced down at the smoldering lump of glass at his feet. Perhaps his premise had been flawed. He had hoped that lowering the heat from the amount of charcoal and adding already acceptably forged glass might serve to strengthen the mixture. Instead he found the material simply came together too slowly for the glass to bind properly and somehow created an even deeper color, but spattered and cracked like fruits rolled in sugar. Maester Louis was convinced that their initial worries had been right, and something was fundamentally different about the Mirish materials. Or worse, there was some hidden component used to treat the glass that would give it what he needed for clear, workable material. Even as he worked, readying the forge to reheat and melt the glass once more, he contemplated the problem. He had hoped to have a working model for Maester Garland, though he knew the man would be unhappy with his slow responses and the little he had to show for his time. Louis hoped that the man would forgive him once his genius was made manifest in this. Yet a part of him chafed at the idea. Lady Mires had given him such trust in this task, bidding him sharpen the sword of his mind and to serve her house faithfully. He had enjoyed their debates, unmannerly though they became, and knew that he would likely be cast out for revealing this sensitive information once his great work was proven at the Citadel. In truth, it pained him slightly. He was better treated here than he had thought he would be on Lady Ursula's initial arrival. The guards nodded to him when he passed and addressed him as Maester most diligently. Why, the other day he'd heard that Sir Colm loudly chastising someone for speaking of him disrespectfully, citing his keen mind and leal service to their lady as admirable qualities. The servants were very deferential and polite, likely respect for his position managing the stores. He found they could be downright solicitous when he was deep into a project, bringing those tisanes Lady Mires was so fond of and asking if he might like more candles lit or the fire stoked. He'd commended Lady Mires on her managing of the household, which she had received with some confusion as Lady Yvonne attended to handle that side of the business. Perhaps his condescension to discussing higher matters with Theo had warmed his lady wife to him. Deeply, secretly, he worried that there was more Lady Mires was concealing from him and that she might be right to do so. The issue with the spy had been a nasty shock, almost as much as her blunt articulation of his purpose in this keep. He hadn't liked to hear his motives laid out so plainly. It had made them sound like cheap, coarse things in the face of what she was doing. But he would never rise high without some great work to put to his name, and he would not be able to do even that if Maester Garland was not appeased. It would be regrettable, but necessary. Nevertheless, something else had vexed him about this whole process. It had burbled away in the back of his mind, ripening like an alchemical solution. It had taken him some time to realize the strangeness of that night. Lady Mires' excitement had been catching and they had been engaged in conversation so long that he'd not thought about it. Later she had left him with funds and materials to experiment and set off to fair market, so he'd not been able to inquire further. Though as he worked and sweated, shaped and examined, the thought plagued him day and night. How had she known the secret to glass? Where had she found it? And worse, torturously, did she know what he was missing? From the desk of Maester Lewis. My dear boy. You are slow to reply, I worry. Is the girl incapable of her duties to leave you so overworked? You must tell me, I worry for you dreadfully. Your last letter mentioned something about Hagstone that was being worked on, and the one before that a Mire Rock? You must be more precise when explaining yourself, Lewis, or you will never rise so high as I know you long to. A cursory investigation found that mortar uses many of the ingredients you describe, but it does not form stone strong enough to build with. Are you certain you have shared all? Perhaps she keeps things from you, this Lady Mires. I fear for your position, so hard won. Ensure you have her ear and her trust, protect yourself in your place. I had never imagined you would find new knowledge so quickly, forced into the service of a woman. Write often, you know I long to hear from you. The letter is not signed. A half-scribbled reply is open on the desk, but it is not addressed to anyone and is more blot than writing. Some papers have been burned recently but not in large enough chunks to reveal any writing. They don't have long. It can't be helped. They have already sent the most vital piece of the puzzle along anyway. Theo Rivers. Laying the roads had been a challenge. The ice and water drove deep into the Hagstone while it was forming. It was safer to make the slabs in advance and then cart them to be laid, but this had extended the time the jobs would take. Lady Mires had insisted it was a priority. They needed to be able to advance quickly to any area where the Ironborn showed themselves. Once the road to Cragtreath was done, his team were a force to be reckoned with, and basic roads wide enough for wagons and men on the march were in place. After that, rebuilding the servants' quarters was the easiest way to test the new materials and designs for higher constructions, considering they fell entirely under Lady Mires' purview and were hidden from public view much of the time by the palisades. The timber frame had been rotting at the foundation anyway and would have needed replaced soon, or the servants would be likely to freeze by the end of winter. It was also to be a comparatively simply built. It would be a large, rectangular building, pitched-roofed, but Lady Mires had wanted her servants' quarters to look pleasing and be a source of pride to those who stayed there. So, Theo had taken her sketches and carefully studied them, the required angles and supports tickling the back of his mind until he knew how to make it sturdy. The servants were thrilled with the new rooms. It had not been efficient for every member of the castle's servants and workers to have their own room and oven, so they had been divided into sections based on their roles within the keep. The lowest level would be common rooms to be shared, spaces to gather and mend or spend time when there was the rare occasion to rest. Windows into the courtyard of the castle were cut into beveled sections of Hagstone, allowing the light to flood in when shutters and thick wool curtains were drawn, but letting the aperture remain small enough not to lose too much warmth. It was here that the ovens would be built, the fire-proofed Hagstone and cob making smooth, sweeping lines for benches and seats. He'd got very excited building them. One kitchen maid had remarked that they looked like seashells or river waves, and it wasn't until she'd said it that he realized what he'd been doing. The heat from the communal ovens would be fed up through the structure and along the inner wall of the building to warm the dormitories that were stacked above them, allowing them to take advantage of the natural path heat wished to take. At 3 floors high, this meant they only needed one oven in the shared space, and one on the 3rd floor in the chambers of the more senior servants, to stoke at their leisure. There were even empty rooms. Ursula had been hopeful that if they made it to summer, they could expand. Most unusual were the balconies that Ursula had designed. The effect was pleasing, and he envied those on the higher floors with access to them and a view over the courtyard. The Hagstone had made putting them together short work, and he had carpenters still working on the railings and roofed cover. She had insisted that he put his mind to the task of pitching the roofline to let in as much southern light as possible and to block the intense head of high summer sun. He had nodded politely as Vanna had taught him to, and did not bother to explain that this was how most people built roofs over open spaces. It was like there was so much stored in Ursula's head she forgot what was commonly known some days. Once the structure had been dried and washed white with lime, the servants had been thrilled and singing Ursula's praises for days. A great drive had entered them, using old or ruined fabrics to stitch cushions and blankets for the shared spaces, or embroidering decorations on curtains to denote which area of service they provided. Hag's Hill. One of the stable boys had an ambitious plan to grind some madder pigment to paint the whole building, but that had devolved into an argument over color and the project was still stalled. The beds were a slow process, needing to be made from wood. But the servants were willing to share for now, and the men and women who were used to sleeping on straw were already preparing rush mats and chasing poor chickens and geese around the keep for down. He'd even heard some of the laundresses wondering if they could grow fruits or flowers on the balconies come summer. People were planning for the future. This next project was to be the September, now that they had proof of concept. But what a structure it would be! The land at the center of Southwold had been cleared by laborers already, and his fingers fizzed at the opportunity. Himself, Vanna and Ursula had stayed up far too late in the solar one night while she had drawn all over her walls with a charcoal stick to try and get something ambitious but achievable envisioned. That had been a good night. He and Ursula had got a little drunk on the wine and it made Vanna giggle until she'd nearly wet herself. Whenever they were busy drunkenly arguing about something, his wife would sneak the charcoal stick and draw rude figures in hidden places until they discovered them. Ursula had worried that it would get cleaned off come morning and tried to explain her fascination with the natural form seen in the wild or how hagstone could be poured into shape. She needn't have worried. When Theo saw a building once, he committed it to memory anyway. That had actually been how they had discovered a handprint, and Ursula had gone off on a painting tear. Vanna said she'd handle it, but he pretended he hadn't heard that for the sake of his nerves. At the entrance of the structure was to be a sharply slanted roof over a circular courtyard centered on a pool that was open to the air. Vanna had mentioned the importance of clean drinking water for Ursula's sanitation initiatives, and collecting rainwater in the riverlands during winter was simply a matter of staying still long enough with a bucket. The imagined effect of that water pouring off of the roof into the pool could be beautiful as well, he'd thought, like a tiny waterfall. That circular entrance would split into 3 directions. One to the courtyard gardens and the hospital beyond, one to the schoolhouse, and one to the September itself. The schoolhouse and hospital were to be built in a similar style to the servants' quarters, with balconies and ovens to allow septas and novitiates to live above the working part of those buildings. The work of these buildings would take place in large multipurpose rooms heated by communal ovens in the lower floors. The September itself was to be a beautiful structure, and hagstone meant he could mold and shape the walls themselves at a rapid pace. A piece of true art made by builders' hands could take generations to complete. But Theo hoped that with the labor provided by the influx of Northmen, they would be able to have the bones done within a year or 2. The September would have a risen dome at the entrance, and windows would be prepared for the glass that Theo was not supposed to know about but kept hearing Maester Lewis break in his workspace. Vanna had told the servants that he was trying to remelt some old glass from the keep's original restoration, so that they wouldn't bother him too much. From this grand entrance there would be a long rectangle, making up one side of the courtyard, flanked by pews for the visitors and small altars to the 7. At the end would be a second vaulted dome, the 7 arrayed in a curve around the pulpit. Theo hoped and prayed that they could have glass for the roof. A tower topped with light to shine down on the 7 would make Ursula very pious indeed. It was like he could see how to make the smooth shapes and undulations that would turn the exterior of this building into a structure impossible to make with the stone they had. He could see the decorations Ursula wanted, the blend of nature and holy iconography all at once. He'd make twisted molds for the columns, like great vines erupting from the earth. He'd have young IRA fashion hagstone molds for little beetles and dragonflies to be painted and mortared to the walls. The blacksmiths would use curving forms to shape their wrought iron pieces for the structure, and the carpenters would etch an echo of them into the pews and altars. Ursula said she'd seen it in a September just outside of Fairmarket on her way here and hadn't been able to stop thinking about it since. A monument to the gods' creation of the natural world. It was also going to be a huge source of coin for the people of Southwold this winter. How Ursula planned to finance it for long was anyone's guess. Theo and his team had set to work with a fury. None of them would have believed it possible before, but they'd seen what Theo could do when he set his mind to a task. He had called in Ronal, who was probably getting old for the work but was a man who could build like a demon when needed. Ronal's son and apprentice had never returned from the dance, and Theo wanted to make sure there was a little coin in that family's pockets as winter was only going to get harder. The frames had been set up swiftly to pour the lower walls, and he had spent his time marshalling his team and quizzing young IRA constantly. How did she know the mix was right to pour? What motions and tools stopped it from slopping over the side and wasting valuable product? He was pleased with her answers as she raced up and down the tiny gangway with her wheelbarrow. He noted she was getting a mite stronger as well. Young IRA couldn't be with him at all times though. She attended the septa school in the Great Hall for the mornings. Ronal's granddaughter Greta was also in frequent attendance, and Theo had noticed the two of them were becoming fast friends. Ronal didn't like to look at her much. He'd heard one of the other men say that she was the spitting image of his lost son. After the septas had let the children leave to go work with their parents or trades, he noticed that Greta hung around the building site, asking questions and offering to help. Greta refused to leave, no matter that her grandfather raged at her, and sometimes work would be actively snatched out of her hands. There were points that Greta's friendship with young IRA was sorely tested. It was clear that she wanted to be of use and was unhappy that she wasn't. It made him curious. "Ronal," he asked, wary of having another horseshoe thrown at him. Why doesn't Greta help with young Ira with the molded hagstone forms for after the wall has dried? They're smaller and decorative, won't need much hauling and straining of the body. Ronal snorted, spitting into the dirt. His rough voice was tense with something, but Theo struggled to identify what it was. Girl should be at home. Her mother's run ragged with the young ones, and my wife has more spinning than she can rightly manage on her own. Theo wondered if he should let the matter lie, but then he caught a glimpse of young Ira out of the corner of his eye. Her hair was dusty with the dry hagstone where she had wiped her face absent-mindedly. She was sweating up a storm even in the cold, her hands going red where they gripped and pushed the handles of her wheelbarrow. She looked incandescently happy to be on her first real build, since she'd not yet known enough to be allowed to do much on the servants' quarters. Off to one side, having failed to get one of Ronal's men to let her help nail in the small boards for the next wall form, Greta loitered, staring. Why does she think she can do it? He found himself asking. That one got him a win. She, my boy, may have been training her some before he left. His wife weren't able to have more and there weren't no sons coming. Suppose he thought it'd be better than having the trade die out, Ronal said, gruffly. Theo could feel it. This was one of those things that was going to get him hit with something. Still. It had never stopped him before. So why don't you keep the training going? Family always needs work. She's bright enough, that young Ira's been telling me. She's even better than her with the schooling, she says, Theo ventured, trying to keep his voice even. Ronal glared at him fiercely across the saw table. You think just cause you're able to get your wife with child you know anything about raising children? She should be at home and putting that nonsense out her head. You think my wife and good daughter are layabouts? I've respect for women's work, my family would starve without it, and there's miles of work needs doing. I don't begrudge the girl a trade, it's good sense. But she's a girl. If the gods wanted her to be strong enough to lift a barn beam, she'd have been born a boy, he snapped. Theo blinked in confusion, but you need a whole team to raise a barn beam. Never met a man who could manage it on their own. She had to be good enough that your son took her on, right? Not the point I was driving at, Theo, said Ronal, suddenly looking every one of his years. She's not going to be a young girl forever. Best way out and up for a girl is marrying well. Trade's going down the sinkhole. My legs don't want to work on winter mornings, and I don't think I've gone a day in the last 5 where the shoulder didn't pain me. I'll not be able to handle it forever. She'll need wedded. Sometimes you need to deny 'em what they want to give 'em what's good. What man's going to marry a girl who spends her day hewing trees? Is his family going to have more use for a girl who can turn a spinning wheel with skill, or one what can make one fine but never learn the other half of it? That was awkward. He'd sort of been hoping that Ronal just hadn't noticed how badly his granddaughter wanted to build. He'd never really wanted to do anything else his own self, so he recognized the need. Theo had not anticipated planning for a future marriage, or that Ronal's pain was getting so much worse that he worried for his family. Oh. I see. Was your son a bad father then? Asked Theo, as it was becoming clear to him that there was much more complexity to the topic than he had anticipated. That sent Ronal spinning on the spot to face him, his face red and blotchy with fury. You ever fucking say that again and I'll knock you on your arse, boy. I don't care how old I am. I'll let Lady Mires finish with me when I'm done scraping you off my shoe. Ah, this was what he had been worried about. He tried to explain himself, but you said she should be at home? Now she's thinking she's good enough to work with you and don't understand why you won't let her. If she's not good enough for the trade, he shouldn't have got her hopes up. Now he's gone, but she's stuck with the love for it. If it's as you say, even if she was earning money, she'd still not attract a husband who'd want a spinning wife. So, isn't that bad? Ronal heaved huge breaths, his eyes burning like a furnace. The man was constantly complaining of the pain in his knees and shoulder, but he was still built like an ox. Theo really hoped he wasn't going to get hit. It was always very hard to convince Vanna not to march after whoever done it with a pair of knitting shears and a pleasant expression. The moment seemed to span on forever, something happening behind those eyes that Theo was not privy to. Greta! Ronal bellowed suddenly, still not taking his eyes off of Theo. These boards need cut to the length of the saw table and they need done quick. You quick, girl! It was as if someone had lit a fire under her that Greta sprinted over so fast, those brown eyes determined. Yes, Papa, yes, I'm quick. I'll get 'em done right away. You're wanting 10 for the base. Are we wanting end grain pieces for the lengths, or does the hag's tone not sink in like water? She babbled as she pulled her hair back into a quick tail. Do it as you think it ought be done, and if you get it wrong it's spinning work tomorrow and not another fucking word out of you. Ronal snapped, marching to stand over her. Good, you can hold a saw. Congratulations on not being a fucking idiot. Now show me where you measure from. Theo stood in the courtyard, completely bewildered. Oh, really, boss, said young Ira forlornly from his elbow. I was trying to poach her for our side. She's real clever, she'd have measured and numbered all them curves you're trying to make as quick as blinking. She wanted to work with the wood, said Theo absently, without taking his eyes off the strange scene before him. She only worked the numbers for you so that she might get a chance to build the frames. The pair of them stared for a moment as a delighted Greta was called a number of terrible names by her own grandfather because she was being too slow hauling her cuts to the rest of the team. I'm thinking of using the hag's stone to build a dome, Theo said finally. Fuck yes, chirped young Ira. From the desk of a Hag's Hill castellan. The notes are written with chalk on slate, clearly meant to be returned to soon. They'll need to quickly return to their post after committing it to memory. Requisition from Septa Walburga to be budgeted. Donations from Faithful in Old Town received. Bandages needed, flax and hemp fine to work with. Source? Copper distillery highly expensive, consult with Lady Ivana. Manure beds to be set up for medicinal garden. Transport logistics. Review scribed report on uses of human waste by Jenny Greens, prepare a discussion on cost and feasibility for Lady Mires. Collection of waste gathered in the digesters at consistent levels now, review how long until more are needed. That was twice now they'd seen human shit being used as an ingredient in something. It was enough to make the stomach turn. There was precious little information compared to before, they would have to be careful. Maybe someone was catching on? Ivana Mires. She had been ostensibly resting all day. She was at a table in the Great Hall, taking meetings and being glared at by Jenny Greens whenever she appeared to be thinking too hard. She'd spent the morning consulting with some well-paid researchers about how one went about establishing guilds. Could it even be done without a city charter? Could they be solely tied to a house? The maester would have known, but he was so involved in his current obsession that she did not wish to incentivize any responses until she and Ursula had a plan of action. If they managed to run guilds tied to House Mires in some way, they'd be looked down on for their trade and dealings in filthy lucre, but they'd also be the ones sitting in glass houses with battlements of hag's tone. There were so many crafts on the rise thanks to her sister's works. They'd need ways, rights, and means to protect these secrets for House Mires that needed hidden for them to maintain their advantage. Ursula could fret and hand out the secret to greater harvest and sanitation. All she wanted, Ivana was going to make sure everything else was under the purview of House Mires run guilds. In practice, if not in name. The answer to her concerns was yes, but carefully. She'd taken copious notes and then had to drink more of that horrible flax tea in penance. At the moment, she was discussing how the schooling had been progressing with the children. Septa Morag was such a fount of knowledge she almost wanted to take notes about how she would instruct her own children. I'm gladdened to hear that they are progressing so well, Septa, she said, smiling while her fingers made quick work of the needles to turn the heel of this knitted boot. Septa Morag inclined her head graciously. Our numbers are swelling rapidly, however. I am not sure how many we can accommodate. There is plenty room in the Great Hall and I have been assured that the September will have separate wings for schooling of a good size, but it is more an issue of instructors. Unless I pull my novices from other projects, I have some concerns about its feasibility in the future, particularly if you wish this to be carried out in areas other than Southwold. A potential problem indeed, but one thing at once. If the working model could be set up successfully here in conjunction with the reconstruction efforts, the issue of instructors might be one that solved itself with time. I hear your concerns, Septa, and understand them. Perhaps the recruitment at the Widow's Fair might go some way to solving the problem? I know that Lady Mires was most keen to expand the horizons of her small folk with a little art and music. Have any of your novices taken up the challenge on a more permanent basis? The bulk of the schooling happened in the morning hours. Letters, numbers, sanitation, and religion. 3 times a week guardsmen had volunteered to train them with some running, jumping and throwing exercises. Those captains with a keen eye would watch for those who might perform well in service to House Mires. Afterwards the children would be given some laver bread, brown and coarse but milled with sea plants that were full of health-giving properties, and some milk. The extra set of rations for the middle of the day had been enough to send a large number of small folk children through their doors. Though many had families with a trade, so often rushed from the building when there was work to be done. Winter was a slow time for most things, however, so they had been left to decide what to do with them in the afternoons before the dusk meal. Many suggestions had been passed around that particular council meeting. It was Ursula's opinion, and interestingly Maester Lou's opinion as well, that those who stayed to learn more would have greater opportunities open to them in the future if the septas could ensure they stayed focused. The discussion had become very involved. What skills and knowledge were necessary for a thinking person? What kind of small folk did they want to encourage in Southwold? In the end Ursula had distilled the afternoon session for those who stayed into sciences, arts, and histories. The sciences was an area that the septas had some passing familiarity in from their own educations, but teaching it systematically was proving something of a headache. Maester Lewis had volunteered, but he'd become so waylaid by whatever project he was currently on that Ursula had promised to put herself on the issue. The arts were interestingly broad. Ivana and some laundresses had come to explain how to mend and hem clothing one day, and novice Dulcie had them all joined in hymns or songs that she'd enjoyed from dinners in the Great Hall. Ursula herself had come down a few times, much to their excitement, and aided novice Tyne in delivering lessons on drawing and paints. She'd even gifted a few who showed particular enthusiasm charcoal drawing sticks, or some easily made pigments of their own, encouraging them to practice. Septa Ursula had marched in one morning, banned everyone else from the room, and apparently taught them to dance. If Ivana did not have the health of her babe to think about, she'd have snuck in herself just to watch the stately woman skip and hop in front of the young ones. Histories was limited at the moment, mostly it consisted of some rudimentary understanding of the riverlands and the lords surrounding them. Though Ivana privately thought that the drilling on house sigils and words would prove very useful if any of them joined their men-at-arms or scouts. Ursula had japed that House Mires would need to be around a good bit longer than they had been to become the subject of histories for their small folk. Yet Ivana thought of all the changes that were coming their way and wondered if histories would not be a useful way to educate the small folk on all their liege lady had done for them and perhaps nip any malcontents in the bud. Speaking of which, it had been a simple thing in the end. A carefully penned lie in a hand not her own nor any of the literate staff. She'd spent so long stalking the halls after hours that she'd seen just about every sample Hag's Hill had to offer. All it had taken was the appearance of mild incompetence on her part and someone to lie in wait. Yes, the catching had been easy. Too amateur to vary their methods, the spy had taken that letter off of her desk and snuck out to the ravens once more. Her people had followed him at a distance, letting him send his lying missive. She had debated instructing the raven shot down once the coast was clear, but not 1 in 10 of her guards were capable of taking a raven on the wing, and it would be useful to know what kind of false information these rotten benefactors would be working with. Unless you were a truly storied keep with great incomes and resources at your disposal, most messages had to be delivered by courier. Smaller houses generally kept ravens to send messages to significant bannermen, if any, their liege lord, and sometimes a raven might serve as part of a dowry so that the bride could write home. Other houses would be chosen for politics or defense, but in truth House Mires only had a limited number to select from. It was only the rarest and most clever of birds that could remember a number of castles, as well as take instruction correctly. Though if Ursula's rather worrying cackles when she repeatedly let quoth the raven into the rookery late at night were anything to go by, her sister was working on that problem. Maester Lewis had helpfully confirmed to which house this missing raven could travel. House Atrantia. So chosen because having a direct line of communication to the lords who held dominion over Fairmarket was deemed useful in case of attack. She'd let the spy be for now. Partly because it would make the seizing and sentencing on Ursula's return be suitably dramatic, as an example for the small folk and the rest of the castle. Partly because the catching had been so easy all that was left was to contemplate the sentencing. And that was going to be an absolute shambles. She watched from beneath her lashes, appearing to attend to her knitting for the babe and giving rote nods and encouraging noises to Septa Morag's report. He had a smug expression on his face beneath his helmet. And why not? He'd thought he'd won the jackpot and got one over on his liege lady besides. Cormac Hart nodded to one of the guardsmen as he retreated to the barracks. He'd even been sent along with the other knights to serve as Ursula's escort home to Hag's Hill. Likely the boy had been contacted or accosted on the way down and been spying on the new lady of Hag's Hill from the start. Probably just a contingency from House Atrantia, they never expected Ursula to be anyone of consequence. Perhaps when winter was over they might have gathered enough to muscle in on their territory, but she doubted it. It was almost bad luck that the boy had stumbled on useful information born of her sister's incredibly gifted mind. No matter how this shook out, the fact that Sir Cohn's own nephew and squire was the spy, it was going to kill the man. Quite literally, if it was found that Sir Cohn had a hand in it. In her heart of hearts, she did not think it so. If only because of the great affection Sir Cohn had borne for her father. Sir Cohn had wept when he died. She'd been hiding in an alcove so no one would try to speak to her while she couldn't master herself, and she'd heard him. He'd had his mailed fist pressed to his mouth to muffle his sorrow, still doing his duty and standing guard outside Sir Ender's rooms. He might have disapproved of the change in training methods or possibly even gone so far as to have spoken out of turn about Ursula when in his cups, but any rebellion would have ended there or been spoken about with the council. This did not necessarily mean, however, that he could be allowed to live once the truth came to light. What did it say about his ability as a knight of their house if his own kin and squire was the source of such duplicity? House Mires hardly had any knights to their name, they were a tiny house without manses or land yet arranged to give them. Sir Cohn was the leader of the 6 who were sworn to their house and Cormac had been his to look after. That was the other thing, Cormac was his nephew. No sane man would want their own nephew sentenced to death for spying. Not to mention that though the man himself was not a landed knight, his family was. They were in service to House Hersey and capable enough stewards of their lands over the years to have made some good coin. They were well regarded. This would be a blow to their pride and certainly enough to start a feud. Part of the problem was that, while spying on your liege lord was treason, it was a very common activity and hard to prove. She had only her own eyes and the eyes of her informants thus far. Punishable by death or the wall, she'd need that accusation to be incontestable in order to dodge any of the ramifications of sentencing him. It would be House Mires' first such act for someone of any status, rather than bandits or the like. It could not be brought into question. Death was safest sentencing. Final and brutal, but not seeming to revel in the fall of one of House Hersey's loyal vassals. Perhaps he could be baited into demanding trial by combat? Better he died than lived on the wall to blab what he had found of Ursula's plans to someone else. Privately she knew that his age would pain Ursula. Dickon had been 14 as well when he died. Her sister would counsel mercy, and Ivana understood that the feeling had its place. But that was for mistakes, or confusion, not deliberate betrayal. No, out of deference to her liege lady she would give him a chance for mercy, he might keep his worthless life. Though she would test him sorely, and no matter what his honor and future would never be regained. Which was probably why she'd told the castellan to be absent from his rooms for the day while Cormac was asked to get her something from his shelf. She'd used the time he spent sneaking to do some snooping of her own. Hidden under her knitting was a coin purse with 20 gold dragons that she had found concealed under his mattresses next to a rather clumsy love letter for Cedra. Perhaps his fumbling attentions had been for a truer purpose than access to the household keys. Poor girl, she was going to be heartbroken. Cormac was going to ask her to leave with him and return to his family's lands in House Hersey. The boy clearly had hoped squiring for his uncle would be full of more riches and glory than fetching, carrying, and ironborn raids. He'd probably be puffed up with pride at his success, she'd expect him to be bold and satisfied. Cormac's conversation would go smug and insolent, he'd be planning to abscond the second Cedra was back in his grasp. She needed him pale and panicking, ready to make more mistakes. He'd check for the money. It was probably more than he'd ever seen in his life. House Atrantia were very, very wealthy. He'd check for the money soon just to make sure that all was at readiness for Cedra's return with Ursula's retinue. His money would be gone. Who could have taken it? Had he been found out? He would wonder and cast suspicious glances at his fellows. He would retreat and snap, behaving strangely as he waited for the axe to fall. His fellows would notice this, remarking on it to one another, which would also be useful. Just before Ursula was due to arrive home, he would receive a message from a hooded courier, just the sort of nonsense a boy like that would expect. It would have very specific, very damning instructions. Easily deniable by his benefactors, as obviously they had never sent such orders. Such a denial would be easily disbelieved by House Hersey, who would want someone of significance to be behind their kin's death, not some wet behind the ears woman of no import. Spying felt bloodless until the enemy was at the gates. It was easy to convince yourself that the cost was paid in words alone. If he was worth mercy, such instructions would stay his hand. It would certainly influence his sentencing. If they didn't, well, perhaps she could arrange it so Sir Cone would cut the boy down himself. Gently rubbing her belly in slow circles, she hummed a soft tune to her baby. Maybe she would feel it move soon. Is the babe well, my lady? Asked Septa Morag, kindly. Oh yes, they'll be just fine, Ivana replied. She hoped it was a girl. Notes. Sometimes you think you won't have anything written for a week, sometimes you write 2 chapters and 16,000 words in a days. Chapter 9, Ursula Mires. 131 AC. Ursula Mires. I had until the end of the Widow's Fair. I'd leveraged their high-handed behavior in the discussions, citing that it might have left them confident of my character, but I was not so confident in theirs. Surprisingly, Lord Harlan had enjoyed that one, voicing approval when he heard I'd not just jump on the opportunity for coin or influence. Well, those weren't the exact words he used, they were far more evocative, but that was the feeling. Lord Stark had pointed out that I was only a small house, my grain would be welcome, but it would not turn the tide of the north alone. I took pains to remind him that if that were entirely accurate, I would not even have merited an invitation in the first place. Besides that, I was in a position to refuse. As they said, I was confident of my stores come this winter. In truth, that was perhaps the biggest lie I'd managed that evening. To be fair, it had a certain level of honesty. Either my stores and plans held us through the winter, or we'd all be dead, and our oaths moot anyway. But refusing these plans would come with a cost. In the end I had made it clear that I wanted time to come to a decision, so that I could make a sound judgment on the proceedings. Lady Alizanne had cut off any potential protests from the others at that, saying that she completely understood my position. She asked if she might call upon me in 3 days' time, to ascertain my feelings and discuss next steps if needed. I'd said if she was willing to sit in the tent with me between recruitment drives, I'd welcome her to what little I had. It was perhaps wicked of me, but I sort of wanted to see her face when I presented what my usual fare was. Septa Nacella would either be completely behind such a plan, or she would go and kill a roebuck with her bare hands to prevent it. Either way, a victory. Lord William had escorted me out of the building, and I allowed him to follow us to our camp. I had reason to speak to him anyway. Immediately upon exiting, Sir Cone had removed his cloak and draped it about my shoulders, despite my attempt to non-verbally dissuade him in front of our visitor. He wore a serious expression I could not place as he'd adjusted it about my shoulders. I suppose I have you to thank for that, diverting evening, I began as we walked. Fairmarket is at the center of a number of places, yet there were almost no new lords or ladies in attendance. Lord Stark despaired of any new blood for the plan beyond what we already had, replied Burleigh. As I recall, there are yet to be widows' fairs at Riverrun and the twins, not all hope is lost. I couldn't help but console him, the suffering in the north would be hideous. As I said, my lady, there were no new lords or ladies to introduce to the scheme, he said, his voice deliberately mild. Ah. So, the Tullus and the Freys were in on it. They could facilitate their smaller lords and ladies to be present, allowing for a cloak of respectability to fall on the affair while the bargains were struck. It made sense. Lord Benjicott, Lord Kermit and Sir Oscar had comprised the lads of the Riverlands and made their opponents bleed in battle. Those bonds were strongly forged. Lady Sabitha Frey and Lady Alizanne had shared a tent on campaign allegedly for more than modesty, but whatever the truth they had remained great friends. Though how much grain the Tullus and Freys could afford to let their lesser houses field, even in trade, after the burning of the Riverlands was unknown to me. None of this was too shocking. What confused me was why he was handing me this information. I see, I said, though in fact I was missing some of the picture, yet from the sound of it they would have cut their losses here and made some other attempt at the twins or some such before venturing back into northern lands. Why bother with me? He had the decency to look chagrined. That would be my doing, my lady. I had been tasked with ensuring nothing untoward broke out while so many northerners were in a vulnerable position. After I questioned you, that is to say your responses moved me. I found myself with much to think on. Lady Alizanne noticed and bade me speak with her. That is half an answer, I said firmly. Your lady might have bidden you speak on many things and none of them might have recommended me for such a scheme. I charge you to speak plainly for that farce of a meal I was forced to endure. It was because I suggested it, he admitted ruefully, at first only to look into your suitability. What you promised to northerners might be wind, who could say how you might treat them once they were in your lands. When we were sent to find out more, the clearer your portrait became. Still, you might have been too great a risk with a character unknown to us. Thus, the decision to invite you and take your measure I had not anticipated it would be done so high-handedly, but the goal had been to see how you might respond to such a thing. What portrait? I asked, bewildered. You would have spoken to guards and small folk at best, none of my close counsel would have said anything at all to you. Exactly. Your people love you, my lady. If I knew nothing else about you, that would be enough for me to gamble on, replied William, fiercely. Your guards say that you have learned all their names and ask after their families. The few servants here speak of how you have prioritized their lodgings over improvements to your own, that you ensure 1 day of rest for them in 7. The small folk women speak of training that you have provided and encourage them to continue, that you have arranged food in winter and schooling for their children. You let none starve, 'tis not in your nature. It is evident that you are clearly a fiercely capable administrator. You look to the future of your house, and you prepare for winter like a northerner. He finished his tirade, looking somewhat embarrassed. I struggled not to look too flattered in case this provided some form of ammunition. So, you suggested I might be a good candidate, I finished for him. Yes, my lady. Even if you refuse us. Yet I hope you will not, he said as he turned to face me, stopping us in the middle of the darkened town. Green-eyed, with nut-brown hair and a promising cut to his cheeks and chin, he would be a handsome man were I looking for such a thing. Still, any man might flatter a woman his liege lady wanted on side. I cannot say why, he said, with a glance at quoth he probably thought was subtle, but I feel as though you have a knowing about you. 'Tis something us barbaric mountain clans say. We all feel out our way in the dark, righteousness and wisdom are shrouded. Yet what I have seen, what you said to me that day, he paused, his expression becoming frustrated. He shook his head as though trying to shake the thought from his skull. You fumble with the rest of us, but it is as if you somehow know, a way of being, if nothing else. I froze, mouth half open, and then, your appraisal values me too highly. I have none of your northern green dreams. I just have a well-trained raven. I only do what I have to so that my people might survive. I am sick with worry. What if I refuse your lords? What if I accept? If I knew the answer, you'd have it by now. Yet I am the lady of my house, I carry the livelihoods of thousands with my every choice. A river to your people, he said, nodding, when other lordly houses named themselves for their strengths, histories, and power, yours is named for such. I said nothing. What was there to say? It was true. He was happy to walk the rest of the way with me in silence and bowed his head over my hand in the southern style to take his leave when we arrived at my tent. Weigh your matters carefully, my lady. I know it may not mean much, considering the trouble I've brought to your door, but I hope you say yes, he said, softly. I stood outside with Sir Cone and his men for a while, watching Bill walk back to town. Within the tent, I heard Cedra stir and stumble to stoke the brazier, trying to force herself to consciousness again to help me undress and unpin my hair. Sir Cone? I asked, and by all the gods my voice sounded so small. Like I was 15 for true. Yes, my lady. What do you think? He paused for a long moment, giving my question serious consideration. Finally, he said, it is an answer with many parts. If you ask what I would do nothing. Nothing. I asked, incredulous, your position would be to hold exactly as we are and do nothing. Why not? He replied with a careless shrug, it's usually best. We are no one of consequence. Easy to hide, yes, but we have nothing to defend ourselves with if larger reach houses wish to make an example. In battle a commander might give an order you are worried will get your men killed, but if they're any good they have more information than you most of the time, so you just advance and hope that you aren't the sacrificial lamb that day. If the order is really stupid, you might hold and play stupid yourself. Seek desperate clarification so as to please whatever wet behind the ears Lord Ling, whose idea of battle strategy is to charge as gloriously as possible. Sometimes doing nothing in the face of those odds is best. I nod, slowly, slightly worried that Sir Cone's men might take this attitude to heart with other orders. Yet if they'd been trained by him, he'd probably taught them exactly how. However, he continued, I am a knight and a commander of men. You are our liege lady and commander of us all. I have had to do my duty to my liege and as many as 200 men. Your duty is to your house, and you have shouldered a duty to thousands of your people. I sit at your council, and I hear your words, you have many stratagems at play. I watched you in there, my lady. I watched you outstep and outspeak everyone in that room who sought to vex and test you for their own ends. I trust you will take the time to outthink them too. You are a commander who knows more than I about this. You have more information, so you must decide who charges, who flanks, and who retreats. If you say we press forward, my lady, it will be because you have worked yourself to bleeding over all the angles. And my men and I will follow you into the breach. As I would have followed your father into death, had he given me leave. As I hope to follow you into a good, long life, if you give me leave to do so. Sir Cone turned to me, his eyes full of affection, like they had been when I was just a child. Before all this madness, I tasted salt, where I had bit through my lip to keep from weeping, though my eyes still blurred, and my nose was beginning to run from more than the cold. I could not speak, I nodded instead. Go to your rest, my lady. Your men will guard it, he said softly. The knights at his side straightened, their faces fierce. I had thought I was alone in that room. I thought I had been battling with only quoth and my wits to save me. But they had been there standing tall, watching, rooting for me. Hoping and believing that I would succeed because it was what my house required of me. I would not forget it again. Do it, said Septa plainly. I choked on my tisane, coughing wetly, that simple, hey. No, it'll be terribly complicated and dangerous. Do it anyway, Nacella took an obnoxiously long sip from her own cup. I twitched. I don't suppose you'll explain your reasoning sometime before I must attend to the line of Northmen once again. I don't know why Septa Nacella turned me into a petulant teenager. Maybe it's because this body was one and she was the only one who wouldn't take offense. Maybe I will, if you mind your tone, for I am a holy woman and prone to forgiveness, she replied archly. I snorted into my travel biscuit. Even Cedra ventured a giggle from where she was brushing out my dress from the night before. Gwyndolin and Janessa had left very quickly after breaking our fast, horrified that the Blackwoods had gained intelligence on us so swiftly. I didn't know if they were off to chastise the small folk or if they were going to do some counter-investigations of their own. I trusted the hand-picked ladies of Septa Nacella to at least not get caught, so I decided ignorance was bliss and refused to ask them anything. I cannot claim that I am the one to ask how best to secretly send grain to the north, nor how you might best haggle for a beneficial price from the Reach. For those you must look to yourself or your other advisors. Perhaps even someone you recruit today, advised Septa Nacella. What I can lay claim to is the understanding that a house like yours does not get the chance to place houses like the Karstarks and Umbers in a debt of gratitude for at least 3 generations. I will be frank, you need allies. You are reluctant to wed, I understand. She held up a hand at my face, before I could say anything. I understand, truly I do. I am happy to wait to revisit the issue after we survive this winter. Nevertheless, if you are not wed, there are limited ways for an unwed woman of low consequence and no children to make allies. Allies are useful. They are a civilizing force. You need their goodwill for armed support, trade contracts, and yes, potential husbands. She put down her cup delicately, flicking the last of the travel biscuit off of her fingers. Her sharp green eyes stared into me, and I found myself pinned by her gaze. I have spoken to Sir Cone. Do not look so surprised, girl. Do you suppose I got a wink of sleep until I was assured you were safely ensconced in your tent again? Spare me. My point is that from his report you acquitted yourself well. You will not see this opportunity again for many years. So, think carefully about how to make it worth your while. Is it coin we need? Then barter for more or focus your efforts on recruiting merchant sons and the like from this fair. Do you desire trade? What can you offer the North and what do you want in return? Have these clear and sharp in your mind so when that Blackwood girl comes to interrogate you again you have your cutting edge about you. At minimum you must decide what would make this a fantastic deal for you to accept, and then begin the arduous process of diplomacy to end up with an arrangement that irritates all parties. She rose from her stool in my tent, and pressed her warm, dry palm to my shoulder. I nodded pensively, weighing all she had said during her little lecture in my mind. Try not to get yourself killed, girl, you are so full of education. 'Tis a delicate commodity, she said, her voice as dry as Dorn. I didn't bother to conceal my smirk, and for a moment I leant my head against her arm. To my surprise, she brought her other hand up to stroke my hair gently for a moment. We stayed like this, listening to the dawn birds and the sounds of the camp waking. Then it was over. Well, she said, curtly, disentangling herself, I'm off to pay my respects to the September. Perhaps if I loiter there long enough, I can get one of the Manderley host to come to confession. I'll be back before the line starts again in earnest. I stayed in my seat for a moment, mind worrying. She loves you, my lady, said Cedra's soft voice from her corner of the tent, her young face glowing and pleased for me, 'tis good to see. Yes, I say, sipping my cold tisane, it is. The recruitment line went, differently than before. It was hard to put my finger on it at first. Whereas before I had wheedled and charmed to get the men to relax enough to tell me how they might be useful, it was as if they were veritable founts of information now. Some, even though turned away, referred friends of theirs and their qualifications, asking if he might be given leave to encourage. If I found them useful, he'd be pleased to know they'd been of service to a friend. Previously I'd had to put every wit to managing threadbare tempers and the wounded egos of desperate men. It took a moment for it to piece together in my mind. I had known that some recognition from House Stark and the other lords would go some way to raising my reputation among these Northy men, who frankly didn't know me from Adam, but this went beyond that. Someone had opened their mouth, I couldn't yet say who, and told these men that it was winter and that in some fashion I knew what I was doing. They were behaving, I realized, like men on a sinking ship. There is a much touted belief that in times of crisis man becomes a beast, ravenous and stepping over his fellows to safety. There is some truth to this, of course, when resources are limited and hunger prowls the edges of the campfire, man might do anything to survive. But another phenomenon, little discussed, was what happened when people knew survival of some was possible. When the question was not, who dies tonight, but instead, will my son make it to shore? People behaved differently. In my last life, you saw it during attacks and natural disasters. Humans stampede but they also carry. These men could see the shape of the winter before them, and I was no longer just another buoy in the storm, I was a life raft. Women, children, and young men first. They'd shoot their shot, and then they'd lift someone else up over the guardrail. Embarrassingly, I'd realized this just as someone had been refused. He didn't quite stand out in any area enough. He'd braced himself a little, began to recommend someone else, and it struck me that he was only about 20 years old. I pressed my tongue hard to the roof of my mouth, desperately trying to stave off the sudden shock of tears that threatened to break free. I hadn't conceptualized that, in a way, I was choosing who lived and who died this winter, as best I could with the resources available to me. In that moment I desperately wished to cast off the terrible restriction I had placed on our numbers. I wanted to build a sign 20 feet tall pointing the way to my holdings. I will harbor you, I wanted to scream, I will shelter you, I'll find a way, I swear. Yet if I had been the sort to do or say such things, they would not follow me. No one would. Who follows a fool? I wish you. What I wished him, I never actually got to find out. The young man ducked his head, his face kind, and said, No, lady. I know how it is. I knew how it was, too. I knew it like a heart knows a knife. He gave me a smile warmer than I had any right to. He paused, let me compose myself once more, and patiently mentioned that a cousin of his had come south and was a capable horseman from a family of breeders. I nodded and made a note of his name, still not quite capable of speech. By any other measure, my first morning after my impromptu dinner with Lord Stark was significantly more effective for my needs than the previous two. Yet I could not say in the moment what I had said or done. I only knew that I had a much improved list of skills and talents and a numbness spreading through my chest. I sent everyone away except the guards that lunch hour and sobbed into the pillow of my camp bed for 20 minutes. How pathetic, some would say, to weep over men who might die. The world is full of men who might die. Though how much worse, I thought, to not even have the heart to weep. Such tiny things, tears, but that's all most of us can ever hope to leave behind in the end. Yet here I was, quill in hand, ready to choose those who might live at the cost of another. And I knew I would have to do it again. And again. And again. So I did. During the next day, I stopped for my customary travel biscuit and some tea. Pottage was reserved for the evening meal. I was joined by my handmaidens and Cedra, who was watching and listening with keen eyes. The girl was a capable maid and loyal, but I'd not quite puzzled out where her talents might lie. As it was, she seemed happy to be in the room. The girls had been asking after some particular questions I had about our northern lords. Turns out, said Gwyndolin between nibbles on her biscuit, umber lands actually contain near limitless umber in their hills. The ore was once used for pigments mostly, something important for old gods' worship, no one would really explain. Now there is much more trade from the iron in their mines, which I do recall you were interested in. I'm not sure how useful umber is for my lady, but you love to paint. Could it be used for more ink, perhaps? Fantastic news. The iron pleased me, yes, but umber would be key. A shame the man was a fathead of the highest order, but I'd do what needed doing. I was pleased to hear the girls were thinking about advancement. What was a material worth and how could we bend it to a different use than others? Though, began Janessa slyly, watching me out of the corner of her eye, House Burley lays claim to those ores as well, and few prospectors have been out that far. Perhaps he'd be more inclined to offer favorable positions. I refused to give her any satisfaction. Nevertheless, umber will have the largest surplus to spare for trade. I doubt a third son in service to another house will have much power to influence prospecting back home from his place in the Riverlands. Janessa mimed throwing her biscuit at me, and I drank my tea with a wan smile. I could not explain to them how little I wanted a husband. They would share my fears, I was sure, but these women had so few other ways of being open to them. If not the September, then the marriage bed. That was what happened to well-bred women. Manderley is the wealthiest for trade. And they have silver in their hills. What they don't have, their harbour means they can get. But I understand that my lady does not wish to facilitate trade from the eastern side of Westeros for some time. Gwyndolin continued, smothering giggles. I nodded. The advantages to having handmaidens sworn to me meant that I did not need to explain myself too much. To be quite honest, I was thinking of sounding overcautious and arranging dead drops in so much as it was possible for wagon loads of goods. I didn't want commerce to be the thing that would bring winter fever into my lands. I'd rather sound mildly crazed to the other lords and stay alive. And Karstark is most interesting for mineral wealth, my lady. They have tin and copper reserves that we do not, which I know you have expressed much need for in the coming years. Mormont. There was an uncomfortable shifting, and Gwyndolin said, in truth, they have almost nothing we need, which is a shame as their soldiers seem best disposed towards us. Perhaps from our training of women? It is not a rich land in anything besides pines and firs. Anything they gather from the sea, we can gather for ourselves also. They even eat ground tubers in the winter, having little enough farmland suited for oat or barley, said Janessa, an uncommon feeling in her voice. I paused, ground tubers? Like the turnip or beetroot? She nodded, yes, but the beetroot is fit for lordly halls. I heard a Manderley soldier mocking them for it. It didn't come to blows but it was a near thing. For someone of the north to disdain a food source in winter, it is likely to my mind that it is very low food indeed. We ate turnips at Hag's Hill as a treat, a fact I had been told under no uncertain terms I was to never disclose to our guests. Sugar beets suffered a similar disdain, a shame given that it was a more ready source of sugar than the sugar cane from Ling. And without the heavy import taxes. They were rare on the lordly table not because they were a delicacy, but because they were usually animal feed in winter. Desperate to keep our herds alive as long as possible, I had refrained from instructing the cooks to incorporate it too often. When they did, they tended to hide it in soups or cover it in sauces so that it might look like a different root vegetable. Occasionally we would have some of the reduced juices made into a syrup or left to dry and crystallize, but those occasions would be rarer than hen's teeth for the next 4 years. But if the Mormonts had access to potatoes, then this was game-changing. More calorie-dense than wheat, and took easier to winter cold if established before the frosts hit. Or in a glasshouse. While waterlogged soils could blight it, it did not fear the rain or snow as wheat did once those tall stalks had been crushed under winds or hails. There was no salvaging hay and you had to rush to make sure the grains were harvested before they rotted. I completely failed to hide my excitement, much to the bewilderment of my handmaidens. If this is the food I think it is, then low food or no it sustains the people during a long winter and stores well for that alone it is as precious as gold to me. I've not risen so high that I would rather my household and small folk starve rather than find a way to make a tuber tasty, I said. And oh boy, did I have ways to make that tuber tasty. Yet still, the picture was incomplete. I have to wonder, what exactly the Starks bring to the patchwork of trade across the north, if it is anything valuable it is not well known, I pondered, frowning at my tea. As far as we can tell? Coal, game, and grain, mostly. That last one tends to attract fighters of renown, much like here where it attracts knights, said Janessa, gesturing to the tent flap and presumably at the knights beyond. They are the only house with large enough glass garden to have it farmed as one could a field and they say that the grounds around the castle are warmer even in winter. If it's anything like your manure beds, that means they can grow more varieties for the castle's diet on site. Janessa shrugged at that, the girl didn't much like her greens. Yes. And you have often counseled us that the most food means the most men. The number of levies they can call from their farmers alone rival all the other houses in the north, said Gwyndolin, eagerly. And come winter, I thought, a lot of violent hands if they are not fed. Still, we are in a difficult position. They have much we would desire to trade for our works, but until they are ready to sell, the lords will not wish to part with their goods. At the Castellan's last report, we have not the raw coin to purchase what we need to produce on a large enough scale for trade. This grain scheme will work to build reserves, but most of it will have to flow back to the people, I mused out loud. I was doing a lot of thinking out loud with the girls. In my experience, it was often the best way to model how to do any thinking at all. It was true. Winter trade still flowed from my cottage industries, and there was always a market for river and ocean goods. This meant that my house incomes were very dependent on my small folk themselves generating trade like most lordly houses. This was considered good and noble. However, for what I had in mind, I would be dirtying my hands with mercantile interests significantly. Ivana was at work with a guild or two as a front, but that wouldn't really fool anyone who bothered to look twice at our household. Perhaps we can use it to buy these goods from the north? Their prices should be well disposed to us if we are sending them grain, ventured Cedra, shyly. I smiled at her, wanting to encourage this sort of thing in future. It was no great logical leap, but it was hard enough to offer an opinion when you'd been told where your place was your whole life. I had to think carefully. I could not go grabbing at every resource available to me, as frankly they wouldn't be inclined to give me anything more than the promised coin yet. Umber was most important, and the iron would be nice if I could get it. If I were to make a bargain on mineral rights, that would be where I had to start. It didn't hurt that this house would be one of the least impacted by winter fever, either. The following evening, just as the light was getting too low to write by and I stopped for the day, I had a visitor. Lord Jowen Mormont, his hand resting casually on Longclaw, and a small company of guards came striding across the icy patch of mud that served as my makeshift office. The Northman nodded respectfully and darted out of his way, occasionally sending curious glances in my direction as they retreated to their rooms or camps for the night. Well met, Lady Mires, he said, with a sharp nod of his head. Taking a chance on propriety given how exhausted I was, I responded with a nod myself and did not make to stand. Well met, Lord Mormont. I trust your day has been fruitful. Some. There's men leaving the host and making their way in the world. It's a fighting chance they'd not have back home. 'Tis enough. I'd ask what brings you all this way, but I suspect you'll tell me. Forgive my bluntness, it has been a long day. Might I offer you a chair? Thank the old gods and the new, the man held up his hand in refusal and did not seem to mind that I remained seated. From a low branch, quoth Cod loudly, clearly disliking his lack of address. It made a surprisingly charming smile bloom across Lord Mormont's severe face, and he gave a nod to quoth as well, young Master Raven, he greeted jovially, I see you are keeping well this day. Quoth squawked some more, seemingly satisfied, and fluttered down to my desk with all the grace of a lead weight. This forced me to scramble to seize hold of my inkwell before his great feathered behind knocked it all over the day's records. Is there, I swear to the crone, quoth, I'll cook you if you don't behave, something you require of me, Lord Mormont. Not so, my lady. Rather it is I who must act here. I wish to apologize, he said bluntly. I blinked, hands still clutching my inkwell. I see, I said, when I, in fact, did not. As a rule, men had not apologized to me overmuch in Westeros. They tended to state why they may have been mistaken or give excuses for their behavior. Often, they would instruct me to forgive them and proceed to do or say something upsetting. On rare occasions they would express regret. I didn't think I'd had a man of equal or higher status apologize to me for, well, about 15 years. Lord Mormont bowed his grey head and for a long moment, said nothing. When he did speak, his voice was tense. It was unworthy of us. The way you were summoned, I mean to say. I feel still that it was necessary. But many necessary things are still wrong. I'm an old man who's seen enough war to know. I had thought you were holding yourself well, my lady. I had been pleased to see your wit and wisdom showed that young Burleigh sees as clearly up close as he does from afar. The strength of your character was apparent when you stood your ground in the face of our Lord Stark. Yet your words still stay with me, and I am sorry to have been part of the cause. I licked my suddenly dry lips. What words, Lord Mormont? I confess, I talked enough to make the ears bleed that night. It's what I have to work with, he said. A part of me was irritated. I felt I had been significantly more eloquent across many other portions of that hideous job interview. I closed my book and set it to one side, slowly putting away my things to buy myself time to respond. Might I ask, I ventured, why those words and not others? He shrugged. House Mormont is not a large house, but we are a proud one. I have not the incomes of a Manderley, the armies of an Umber, less still do I have the pedigree of a Karstark. But I am a man of Bear Island, and I would be wroth to have been made to feel so low. Yet you took that unintended slight and held it up as a strength of your house. I felt a kind of kinship with that. I felt a kind of shame. So I felt an apology was due. I paused, staring at him. The bite of the cold nipped at my fingers and a bitter wind blew across the space. I shivered. He did not. Hideously, I had to reconcile the fact that the first thought I'd had was how to leverage this sincere apology into something worth more than sentiments. He'd not offer me potatoes, likely seeing that as an insult, and I felt a terrible pang of hunger as I recalled the food of my former life. Shaking it off, I pressed ahead. While I understand there might be some concerns that I will bear, ill-feeling, I am at pains to assure you that no matter my decision I am a woman of honor. You all seek to do what you can to save your people, you'll find no enemy in me from that. I'll not say anything. I do not come to make amends because I fear your retribution or think you likely to run to the first reacher who comes your way. I do what I do because I must. I say what I say because it is right, and true. Joan Mormont had the temerity to sound affronted, given the reason he'd felt compelled to come and make an apology to me, but no matter. He'd made a statement I could work with. Words are wind, Lord Mormont. I accept your apology, but only time will tell what that means. I have no means to secretly interrogate you and claim northern forthrightness in the same breath, I said, archly. A spasm across the face, not quite a flinch. Good. Then allow me to make my intentions plain, he began. For one horrifying moment, I was gripped with a terrible fear that he might propose. He was nice to quoth, which was as good a measure of a man as I was likely to get in this land, but Mormont was old enough to be my grandfather. Not that such a thing had ever stopped a Westerosi lord before. I felt desperate refusals press against my teeth, only to hear him say something entirely different. I have a guard captain who followed me on campaign. Her sons are dead, and her daughters wedded to Northmen on the mainland. She has been a strong warrior and a loyal one since my own daughters were in swaddling clothes. Increasingly, she tells me she finds herself at a loose end as we head back to the north. Her name is Mega. She's killed 50 Ironborn raiders in her time and mustered defenses against both them and wildlings while I have been at war or council. She'd not likely to lead a vanguard as she once did, fucking frankly, neither am I, but she's got more than some experience mustering small folk to defend themselves from the bastards. Regardless of your answer at the end of the Senate, I'd have her swear her service to you. May she serve as a reminder of the worth of houses who must work with what they have. At that, I stood, a smile stealing across my face despite myself. Lord Mormont, I said, might I offer you a drink? At my desk, quoth Chubbed, tilting his head interrogatively. Mormont smiled back. We talked. By the time Lady Blackwood had come calling, I knew what I had to do. We were sat in my tent, Gwyndolin and Janessa would attend us, stoking the fire and fetching our meals. Behind Lady Alizanne were her guards. One of them was Bill again, his expression unreadable. I wore my usual red wool coat and had not fussed over much with anything except having clean hair. The girls may have smuggled in a secret gown, but camp space was tight, and had otherwise packed accordingly. I had to admit to a certain amount of bitter satisfaction as her eyes roved over my sister's embroidery along the shoulder of my coat, her eyes picking out the same shell and carapace pieces that had been broken up and stitched into the waves. Lady Alizanne herself wore more practical clothes this day, her leather armor finely made and inlaid with copper detailing and complicated leather tooling, to highlight the expense and time it had taken. Her boots were sturdy, well-worn and comfortable. It was her cloak that impressed today, likely a gift from Lord Stark. It hung thick and closed around her in a curtain, like all the heavy northern wools, dyed an ice white. Around her neck were furs from some creature that was likely expensive, rare, or intimidating. Probably all three. She looked irritatingly like some warrior princess just stepped off of a page. After all the usual niceties were observed and wine was offered and demurely rejected, the pair of us sat drinking our tisanes. The flavor of this is quite refreshing, Lady Ursula, she ventured. Why, I don't believe I've ever had this before. It tastes almost like Dornish mint tea, though sharper. You are too kind, I said, smiling. It is pine needle tea, specifically the young leaves. We have boiled some sugar beet to sweeten it a little. I don't advise you try the older leaved ones unless the ague or the bleeding of the mouth begin to take your small folk, they are woefully bitter. But very good for you, especially if your populace is forced by winter to subsist on grain. It fills the belly, but in a long winter the body can succumb to a lack of other foods. She looked up sharply, surprised. Oh, I had not known. Is it a custom in the winter for your house? No, my lady, I said kindly, I believe it is a northern one. My sister's midwife is most skilled, and her mother was northern. Some of the old ways of the first men persist, even this far south. Lady Alizanne glanced to Bill, probably to confirm, and he nodded his head. 'Tis an old remedy, my lady. More a prevention than a cure. Keeps the ill humors away and strengthens the body if winter is overly long. She was quiet for a moment, unsure if I meant to speak plainly or had set up some kind of test she had failed. I sipped my tea. At that point, Gwyndolin arrived with our food. The cooks, backed by a grimacing septa Nacella, had refused to be entirely as frugal as I wanted to be with a visiting guest. Today there was not a pottage in sight. A trip to the town's communal baker ovens had resulted in some delicately flavored, brown laver bread and thickly churned chive butter topped with tiny salt crystals. A small grouse had been caught and readied for tonight's meal, sauced with cream and winter mushrooms. We had little access to pepper, and I wouldn't buy any until the time came to slaughter our livestock, and we had about 100 types of sausage and cured meat to differentiate. At least the north was full of ice and snow, their slaughter of beasts would be easier to preserve than ours. A thought for another time. Instead of spice pepper, wild carrot seed had been dried and cracked for some small heat and sharpness. A dish of dark kale greens had been wilted and served with herb-crusted turnips, a delight for me but perhaps an issue for Alice Ann if she knew that the tuber was usually animal feed in Westeros. Finally, a favorite in my hall when there was enough for a table to feast on them. Steamed whelk, dressed in salted butter and wild river rampion, even with tiny iron tines to extract the meat from the shell. It was quite the event for me and my ladies. I had ensured that there was enough to go around my guards and servants, but both my household and the small folk in my hall usually had simpler fare. Yet for a lordly table, it would hardly impress. Certainly not compared to the feast we had eaten at the start of the week. I did not know if Lady Alice Ann had encountered truly lean times when on campaign. She was a seasoned warrior, it was certainly a possibility. But if we were going to discuss what needed to be done to benefit the North and my own people, we were going to do so clear about some things. To her credit, she did not flinch. Lady Alice Ann praised my servant's skill and was delighted by the flavor of the wild carrot seed. She paused for a moment at the whelks, uncertain how to approach them, but gamely took her cues from me and barely made a face at the new texture. After a while, or because there was not enough on the table to sate her, she seemed to take to them. Our conversation was light and convivial, with little of the lockstep rhythm that she had commanded at her last meeting with me. I could not tell if it made her nervous or complacent, her face was too well controlled, but I stuck to my stratagem anyway. We complimented one another on our wonderful attire, spoke approvingly about the sunshine and gossiped harmlessly about small household matters that were barely worth the name. All very mannerly. When the meal was over and the plates cleared, Janessa brought more pine needle tisane and a small plate of sharp cheese ringed with a crabapple jam. I waited until Alice Ann had spooned some onto a sliver of cheese and taken a bite before beginning. To be frank, Lady Alice Ann, I am at something of a moral crossroads, I said. She fumbled her slice of cheese slightly, chewing quickly to respond, dark words indeed, Lady Ursula. I understand that the task we ask of you may seem arduous, yet in truth it is simply a matter of. Forgive me, Lady Alice Ann, I have been unclear. I am at a crossroads because I don't think the grain will accomplish what you need it to. I took a fortifying sip of my drink, purely to have something to do with my hands. I gripped the cup handle tight to stay any trembling. She noticed. Good. We shall have to disagree there. I thought the purpose of this meeting was to facilitate you sending grain to the north. Or have you found some other way to feed small folk? She asked, wryly. The purpose of this meeting, as I understood it, was for us to speak plainly about what needed done. Let me be plain. The grain will not do what you want it to. I lifted my fingers to stop another interruption. It is one bandage over an amputated limb. Your betrothed spent the power his fresh, terrifyingly large host bought him in the removing traitors and liars. He did not spend it assuring grain rights and reparations. He left no one on the Council of Regents but Sir Torrin Manderley, who is well regarded but left to fend for all northern interests on his own. I understand that his reasons are not mine to know, I only say what facts I see arrayed before me. Yet still, a problem persisted. A host 20,000 strong is hard to feed. Tell me, Lady Alice Ann, how long have these men even been on the most basic of rations? I let my eyes drift to the stark guard behind her, who had a less impressive poker face than I would have expected of Alice Ann's escort. Reluctantly, she said, it is my understanding that the host was intended to sustain itself on spoils from battles with the Reach or the West. I nodded, she had not fully answered my question and that was all the confirmation I needed. I took a deep breath and braced myself. I had to trust that the information myself and my people had gathered was accurate. If I was wrong and lost this chance, it would be a blow, but I had plans in place without them already. If I was correct? Well. Then many things were possible. Then let us be clear about the situation as it stands, so there can be no doubt. The north is set for famine if the winter continues for a year. The maesters say there will be another after it. Any variance in their predictions that do not herald an early spring will be devastating. The gold of the Reach is in its wheat and they will starve the north for the slights done to them. War prevented much of the trade of grain and harvesting stores needed for the people to survive a winter of this length, it is true, admitted Alice Ann, and my betrothed made himself no friend of the greens. Her eyes sharpened, yet have a care, Lady Ursula, for it may sound to the uneducated or the distrusting that you would share sensibilities with traitors to the crown, purely so that you may access their riches. I nodded my head, graciously. She was expected to defend her betrothed's choices, no matter what her true feelings. We were not friends enough for candor. I had to admire the tack she took, however. What a diplomatic way to say that the man had no choice but to alienate the only regions left unburnt that could produce crops through the winter. It was what honor demanded. Of course, my lady, I simply point out their duplicity. The longer you stay to negotiate with those whose enmity makes them unwilling to move, the hungrier your small folk at home grow and the hungrier 20,000 fighting men become. Once they take to banditry, your Lord Stark would have to deliver a swift justice. While such bloody business might solve your issue of food supply, he would perhaps never recover the reputation he won as a hard man of honor. It was not as much supposition as it may have seemed to Lady Alice-Anne. Lord Mormont had been frank about the choices that lay before them, and Septa Nicella's solicitous comforting of some Manderley soldiers had corroborated the rest. Nevertheless, her expression remained inscrutable. The rest of her was less well trained. I had not studied under Septa Nicella for nothing. I could see the line of her shoulders trying to project a lack of concern, but while she was a woman grown in Westeros, I was older. I felt ancient in the face of this posturing, the hag of Hag's Hill in truth. Let us assume all goes exactly to plan. The grain will buy you a year. Maybe two, though still at a cost to the lives of your people. Food supply is not the only danger of winter, I said, my tone as final as a sword stroke. Her lovely features twisted in a snarl, a natural bride for a wolf it seemed. If you have come to mock the trials facing the north, Lady Ursula, you will find no friend in me. I had thought you more gracious and wiser than this. I fought the urge to sigh, my lady, I have no intention of refusing to aid the north. This brought her up short. It would almost have been amusing to watch her halt that gathering tirade if the situation hadn't been so dire. I forged ahead, pressing my advantage. To refuse you is impossible. Beyond what it would do to my recruitment efforts, there is the fact that even if I swore to never reveal your stratagem, many would not trust it. They say the North remembers, I think perhaps they remember their grudges best of all. I shrugged, I had long accepted that this was a risk. Though as your betrothed pointed out, I am of low consequence. The likelihood of some long feud begun after a terrible winter to one such as myself is negligible. More likely a crossbow bolt in the night should they have reason to fear the worst. Cleaner. Behind her, I watched a few northern guards jerk upright, and Bill's face contorted in outrage, though he stopped himself saying anything just in time. Alice-Anne, however, did not do me the disservice of denying it. She was a practical woman in all things. It was probably one of the reasons she had felt safe enough to risk approaching me. Barring myself, your allies seem powerful indeed, yet Lord Stark was hoping for more, far more. Why else enlist a house like mine? Yet it remains, the grain will not solve all your people's woes. Winter brings with it shortages and problems of all kinds. From firewood to sickness to trade. This is a fact, I stated, my tone brooking no argument. Her hands had balled into tight fists in her lap. It occurred to me then that she was a capable warrior in her own right, and I had only recently learned to load and fire a crossbow. I hoped she didn't try to hit me. I wasn't sure I could do much except flap my hands at her in a panic. I thought about the lines of Northmen I had seen all week. I thought about their faces and their voices as they struggled to master themselves every time they were turned away or accepted at the cost of another's place. I thought about the fact that though I would think of him for the rest of my life, I had forgotten the name of the young man who had comforted me even as I denied him shelter with my people. I would not fail. I'd not fail my people. I'd not fail my house. And I would have to live with the consequences of that. I squared my shoulders, but let my hands tremble when they raised a cup to my lips, and my eyes cast downward rather than meet hers. Project some weakness, Septa Nicella had counseled. Clever people love to see that you doubt yourself, it shows you are a thinking person. Cruel people delight in fear, and that is useful too. I would trust in her lessons, I had not the natural skills of deception. Lady Alice-Anne paused, taking a slow sip from her cup, pondering what I had said. Weighing what her spies had found about me, using what she had learned when she had taken my measure at that dinner. I gave her the silence to think. There is truth in what you say, Alice-Anne allowed, and your words last night showed me that you are a young woman of no little wisdom. Yet one may say many wise things with no ability to act on them. You dance around the point. I gestured in agreement, conceding, indeed I do. So, if I am to provide aid to the people of the North, I will not do so in half measures and then crow at my success while you suffer. Have you the patience to hear a proposal that might alleviate some winter suffering? Or have I offered too great an insult for our discussion to continue? Lady Alice-Anne leant back in her seat and crossed her long legs. Dark eyes stared at my face, her expression hard. But she was listening, and I hadn't been certain I would even get this far. We shall have to see, won't we, she said, curtly, you've a clever tongue, my lady. Speak your proposal. It is this: send me the coin and I will have my castellan haggle and bring you grain as promised. In exchange I have need of some materials from the north at as good a price that can feasibly be offered without beggaring anyone. I have the specific amounts written for perusal, I say. I cannot promise the wealth of anyone else's lands, Lady Alice-Anne said warningly, nor have you, I fear, made your point clear. It was implied in the discussions during dinner that much could be arranged in the future once winter survival had been accomplished. I'll not pester you for anything so grand as marriages or fostering come the end of winter. It is far above my station. Consider my proposal instead as a kind of advance payment. Not only will trade moving between our lands obfuscate the amount of grain I am able to have traveling north, as well as the gold you send for the payments. As a show of goodwill, I shall offer you what help I can that might solve some of your problems this winter. Her eyebrows raised. Whatever she had anticipated I would say, that had not been it. What is it you think we will want from a house such as yours? Lady Alice-Anne was a Riverlander, for all she seemed tailor-made to be a Stark bride. She knew well that the land around Hagsmire was not rich in any of the things that traditionally brought a house incomes. She was intrigued, truly, I could see it in her eyes. That was half the battle. Time to bring the dance to a close. I raised my cup, allowing a small grin to steal across my face. Much, my lady, if my investigations hold true. But to start with, I thought you might to hear the reports I've had from my mother's relatives in Bravus. Some foul sickness is brewing. In the end, Lady Alice-Anne agreed to arrange a meeting, where I would have to state my case and finalize the deal with the northern lords. I had been so tempted to offer them glass gardens to allow for planting of oats or wheat would save them thousands of lives, but it would be slow and arduous. Transport alone would be a logistical nightmare on even the King's Road, so full of ditches and uneven ground. Building would take years and be hampered by the significantly more dire conditions in the north than in the Riverlands. Not to mention how many of their populace would fall to winter fever. Furthermore, by offering them glass before our own industry had fully developed to support House Mires' needs, my own efforts in my lands would be stymied by producing for a foreign power instead of myself. We needed to build glass gardens to support ourselves first, not to mention I knew that Maester Lewis would not be able to produce the huge sheets needed for such a project yet. We were missing some key components that I had been working on in the background. Supplying my own lands with glass enough to feed thousands of small folk would take at least a year if the going was good. More if we suffered from attack or inclement weather. It was to them I was beholden. First, I would not sell the knowledge of my house to the north until we were strong enough to defend it from theft. Once our class had proof of concept and the infrastructure to support production, I would alert the north and my liege lord immediately. Until then, it was too risky a play. Yet I did not have it in me to do nothing, not in the face of the sheer scale of the disaster that would befall them. Nor would I let my promise be an albatross around my neck as winter continued. Thus, the bargain. Keeping people from dying of the winter fever along with everything else, would have to be a starting point. However, I knew that this would prove to be a complicated endeavor. Even if I could supply a fleet of septas, which I could not, it would be near impossible to convince the northerners to follow their guidance until it was too late. Not unless they had reason to believe such concerns already on their doorstep. My mother had been a relatively unknown woman, already an orphan by the time she had met my father. What memories this body may have had of her were long gone by the time I arrived. Even so, she had passed when Ursula was only a babe herself, birthing Dickon. Father had said she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, standing by the docks near the salt pans. She had been part of a merchant company trading goods from Bravus, though her parents had been Westerosi. She was funny and clever. That was all I knew. Ivana had been much closer to her than I. Yet, this meant that I could feasibly claim kinship and information from across the narrow sea. Septa Nicella had been immensely helpful in not questioning why I wanted a cover story to explain the dire need for hygiene standards to improve in the north. She had immediately begun to try and create a plausible ruse. She had been less helpful when arching her brows and saying, "No, I don't care where you claim to have heard it. Don't bother lying to me. It's enough to make me doubt I ever taught you anything." The deception we devised was not foolproof. It had been a source of great irritation to Nicella that once again we had to rely on shadowy and mysterious informants as a means of explanation. Even then, if someone had better relations with Bravos and their trading companies, unless I was extraordinarily lucky, my story would not hold water. Nevertheless, we had plucked from my own history to stitch together something plausible. I had gone over and over it with Nicella until I had the details ringing in my ears as I slept. We had padded the tale with some small amount of embarrassment to make it feasible. I'd only received the information because I'd written to the Checky Rose Merchant Company on a whim, hoping for some trade to benefit my holdings in the winter. Unfortunately, my lands were not rich, and there was little we had to offer to make the long journey and braving Ironborn worthwhile. Yet, as a concession to my mother's ties with them, when they had refused me, they had offered some small advice on how to establish trade in a new house. Among these scattered pieces, was information about a sickness spreading in Ibn that was of some concern. I was advised not to accept shipments from there unless they all seemed in good health. Of course, I had much to say on the matter of disease control. And I had Jenny Green's name, recently a devout follower of the old gods, to bandy about in support of my claims. Sanitation advice and rumors alone, however, seemed a weak offering when requesting trade routes. So, I was prepared to provide them, as a gesture of goodwill and future trade when we all came out of the other side of this winter, plans for use of fire brick to make a more efficient heating oven for their small folk as well as designs for manure beds and advice on where best to place them. The manure beds would not support an entire holding, they would serve only as supplements to the main diet. However, no lords other than Stark had glass gardens for the security of their dinner tables. Firewood was harder to season once winter hit in the north, though they had more forest than they knew what to do with. Even if it didn't have the elaborate designs of Theo's imagination, once heated you only needed a few fresh logs a day to keep it fired through the night. A huge masonry fireplace was impossible to manufacture and sell en masse given the current state of transportation. It might as well buy me goodwill. I also had flint clay to trade for them to make fire brick, should they desire it. Hopefully with these, they would see their way to reasonable prices for their goods. Even if the information was put to good use, even if they managed to implement the fire brick ovens in every house along the north, I knew they would starve. Nothing the north had done and would do could see all their people through a 6-year winter. The knowledge broke my heart. I let it break. And then I did what I had to. In the satchel of a courier, making its way swiftly to River Run. My Lord Tully. I write with a small matter that may not come to anything, but it would serve my father's legacy ill if I did not pass on what I know to you. In an attempt to establish trade lines with my mother's old merchant company, I have heard news of a sickness spreading from Ibn. I was cautioned to take every measure to ensure that trade with them was left in the harbor until their health could be ascertained. It may simply be old mercantile feuds spreading misinformation. It may not. Given the challenges that face our small folk this winter, I shall not take that chance. The septas in service to Hag's Hill have much to say on the subject of sanitation and hygiene to prevent ill humors. If it please you, my lord, I can have the information written up and sent to the care of your maester, to make use of as you see fit. Additionally, in the struggle to find ways to support my small folk, my good brother and I have developed plans for a masonry fireplace that heats generously with very little fuel once warmed. My maester has tested the use of manure beds to conserve heat and grow some small amounts of crop to supplement the diet with more than grain. I have enclosed these plans for your perusal, should you find it useful. Though I have already replied to your previous missive, I feel I must thank you again for your kind words of condolence regarding the death of my father. He loved you well and served you better. I can only hope to follow his example. Lady Ursula Mires of House Mires. A River to My People. Chapter 10, Alice Ann Blackwood, Sir Cone. 131 AC. Lady Alice Ann Blackwood. The lady was a puzzle. She'd invited her here to dine knowing that already, but Ali honestly hadn't expected further surprises as to her character. Yet here they were. Oh, how Samuel would have laughed and laughed at her. He'd probably have liked her. Or well, he would have tried to bed her, which was about the same thing with Samuel and women he hadn't been related to. Ali watched the lords who had been present at the dinner. They were gathered here at her behest once more to meet Lady Ursula, though this time with more open intentions. Neither the girl herself nor Ali's betrothed had yet arrived, leaving her with some time to think. Pouring herself some watered wine, she sipped it slowly and surveyed the room. Her interest had first been caught when she'd overheard Bill and Benjicot's discussion about the widow's fare. It had seemed an uncommon sensitivity for the dangers of the situation faced by the women present. She had summoned Bill and bade him speak. Men often didn't know the first thing about women, simply because they did not grant them much interiority, yet could be made to discuss the topic incessantly. Benjicot suffered from being 14, so she hoped he would grow out of it, but though he was only a few years older, Bill had always been more solemn in his dealings. He admired this Lady Ursula, she could tell that one immediately. The nature of his admiration was somewhat hazy, but she'd never heard a man talk so long about a woman without either cursing her or mentioning teats. Ali allowed that perhaps her views were skewed. She had been on the battlefield for some time. The reports had been promising. The lady was a capable administrator, or at least her father had been. Talk among the small folk revealed that there was still plenty in the stores for winter, even after the Ironborn raids, and that strict rationing was in play already to ensure they lasted well into spring. The most crucial points were established, that she had grain aplenty in her stores, and she was of a kindly disposition that did not wish to see anyone starve. Were her house not so new, Ali would have more to go on. Yet her handmaidens had found all sorts of interesting tidbits in their investigations. Ali had been mildly surprised to find that a woman who had been in a novitiate encouraged the drilling of her womenfolk, but she could hardly disapprove of such a sensible decision given the problem of a lack of menfolk was at the root, and that was what attracted so many to the widow's fairs. She herself was a powerful force in battle and command. You didn't get 200 archers to follow you in a deadly effective flanking maneuver without making a name for yourself. The less said about how terrifying Sabetha was in full plate and fine fettle, the better. Far more intriguing was the news that she had provided schooling for the small folk children out of her own keep, like it was some sort of town hall. There were some whispers that lessons for adults would happen in the evenings once things were more settled, but that could be wild supposition as none could confirm it. The fact that they thought such a thing was even possible, however, was interesting. She even was rumored to sing during meals with small folk present, like some sort of mummer. Though she'd also been told that the lady led hymns and services of the faith, so perhaps the two threads had become crossed. Lady Ursula had also, apparently, created a new material of liquid rock from thin air, and commanded her bastard good brother to pave with this hag's tone from Hag's Mire to Iron Man's Bay. So, you couldn't trust every fanciful idea that wandered into the heads of small folk. Nevertheless, they had sung this girl's praises like she was their own daughter at a marriage mart. Unusual, but not unheard of in Westeros. Especially not in the north, where the name Stark seemed to carry an almost holy quality, as though the mere existence of the family was its own kind of protection. She was a lady of House Blackwood and accustomed to deference, but in betrothing herself to Cregan she had never seen such reverence. She'd heard the laundress camp followers fighting over who got to take her linens to wash, which had been deeply discomfiting on its own. She'd half a heart to start minding her smalls. Ollie had expected an interesting woman when she had invited Lady Ursula to dinner for a final test. At first, she had been sorely disappointed. Despite the raven, who was truly delightful, Lady Ursula was not, to the initial gaze, particularly fair or charming. She had grey eyes not unlike the Stark family, her hair ebony and thick, and Ali noticed that despite the conservative cut of her necklines she would be blessed with greater luck in her figure than Ali had ever been. She was likely to be tall. Yet there her beauty ended. Each other feature healthy at best and ungainly at worst. She had been well dressed for the occasion, with some truly exquisite embroidery along the draped sleeves of her gown that caught the candlelight like stars. Better than Ali had assumed a woman of a newly elevated house would have access to. Her manners had been impeccable, and her conversation struck a perfect balance between being witty enough to be interesting and demure enough to be forgettable. She accepted Benjicot's fumbling attentions with grace. Never leading him on, but not being so cold as to spurn him. Clearly, they trained septas better than she had anticipated. A shame about the murderous, ravenous heart at the center of the seven. How could anything a Bracken clung to be anything else? It was not until the point in the evening when the claws came out, to see what this girl was made of, that anything of note occurred. In her response to Lord Umber, her grief had almost echoed across the small table. Her words were eloquent, and her countenance barely shaken. A fragile beauty came out in her then, like a piece of those shells touched by light. A momentary illumination, not actual or lasting. When Cregan had gone on the attack, she shifted yet again. Lady Ursula had held her own capably, refusing to be cowed or bullied by Ailey's betrothed, and he was a marvelous bully when he felt the urge. Cregan had liked her, Ali knew. She had acquitted herself well, her words as sharp as daggers. When angry or passionate, Ali saw that light rise up in Lady Ursula like a burst of flame. Sabetha was the like that. A plain woman by all accounts until the fury was upon her, until her sword was in hand it turned her incandescent. It had been enough for Cregan, but still Ali was unsure. Riverlands women are never the same twice. It is in their blood, the flash of treasure to tempt the unsuspecting into dark and lonely waters. The patience of a stream that wears away even mountains. The world was full of women, she knew better than anybody, who were skilled and educated yet left to languish in solars. She'd known this when she'd trained with the bow, when she'd rode to war. She was to be married advantageously, but Ali would make sure she had some choice of how. Those choices made her hard for others to comprehend. Samwell had been the only one before Sabetha who had understood. Yes, the girl could simply have been clever and capable, though it didn't quite explain it all. She lied often by evading the truth, Ali was skilled enough to see that. That the lady did not share all was to be expected, but something about her stuck in Ailey's mind like a scalp in the thumb. Like the fact that Ali could never quite predict what parts of the question the girl might try to dodge. She watched as the guards announced Lady Ursula, even as she rose with a smile to deliver all the right courtesies. She watched as Lord Mormont spoke to her with more warmth than she recalled. She even watched, with a faint sense of second-hand embarrassment, Benjicot try out a charming compliment or two. Ali supposed it was an inevitability considering they were of an age, better he got it out of his system with someone who was in no danger of being able to wed him. Lady Ursula wore the same red overkirtle she had donned when Ali had called upon her last. Either it was a much beloved item, or she didn't have many options for meeting those of a lordly station. A strange thought, considering that the daughters of knightly houses rarely wanted for dresses, though they may not have been able to afford the finest luxuries in cloth or adornment. Not long after, Cregan arrived as well. She ignored the way her whole body tensed deliciously whenever he was in the room. It was becoming a problem. The lords and Lady Ursula all rose to greet him. Ali stayed seated, just because she could. Cregan shot her a secret smile, tiny and hidden at the corner of his lips. Now it would begin. Ali had promised Lady Ursula an audience for her new terms, no more. It would now be up to the girl to make it work. I confess, Lady Ursula, I find your terms strange, rumbled Cregan, as he lounged back in his seat. He gestured vaguely at the table in front of him. You offer to serve as our covered grain factor in exchange for coin. Rewards were discussed of varying worth and prestige from those at this table should they survive the winter, all of greater value than a trade contract. Lady Ursula watched him with those grey eyes. She had mentioned that though her mother had grown up in Bravos, her family was Westerosi. Had they been Northerners? Should they survive winter, she repeated plainly. A dangerous scowl crossed Cregan's face. I do not like your implication, Lady Ursula. Nor do I, Lord Stark. The challenges facing your people are dire indeed. If your plan does not succeed, it is likely that whatever agreements made for the end of winter will never come to fruition. He scoffed, disdain plain in his eyes. That is the nature of bargains. If you do not care for it, then do not aid us. We will survive and remember, he said, his tone foreboding. Lord Stark, I do not come here to posture, I have not your height for it. I simply say that it is obviously in my best interests that the North weather the winter well, but also that I am beholden to my people too. Trade would revitalize industry sorely damaged after the dance. A carefully worded statement, Ali noted. She wondered if anyone else had. Reaching into the pocket of her overkirtle, Lady Ursula withdrew a stack of folded parchment. I also offer this information and these plans on agreement of a trade as a gesture of goodwill, in the hopes that the North might prosper and that these fine lords and myself, here she nodded at the others arrayed along the table, might continue to benefit one another come the long summer. Cregan was silent for a long moment, studying her. Finally, he said, I am not in the habit of managing the trade affairs of my bannermen. What they choose to do with their lands is their prerogative so long as they keep to the laws and honor of the North and the king. I am here because I cannot find the thread of your motives. You say you will aid us. This is well. You will be compensated with coin in the immediate term, and much is possible to friends of the North in the long term. Yet you would claim to my betrothed that you are instead invested enough in our survival that you would disavow such boons? In favor of trade? You do not speak sense. It was here that Ali knew how she would best be a partner to her betrothed. All the riverlands prospered with trade moving along the forks of the Trident. It was not usually done so directly by lords, but encouraging the exchange of goods was valuable to a house's prosperity. If nothing else, richer industry increased the tax incomes marvelously. If two lords were bound tightly enough by trade, often marriages and fosterings were arranged so that their interdependence might have some other foundations on which to stand. Lady Mires wanted to grow her house's strength, that much was very clear. And she wanted to do it beholden to something other than a husband. Had she come to bargain fosterings instead, Cregan might have seen it. As it was, he thought her a little foolish. Lady Ursula squared her shoulders and said, You would have me swear to aid you. It would be easy enough to follow the letter of the contract. Mayhap the North triumphs, mayhap it does not. Our bargain would be well struck, and I would be on my way. Yet I do not swear lightly. I'll not wear my promise to you like a cloak easily cast off. I confess, I do not take your meaning, Cregan replied. He was too disciplined to show it on his face, but Ali was learning to hear the colors of his mood when he spoke. He was intrigued. As she had been. Lady Ursula's eyes cast about the room, gnawing on her lower lip inelegantly as she thought about how to proceed. For the first time, she looked the girl of 15 that she was. I was in training to become a septa, as I'm sure you know. In my time I learned to take confession, to aid a man when his heart quails at what must be done. It was not as inspiring as you might think. Men make oaths. Constantly. It proves much in their vows and little in their valor, she said, wearily throwing up her hands. Ali nodded in spite of herself and fought the urge to quail at the fierce look Cregan shot her. She imagined that a man who took his oaths so seriously might find insult in Lady Ursula's words. His world was smaller than hers, that way. Glowering, Cregan gestured for the girl to continue. Ali felt herself leaning forwards and took another sip from her goblet to cover it. Waiting for Lady Ursula speak once more. For me, to make a vow is to hold your soul in your hands like water. It trickles through the cracks no matter how tightly you press your fingers together. You must refill the sieve of your hands only by your actions will you keep your palms full to the brim, she said, cupping her hands together like a bowl. That is how I swear. A vow is what you do, more than what you say. You ask why I act as I do to echo the words of a friend. I do what I do because I must. I say what I say because it is right. I know no other way to be. I'll not beggar my house in service to you, Lord Stark, but I'll not turn my gaze away from suffering and call it sense. It is why all of my house and my people are under strict rationing until winter ends. It is why until recently I have subsisted in my camp on travel bread and pottage. It is why my people insisted that Lady Ali's Anne be presented with much finer fare than I usually accept, for fear she would not understand what my vows mean to me. How tightly I hold them. The girl could turn a phrase, she'd give her that. The meal they shared had been tasty and filling, but Ali had assumed that the rations she had brought to camp had been limited. She had not, in any way, associated it with a display of luxury. She'd thought the whelks had been a joke until Lady Ursula began eating with gusto. Cregan looked solemnly at her for a long moment, saying nothing. Then he smiled, and with a twitch of his hand the talks began in earnest. The northerners could clamor like a tavern crowd when enthusiasm took them. It was a novel bargain being struck. Lordly houses did not trade ideas. Information was a bargaining tool as old as time, an often wise establishment of trade was its own reward. Yet ideas and inventions were usually the jealously guarded secrets of guilds, not lords. Additionally, she freely offered them the scribed works of her Jenny Greens, a bandrui of the old gods who was much valued for her knowledge of sickness in the body. Lady Ursula also had an idea of some kind of fireplace that could heat an entire home in the winter with only 2 fresh logs once heated. Further, she promised plans and advice for manure beds that would trap heat as they rotted. This would allow some small crops to grow without a glass garden, if they were positioned in the sun and out of the wind. It sounded nonsense to Ali, but her education had been to rise as a lady of a great house. Perhaps septas were trained in such things, living in isolated cloisters. Yet even as Lady Ursula hammered out a trade agreement, with the deftness she must have inherited from her merchant mother, Ali could sense something was not quite right. For one thing, the girl bartered for umber. The iron mines of the umbers made sense to fight for, the Riverlands was not rich in much more than bog iron. Most trade in metals were precious ones in small quantities and they relied on their links with the Vale. But umber was a rock mostly of use for pigment, or old rituals lost to oral history and fanciful tales of painted orgies beneath weirwoods. Yet she went after it with a fury. From Karstark she wanted to establish copper and tin trade, though not in the same numbers as Umber's mines. He was more reluctant and offered to begin with copper alone to start with after much debate. It was clear that this concession was only being made from being intrigued by her proposed plans for a wood-conserving fireplace, though the very term was preposterous. The Manderly refused her outright. They'd not see any great benefit in trading with her, unlike the Umberlands who mostly traded with other members of the North. She'd wheedled and cajoled but Sir Medrick would not budge. Lady Ursula wore her disappointment so clearly on her face Ali thought it had to be an act of some kind. When it became clear that he could not be moved, the girl offered, as a gesture of goodwill for when summer was here, a work in place of the bandruis. A septa's manual on the methods of preventing disease and quarantining, one that Sir Medrick smiled at and said he would gladly read. Ali knew him for a liar. Sir Medrick liked food, girls, and knocking men off of horses with a stick. Foolish man. A bandrui's skill lived and died on whether her patients lived and died. Septas patted your hair, thrilled you were off to be with their gods. Joan Mormont was mostly silent, as he often was in trade discussions. House Mormont had some ability to harvest the bounty of the sea, and their island was a haven for beasts of many fine furs, but they were not a rich house. Instead, their warriors were of good doughty skill and terrifying on the field. So, there was some surprise when Lady Ursula inquired after some form of tuber and asked if he might provide samples so that she could try and grow it in the slightly warmer grounds of Hag's Hill. Ali had no idea why one would want such a thing. Perhaps as animal feed? Mormont was jovial in his acquiescence. Apparently the crop had been an ancestor's experiment in trade with the Summer Isles, though he did not believe the project would work with the ground already frozen. Apparently, they had agreed to some other kind of exchange prior to this. She started to hear it. She'd not known they had spoken. Ali knew she would need to redouble her efforts to keep an eye on the goings-on here. "And what of myself, Lady Mires?" asked Cregan, just as the talks were beginning to wind down. Ali glanced at him from the corner of her eye. You never knew with him if Cregan genuinely had something to add, or if he was just fond of keeping people off balance. She was beginning to expect that a man like that enjoyed such things. The girl started, as though she had forgotten he was there. Likely she had. "Why yourself, Lord Stark? You have bartered for your silence and aid come winter with near every northern lord arrayed at this table. Yet you will not bargain with me. One doesn't bargain with a wolf, Lord Stark. It does as it pleases. Even at dinner parties." That one startled a laugh from him and even Ali repressed a giggle. "Well then, it pleases me to be asked, though I shall not promise to grant," said Cregan. Beneath the table, he slipped his hand in hers. He liked it when she laughed. The girl paused, her eyes seemed to bore a hole in Cregan's own. Then. "It is said the North remembers. I'd have you remember that, though my means are meager, I tried to help." "I truly have, Lord Stark. That is all you'd ask the Warden of the North. You say that with all the confidence of your ancient bloodline, my lord. It is not nothing, to be remembered. Sometimes it's all you get." "Yes. A puzzle indeed. Sir Cone." By the time his lady travelled back to Southwold, she had a huge host of Northmen to fold into her holdings. Recruitment had reached a fever pitch on the 5th day, to the point where Lady Mires' handmaidens were needed to take over the scribing, as her wrist was swollen from the strain. She had recruited farmers, breeders and orchard tenders, smiths and builders of all kinds, foresters and fishers were to forward themselves on to the respective holdings, and even some lettered men were presented to her. Cone could not say the significance his lady ascribed to each man gathered to Hag's Hill. One morning, he had watched as she refused one orchard grower but allowed another who had experience producing the same peaches and plums. It had been Septa who illuminated the matter as she rode beside him on the way back. "Our Lady looks not just for skill," she said, in that clipped, precise way of hers. "I was not there for that exchange, but I would hazard that one grower failed to impress her with any innovations or ideas for developing and expanding his land and produce, and the other had plenty feasible to say on the subject. Or perhaps the first was boastful, hoping Our Lady to be more ignorant than she is." Cone snorted. There was not much chance of that. He had seen the steel of Lady Mires at that dinner table, beset by northerners on all sides and still able to work the hardest target under her thumb. She was a canny one and wise beyond her years. That was not to say she did not give his old heart cause for terror. He had watched, only 2 days ago, the lady of House Mires dare to poke fun at Lord Stark. He understood why Ander had been fond of the girl. Now she was very like her mother. There was generally an appropriate amount of respect for Lady Mires among the northern host, though Cone was vigilant against any who might seek to harm or disdain her ladyship. He could not say if it was her treating successfully with the northern lords that earned their respect, or if it was the promise of grain. Whatever it was, they would need to be watched carefully so that no chance was given to the resentful or the greedy to take advantage. Privately, he wondered if their respect came from that strange raven of hers. The Northy men were as like to nod to it respectfully as they were to him. The raven was a symbol of the crone, and given his liege lady's wisdom there was no surprise that she had the favour of such a creature. Yet he had heard whispers of wargs and green seers from the north, or of the strange knowing in old gods touched beasts. Maybe, and he was careful to never ever have this thought in view of Septa, there was truth to both ideas. All he knew was that no raven he had ever seen before had sat behind their master and acted as a diligent poison taster for an entire meal. It had taken him a while to catch on, and his lady had not at all, but once he had been looking for it, it had been impossible to ignore. The northern lords had not all noticed, but he'd seen Stark's gaze follow the creature enough to suppose that he had. Among their northern guests was a woman named Magga from Bear Island. She was foul-mouthed and no-nonsense. Lady Mires had taken to her immediately, which was little surprise since the September had not cleared the girl of the desire for a well-placed profanity. Sir Cone was similar, though he balked at the idea of doing such in front of his liege lady. While it was a sign of barbarism to train your womenfolk to fight, Cone had resigned himself to the idea that after the dance they lived in barbaric times. He'd say this for the north, they trained them properly. The greying woman kept her hair out of her face with a dozen braids and was of sturdy build. She wore her leather and mail with neither awkwardness nor affectation. At her back she had strapped a shield and a quiver of javelins, and at her side she wore a dirk and mace. All but the mace was of finer make than a woman like her ought to be able to afford. Sir Cone understood immediately that Magga was a trophy keeper, likely spoils from iron-born attacks she had repelled. They had sparred some in practice, neither quite successfully defeating the other for more than a round or two at a time. He was confident in Joan Mormont's assessment of her. If anyone would be able to whip those Cragtreath small folk into mustering a defence long enough for help to ride out, it would be her. The young women of Southwold were fascinated by her. They had likely never seen a woman bear arms, let alone one as old and storied as Magga. She seemed to enjoy the attention, despite her snappish, snarling attitude. She could often be seen clucking like a grandmother at fool chits who don't know what's good for 'em, and adjusting stances during drills as easily, and she readjusted cloaks that were not pulled forward enough to keep out winter chill. Cedra in particular had taken a liking to her, as she was so often in Lady Mires' company that she and Magga regularly spoke. Moreover, the islander and Septa often took a tisane by the fire in the evenings, and the thought of those two collaborating on anything was enough to chill Cone's blood. He allowed himself to enjoy the feel of the weak winter sun on his skin, resisting the urge to tilt his head back and bask. It would not be long now until they were back at Hag's Hill. His wife, Nora, was likely to be waiting near the gates to see him. She was not given to grand displays and gestures, which suited him well, but in her own way she was every bit as sweet as the girl she had been when they met. He was an old man now, but he flattered himself that he still was able to fluster her like he had in their youth, when he put his mind to it. These were sweet thoughts to accompany their approach along the Blue Fork, just as Southwold and Hag's Hill came into view. It was clear that the hands of Southwold had not stayed idle while they were away. The main thoroughfares beneath their feet and hooves were paved in slabs of hag's stone, allowing good time through the city. Buildings and reconstructions that had been mere rubble or foundation only weeks ago were beginning to take shape, some were even finished. An astonishing rate of construction was possible when one did not have to move and shape quarry stone. Small folk were living in hag's stone homes instead of timber. The buildings closer to the center of Southwold were taller, with rudimentary fencing to denote common land behind them. He'd hesitate to call those frozen patches of mud anything resembling a garden, no matter how fanciful Lady Mires became. There were interesting signs of reconstruction here and there that still eschewed hag's tone for all but the lowest floor of these new taller homes, but there was something of a competitive display of craftsmanship taking place he'd not seen a small folk dwelling careabouts graffito before. Carts were on the move from winding street to crooked alley, which were still mostly trampled mud, collecting urine and doings. The stench of piss was more powerful than anything else when it went by, but alleys often smelled of such. Lady Mires had instructed that human waste was to be collected, and it hadn't taken long for families to realize that a handful of dirt or sawdust over the top kept the smells down long enough for the carter to come round every day or two. Cone had been at the discussion where the uses of such night soil for tanners, fertilizers, and these new digesters was made plain, but it still made his gorge rise if he thought about it too long. It was well enough for the small folk, it kept the streets clean, and the stench once the carter passed was much lessened than it had been before such orders had been put in place. If Lady Mires could really turn shit into gold, he'd be glad to see it, but he never really wanted to contemplate the process. Already rising well above the roofline of even the newest buildings, was the beginnings of the hospital, school, and September that would form the new center, dwarfing the surroundings. When completed it would, Cone noted with some concern, throw the modest keep and defences into sharp relief. A lord's strength was in his walls, and Lady Mires' instructions were pious and worthy, but perhaps lacked the pragmatism of shoring up her holdings better. He resolved to advise her of such. She had claimed that the formula and manipulating of hag's tone was complex, but that for basic building most any strong hands could be turned to it. It might, he mused, serve as a form of training and smoothing over of tensions for the new soldiers who had been recruited alongside the original. Organization, teamwork, and strength. Much had been made from worse starts. The small folk waved in greeting at Lady Mires as her wheelhouse made its way through the wide center road. She sat with her maid Cedra and her handmaidens beside her. Cone had been working on her riding seat regularly, but she had been so exhausted by the work in Fairmarket that he'd not pressed her to practice on the way back. The lady waved occasionally to the small folk who were curious about seeing their liege lady pass among them. This was not as rare an occasion as it might have been in other houses. Lady Mires had the work ethic of a septa and often rose with her own servants. She was seen holding petitions or at meals in the Great Hall by her people, and often made her way to building sites and the workshops of craftsmen. She had discussed with her council the idea of making a short journey around her own holdings to speak more directly with the small folk there, perhaps arranging an official representative to ease management. Cone was not a fan of paper pushing, and from her complaints neither was his liege lady, but he would hold his tongue on this matter. More relevant were his concerns that she might not have a strong enough guard about her for such an endeavor, as most of her men were focused on grain guarding and distribution. The Northerners had swelled their ranks considerably, but it would be some time before he would trust them to guard Lady Mires as loyally as soldiers he had trained himself. The entire household had already arrived to greet them at the gates. Those rickety watchtowers that had been ordered built were clearly doing their duty. It hadn't taken him long to learn the most basic of the signs from the colored paddles, though the young men and women who took shifts there could apparently send more complicated messages. Cone privately doubted that they would be much use come thicker winter storms or heavier rain, but unless one wanted to build a fire in a wooden tower there wasn't much for it. There was the maester, looking a little red from the heat of whatever he'd been working on in his forge. Even from this distance, Cone could see the wraps of bandages around his hands. Theo Rivers and Jenny Green stood abreast, half in front of a wan-looking Lady Ivana who was now significantly more pregnant. This was not what propriety dictated, but Cone caught a glimpse of Nora's smiling face and allowed that perhaps they were all feeling a mite protective. He dismounted to go assist young Cormac, who was hurrying to aid Lady Mires down from the carriage. Cedra smiled very prettily at the lad and he went pink in the cheeks. Yes, the homecoming was good. There had been smiles and embraces all round, and Lady Mires looked relieved to be home. Cormac, the rascal, clearly wanted to get Cedra alone as soon as possible, but Lady Ivana stepped out of her sister's embrace and pulled the girl to her side, chattering eagerly. It was only later, when they were arrayed in Lady Mires' solar, that Lady Ivana broke the news. Someone tried to poison me, she whispered, her eyes filling with sudden tears. Lady Mires dropped the ledger she had been holding in horror, her hands reaching immediately for her sister. Next to her, Cedra's hands clapped over her mouth, eyes wide. Who? She hissed, in a tone that Cone had never heard from her before. We think it likely that someone means House Mires ill, my lady, said Jenny Greens, as though that were not already plain as fucking day. The poison was not to kill Lady Ivana, but to cause a miscarriage. It was inexpertly done, tansy stuffed in a teapot of her usual tisane, but if unnoticed could have caused a great deal of damage to the babe and Lady Ivana as a result. Theo Rivers stood at the back, his arms folded, and said nothing. His silence loomed larger than most men. I'm fine, Ursula, said Lady Ivana softly, though she gripped her sister back just as tight. You might not have been. It's possible, whispered Lady Ivana, that they just thought it would kill the babe and leave me unharmed. You are kind to think so, my lady, said the maester, wringing his bandaged hands, but the implications that one might stoop so low as to poison the babe within you are scarcely more palatable. It's a blatant attack on the future of House Mires. Though you yourself were disinherited, the babe could be legitimized. A stormy look hung about the faces of the women, as Lady Ivana struggled not to weep. It's only that they may not stop at me, Ursula. Tansy can make a woman barren if taken long enough, and I am not the only Mires lady who has a fondness for tisans. A significant look was exchanged between Lady Ivana and Septa Nacella. Con admired the fact that, though her mother's heart was so shaken, Lady Ivana looked to her sister's future. It would be dire indeed if Lady Ursula was unable to continue the family line. No lordly house would willingly wed a barren woman unless they meant to usurp the house with their own blood. This moved Lady Mires not at all. She extricated herself from her sister's grasp and rose from the long table in the solar. His lady was not prone to a true loss of temper. She preferred exasperation, which tended to appear lightly on her features. Her current expression was cold and terrible. This game has gone on long enough. I want them ripped out of my home, root and stem. I cannot have them risk what it took us so much to gain, and I refuse to sit idly by while they come for my family. Lady Mires did not shout, but her voice was not one he'd heard before. The words clipped off at the ends and ugly. Ursula, it's not that simple, began Lady Ivana, and to Con's bewilderment her eyes cut sharply in his direction. Was she attempting to communicate an order? You nearly died, roared Lady Mires. A weighty silence fell over the room. Lady Mires stood over her sister, hands balled into fists, shoulders heaving, her eyes bright and cold as ice. Everyone out, said Lady Ivana, and she rose from her seat to take her sister by the hand. Go. Con was not too proud to admit that he nearly scampered to obey. Only Theo and the ladies of House Mires remained. He stood standing guard outside the solar until long past the bell for the dusk meal. Eventually, Cedra brought up a tray for the sisters, and some food for himself as well. He knocked tentatively at the door. My lady, Cedra has arrived with food, he said. There was no response from inside. He tried again. My lady, you must eat. It will do you no good to weaken yourself. This time the door opened, and a red-eyed Lady Mires stood before him. Her face was as pale as the dawn, and she seemed to look at him without seeing. Sir Con. Cedra. Her voice rang hollow and brittle all at once, like the bones of some small bird. Con gestured to the maid, but those fine, long-fingered hands stopped him with a touch to the wrist. Her fingers were as cold as ice. Both of you should come inside. It was at this moment that Con knew something was dreadfully wrong. He could feel it in his water, a ripple that would extend outwards and touch everything from this point forever. His heart quailed for reasons he could not explain, only that her hands were so cold, and her voice was so diminished. A glance at Cedra showed that she felt the same, as she gripped the serving tray tight to stay her own trembling. The two of them looked at each other and at their lady. They went inside. That dawn, before anyone had been fed, Cormac was brought into the hall by guards and forced to his knees before Lady Mires. She wore no finery, simply a blue kirtle trimmed in red at the sleeves and hem, an old dress of Lady Ivana's that she'd been letting out with red strips of fabric for her sister. He remembered that she had begun to work on it before. He couldn't think of that now. Beside Lady Mires stood her sister and good brother. Rivers had one arm wrapped around his wife's waist in a total offense to ceremonial propriety, but Con wasn't about to tell him he couldn't hold the wife that his own kin had tried to murder. Quoth the Raven had been confined to Lady Mires' solar, not wishing to ruin the solemnity of the occasion. Sir Con and Cedra stood at the other side of their lady. She had judged them wronged as well. This was to be the first of the trials held in Hag's Hill. It was likely that there would be many more to come, so precedent was important. Septa Morag sat as a representative of the faith. Maester Lewis sat as a representative of the learned. Sir Con had needed to recuse himself from this as both kin to the accused and an injured party on the affair. Sir Dominic sat as a representative of the guard. Most unusually, Lady Mires had arranged for Milla to randomly select 3 willing women of at least 20 years and 3 willing men of the same age. They sat uncomfortably in the seats assigned to them, ready to hear what needed said. Con watched the proceeding with a creeping sense of unreality, like trying to experience the world through wet gauze. He blinked at the sight of his nephew, trembling on his knees and folding his arms to brace against the cold. They'd allowed him to get dressed, he noted absently. That was well, it would not do to have him tried in his sleep clothes. Stepping off the dais, Lady Mires projected her voice so that the hall and all the small folk and household who had been gathered expecting to dine, were able to hear and to witness this first trial of House Mires. Lord Cormac Hart, she said, her voice low and proud, you stand accused of many terrible crimes. You stand accused of spying on your liege lady and her council. You stand accused of sending vital information to our enemies. You stand accused of attempted murder and line theft. In holding to the king's justice, all of these carry with them the sentence of death. The evidence will be presented against you. Should there be any discrepancies you can prove or call upon, you will be invited to do so. Lady Mires tilted her head up, speaking more to the crowd as they shuffled and tried to catch glimpses of his nephew. By all the gods, the fool! He looked so small, his wrists thin with his youth. Cormac had only just begun to grow into himself, he seemed to be sprouting like a weed month on month. That this would be as tall as he ever. He couldn't think of that now. You will be given a chance to speak in your defense, or if any man or woman here would speak for you, you may call upon them now. Silence reigned. Cone gripped his sword hilt so tight he felt the imprint of the thing cut into his hand. He refused to move. He longed to move. Cormac tilted his head up, defiant even in this position. He called on no one. Lady Mires stared at him for a moment, and Cone couldn't begin to read her expression. First, I call on Sir Cone Hart. Each word fell like a hammer blow, but Cone made himself step forwards, refusing to look at the boy. Yes, my lady. State your name and your position here for the record. In the corner sat Janessa, of the handmaidens her hands were the swiftest with a quill. She was to diligently record details of who had spoken and what evidence they gave. To scribe word for word would take too long for perhaps anyone except Lady Mires herself, but still she was determined to have a record. I am Sir Cone Hart, I command the guard and garrison of Hag's Hill. I am sworn to House Mires from the time of Sir Ender Mires and renewed my vows to Lady Mires herself. I am Cormac's uncle, and he is my squire. He hated the quaver in his voice and willed himself to stamp it out, but the thickness in his throat spread like poison. Thank you, Sir Cone. Can you tell everyone here if you were aware of Lord Cormac Hart's activities? No, my lady, I had no idea, he admitted, the shame threatening to choke him. Was there ever a time you left him alone with sensitive information or the opportunity to access it? Her voice nearly drove him to madness, free as it was of any tone or expression. Did his lady have no fury in her? Some fool part of him wondered if he could take his nephew's place, that if this old warhorse dying on his sword would be enough. He couldn't think of that now. Yes, my lady. He frequently served in the guard rotation as part of his duty. He would have only needed a momentary distraction to rifle through important documents. Yet he was always accompanied except in a few rare circumstances. I see. Let the record show that I am presenting a letter, intercepted from an unauthorized raven flight. Sir Cone, will you please read what is written to the public? With a gruff voice, Cone braced himself as he read out that piece of treachery and vile supposition. Information on their secrets and people, to be sent to an enemy lord. He was sick with shame and rage. Yet still he hoped and wished in his heart of hearts that she would not ask him. Sir Cone, do you recognize the handwriting on this missive? Yes, my lady. Damn, damn. Yet it was justice. Yet damn justice. Yet damn him for thinking such a thing. Please tell the public who wrote this. It was not a question. The hand is Cormac's, my lady. I know it well. Cone couldn't remember much after that, after his own words helped sentence the nephew he had half raised for the last 2 years. His eyes blurred at the edges and his breathing came unsteadily. Cone tried to focus his eyes outwards and away from the boy kneeling on the stone floor of the great hall. He caught sight of Nora's face, stricken, but she did not scorn him. She did not look away. So, he held her gaze as a drowning man might cling to driftwood in the storm. He held her gaze as the public heard that signs of tampering had been found in Lady Mires' rooms, that the measured size of the handprint matched Cormac's. Cormac protested that there was no handprint produced beyond a sketch by Lady Mires' own hand. It was allowed as a fair point. So Lady Mires was willing to open her solar, where she had preserved the mark, and have the boy compare his palm to it directly. Cormac went pale and refused the offer. He held Nora's gaze as the young girl Cedra, who had wept so hard last night he thought her eyes would fall clean out of her head, confessed that they had been sweethearts. Sweethearts, that was the sort of trouble a boy his age ought to have been in. Stolen kisses, even a babe born of foolishness and affection could have been accommodated. Not this. Nothing this ugly. She confessed that she had allowed him use of the household keys, apparently to allow him to courier small messages that their trysts meant he was late to deliver. After a while, she assumed it was the same innocent need and stopped asking. He held her gaze as the Lady Ivana said that guards had reported Cormac visiting the rookery, having sent a stolen message to another lord. Cormac claimed it was simply to send a message home, but Maester Lewis confirmed that he had been asked to identify this missing raven and it had not been to High Hall. He held Nora's gaze even as his vision swam, when Jenny Green stepped forward and explained in the most clinical, damning of terms what Cormac had attempted to do to Lady Ivana and her babe, so much so that horrified whispers broke out and echoed through the great hall like the tolling of bells. But when she produced the pouch of money that had been found beneath Cormac's bed, he had to close his eyes to the pain of it. For 20 gold dragons his nephew had thrown away his honor and his life. Lady Mires stepped forward, her expression strangely sad though her family had been so grievously, wretchedly wronged. She said, Lord Cormac Hart, the evidence has been arrayed against you. Have you anything to say in your defense? He looked now, at Cormac, on his knees at the feet of his liege lady. The woman he might have trusted Cormac to serve in his place, once he was dead and gone. Tears had formed tracks down his cheeks, snot and spit at the corners of his features where he had sobbed. Cone hadn't heard him, he hadn't been able to hear his nephew's sorrow over his grief. The boy's face was red with shame and fury, the horror of his situation not yet written into his consciousness. He said nothing. Then I ask those who sit in judgment if they have anything further they would like to ask the accused? For I have had my questions answered to my satisfaction. Silence and grim stares. I then ask you to deliver your opinion, which I will take into account in my sentencing. How do you judge him? For the crime of spying and sending his house's secrets to another, guilty. For the crime of attempted murder, guilty. For the crime of attempted line theft, guilty. Each judgment seemed to squeeze his ribs so tightly they would crumble with the pressure. Cone wanted to raise his hands to his ears, shut his eyes. Wake him when it was done, when this stain to the family honor was gone and he could mourn that beloved, stupid boy. Very well. Cormac Hart, you have betrayed your vows to my house, the laws of this land, and the laws of your gods, she began. Take the black, thought Cone desperately, take the fucking black. The fool boy said nothing. As Lady Mires of House Mires, I sentence you to death, as the law requires. She had barely finished speaking when Cone's blood froze in his veins. A gleam of rage in his eyes. His unbound hands, they'd fucking left his hands unbound. A flash of metal at the cuff of the boy's sleeve where he knelt. Drawing his sword, he sprinted towards them, unable to hear much beyond the roaring in his ears. My lady! He bellowed. He was too late, he knew it. Slow, old, and a fool. His own kin a blight on his vision as the boy drove the tiny blade upwards towards Lady Mires' belly. There was a high-pitched scream. And Cormac gave a terrible howl of grief, hauled back into the rough hands of the guardsmen who gripped him tight and pinned him to the floor. But the boy struggled like an animal in a trap, eyes rolling in fear as he twisted his body and neck desperately to catch sight of what he'd done. She'd been practicing dutifully, it seemed. Every week and more besides. She'd started as one of the slowest he had trained but in time had learned to move well in those skirts. Quicker than blinking, Cedra had pulled her out of the way, had got in the way. The girl staggered back into her lady's arms, as Lady Mires desperately screamed for the maester and Jenny. The girl made no sound now, gasping for air with the blade buried in her gut and blood blooming like a flower from the hole in her torso. Notes. Don't hurt me. I have only 8 small petals. Sgraffito is a well-known medieval design motif on timber, stone, or plaster, where a picture is etched to be raised in relief to its surrounding material. I did not know if the Westerosi would have a different word and the effect is materially different from carving or chiseling, though it relies on all the same skills. Chapter 11, Ursula Mires. Notes. Content warning, this chapter contains execution by beheading and a character enduring having to witness it by disassociating. Take care of yourself and skip the first segment if you need to. 131 AC. Ursula Mires. Maester Lewis and Jenny Greens had sprinted off, Sir Dominic carrying Cedra in his arms. Cormac had been questioned by Septa Nacella, who had cut through the chaos like a shark. Though it might not have been my finest move to leave it in her hands, I had been too much in shock. I'd stammered the order for the platform and to send for the headsman. I left her to it. Standing there with as much authority as I could, my face still as stone, I clung on to the urge to wail with both hands and my teeth. Until the blood pulsing in my ears faded. Until the trembling in my hands faded. Until the sting in my eyes faded. When she was done with him, Nacella nodded at a guard and they had him removed outside. The silent, hungry crowd following us into the yard was eerie. Moments ago they had roared for his blood. Was this tradition at an execution? I would, I noted absently, have to ask Nacella about it later. I'd never seen an execution before. In the yard, a platform had been erected with surprising speed. I was still covered in blood, I realized. My hands were itching where it had dried in stiff, russet flakes. The smell of the stuff pervaded my nostrils. My eyes were dry. Please. Cormac screamed as he was dragged up there, please, you must tell her. I would never, they gagged him. My eyes were dry. I walked up the crude steps to the top of the platform, lifting my skirts daintily to watch my steps. The wind today was foul and bitter. It sunk into the bones. Likely we would have snow later, I must remind the men to get back to their work and cover it well. A terrible sound welled up from his throat as Cormac roared at me against the gag, tears and snot streaming down his face. The tradition was not hanging. That was for small folk, or a mass sentencing. As someone from a knightly house, however lowly a scion, he would be afforded a swift execution with a blade. My headsman stood at the ready. He was an expert at his trade, I had been told. He had a sword. It was always an axe in the movies. I think I recalled my father's letter when he'd hired him, something about a good death being as kind an end as he could offer traitors. Was it a case of sharpening the blade or did they have some special strength or technique? I wouldn't want him to miss. The guards forced him to his knees, tying his arms behind him. There didn't seem to be an execution block. My eyes were dry. The palm of my hand itched. I stepped towards him and leant down to look in his face one last time. I wasn't sure what it was supposed to accomplish. Distantly I recalled that people seemed to think it was supposed to display honor and a noble weight to your decisions when you had sentenced someone to die. I wasn't entirely sure barbarism could be made honorable, but I had the vague sensation that I ought to do something. I reached forwards, my hand stained with Cedra's blood, and gently untied the gag from around his mouth. He drew in a shaky breath and looked up at me, blue eyes bloodshot. "Please," he said, "please, I never meant to hurt her, I wouldn't have." I stared at him, hearing his words faintly in this wind, as if from a long way away. "I will do everything I can to help her. On that, you may rest easy," I said. My voice sounded off, hoarse. I had been screaming when he had stabbed Cedra. I didn't know my voice could sound like saw on bone. I'd been screaming right until they snatched her away from me, watching her gasp like a goldfish. "Please," he sobbed, earnestly, so polite now, "please, will she live?" I paused, there was much I could have said here. The wind whipped through the yard, causing the platform to creak slightly. He shivered. "I didn't. I hope so." He began to keen. My eyes were dry. At a loss, I reached out, some unseen force guiding my hand. I ran it through his hair, softly. Like my mother might have, in this life. Like she had in my last life, so long ago. "Shhh," I said mindlessly, "shhh, it's okay. It's almost over." I patted his hair as gently as I knew how, whispering nonsense and shushing him when his wailing reached a fever pitch. Eventually, though I do not know how long it took, he quieted his voice until he stopped. His breathing was ragged, but his eyes were clear, and he looked up at me again. I cupped his face. I could not feel my fingers. It was cold up here. "I'm ready now," the boy said, red-eyed. His cheeks felt round in my palms. I nodded. I stood up and turned to the crowd. "On this day I sentence Cormac Hart to death for his crimes. May he find peace in the embrace of the seven." They blindfolded him. I didn't know if that was a courtesy for the highborn or if it was part of the headsman's procedure. He knelt silently, his back straight. The headsman and his apprentice approached him, the platform creaking beneath their feet. The headsman stood on one side, his blade at the ready. The apprentice caught the eye of his master and, with a nod, began advancing further forward, his tread heavy. Cormac's head turned towards the sound. And he was dead. It was cold, up here. They had closed the wound. It didn't seem like it had nicked the bowels, but only time and sepsis would tell. Cedra had fallen unconscious from the pain a long while ago and had yet to wake. "Her body is warm but there is no dangerous fever, so she is working to heal," said Jenny Greens, softly like I was a nervous horse. "If she wakes up, her chances are more than a little better." I said nothing. She didn't have to speak to me like that. I wasn't sure a foghorn could startle me now. I applied a poultice of willow and yarrow to the wound, my lady. For easing of pain and preventing of ague. "You that is," she paused, suddenly flustered. A rare sight. My eyes focused on the novelty that was embarrassment on her face. "Thank you, Jenny," said Ivana, softly. With a nod, Jenny withdrew. Ivana sat beside me, in one of the armchairs by fire in my solar. I turned to look at her. Though it was day, the darkened sky and thick flakes of snow had cast the place into shadows. The fireplace crackled loudly from the center of the room, and my handmaidens had lit the candles about the place. Ivana looked well, in the firelight. Her face sweet and her hair freshly washed and plaited. It eased my heart. I opened my mouth, and asked, much to my surprise, "Why is it right that I should get to kill those in service to me?" Ivana's gaze leapt up to my face, startlement blooming across her lovely features. She blinked slightly and then said, "But, it is the law. He would have seen our house crippled at worst and destroyed at best. He needed to be dealt with. Who knows the cost if he had not been caught?" I waved my other hand, irritated, like shooing a fly. Yes, I understand all that, but what makes it right for me to kill him?" Her brow furrowed. "I don't understand the question. You did not sneak to murder him the middle of the night or unjustly remove him from your service. You are liege lady of these lands. He had sworn to you and wronged your house most grievously, that was what made it right." She tilted her head at me, wondering if she had set me at ease. I felt myself grow frustrated, "But that doesn't make it right, Ivana. Ursula, I know he was young, but he was old enough. When I was 14 I did all sorts of stupid things that I never thought would hurt anyone. Don't be ridiculous, whatever mischief you got up to at the novitiate would never have been treason. What if I'd been misled? Or fallen in with the wrong friends? Would that have given someone the right to?" "Enough." We both turned, surprised. In the doorway stood Septa Nacella, quoth on her shoulder. Lady Ivana. You are tired. I pray your rest is restorative, she said, her voice as clipped as I'd ever heard it. With a glance at me, Ivana rose from her seat. She pressed a kiss to my forehead, and I squeezed my eyes shut. Her hands were soft where she cupped my face. She turned and strode from the room, her footfalls echoing on the stone for a long while. Nicella did not, as I feared, immediately begin to lecture me, or talk, or even ask questions. She simply brought Quoth to his perch, feeding him some small seeds. The handmaidens had not been in much, this morning had been fraught, and I had asked them to stay with Cedra unless there was pressing business. Nicella moved around the room with that same precise economy of motion that made her seem so graceful. She tidied the papers on my desk, shamelessly reading them before sorting it all into piles. To be fair, I made no move to stop her. She rearranged a few of the books on the shelves, curiously flicking through the ones written in English where I'd tried to recall useful and useless information from my old life. Nicella even drew a cloth from some unknown pocket and dusted the mantelpiece, her gaze lingering on the murals I had made. Art Nouveau patterns of twining flowers, the animals and insects of the region. Quite unlike what would normally adorn halls in this era. Even portraits of Quoth were hidden between the trees that arched up onto the chamfered join between the wall and ceiling. The fire was stoked back up to a roar and she began preparing a tisane in the small kettle of water that was left for me to that purpose. When the hiss of the water indicated its readiness, she deftly poured 2 cups and crossed the room, handing it to me. I'll not bore you with what you already know. Cedra paid the price for your carelessness. I nodded, heart aching. She sat, crossing her legs at the ankles, a demure habit never quite lost from whatever her upbringing had been. I stared at the cup in my hand, watching the steam rise and snake away into the cold air. Those guards, you will need to make an example of them in some way, she advised. I flinched, fingers tightening on the cup. The fault was mine, Septa. You are their liege lady. Your judgment is beyond contestation. They failed you. The people will expect them punished, otherwise what is to stop anyone being free to fail you again, she sighed, sounding almost as old as I felt. Half these men were conscripted into being guards the day my father died, I said bitterly, they have barely been trained. It's not their fault that I assumed. No. It isn't. They will pay the price for your carelessness too. I assume Sir Cone had advised you of these concerns before, you'd not look so wretched otherwise, she said, eyeing me over the rim of her cup. Fix it. Your house will not prosper for long if others can come and take what you have built. I nodded. Then, as though beyond my control, I opened my mouth and asked again, why is it right that I should get to kill those in service to me? It isn't, she said, flatly. I felt the truth cut as clean as a blade. Like the one that had been meant for me. So, I am wicked. I said, my tone almost hopeful. If it were that simple, I'd be a most devout and you'd have been safe in a cloister somewhere you never had to think about the real world. I wanted that, I snapped, the words bursting from me, ugly, I wanted that, ever since I knew where I was and what this world was, that I was a girl and... Yes, she said, her voice as sad as I'd ever heard it, you don't know how I wish I could have given it to you. Her green eyes rose to meet mine. You had to kill him because if he'd been allowed to run amok, he'd have killed you and your sister through his foolish attempts at apothecary. You had to kill him because if he'd weakened your house by stealing its secrets your people would never prosper, or a stronger house would come and take what was yours. You had to kill him because maybe next time someone thinks they can do the same to you, they will remember what became of the last boy. I'll not try to shock you by counting the bodies that would pile high given those outcomes. I won't disrespect Cedra's service to you that way, she took a sip of her drink. It was necessary, she said, finally, no amount of truth can make it right. I let that sit with me, let that truth burn through my veins. Does the faith not dictate that up until the last moment, a person can repent and change? I asked, plaintively, like a child who already knew that there would be no more desert tonight. Did he? Asked Nicella, mildly. I didn't answer. She reached for my hand, her calloused fingers warm from the cup she'd been holding, and said, you know what your people saw up there? They saw that one of your own, the least of your own, was willing to die for you. They saw you wail and clutch her to you like a babe. They saw your strength when you had the platform raised and the criminal brought to justice. They saw you offer him kindness at the end. And then you did what you had to do as their liege lady and made sure he could never hurt your house or people again. The truth of the matter is you want there to be nuance to the issue. There is some, for those of us lucky enough to be educated in the faith, I'll grant you. But not for your people. He was another raider, only his trophies were slow and creeping. Your liege lord kills raiders and bandits to protect you. That's what you're for. Else they'd all strike out on their own and try to survive without the tyranny of lordship. I drank my tea. Outside the world had gone silent, snow thick on the ground and along the wooden platforms of the palisade. Further out, I could see smoke rising from the homes of my people in the crystal clear waters of the Blue Fork as it thundered past us. What if I want lordship to be more than that? That I should do something more or better? Then do it, she replied, simply, you are well on your way. You have a knowing in you that sees far and a mighty will to ensure it is done. But you must never forget you are lord to these people because you keep the wolf from the door. Falter, and they are lost. I drank my tea. I think tomorrow I'll go see how Maester Lewis's project is going, and perhaps look in on Sir Cone. Today must have been horrifying for him. Perhaps something constructive to do may help, I remarked, finally. There's an idea, she said, approving. She paused, fidgeting with the handle of the cup she was holding. The action on septa nacella was so foreign to me that on seeing it I started. There's something in the boy's testimony. I cannot confirm it yet, but I think you might need to know. And then she told me. Speaking to Maester Lewis, when he was not in the throes of scientific ecstasy, was exhausting. Those moments were the only time when I genuinely enjoyed his company. The rest of the time I coddled him like a clucking hen, verbally patting his head and making oblique references to his genius. And he was a genius. A shame he was also unbearably smug and fragile all at once. Lewis was eager to demonstrate what he had found and I was impressed by how much he had puzzled out simply by experimenting on his own. I watched approvingly, as he showed me some methods he had divined for creating sheets of glass. Molding the molten substance worked well, like spreading the world's most dangerous butter across a metal table and into the corners of his frames. I made sure to coo convincingly. Yet as I expected, the furnace was not hot enough. The glass could not be worked for long before he had to refire it, and it came out of the oven already resisting his manipulations. This meant that the best available method for making sheets of glass was not one he could accomplish. Maester Lewis had also not quite solved the issue of cooling the glass, though he had noted that keeping it warm prevented it cracking. An annealing oven would be easy enough for him to conceive of soon. Additionally, he had no idea how to manipulate the glass to clear it of color. Nor how to strengthen it, but then why would he assume you could strengthen such a thing? I considered how to proceed, worrying about how delicate I would need to be in order to keep this a secret of my house and not have our experimental notes be sent to Old Town. They had more money, maesters, and people. We'd be bent over a barrel and saying thank you for the privilege before we could even build our first glass garden. Maester Lewis, I am all astonishment. Truly, your investigations have borne fruit at a far more rapid pace than I intended. A thing did not have to be true or false. It could be neither. It could be both. Yes, my lady. I think we can agree that I have, in my own small way, done well for your house, he said, in that strange way of his. Arrogant and flinching from it all at once. I nodded enthusiastically, minding his ego, fantastically, Maester Lewis. It is my hope that in the next few days we could discuss next steps. I believe I have some ideas which may help you. He nodded back, his neck wobbling like a spring in his excitement. Truly, for a female your mind is full of interesting theories and suppositions. I anticipate that between the two of us, we shall have this cracked in no time. Though not, he gave a faint giggle, literally, I hope. I flinched. Mostly at the sexism, but also a little at the pun. Yes, Maester Lewis was at his best only when he was overexcited and yelling. The man truly loved his work, I'd give him that. A shame Ivana had found his mentor so obvious and bumbling a manipulator. It would work in my favor to use similar methods to keep my house's secrets for now, but in future I'd need to guard the man from sly voices and the male approval of his peers which he so desperately craved. All sorts might come spilling out of him then. And I didn't want to be forced to execute someone again. Just as I was about to bait the hook, knowledge and wonders for him to explore, he said something that chilled my blood. It is good to see you are not overly distraught from this morning's events, he began, tidying his tools and likely readying himself for another test. A bad business that, some fool boy who did not know what this knowledge was worth. To send information like that to another house quite despicable. You executed the law admirably, my lady. A shame about the wailing, I'm sure that was arduous to deal with. It wasn't even particularly callous, not for Westeros. And yet, all of a sudden, I was just done. Done pandering to his arrogance and condescension, as though he did not wail in his own pathetic way. Done with the casual barbarism everyone around me was working to ensure I would knit into the fabric of myself, so that my people might survive. Done with the idea that I was going to coddle Lewis and his moist little ego for one more god's damned second. I needed to keep the wolf from the door. Watch me. I could feel myself going off script, but I was too full of fury to stop myself. I didn't want to stop myself. You would sell my ideas to my enemies just the same, Lewis, I said, my voice as soft as the falling snow, and just as cold. You would rip the wealth of my house out by its foundations and call it righteous for your order, if not another house. Don't presume yourself the boy's better. He died with as much dignity as a child could afford themselves. How will you die, I wonder? Lewis froze, his face going pale, before that powerful arrogance rose up in him like a wave. Gesturing with one hand, he said, "My lady, to threaten a maester of the citadel with a lawless death is a grave crime indeed." "Louis," I cut him off, "you have worked on the formula, true, but I left it to you as other matters commanded my attention. The secret of glass was not discovered by yourself, remember? You have encountered too many obstacles you have no idea how to overcome." "I do. As it is now you will not be able to compete with my method," I bluffed. "I have no need to execute you. I will simply return you to the citadel, explaining your fumbling espionage. Then I will not accept another in your place, ever again." That's preposterous. You are the liege lady of a house. To have no maester is unheard of. It is like to make you as low and unimportant as a hedge knight?" I asked, brows raised. His face was damp with sweat, and he had flushed a dull red. The man had been given the components of glass and within weeks had made advances that took humans in my time centuries. Yet he spent his energies on these fumbling attempts at superiority, willing to betray all his knowledge for a little recognition from those who would never offer it. What a waste! What a waste of a life! You have a mind as sharp as any I have known, yet you squander yourself on these petty victories. Some days I dream of what could be accomplished if you left such foolishness behind you. I know you could do great things. If you were to be House Mires' maester, in truth such possibilities are contained within you." This seemed to rouse him again. He balled his hands into fists and his shoulders trembled with outrage. "You do not know," he snapped, "I am beholden to my mentor, the only one who saw my worth. What you ask me to betray is no easy thing. You cannot conceive of the indignity. To be truly exceptional, visionary, to love the work. And yet over and over be spurned for those lesser. Simply from an accident of birth." I blinked at him. "Louis, I'm a woman." He spluttered, waving his hands at me, "I don't see what that has to do with anything." I sighed, unable to help myself. Of course, he didn't. He wouldn't. Other than some women, no one ever would again. Even that was vanishingly unlikely given the cultural standards of Westeros. A sudden, ugly loneliness welled up in me, and I felt the space between us expand to a vast chasm. I would be misunderstood my whole life. Yet there was nothing I could ever do about that particular pain. So, time to get on with it. I eyed Louis, wondering how to approach this. I needed him to be mine, at least for a time, until my own populace could be educated enough to outstrip his contributions collectively if not individually. It was clear I would not get that way by being kind and reasonable, not even by dangling the chance to create something new or fantastical. Not on its own. His own self-importance would not allow him to relate to me, because I had not shown him my strength. Oddly, for a maester, it seemed to be the only language he respected. He fancied himself learned, but still believed that one bowed to the strength of birth and titles even in an order where you forswore your old name. He had felt that sting. "I understand that all maesters send letters about certain matters to the citadel. You forget, I was a novice in Old Town. Yet you send nothing that might benefit harvests or health." "No, I haven't been reading your letters, it is simple common sense given what I know of maesters," I say, raising my hand to silence his utterances. I had pitched my voice to a kind of languid condescension, the same kind of tone that had always infuriated me when I had been faced with it in the novitiate. The tone of your betters, who might deign to educate you on some trifling matter. You didn't even bother with those, I don't think, because you do not value learning for its own sake. You think like the maesters taught you to. They do not want the kind of knowledge they deem lowly, no matter its benefit to the small folk of this land. They want what is great and grand to impress the lordly houses whom they serve. They desire the storing and hoarding of all knowledge under the banner of protection. Yet despite this true innovation or knowledge that supersedes their own is a threat. They will battle fiercely for it, with any they send me, even if they would not battle to save you." I shook my head, pretending at sophistication, while from beneath my lashes I watched the outrage well up in his face. "Should you cast me out they will still know what I have learned of the secret of glass," he spat, his chin quivering in indignation, "and what will you do then? With the might of Hightower and the citadel bearing down on you, to battle for your secrets as you claim." "Then I will surrender," I said, simply. He blinked at me, surprised. How old was he even? The man couldn't even have been of an age with Theo, unless his father had been a particularly beardless man. Blondes sometimes were. I felt older than the earth, this day, as cracked and cragged and unmoving. I continued, my expression as dark as the sky. "I will give up my knowledge to them with gracious smiles and expression of gratitude that such august menfolk have come to aid me. I have no need to win immediately. I am young and my ideas outnumber the stars. My sister and I will birth sons and daughters. I will teach them what I know women always teach their children. My family will be House Mires, while you will simply be the maester who have conceived of glass's secrets. If you're even allowed to keep that much to your name and not your mentors. My house's fortunes will climb with my teachings, as slow and inevitable as a sunrise. One day, after I am long gone and this knowledge of glass has been squandered by your order, they will rise up and do as I have taught them. I am a river to my people. I have time, Lewis. A woman carries its possibilities inside her. Time, while your moldering edifice to corruption rots its way from the inside out. What kind of battle is that? He stammered out, his hands trembling despite himself. A woman's, Maester Lewis. The slow kind. I held his gaze for a long moment, letting him think over my words. Then my posture shifted, softer and kinder. Or you could be part of that legacy. You would use the sword of your mind in service to my house, a knight of knowledge. You know how much I value it. As the seven say, the crone is the raven and the lantern both. I can send messages and try to light the way, but your feet are your own. His eyes darted about the workshop, alighting on the tools I had given him dispensation to buy and build. The glittering pane of glass and the design one of the maids had brought to him worried our maester was overworking himself. You are at a crossroads, Lewis, I said, rising from my perch. You'll not have this chance again. You know well the punishment for treason. He flinched. I invite you to decide, however, who should suffer the crueler fate. One whose treachery is ended by the swiftness of a sword stroke? Or the one who must languish in obscurity, watching what he tried to tear down rise stronger and better knowing that he might have been a part of it all? I left the workshop. Walking towards my next appointment, the snows sticking to my hair and lashes, I felt as though a great weight had been lifted. For good or ill. From the desk of Maester Lewis, torn pieces half stuffed inside a tome on alchemical fundamentals. Maester Garland. Beset by fools. I do not yet know the ratios, but such a thing is possible with some experimentation. The lady provides diverting projects. The stone could revolutionize. If you would just experiment yourself. Later that night, Maester Lewis will open the tome. He will flick through the ruined missive and cast it into the fire. He will weep. Sir Cohn's rooms were small, compared to mine. He and his wife did not share chambers, a not unusual arrangement for married high-born couples in Westeros. He was pale, everything about last night and this morning had washed him grey. I could see the silver in the stubble along his jawline and the white that was only just beginning at his temples. He looked so heartsick it made me want to hide. Sir Cohn, I began, stalling as I realized I may be intruding far too soon on his grief. Lady Mires, he replied, trailing off. Cedra is resting now, I ventured. Jenny hopes she will recover soon but it is still too early to tell. He stood there, silent. What was there to be said? What would I want said to me? Cedra might live, she might not. The knife might have nicked the bowels, it might not have. Cormac might never have encountered an agent of another lord, or he might have repented. He might have lived. 1,000 tiny choices, each as indistinguishable as grains of sand through an hourglass, until the shape of our decisions is revealed. It seemed fitting and yet terribly unfair that so much of life was left to chance. I searched his face, desperate for some sign of life. Even outrage would be preferable to this dull grey man in his dull grey armor. So, what happens now? I asked. He jerked upright, his expression shocked. I shrugged. You are meant to be my advisor. Advise me, I said, entering the room in swift strides. He remembered himself and stepped aside, sketching a hasty bow. I turned on the spot and fixed him with a stare. What do I do with the guards who failed me? Inside, I quailed. I knew I had failed them. I had assumed that a well-stocked armory and Sir Cohn's training would be sufficient. I'd not had the manpower to train them in what they needed to know in order to serve my house competently. I had chosen differently. Now a host of Northmen had arrived to bolster my ranks, running the gamut of experience and needing whipped into shape. Yet Septinicella's words haunted me. He paused, clearly not expecting that to be my first question. It is a delicate situation, my lady. They failed you terribly, one of your own paid the price, yet their failure was not an act of malice. Cohn was a disciplined man, not prone to gesturing when he spoke, but he straightened slightly, and his head tilted in contemplation. Septinicella thinks a harsh example must be made. Would you suggest a physical chastisement? I tested. In truth, my lady, knowing the men in question, such chastisement might outlast any lesson you wish to teach them. They will carry its resentment instead of being charged with its cause. Yet, the septa had not advised you ill, they cannot go unpunished. Their pay should be heavily docked and perhaps time in the stocks, that others might see it as a mercy when death was the last punishment offered in the yard. It will not, however, address the problem. I tire of prevaricating, Sir Cohn. What do you think should be done? I scanned his features while I spoke, picking out the signs I was looking for. By your order, our focus has been training levies and organizing the safe transport and distribution of grain. The efforts of your garrison have been neglected in favor of this. The distribution and training of levies has a system in place now, but it takes up much of my time. I would suggest you have a reliable knight in your service use the influx of Northmen as impetus for more rigorous training. The skills needed of professional soldiers in the garrison are greater and of more import than the levies. Perhaps some of the northerner captains who followed us could handle the training of levies or grain distribution. I wondered aloud, pretending to be lost in thought while watching some small color seep into his face at my mistake. To entrust our northern host so soon with something as sensitive as rationing efforts will sow distrust. I understand you feel their culture around food and winter to be honorable, but the resentment at seeing those not of your lands in charge of distribution will cause as many fights as the opportunists you fear. Levies might be a good use of 1 or 2, but in truth my lady you need as many experienced hands as possible shoring up the core of your defense. I was thinking mega, actually, I pressed, willing him to the answer I wanted. She knows her business, he admitted reluctantly, yet Lord Mormont advised you rightly as to her best use. She would well muster the small folk at Cragtreath against the iron-born incursions, perhaps with more tricks and cunning that would have been sorely needed in a place like Bear Island, that has not our population. Her efforts would bear greatest fruit there. I cannot have Sir Dominic do it, I mused. The man is a good knight of known skill, but he was too young to see much fighting in the dance after he was knighted. He conducts himself well, yet he has not the experience training and commanding men. The rest either suffer similarly or must ensure discipline in the distribution of rations to the small folk, else we are lost to the upcoming winter. I shook my head and went in for the final blow. This being the case, advise me once more. I am faced with a tangle I cannot quite unpick. He nodded sharply, as my lady commands. The situation progressed thusly. The nephew and squire of my most trusted knight and commander of my fighting men, was a spy. Not only a spy, but someone also sought to fashion him into an assassin. The guards who brought him before me in judgment failed to ensure the boy was properly unarmed and he attempted to kill me. Another suffers still for that choice. I sentenced my trusted knight's kin and squire to death, causing him great pain in the execution of justice. I walked over to the small window. Below I could see that they had taken the platform down from the yard while I was speaking to Lewis. How long had he stood here, staring down at it? Is such a situation salvageable? I asked, idly staring out of the window instead of at him and his bloodshot eyes, his wan face. Sir Cone cleared his throat, body braced as though for a heavy blow. He said, "No, my lady. It is not." "Oh? Why not?" "The boy's family has lost their honor in the face of his choice," he said, gruffly. "I am only a young woman, unschooled in the ways of war," I said, with no lack of irony. It was now clear to me that this was far less an affectation than I had hoped. What does such a thing mean for a knight? He cast his gaze about the room for a while, searching for his answer. Finally, he said, "Losing your honor is like, it is like to dropping your sword off the side of a cliff. It will never return to your hand. The only way to get it back is to throw yourself after it." The very idea was so preposterous, I found myself irritated. A callous emotion in the face of his loss, but it laced my tone like vinegar. To waste your life over such a thing. "Don't be such a fool," I said, despite myself. He flinched. I thought of his smile. I thought of how he was ready to follow me into the jaws of the Stark host. I thought of his unwavering faith that I would do what was necessary for my people when I faltered against the Northmen. "Honor is not a sword," I scoffed, turning to face him. "It is not an object you can polish and admire. People who feel that way about honor have never had to wield it in service of anything worthy. You cannot cast it over a cliff. It is a choice. It is every day. Who did you raise your sword against? Who did you defend? When did you choose to stay silent and do nothing? That is all honor is. Who looks and who looks away?" I stepped closer, looking him straight in the eye. I had grown taller, I realized absently. I'd be of a height with him soon. "You did not look away from it, today, Sir Cone. Though you flinched, you opened your eyes and looked the truth head on. That's not nothing. Don't you dare call that nothing." He swallowed thickly, his eyes bright. "My lady, you cannot restore what he broke. You cannot return my honor to me. Until you do, I cannot rightly serve you. If you cannot stay in my service because the choices I have made pain you too greatly, I will release you to your house once more. Yet if you stay, there might be a way to build again what he destroyed." Privately, I hoped he wouldn't. There would be no recovering that small tie to a Vale house for perhaps another 100 years, but for him to return from his service to me would imply a miscarriage of justice that would haunt us for far longer. As I spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked away from me, ashamed. "I cannot give you back your honor," I said, finally, "only you can do that. All I can give you is a choice, and I cannot choose for you. So, advise me, because what happened today can never happen again or we are lost." With a surprising amount of grace for a middle-aged man, Cone went fluidly to his knees, his head bowed. "My lady," he said, his voice thick with his sorrow and yearning, and I knew I had won. "You will have the northern captains who will work with the small folk trained in your expectations. You will ensure that Sir Dominic handles the grain distribution efforts you have put in place. You will meet with me each day, for an hour, and educate me as you would have your nephew. On battle, war, and strategy. I will not allow my lack of education in such matters to continue and bring greater calamity to this house. I stepped forward, my tone as unmoving as the hill on which we stood, and finally, Sir Cone, you will apply yourself to the training and development of our guards and garrison as you never have before. I will accept only your finest efforts and your truest conduct. Until such time as you have created the soldiers of Hag's Hill into a force of which our house can be rightly proud, your honor is not returned to you. He nodded fiercely, beyond speech. I placed my hand on his shoulder. You once swore you would have followed my father into death, had he given you leave to do so. You once swore to follow me into a long, good life. I will make it so. You are not allowed to give up. You are not allowed to put down your honor like it is a weapon and not a limb you strengthen with use. You swore these things to me. I charge you to see it through. From the desk of Sir Cone, half written beneath a letter to his brother detailing Cormac's crimes and sentencing. Beloved, do not falter. Read and remember this when I am away at my duties and cannot remind you. Your Nora. That evening, long after my other duties had been finished, I went to see her. Ivana was tidying her office when I found her. She was humming something, stroking her hand in slow circles across her belly. I found it hard to look at her, though if that was my own fear or my knowledge of what she had done, I couldn't say. She looked up at my approach and broke out into a warm smile. Ursula. It's good to see you moving about. Come sit with me. She gestured towards two small chairs by the window. I declined the seat. Her smile faltered. Out of everyone I had to speak to today, this one was going to be the hardest to handle. Ivana was clever, confident, and far less beholden to me and my opinions, being my elder sister. She was also better at this than me. Which was why we were in this position, I supposed. I was not ready to lose. Cormac had some interesting things to say, before his sentencing. Ivana leant against the front of her desk, one palm bracing herself against the wood and another cradling her abdomen as she shifted to get comfortable. The front pieces of her hair had fallen half over her eyes, and in the winter light she looked every bit the sweet, vulnerable mother-to-be. What did you find interesting? She asked, smiling faintly. I resisted the urge to cross my arms, keeping my tone mild. He claimed that his informant had assured him that Tansy would kill the babe but not you. An odd claim, considering how far along you are. Her eyes cast down, sorrowfully, and for a terrible moment my heart felt filled with hate. A shame that the boy was so credulous. The slightest conversation with anyone would have quickly corrected the boy on the error of his assumption. Perhaps, though it's quite an assumption that he would have felt safe enough to ask anyone something so potentially damning. Especially when his benefactor had made certain assurances. I could hear my tone shifting, and so could she. Ivana shrugged. If I'd had to do it, I'd have mentioned that Cedra was worried about a babe. Easy enough to get the small folk to keep one of their own out of harm's way. Yes, I suppose you'd have a clever idea like that, I said, lowly, never mind that such an implication would be dishonorable to Cedra. Did his actions strike you as those of an honorable man? Asked Ivana, an eyebrow raised. Rubbing her hands over her belly, she cocked her head to one side, as though curious. I suppose not. He was a boy who made grave errors and foolish choices, that much is certain, I said, sighing. I watched as her shoulders relaxed the slightest fraction and her smile warmed. Although, I began, and then let my voice trail off. I stared out of the window at the steely sky heavy with clouds. Although, she asked, unable to let it lie. I find it strange that he was so lucky as to get to you, especially without hapless Cedra there to assist him. Apparently someone put him in charge of bringing you your tisane in the afternoons, I said, my voice sounding brittle in the cold air of her office. Her expression melted into a serene mask. I wanted to shake her. I see, she said, so you are suspicious of me, or perhaps my motives. Suspicious? No. I am betrayed. Betrayed, her voice rose in pitch, incredulous, true outrage forming on her features. How can you say such a thing? I have never betrayed you. I never will. You had leave to do what was necessary to catch the spy. You certainly had leave to fabricate a trap for him. You even had leave to test him. You did not have leave to frame him in my eyes for so severe a crime that death was the only option. Death was the only option, Ursula, and I knew your sweet nature would not be inclined to see the truth of the matter, she retorted sharply, rocking forward onto her feet and drawing herself up to full height in her indignation. Undeterred, I forged ahead, a ringing in my ears as I pressed her still. If you are so certain that his death was the only correct course of action, you should have told me so. You should have given me counsel, as I trusted you to do. Instead you hid the truth and made me follow your steps. Did you think it was easy, hard in my throat every time I received a drink? Knowing that if I failed to protect myself my own child would pay the price? Did you suppose I wished for him to be as weak and easily led as he was? All to help you, she broke off with a derisive laugh, walking over to stoke the fire with the poker. Ivana liked having something to do with her hands when she was off balance or uncomfortable. Gesturing with one hand, she waved at me as though I were still some foolish child who wanted her attention, forever following about the one person who didn't mind my strangeness. Do you hear yourself, Ursula? Do you think you speak sense? Without more solid evidence of his crimes than something an agent of mine saw, the Hearts would have demanded retribution we could ill afford for his death. And he would still need to die. Ivana shook her head at me, one hand on the poker and one fisted in her hair as if trying to ground herself against my apparent foolishness. The sight of such exasperation made my blood boil. In truth, I do not know what offends me most, that you pulled my strings like some puppet master or that you set that child up to die. The answer really should be quite simple. I am thoroughly disgusted with myself that I wrestle with it at all. I snarled, my hands fisting at my sides. I could feel my shoulders drawing up even as I tried to stop them. I hated it. Ivana always said it cut my rage in half, making me look like an angry little girl. That you set a test for him was one thing, but to have it be a test for me? Even a trial by combat, should there have been doubt, would have satisfied a knightly house like the Hearts. You went too far. To make my words false when I charged him. Hardly false. He made his choice. You'd have bid me give a traitor leniency because of some discrepancy in law, she scoffed, folding her arms across her chest. I threw my hands up, outraged. Yes. What else is there? You cannot sneer at truth and law as obstacles, that way lies madness. To be civilized, to create a society, we sow our land with laws from here to Iron Man's Bay. We nurture them like gardeners. You'd slice through the laws of the land like some avenging barbarian in your pursuit of 14-year-old boys, then. Her eyes sparked with defiance. I would do so. I would do whatever it took to protect us from traitors, to guard our people from those who would do us harm. You name me a villain for doing what I needed to make sure you would not falter and defend our house. And what will you do next time? I asked, dreading the answer. What I have to. Every step of the way. She tilted her chin up at me, hair tumbling out of its bun where she had run her hands through it earlier. Oh? I asked, my voice a dangerous hiss, as I advanced towards her. I noted, somewhere in the back of my mind, that she took a step back from me. For all her snide remarks, for all her well-crafted sweetness, I'd never seen her do that with anyone before. And when the last of our lines and laws had been cut down like so much wheat, when those you have deceived have reason to band together, when your crimes and callings left you out in the open, where would you hide from the consequences of your manipulations? She rolled her eyes. You talk like I'll need them to protect myself from you. If you keep lying to me, it is I who will need protection from you, I snapped. Immediately, tears sprung to my eyes at even the implication, but it was true. It was so true it burned to know it, and Ivana couldn't even see it. She faltered suddenly. What? I asked what you would do next time. When you think I might falter or fall short of the necessaries you think need done, I said, my voice rough. I felt my eyes overflow and loathed the weakness it painted down my cheeks, but it was beyond saving. My throat was sore and my heart full. She has to hear me, I prayed. She must. It's so much easier, isn't it? To manipulate events so that my only choices are the ones you place before me. I am only human. You control what I know and you can control what I do. Smoother certainly, than the thorny business of having to state your case and win. Why, I might disagree, and then where would you be? Her own eyes filled with tears, a wounded expression on that lovely face. How could you say such a thing? That's not what. What else can I call it when you kept it from me? I asked plainly, gesturing at the space between us, when you arranged matters so my soft heart might arrive at what you felt was the correct decision. I turned from her, unable to bear it. I blinked hard, willing my expression steady with only moderate success. Behind me, she was silent. I didn't even want to be here, Vanna, I said, my voice small despite myself. I was a year from being a septa in a cloister, able to dedicate myself to faith and learning and beauty. I drew another deep breath, my eyes fixed on the cracked line of plaster near her window ledge. I am only here, I continued, because you called me here. Because you would not contest the succession or set aside Theo. Because you did not want to give up what you had worked so hard to earn. I wiped my eyes and nose with the edge of my sleeve, completely giving up on seeming at all composed. My shoulders hunched again. I let them. What a waste. Of what, or who, I could not say. So I gave up what I had earned. For love of you, for love of Theo. I came to see you through, as you bid me. So it falls on me, all of it. That is what you asked of me when you had me come serve as your Lady Mires. I straightened and turned to Ivana. Her face was pale, stricken. The poker hung limply from her fingers as if she had forgotten it was there. Perhaps it was another way I was strange here, to perceive lordship as a dangerous burden and responsibility rather than a gift. It falls on me, I continued, when the snows come and the roads are not ready, if the Northmen are not honorable additions to our lands, or if the first trial I conduct is done as a puppet of my own sister. Because there is no one else to shoulder it. I spread my hands wide in front of me, I have 1,000 things to consider, each choice heavy as an anvil with the weight of what must be done. I trusted you to use your skills to help our house, no, worse, I trusted you to help me. You used my love for you, the truest thing I hold dear in this brutish, cruel world, and made me do rotten work with it. Because you had decided what our course should be and how to get it. I stared at her for a long moment, and the silence stretched out in the space between us. Vaster than it had been before. I couldn't bear it any longer and spun away from her. I strode towards the door and she did not stop me. My fingers rested on the handle for a moment, and when I finally spoke it was to the wood grain. Perhaps I would have heeded your counsel. Perhaps I would have made a mistake. I will never know and neither shall you. Because you would have me shoulder the burdens of this house without offering the fucking respect that should come with it. And I left. That night, I sat in my chambers. Or rather, I sat in Father's chambers. I hadn't been able to bring myself to change anything here. He'd indulged himself in an elaborate curtained bed, painted garishly in blue and red. On a stand in the corner, most of his armor still stood. The breastplate had been cleaned, though not mended, from where some iron-born raider had sliced the buckles clean off of it. The chainmail, I was told, had been beyond saving unless I had the armorers repair it. I couldn't bear to touch it, so it sat, rusting in the corner of the room. A fortune in link work, wasted because of my soft heart. I was wrapped tightly in layers of blankets, curled up on my side in bed. Sleep had evaded me now for 3 nights in a row. First to the pain of learning what needed done. Second for the pain of what had been done. Third for all the mistakes I had made along the way. Cedra still hadn't woken. Absently, I stroked Quoth's glossy feathers and burrowed deeper into my pillow. He hopped here and there on the coverlet, chasing the crevices and wrinkles like I might have hidden some seeds there. On an ordinary day it might make me smile. He still brought me gifts of beetle shell, small pine cones glittered with frost, and the odd dead mouse to make me squeal in horror when I found it on my papers. I was rarely seen without him on my shoulder these days. As though sensing my thoughts turned to him, Quoth paused in his investigations and tilted his head at me. He nibbled affectionately at my fingers for a moment. Then he looked me right in the eye and spoke. The sound of waves over land that ebb and flow, a rhythm like time and tide, like rain on ferns and all that is soft and green and sleeping beneath the soil until warm light bids it rise, rise, rise. My eyes fluttered shut. Notes. Sisters lie to each other constantly about almost everything, and it still makes you feel like shit every time. Chapter 12, Ursula Mires, Janessa, Theo Rivers, Cedra. Notes. A/N, content warning, there is a man who offers to make a more favorable deal in exchange for sex with a novice who appears actively frightened of him. It is not ambiguous that this is why he wants her. Though the novice is performing and in fact willing to arrange this for a better deal, they do not go through with it. The delicate nature of being driven to sex work when desperate, choosing it of your own free will out of enjoyment, and the vast swathes of grey area in between are touched on in the most clumsy manner. Protect yourself as you need to and skip Janessa's section. 131 AC. Ursula. There was an old woman holding a lantern. Not that there is anything wrong with old women in principle, I certainly had lived enough years to qualify. It was that this figure hadn't a good grasp on anything but the vaguest fundamentals of how an old lady should appear. She was different. 3 eyes sat at the center of her face, each one blinking in a desultory fashion that suggested the motion to be purely decorative. Her silvered hair caught the light from the lamp like steel plate. On her shoulders perched 2 ravens so dark you could barely make them out in the void behind them. Darkness lolled at her feet and the woman's shadow stretched endlessly behind her into the empty space around us. Nacreous flowers grew there, winking in and out of the black like stars. Or eyes. I took a breath. Sense crowded me, ozone pressing in close, but back where I was, really was, legs tucked, hands folded quietly beneath my head, I knew that the only smells that mattered were the small, unfussy smells of fireplace and parchment, and the musty scent of unaired curtains. It was the curtains that grounded me. I was in my father's rooms. Surely it was safe. What could be more frightening or exacting than Septa Nacella, who was only 2 doors away from my own? Nevertheless, while Septa Nacella was a formidable lady, when she spoke you did not get the impression that someone had shaken bees into your skull through your ears. Look, watch the light where I lift my lamp, child, said the old woman, and I gritted my teeth against the assault. She smiled at my reaction. No, strike that. I was charitable enough to keep referring to it as an old woman, but not so charitable that I could mislabel a smirk. Its teeth were still showing, and as I watched its mouth stretched impossibly back until it seemed like its lips ought to take half its head off with it. I looked where she had bid me, and I was not too proud to say it was because I was avoiding the sight of those teeth. Then the light. I woke with a start, the dawn light breaking through the gaps in the curtains of my bed. Someone had drawn them after I'd fallen asleep. My head throbbed, my temples were damp with sweat. Quoth sat perched on the end of the bed frame, his beady eyes fixed on me, and I knew, the way I had known the truth of everything else I saw last night, that he had kept watch and not moved the whole time I'd been asleep. What? I asked, emphatically, the fuck was that? Ravens have beaks, it is known. But I watched his head tilt, and I swear by all I hold dear that I watched the fucker grin. Janessa. The Reacher merchant had eyes like a pig, Janessa decided. That was not to say that there was anything corpulent or off-putting about the man. Indeed, he cut a fine figure in his woolen doublet and fur cloak. His mustaches were well ordered, and he did not flash gaudy rings about his fingers. But while not glamorous, Janessa's family had been common merchants and they sold everything from grain to jewels when they could get them. Some years, that included pigs. The thing about pigs, was that they looked pink and vulnerable to the naked eye. They are bred to be easily led by the one holding the slop bucket, seemingly stupid with their determination to get those surprisingly sharp mouths around whatever they can eat. Piggy was a word often used to mean thick and slow of mind, and Janessa allowed that there were good reasons why people thought so. These people did not have pigs. They certainly did not have to transport the beasts across town and field in order to take them to market. Pigs worked in teams to get what they wanted. She had seen them chew their way through rope tethers, delighted in munching on saddle straps when unattended, and on one memorable occasion had charged as one mass of meat at the wooden pen in which they had been corralled just before market. It had snapped like kindling and the creatures disappeared off into the kingswood. There had been some attempt to hunt them down, she recalled. Her father had pierced their ears with a wooden bolt painted red, to mark the ones he had to sell. It had been his hope that they would be quickly found and put to market. It hadn't worked and they were forced to stay north of the Reach for longer than her father had planned in order to make up the money. It had taken months. It was only on their return when they had been accosted. Upturned snouts had flattened to aid with rooting, vile spikes of tusk jutted from slavering mouths, and they were covered in thick wiry bristles where once there had been soft pink skin. She knew this because they were small for boars, but also because from a single bristle-covered ear had hung a red, wooden bolt. Pigs, she had found that journey, were only ever a woodland and a will away from becoming boar. They carried the wild fury of the forests inside them, nestled perhaps in those silly little teeth that stretched to terrible tusks. Pigs were domesticated and would likely never grow to the size of boars unless successfully mating a few generations in. But they remembered what their ancestors had been and what man had stolen from them. This man had eyes like a pig. Beside her Kana clutched the parchment containing the figures needed and made a show of biting her lip uncomfortably, glancing up at the man as though hoping he wouldn't notice. Janessa had not the subtle skills of Kana, and far preferred forthrightly stating demands, but allowed that much was riding on this deal and allowed Kana to play her Dornish games. With any luck they would prove effective. They were gathered in Lord Harroway's town, having taken a small travel boat from Murfield to meet with the representative of Honeyholt. Correspondence with the Castellan had resulted in an agreement to meet with this Tavish, who was cousin by marriage to Lady Beesbury, regent now after her husband's death in the dance. I'm not sure I should even be entertaining this offer for my lady cousin, he said, pouring himself more wine. He did not offer any to them. Gesturing with his goblet, Tavish continued, your pleas are moving, girls, but even if I was willing to give you this contract at a measly 5%, and I should be clear that I am not, the fact remains that transporting it to you with enough speed to be useful means we undertake huge risks. He shook his head, I have heard it said your lady is pious. Surely, she'd not condemn our merchants and sailors to death by ironborn at only 5%. Janessa straightened her spine, affecting the cool expression she'd often seen Lady Ursula wear, the price is not solely for wheat, it is to account for oats and barley as well, which are not so fine a grain. The cooks at Hag's Hill had, in fact, produced wonders with those grains, and Janessa found herself very partial to oat porridge, but it would not do to inflate the price any more than it was. Lady Mires had given her authority in the matter, advised by novice Kana and the Castellans who had come with her. She was empowered to make this trade as profitable as possible for her lady and her people. She would not fail. It is not the small folk of House Beesbury who will suffer should you fail to come to an agreeable price with us. Nor my lady's table. Perhaps you girls need reminding that one cannot eat coin, he said silkily, a condescending smile on his face. Janessa ignored his eyes darting to Kana, who at this point in the plan would be welling up with tears if she had timed it right, and fought the urge to slap his wine right out of his hands. Be that as it may, I cannot countenance 40%. The Reach and Riverlands have long been good trading partners to one another. Come the summer, my lady will be grateful for your house's largesse and favourable to further trade. We will have many fine furs to sell after winter at far better a price than Hornhill will give you. She'd been away from the trades for a while, but the Hornhill merchants were as brutish as the men of House Tarley. That much couldn't have changed so quickly. Tavish smiled, enjoying this, delightful, yes, but that falls under the auspices of summer. Winter is here and you need grain. You have been fucked, Here Janessa watched his eyes flick to Kaina's flinch at his use of the word, by the dragons and the raiders both. If you were able to assure my house that the Ironborn would be no trouble, then the price may have been different. If you were able to harvest enough grain to see you through a little longer, the price may have been different. As it is at 40%. Beside her, Kaina began to weep in earnest. Tavish's eyes fixed hungrily on her face. Janessa wasn't a fool, and this had been Kaina's stratagem after a little coin and coaxing of the maids at the last crossing in. They had revealed appetites to make Janessa recoil and to make Kaina sigh and look supremely unsurprised. Still, it was chilling to see so plainly. Had the man no shame? Behind her, the knights Lady Mires had sent to accompany them creaked ominously in their armor. I regret to say that if we pay you at that price, we will be out of coin before the year is out and break the contract. After which, our people will starve to death, she said woodenly. He wasn't even pretending to look at her anymore. He said, sweetly, a tragedy. Yet, there are those houses in the Riverlands who would be willing to pay such a price. You've yet to sweeten the pot to make travel along a reeving coast worth it. I do not know why you don't simply have us sail it up the Blue Fork for you, but at this stipulation the price will be difficult to move. In fairness to him, Janessa did not know why her ladyship stipulated this so strongly. She had heard that there were whispers of sickness in the free cities, but nothing had spread to the eastern shore of Westeros yet. What if we went up to 10%, whispered Kaina. Janessa shot her an outraged look. You dare, novice Kaina, she hissed. You don't see them, Janessa. They're so hungry, and at this Kaina's voice broke and her shoulders shook with sobs. Tears spilled like jewels down her brown cheek, doe eyes shimmering. She knew it was for show, but Kaina's knee trembled where it was pressed against her, and something in the tension of her wrists told her that not all this fear was false. Get a hold of yourself before I have you removed, she scowled. To her right she saw Tavish lean back in his chair, spreading his legs in an ungainly fashion. He was getting comfortable, she hoped, or enjoying the show more likely, the cunt. Her eyes snapped back to Tavish and she tossed her braid haughtily over one shoulder. Those houses in the Riverlands that can pay such a price have already done so. There is no more money to bleed out of us for exclusivity. Beesbury is known more for oats and barley for your mead and beer. You grow little wheat for export. Those who command the power and money for exclusive wheat shipment have already done so at 40%. Likely from houses other than yours, such as the Highgarden vassals, who have much richer soils than you. We ask for the inclusion of a variable surplus of wheat, not a guarantee. Our only guarantees are for the bushels of oat and barley. This makes us a very lucrative contract so early in winter for a house such as yours. Somewhere, she hoped, her father was smiling. Tavish, however, was not. He was irritated enough to break his gaze away from the weeping Kaina. Yet, he snapped, clearly not having expected them to know anything, you have not solved the problem of Ironborn threats on our ships making it to you. Janessa nodded, true. 10%. You don't strike me as a man overly sentimental about his underlings. He scoffed, 30%. If my men are dead, I move no product for my house. 15, retorted Janessa, and you'll seek us for honey purchases in summer. I'll seek you for honey purchases in summer at 25, and you supply the ships for the journey home, he said, challengingly. 20%, knowing you'll claim we starved them if we don't fill the hold to the brim. Our fishermen have pearlescent buttons and shells for sale, we invite you to have a merchant of yours take a look at the wares. 25, said Tavish warningly, on all the above conditions. No need for shell bits. It is the best deal anyone is likely to offer you. He wasn't wrong, but still Janessa pushed, her blood rushing in her ears. 20% and we shall have some furs brought for inspection to the shore as well. 20%, he began, and her heart leapt in her throat, and you give me some time with that novice of yours. Kaina's head shot up, stricken. Just as they'd planned. But it soured in the mouth. Kaina's knuckles were white from her grip on her skirts, straining to tremble only the right amount. Tavish was smirking again. 25% it is, Janessa said, blandly. She felt all eyes in the room land on her like hammer blows. His face purpled, but technically he'd won. He wasn't gracious, and his insults and attentions became more obvious as the contracts were drawn up, signed and sealed, but Janessa bore it stoically, refusing to give him an inch. He was a pig, after all. They had been hoping for 20%, and very close to getting a better price than even that. That extra coin would serve House Mires' interests well. As it stood, they were only getting 10% of what the Starks would supply them in coin. Yet as they headed back towards the inn, Janessa did not think her lady would chastise her for it. When they were out of earshot, Kaina had looked up at her, irritated. We had a plan, Janessa, he'd have been as easily led as a dog on a string, she snapped. Yes, said Janessa faintly, remembering the way he'd panted after Kaina's tears. Not the chuffing of a boar, but an ugly sound of human anticipation. Kaina threw her hands up in disgust, so why not? I know my own mind. It's not like I've never done it before. A5, maybe even 10% difference in the contract over the next 2 years? There isn't a whore in Planky Town who'd command such a price. Kaina had been a whore. After her family's guild had collapsed, there hadn't been many ways for her to make money, and no marriage prospects worth the name had looked her way after her family's embarrassment. It had been the best way available for her to make a living. She even said it had been mostly pleasant, and certainly good coin. Yet. But you pledged yourself a novice, said Janessa. So did you. Yet you cast off the robe and went to serve Our Lady. Why can I not do the same? Kaina sounded on the verge of real tears this time, and she couldn't bear it. You can, Janessa said, abruptly. You could march yourself in there tomorrow and a woman of your talents would have a position immediately. She turned to face Kaina, a fire in her belly, a certitude the faith had never quite offered her. She'd begun to see it in fair market. It had been writ large the day of the trial, painted in Cedra's blood. You left the whorehouse for a reason. It is not mine to know. You have never returned to it since for a reason. That is also not mine to know. Yet you seek to serve Our Lady as I do because you see something in her. I will tell you what it is. Janessa stepped closer, her eyes bright, gesturing each point with an emphatic swipe of the hand. She does not trade people's lives. She does not treat people as things. You are not a thing. You are one of her people. If you wanted to seduce the man and laugh while we took his money, I would have no qualms with it beyond wondering if he's as insufferable in bed as he was in that room. Yet you did not. It was a trade you were prepared to make of your person. I will tell Our Lady the decision I made here. She will be proud that I followed her teaching so well. Then the crone will guide her steps, and we will find another way to make coin. Janessa straightened, somewhat embarrassed, and Kaina's dark eyes were huge and liquid in the fading light. I cannot promise that hard choices will never be necessary, nor that sacrifices will not need to be made in her service, she said, certain as the ground beneath her feet, but it will not be the first option, it will not be for convenience, and it will be for damn sight more than 5%. She'd held that confidence the whole way back to the inn and wrote a very long raven message in script so tiny she worried her lady wouldn't be able to read it. And then begged the knights to stay awake guarding them. Just in case the pig came hunting for what he thought had been taken from him. Tied to the leg of a raven, making its way to fair market in time to intercept Janessa's party. Well done. I'm so proud of you both. Lady Ursula Mires of House Mires. A river to my people. Theo Rivers. He'd been busy overseeing so many projects that the influx of Northmen had allowed him some brief respite to sleep and sketch some more ideas. They learned quickly and worked with a fury that suggested any stretch of time left idle might bring some awful storm down upon them. He didn't keep to the old gods, so Theo couldn't say if this was accurate. Whatever it came from, it led to quite a lot of friendly competition among the builders for hauling and shaping or pouring hag's tone. At least he hoped it was friendly. Cunt was a very ambiguous term for northerners. He'd seen it sobbed into the heads of their friends when drunk at the tavern, bellowed with joy across a scaffold, and as the icy precursor to a bloody fist fight. It lacked rigidity as a term and seemed to carry very few context clues, so he avoided the use of it. He still largely oversaw the September build, and he had been tasked with overseeing the factories for hag's tone and glass that Ursula wanted built. That one was tricky, given he'd no idea how to keep its purpose as secret as she wanted. Ivana had advised him to put off the build until he could recruit enough men who freely sang Ursula's praises when they thought he wasn't listening. She reasoned that they might be more amenable to keeping secrets for their lady. When the Umber had arrived, Lady Mires had summoned him and a very subdued Maester Lewis to the forge usually screened off for the Maester's experiments. She had laid out the expectations for the project and the need for secrecy. When they had both agreed, she had explained what it could be used for. Clear glass, and colored glass could be made, once the Umber was fired and the necessary compounds separated. It would also be workable for longer. Her method for large clear panes would require space to blow and then swing the molten glass to allow for great cylinders of the stuff to be made, before a scoring tool and a wet rag drawn down one side would help it crack to be pressed flat. Theo immediately felt one of those good ideas bubble up inside him, wondering if it might be possible to have a furnace with an opening the right height of the open cylinders. The glass could be passed through on potter's slabs and manipulated with a long tool until it lay flat. Likely the process would be clearer, straighter, and more uniform than forehands and paddles. This was almost enough to thrill Maester Lewis beyond speech, but then she presented her next point. The furnaces were not hot enough to allow the glass to be worked easily in time. For now, this was allowable, but their supply of wood was not infinite and sea coal was often harder to get out of the earth than was worth the trouble and black lung it caused. It turned out that the biodigesters were not just to decompose waste to fertilize fields, but to be used to pipe in the gases from their rotting to help fuel the furnaces to terrifyingly high temperatures. The problem was, she didn't know how to do it yet. She produced drawings of strange pipes and valves through which she wanted the gases to be fed into the furnace, a spigot to turn in order to release or shut off supply. This was partly why she wanted the factories and digesters built so out of town. Once collected in tanks there was much use they could be put to, but if they were tampered with at all, one stray spark would take the whole thing and the surroundings to flame in an explosion not unlike wildfire. Yet if they could make this work, the implications would be fantastical. So, Theo oversaw the build and Maester Lewis oversaw the training of the men and women selected for this new industry by day. At night, over more wine than was perhaps appropriate, the pair would debate at surprisingly loud volumes over the best way to implement Ursula's ideas. It seemed she was convinced it was possible, so too were they. It would just take time to work out the issues. They had to be rigorous, the slightest error in their calculations and designs could be the site of a tragedy. It was, perhaps, also a way to avoid the tension between Ursula and his wife. His wife had been silent for days. Theo didn't know what had been said between the sisters, but the frosty distance between them made his skin itch. They spoke in perfectly polite tones and even smiled warmly at each other, every word and gesture ringing so false it was like gongs against his skull. He found it confusing, some days, how the Mires sisters could put on another face so cleanly you'd never guess at the other one beneath. He was also annoying Vanna because he kept squinting at her when she was with him, trying to figure out if her expression was her real face or her secret one. He'd even asked young Ira about it, in a fit of desperation. She'd fixed him with a terrible, distant expression as though her mind was very far away, before shaking her head and remarking that she'd rather peel Hag's tone off her privy parts than get in the middle of a fight between two sisters. This was an evocative image, but less than helpful. Theo wondered if this had anything to do with the horrible discovery of Cormac's treachery. After they had found that poisonous little plant, Theo had marshalled every ounce of his self-control not to go and stave that boy's head in. Vanna had insisted that Ursula needed to be told when she returned and not a moment before. Privately, Theo had wondered if a dark guard shift and a shovel might not have been tidier, but he left his wife to her machinations. No doubt it was to benefit Ursula's hold on the area in some way. Still, he'd put his foot down. No drink was to pass her lips that he had not prepared himself, and no food that Jenny Greens had not checked. She'd rolled her eyes at his fussing, but Theo hadn't been able to tell her, hadn't been able to fish the right words out from behind his teeth, just what would happen to him if she died. He would lie awake at night, stroking the swell of her belly, marveling at the undulations and ripples across its surface when their child moved. Like bubbles. They were clearly active. Enough that it irritated Vanna given her lack of sleep, but he never minded staying up with her. Not when he could see this their babe, separated only by Vanna's dear, precious skin. If she died, something hellish and hollow would erupt beneath his breast. The thought kept catching him at stray times as they waited for Ursula's return, driving him to his knees so hard one day he thought he was dying. Septa Walburga had been passing and given him breathing patterns to follow, which helped some. Vanna had been so strong about the whole thing, softly muttering to him, half asleep, when he woke drenched in sweat and shaking with dread that the boy might get ambitious and find some other way to her. After the trial, Theo thought that the matter was settled, and hoped his sleeping hours might ease some. But it was as if she had been strong in the moment only so that they might survive it, and now it was Vanna who woke at all hours, each night starting to speak and cutting herself off. It might have been better if she would admit to anything being wrong. Instead, whenever he brought anything up, she would smile vacantly at him and ask, "Are you sure, darling?" in a tone that made him want to hide. It had gotten so bad that he'd been avoiding Vanna in the early evenings, when her body was sorest and she was like to be in temper. It had never been his way before, but she did not welcome his attentions and affections as she had previously. She didn't even want him to bring her tea. Septa Nicella often visited then, and Theo was grateful that Vanna talked to someone, even if it wasn't him. But he was heartsick and missed his wife. One night, he'd not been able to bear it anymore, forcing himself to speak. "Vanna, what did you do?" That one was a mistake, he heard it the second the words left his mouth. His wife was kinder about such things than others, but this was hardly the time to press her. "What, exactly," she said, her voice dangerously sweet, "makes you assume I did anything?" He did not have the gift of the Mires woman to bend and flex their words until the meaning sang pleasingly to the ears of whomever they were trying to convince. He was just Theo. But it had always been enough for her before, so he forged ahead. "Because Ursula upsets you constantly and you forgive her quickly. I don't think I've ever seen you upset Ursula before." "She must forgive slower than you," he said, softly. She winced. "So, what happened?" Vanna paused, clearly not wanting to tell him everything. Eventually she puzzled out her words and said, "I didn't tell Ursula about something because I know how much the world pains her at times. You never really saw her as a girl. She had those huge eyes even then, watching all the time. Sometimes people would say things, ordinary things, but she'd screw up her fact and get this look like she just wanted to grip the world and shake it until it stopped being made this way." She looked down at her hands, picking at the skin of her nails. Theo waited. Many a man had lost much by ignoring perfect opportunities to say nothing. They listened to the crackling of the fire. Vanna found her voice again. So a long time ago, long before I met you. I made a promise to myself. I swore that if I could take some of the harshness out of the world, if I could just shield or absorb some of it, then I would. Whatever it took. Tears filled her eyes. She says I betrayed her. His heart ached. He said, you keep your secrets from me, and that is as we have agreed. Between us we set our hands to building, though we may do it differently. I knew this when I wed you, tricksy girl. She gave him half a smile. Yet this is well because we are wife and husband to each other. It may have been well if you were only sisters to each other. But she is our liege lady and does not have that freedom. He wrapped his arms around his sweet girl, holding her close. If you had set me aside, no, don't interrupt. If you had set me aside to take the title and be my lady instead of my wife, I would have understood. And it would have broken my heart. She cupped his face, eyes gleaming. By all the gods, he still didn't know what made her look at him. Mine as well, she whispered. She came to do the duty we couldn't, he said, listening to her is the least we can do, for what we have been given. You are her champion, I know this in my bones. You can make hard choices. But she must be our lady and must make them for us all. She left to speak to Ursula that night. He did not know what was said, but the pair of sisters made amends, and were as they had been before. It was some relief to Theo to see them making wry jokes and exchanging glances as they did before the trial. Vanna had even taken to making reports to Ursula at the noon hour, which she had never done before, and the two sisters could often be heard giggling behind the closed doors of the solar. Ursula was happier, when she and her sister were on better terms, and she applied herself to the task of protecting and improving her holdings with a renewed focus. Sir Cohn was never far behind her. He had been providing instruction on certain military matters, not that Theo were able to talk about such things at all, that was just how they said it, certain military matters. The training of the guards had increased hugely, Sir Cohn drilling them and putting them through their paces in runs around the yard until some of them threw up. He'd have them spar with shields and swords, spears and axes, even some trained with bows and crossbows. Matters of etiquette and security were discussed, some teachings even led by Septa herself. Theo wondered often, as he made his way across the yard to the barbican, why it was this Septa caused trained men armed with weapons to weep so often, but he reasoned it was none of his affair. With Vanna's spirits much improved, she had set about her guild projects with a vengeance, hoping to get everything squared away in time for the completion of the factories. Letters to House Tully were drafted and redrafted to ensure they could retain ownership of tools and methods as part of their artisanal trade. The perfunctory reply puzzled him but made Vanna smirk in wicked triumph that was so pretty, he clean forgot his concern. Expensive vellum was purchased and calligraphed very handsomely by Ursula, detailing the name, organization, and products of the guild. Mire Artisans, Vanna had said. It sounded very grand. Ursula was to be the figurehead of such things, though she was far too busy to run them and would need someone to manage those affairs. She'd have lesser guilds under her purview in her lands. He signed papers that she put in front of him here and there but didn't think much of it. Vanna had it well in hand, and it pleased his wife to keep busy. Soon enough they were copied onto equally expensive material and sent via courier to the citadel, to be stored with the maesters' records. Yet still Vanna could not sleep. One night, she'd woken from a dead sleep so violently that he'd thought an intruder had come in. She'd clutched at his shoulders, shaking like the last leaf of autumn, sobbing hideously into his chest. At a loss, he'd cradled his beloved, rocking her gently for what seemed like an age. He cleared his throat, rough from sleep, and murmured nonsense to her. Words about how he adored her, that he was holding her and she would hold their child, that there was nothing that could harm her here now that boy was gone, that he would cherish and protect her until his last days. That she was his Vanna. What else was there to say? Eventually, she sniffed and sat up, her grey eyes soft in the dying light of the fire. It was then that her waters broke. On the desk of Ursula Mires, who is at the moment in some discomfort. Lady Ursula. The Riverlands has no city charter, so the creation of guilds is at my discretion. I give leave for this artisan guild to be set up. I'd not advise so broad a cover in future, guilds do best when ruled with an iron fist around what trades they can and cannot ply, as well as who they may or may not sell to. The proposal seems sound enough, however. Your father was a good man, and you follow his teachings, so I know only that you wish to do well for your people. Though I advise caution. What might have been promisingly enterprising behaviors from the daughter of a hedge knight, appears lowly when one has been elevated to liege lady for their holdings. In the spirit of kindness, I'd suggest you have another registered as guild master. But I have greater demands on my time than mercantile pursuits. Lord Kermit Tully, of House Tully. Family. Duty. Honor. Cedra. This mouse was a cunning foe. She stalked along the corridors, her tail held high and haughty. She was a queen in her domain, the deadliest hunter this stone keep had ever known. 40 heads had she brought her master, each time making her shriek in horror so that her prowess might be known throughout the land. Yet this one played with the shadows flickering from the torches. To dart and skip downwind of its enemy? To relish the hunt and chase as it did? Perhaps there was something of the feline in its soul. She would examine it at length between her paws before she would rend its head from its body and glorify herself with yet another victim. It danced unnoticed between the hurried legs of servants and guards. She had to use all her power to keep pace with it, weaving in between legs and toppling foolish humans that got in her way like the storm fells the tree. They were shouting and running awfully loud this night. Enough so that she eventually lost sight of the creature. Damnation! To be so beset by distractions when there was such delightful prey. The lady hunter was nowhere to be seen in the chaos. She was hidden behind a door, her scent troubled and bloodied. Often, they had crossed paths in the secret corridors and alcoves in the night, eyes wide with the love of the hunt. She had respected the lady hunter's quarry and the lady hunter had left hers be. Perhaps she was wounded? Troubling. Then the screaming began. The lady hunter's mate was sat on his haunches in the stone hallway, his head in his hands, while a steel man in a grey one shuffled nervously next to him. Their quavering talk echoed off of the walls in contrast to the strident voices behind the door, and she dismissed them as useless. She declared her desire for entry with all the strength and royalty a hunter of her caliber deserved. Meow. Yet she was ignored. Left to languish in this dull space with this dull company that did not even have a bit of chicken to offer her. Again, she demanded entry. Meow. It is possible that the flurry of servants carrying towels and sheets stinking of vinegar were just hurrying to do their duty, but she knew that it was in fact the speed of her inferiors rushing to remedy the indignity of having made her wait. She slipped through the closing door. Ursula, you don't have to be here, gasped the lady hunter, no doubt aware of her own terrible strength. She did not need littermates to guard her. If you think for one fucking second, I'm going to let you do this one on your own. The babe has clearly drawn all sense from your skull, snapped the raven lady, who smelled like forest smoke and old things. If you think I haven't noticed how much you the lady hunter broke off for a yowl of triumph. A little overzealous, but she thought this might be her first litter, so allowed it. Yes, you're very clever. Now shut up and breathe. Fuck you, I'll do as I please and it pleases me to. I need to move right now, or I'll die. The raven lady helped her up, and she could see that there was a great stain of water down the front of the lady hunter's clothing. She preferred to be on all fours, it seemed. A rather better position, one with more dignity certainly, but birthing a litter required a soft, warm place where you could lie elegantly on your side and see it done. Young ones will always attempt things their own way, however, so she didn't bother correcting them. A woman who smelled overwhelmingly of pickles and plants seemed to be overly interested in the proceedings. Why the lady hunter did not simply kill this interloper, she couldn't say. Perhaps two-legged hunters liked lots of people during the birthing? Push now, girl, barked the woman. With a bellow, she did as instructed. The whole procedure was very dull and took longer than it had taken her to birth 5, the lady hunter howling all the while. Yet she supposed that was what came from being unfortunate enough not to have her pedigree. She curled up on top of an armoire and went half asleep. Eventually, sounds of a screaming infant led her to opening her eyes slightly, in small slits. A girl. Vanna. You have a healthy baby girl. She's perfect. The lady hunter sat back, weak from her straining, her arms opening already. Give her here, give her to me. Raven lady smelled like blood and terror. Mildly alarmed, she followed her out into the corridor, slipping like a shadow between the space left by the closing door. It's a girl, Theo. You're a father now. The boring men congratulated the lady hunter's mate, but he shook them off and went to be with her, as was his place at a time like this. The raven lady made a lot of noises at the boring men until they went away. The moment she thought she was alone, that blood painter smell rose up like a wave and drove her to her knees. The raven lady spat up bile, her mouth open in a silent scream, and she keened as quietly as she could against the cold stone floor. She respected this, going somewhere to be alone when dying or ailing was only right. But perhaps the raven lady was confused. She did not smell of sickness and no blood seeped from her body. Foolish kitten. She approached, purring reassuringly. She was marvelously reassuring when she wanted to be, on account of being such a capable hunter. No enemy would dare come close without being sliced to ribbons. She stepped into the raven lady's lap and let herself be clutched and pawed at the way humans liked. It was tolerable, she supposed, stretching her neck so that the raven lady could get to the best spot. Eventually, her breathing steadied, and the human's embrace became less frantic. Soft and slow she made herself breathe, just in case the raven lady had forgotten how. Soft and slow. Soft and firelight. Pain. So much pain, burning its way across her belly. Cedra? Cedra, came Gwyndolin's voice, as though from far away. Gwendolyn. Yes. Yes, wait, let me fetch. Can you hear the baby crying? She asked. Where was the baby? She wanted to hold it. What do you stay awake? Please, try. But it was so painful here, so she slipped back into sleep. Soft and slow. Chapter 13, Interlude, Hags and Mires. Notes. A little time skip, as a treat. 132 AC. Southwold. The river began in the high mountains, white lace among the evergreens as it spilled its way down crag and heather. It cut like an ice knife through the earth, waterfalls like bridal veils tumbled down next to old stones, set in relief behind Hag's Hill. On a still day, these thundering falls could be heard crashing into swift rapids that made their way in a charge, before smoothing out in wide drifts along the edge of Hag's Mire. Past the haunts of coots and hern, the Blue Fork arced its way across the landscape towards Fairmarket. Southwold was a town divided into two parts by the river. The clarity and sweetness of the Blue Fork was its treasure. Though it lacked the grand widths of the Green Fork, it still spanned plenty wide at almost 4 miles in places. It had not the rich clay of the Red Fork, but the waters teemed with life. Paved pools as clear as jewels dotted the mire opposite Southwold, and when the light hit it just right the land lit up like a fistful of stars, beneath the velvet whirl of starlings flocking. Speckled trout flicked their tails in the shady eaves, and lower still would be river crayfish and bivalves, sluggish in the icy waters. From the battlements and watchtowers, one could see the people of Southwold move even at night, as the fishermen set out to catch perch and bream that are less canny in the dark. Carp was harder to find, but much prized for Lady Mire's household, as the Lady Ivana was, unusually, nursing her child. At the break of dawn, the river birds took flight, herons and cranes retreating to the safety of the mire as the boats teamed the waterways in earnest. Lady Mires was a stickler for the clarity of the water. She was more likely to have her guards fine or put you in stocks for polluting the river than she was when men were caught poaching whelk. Even her industry was not allowed to void into the river. The lady had a dozen different ideas for how each byproduct could be used and used again. No one was quite sure that those digesters of human waste set outside the town proper and near her industry was of any use, but it meant that someone came to collect it, so that was one less bother in this bitter winter weather. Most of the Northmen brought to Southwold were either soldiers, builders, or lettered men for the keep. The rest were craftsmen drafted into the Mire Artisans Guild, who joined the line of loyal women who had sworn to Lady Mires herself and disappeared into those industry buildings. The men were thought to be the easier target for gossip, but only said they were sworn to secrecy on their honor as Northerners, which was very dreary of them, but at least they were offering leal service to the Lady of Hag's Hill. They were even seen erecting some great iron frames over the farmlands surrounding Southwold. Sarah, a clothier by trade and buxom wench by inclination, was determined to get one for a husband, if only so that she could be in possession of the most desirable gossip in town. The byproducts of the great September Lady Mires was having constructed, filtered down into the populace in myriad ways. Firstly, were the offcuts and poorly formed hag's tone, which industrious hands filched from spoil heaps and set about laying as cobblestones. It wouldn't be long before most of the south side was paved, and young Gunter had plans to ferry some across to their north side friends who struggled to get wooden planks to do much more than rot, half exposed in the muddier north of town as they were. Secondly was the desire for something beautiful. It was not a new longing, yet it snaked through the town much like the river, and among a certain set was beginning a fashion for those who wanted to ornament their homes as lushly as their September was being ornamented. Young Ira was doing a roaring trade in making small ornaments of butterflies and flowers to adhere like buttons to the tall houses. Mineral pigments were a luxury asked from the traders more often, and people had begun to while away the cold days painting the inside in fantastical colors, or else in those swelling curvilinear patterns that so echoed the water, the grasses swaying in the breeze, or the dragonfly, a prayer for the sign that heralded when summer would return. Even the road paving has left room for beauty. Lady Mires made it known her love of the natural world and had instructed that spaces be left for hedges, plantings, and saplings to be placed at the center of the paths through town. It naturally funneled into 2 lanes for carters to pass by each other, which was nice. Though it looked a little silly, having damp, frozen patches of mud between the smooth and shining hag's tone, those with a little more vision could see how beautiful Lady Mires wanted it to become. Of great excitement was the market bridge whose foundations were being laid. Theo Rivers had conceived of a 6-span bridge to cross the Blue Fork at one of its narrower points, linking the market squares north and south of the town. The plans for this bridge would take years to finish, but had been drawn and displayed in the town hall, to much debate and discussion among the people of Southwold. There were to be 3 central porticos, flanked by covered roofs all the way along the bridge, with space enough to drive 3 carts through along its width. The roof was to be made of some metal, folded like stacked leaves and with fine wrought iron decorations appearing to tumble down the hag's tone pillars. Eglantine was a merchant's wife who'd put on enough airs that she could remark about the artistry of the piece convincingly, but everyone remembered when she'd been a girl called Eggy, so she didn't do it too often. Runty, who was the largest son of a large family, had remarked that it looked like there would be space enough for a market under cover, but he was a thickhead, so what did he know? Whatever the goal, this would mean another paved road stretching between north and south town market squares, which had the more mercantile licking their lips. Once the boats were able to pass the bridge being built at Lower Murfield, Trade didn't have to all come by cart from Fairmarket and could sail right up the rivers once toll was paid to Lord Harroway's town, of course. Lady Mires would likely institute a tax on boats as well, but speed carried a wealth all its own, so would likely be overlooked once summer and plenty arrived again. The Lady of Hag's Hill knew how to make use of winter, Southwold was prepared to say that much. Building works were slow, starting and stopping due to the inclement weather, but idle hands from the surrounding farms were grateful for the extra coin it brought them. Those troublemakers chastised by the town guards often served penance hauling Hag's Stone and rock for the builders under watchful eyes, instead of spending time in the stocks. The ration carts had been misliked by those who had thought their fortunes assured this winter, but there was some grudging respect when reports came through that the Lady Mires' table was not much grander than a simple merchant's these days. At least, they thought, this was likely some winter piousness and would fade when summer was here. It was only a couple more years before the soils would warm again. The lowest in town kept quiet of anything but singing her praises, for the maesters' calculations for the fair share and health of the populace saw many of them eating better than they usually did in winter. Work as carters for shit and piss was low, but it also paid them better. Some had taken to calling them the Golden Company in a fit of humor, but the name was beginning to stick. The bathhouses were making money hand over fist, especially the one run by Madame Rosalind. Madame Rosalind's girls were known to be picky whores, who only served men that complied with Madame Rosalind's exacting standards of conduct and hygiene. Why, it was said they went absolutely wild for the ones who could come to the with one of those or expensive cloth masks, ones made of cotton and stuffed with perfumed herbs. Fortunately for these men, Madame's establishment was above her bathhouse, and for a small fee she would make them presentable. Jenny Greens openly tended to the girls with tansy tea and herbs for health, and when Betna had fallen pregnant she was smugly confident that all should be well. Why, Jenny Greens had seen to Lady Ivana's own pregnancy. It went on for days. For this, Hannah had pissed in her breakfast, at which point it stopped abruptly. Strangely, it was whores' children who most often attended schooling in the Great Hall. Some speculated it was to improve their lot in life, and those who knew how much a good whore could make uncharitably speculated it meant less competition once their children were older and began their own businesses. The youth of all walks of life attended the schools, however, and they came back with a fierce chatter and a desire to articulate all they had learned at length to all and sundry. It seemed septas were inclined to teach the art of preaching to all they came across. The soap they were given was nicer than it had been when made by overworked wives though, and the masks kept their faces warm in the cold, so a few grudgingly complied. A few merchant families had begun to send their own as well, though never the eldest daughter or son they had to carry on the knowledge and secrets of their household. But the younger ones came back with a pleasingly rounded education, why some of them had even taken to painting and drawing at the behest of Lady Mires herself. Septa Walburga and Jenny Greens were often seen together offering lessons to the children, and the rest of the time they provided healing arts for the south and north parts of town respectively. Rumor was that when the physic house had been built, this hospital of Lady Mires' devising, they would band together. The locals did not see how such a thing could possibly work, but winter days were dull and hopefully there would be a fiendish murder for them to speculate over until the weather warmed up. Once a fortnight the townsfolk would gather in shifts to practice their drills, taught to them by Sir Cone at first and now a pair of strapping, affable Northern Army captains named Barrack and Randall. There were a lot of women who suddenly didn't know how to use a crossbow, run without rolling an ankle, or even how to remove a splinter from their fingers. To the amusement of those who had cottonied on somewhat to the northern temperament, Randall had asked for the hand of Edna, a castle laundress, at one of the arranged meets. She was a lovely girl and kind as the maiden, but she also stood taller than most men, loaded a crossbow faster than the rest, and had forearms like hams. He said he'd fallen in love with her when she'd picked up two of the militia trainees, who'd come over like fainting goats at Randall's attentions, and marched them over to be looked at by an unamused Septa Walburga where she had been teaching wound care to the older women. A woman for winter, he had called her, which sounded pleasingly suggestive. Barrack was quieter and showed no real preference for anyone, but by this point Septa Walburga had picked up on the fact that, as though by chance, he consistently found himself working with the group that had young Cedra in it, who was slowly coming back to full strength. Cedra had taken on almost a mythical significance among those who had been present during that trial. The girl was rarely seen outside Lady Mires' company and was now more handmaiden than maid. Walburga informed Septa Nacella who had the boy soundly threatened, and he seemed to be keeping a respectful distance. Though he was often vibrating with the hope that Cedra might notice him looking windswept and interesting at choice moments. Walburga left the young ones to it and instead tried to think of a way to explain how dirty cloth actually made wounds more fatal than not, but linen shirts under leather armor served as good protection from arrows. Her charges were not entirely convinced by her logic. Long winters made industries like baking and hot pot stands desirable, though their goods being assigned as part of rations meant that long lines tended to form. Requirements for nutrition saw regular inspections of the products, which irritated the bakers but kept the rest of the populace quietly relieved that no stones or sawdust was being added to the bread so that the bakers might line their pockets. Whenever the people became irritable at the long waits and the meticulous ledgers kept by the castellans and maesters' servants, there was always a Northman or two. Their experiences and histories served as a stark reminder of what winter might be without a lady such as their own to care for the feeding of all. This was accurate but dull, moralizing talk so often put paid to the complaining through sheer boredom. It was better in Southwold than in other areas at least, where the rations often needed to be fashioned into bread and meals in communal ovens, taking time from winter industry. Everyone loved the ovens to heat their tall homes, and Southwold was populated enough before the dance and the raids that most folk here were used to living cheek to jowl. There were some memorable upsets, like the story of old Merrick climbing the wrong number of stairs when drunk and scaring poor Tunna to death when he'd tried to get in bed with her. But mostly people adapt to change quicker than they are ever given credit for. Many merchants and craftsmen still held out, refusing the offer to rebuild their finer homes and shops at the center of town. This did not result in any chastisement, so they sat smug and superior in their dwellings and tried to ignore the cold nipping at their fingers if they got too close to the windows. The communal gardens were an interesting idea, and the subject of much dreaming around what could be done come summer. For now, they were little more than mud pits where some livestock were allowed to be kept. Those within the town walls were banned from having too many poultry, and larger beasts were subject to permission from a castellan, but many a household had a goat for milk if they were poor and a piglet for a rainy day if they were rich. Life was as good as it could be. The people prayed for a peaceful year and a short winter. Everything else, they felt, was becoming well in hand. Cragtreath. Despite the endless rock and lap of the tides, there is a stillness to the landscape in Cragtreath, like a painting trapped against the sand. At high tide, one can hear the roar of the universe. It is 1,000 wind-whipped wet crunches that, unbeknownst to the people of Cragtreath, is the exact sound that greeted the first life on land billions of years ago. The new lady had been as good to the town as could be expected. Priority was given to rebuilding efforts in the area. Hagstone homes littered the narrow cliff ridges at the beach to replace the wooden homes which had burned with the arrival of the Ironborn. A great white road of stone had been laid towards Southwold, though it stopped outside of the town and was only tamped mud the rest of the way. The mud was generally an obstacle to building. The southwestern curve of coast was rich with the fine sands that Lady Mires prized for her industry, and to the hills outside of the town were limestone quarries, but Cragtreath was built with the shadow of old stones behind it, on the scant solid earth before the edge of the mire where it led out to sea. At points, the mud beneath your feet was so soft and wet that even a young woman's weight would sink her up to her knees. Worse still if she struggled and thrashed about. There were some northern builders from the neck out there working on what they called a proof of concept, sinking great pillars of wood into the mud so close together they were almost touching. It had been done in the past for houses, but apparently Lady Mires thought enough of them at deep levels could build a better pier or harbour for larger boats. The cost did not seem extravagant, and the lady had been kind to them, so the townspeople only rolled their eyes at each other at her folly. Except old Griggs, but there was no saving a man who thought everyone was a cunt and had the temerity to say so to their face. These multi-level homes had been a difficult sell for the people of Cragtreath at first, fearful of storms and salt winds that clawed buildings to shreds. But the quality and size of the buildings, as well as the speed with which they had been built, quickly assuaged fears. It brought some kind of comfort, stone walls, a sliver more safety from raids and winter winds. The heat from the masonry ovens was very welcome, given that firewood in the area was already limited and the local people were reluctant to venture to the wooded hill of old stones for fear of angering ancient kings. There were some ugly disagreements from neighbors who struggled living cheek to cheek when once they had at least a yard space between them, but they were often able to appeal to the nightly escort who came bearing rations. The communal spaces were not often used for beauty, there was no chance that anything would grow in winter. Instead the people of Cragtreath quickly turned their hands to industrious purpose in order to earn some coin this winter. Cottage industries of basket weaving and driftwood carving found some purchase in these gardens, and the small fashion for shell embroidery and fastenings encouraged by Lady Mires meant that many women who had hands enough at home to spin and weave would turn their hands to this craft. Mostly, it was a space to keep livestock now that there wasn't room in the house for them. Poultry was popular, even the occasional goat if your family was wealthy, but best was a small hutch of marsh hares that provided meat and furs while needing little feed and a very small space compared to the other possibilities. Merchant caravans were few and far between this close to Ironborn territory, but occasional sloops and wagons from Sigward did make their plodding way towards them. Septa Agatha and Septa Philomena served the people from the rickety wooden September, where children old enough to be unaccompanied and too young to take to the sea were given some schooling in their numbers and letters. Young Septa Philomena sang songs to make you weep with feeling and was a fiendish stickler for hygiene. The children came home with all sorts of strange ideas about masks to prevent ill humors and the correct way to wash one's hands, but it was harmless enough and the Septas fed them during the day. Septa Agatha was a stout woman who preferred short sermons, which suited the people fine. She didn't let her novices sit idle either, ensuring they were knowledgeable about bandaging and sewing wounds, given how prone a fishing community is to wicked cuts with sharp knives. Lady Mires had already provided much for the town, but her efforts did not cease there. Some of the diver maids had been experimenting at her behest with attempting to cultivate different bivalves in the brackish waterways of the mire, a slow investigation that would likely not see results worth harvesting at any kind of scale for another year or two. It was a worthy occupation if it would feed them, especially since ocean oysters did not tend to grow much in the winter and overeating them to prevent starvation had sometimes devastated incomes in Cragtreath once spring returned. It had happened in deadlier winters than this mild season. Northmen from the Neck had been interested in the project, and the pretty divers, so it was expanding nicely. All manner of trappers and fishers took to small boats now that they had the men for it. They set out for sea bounties that only arrived in the winter. Huge crabs and lobsters would venture this far south from Aesir homes in the north, to outlast the winter. Lady Mires had an appreciation even for lobster, shocking small folk who'd never heard a lordly table ask for a sea bug unless in dire need. Cod and whiting were plentiful when the waters were painfully cold to the touch, with big squid and lugworm out on the hunt for them as well. All men knew to keep one weather eye on the rickety wooden tower and its red and yellow painted panels, in case the villager on watch spied ill weather or sails on the horizon. Every man and woman dreaded their turn in the tower, though it had been built to keep them safe. It was fiercely cold and creaked in the sea winds like a capsizing ship. Still, it was only fair that they all had a turn. The divers were the best women on the water, but on shore there was still much work to be done. Nets and traps needed mended and the older women gathered by the heat of these new ovens with the youngest of everyone's brood. Most boat builders had only daughters to carry on the trade. Women banded together in great swathes, children screaming at each other underfoot when they weren't back with their elders, tending the salt drying or the smoke houses to preserve the catch. At low tide, they would venture out barefoot into the frigid wind to harvest the sea grasses that Lady Mires wanted dried and distributed as part of the rations. Unless their trade had lent them certain skills for coastal living, most of the Northmen worked as sand or limestone miners, hauling what was needed into carts that would make their way to Southwold along the Great White Road. A few Northmen had seen combat and worked under Magga as her sergeants while she whipped the townsfolk into shape. Upon her arrival, Magga had set about the place with a fury, lighting a fire in the townsfolk who were so worn thin by the world you could see through them when they turned sideways. Twice a week the men and women would down tools in shifts to work with her. She had them stay still and move in groups of 3 or 4 silently or else she'd catch on and get them across their backs with a stave. They practiced running along the heavy sands until they thought they would drop from exhaustion. Together they cut stakes to sink along the beach and dug spiked pits or set wire nets. She showed them where to hit and wound an armored man in a fight and how to gang up on a raider to cut him down quick. She bristled with weapons, roared instructions while keeping up with them all, and swore so hard even old Griggs went red. These traits served to instantly endear her to most of the populace. This was proper soldiering, they thought. That said, it was not quite the case that everyone respected the authority of the grizzled old shield wife, as evidenced by the crowd of onlookers who were pretending to continue with Magga's drills while actually spying on the confrontation taking place between her and Tanner. He misliked the sneaking and traps. He had also served in the infantry during the dance. Magga barked a laugh. Let's just hide behind shields. You're the only lad with castle steel from off a battlefield corpse, of course you must know best how to survive those squids. Tell me boy, do you sleep with a shield that you think you can get to it in time for an attack? Your poor wife, hopefully she finds a better bed warmer than you. I am no boy. I was at Burning Mill, Tanner said hotly, I know more about shield walls than an old cunt like you, cast off from your own lord. Mayhap it is so. Your blood's up enough that you'd believe anything. Come on then, son, mocked Magga, her mace gripped tight, pick up a shield and show this old cunt what you can do. She stood casually before him, her own shield not even unstrapped from her back and a smirk on her lips. With an outraged roar, Tanner snatched up his shield and sword, charging towards her. Tanner was a big lad, and surprisingly light on his feet. He kept his shield tight and close to his body, his blade slicing through the air towards her. Magga's grey braids flicked behind her as she darted to her right, Tanner's blade missing her completely. With a deft upswing of her mace, she clipped the edge of Tanner's shield and the impact sent him staggering. He rallied quickly, pivoting on the front of his foot and stabbed forward at Magga. Dancing back, Magga suddenly kicked up the sand at her feet towards Tanner's head. Shielding his face and eyes, Tanner found himself suddenly on the back foot as her mace pounded into the front of that wooden board like great cracks of thunder. Once, twice, thrice she beat at it, with such a force that the man bent his knees against the blows. Then, as quick as blinking, she twisted her wrist on the last downward strike, catching the edge of the shield with a spike on her mace, and tore it clean out of his hands. In a heartbeat she was on him, knees pinning his arms to the ground and her mace whistling through the air to thud against the beach, a shower of sand flying up like a geyser. The world stilled for a moment while Tanner came to terms with how close that mace had come to his skull, which really was quite soft and vulnerable now that he considered it. Breathing heavily, Magga rose from her knees and offered a hand to him. Lad, I'd stand by your side with a shield. You're not too bad to have lasted so long against me. A shame I'd die following you. She turned to the gathered audience, who were just a mite too slow to pretend they hadn't been ogling the pair of them. Magga gestured with her mace for emphasis, if you're armed with a mix of whatever the shit weapons you can grab hold of, and let's face it, your shields are only good for walls. You hold and you let the fuckers advance. You fight for every second to make sure there's no space between you and your brothers and sisters beside you, or that space will get you killed. It's for spears, archers and throwers to use as cover to kill the idiots charging you. If you're really, really fucking strong, and can hold a position, it'll make you terrifying to face on the field. Propping up a piece of driftwood, Magga brought her mace swinging into the sharp edge of its side, turning it into splinters with an emphatic crunch. The Ironborn come in the night for a reason, and it's because they're scavengers. Like sea urchins creeping over a corpse in the bay. A shield wall ain't much use if you're caught with your cock out. The enemy will find them gaps while you're busy trying to form up and split you like a grape. Took your mother 9 months to make you, and I know from my own self that her arse were never the same since. Let's honor that sacrifice by not dying like stupid cunts. And with that, she set the people back to work. Wildstead. A quiet woodland on a winter's eve, with snow drifting through the branches, is the softest, sweetest sight imaginable. Even the thought of it, when you are far away, invites you to arise now and go just to see how the white caps of frost have made everything new. The base of the hills holds the Whispering Wood, at least the portion of it belonging to Mires lands. True forests are dark and deep, and where the hills begin to climb the trees gather and thicken so hugely that their very roots must clutch the mountains together. In the winter, Wildstead woods are not entirely silent. There is the almost nautical creak of great trees, the sound of a badger lapping water at the corner of a pool, even the occasional rasp of the pigs that roam these woods. There are coppiced glades for firewood, sent far out across Lady Mires' lands, and at the fringes sweet chestnut trees stand shoulder to shoulder with the cold slate bark of giant beech. When the fog slips down from the mountains, it is as though all the Wild's mists are made manifest between these trees. More than a few rivers run through the forest from their source in the mountains, emptying out into Iron Man's Bay, yet none are as wide and teeming with life as the three forks of the Trident. Mycon had seen the twins on his way south and said the bridge was so long it looked like a trick of the light, as though the morning mists on the river had lied to his eyes. Silver birch line these waters, along with ash, hazel, and sallow. Further up tower great pines and sentinels. Here and there, where the thickets clear, one might find mighty oaks. Most true oak trees are over the other side of the Whispering Wood, so the ones left to the Wild are well loved. In the days of the Mud Kings, it is said that any who harmed weirwoods and other holy trees would have their navels nailed to the trunk and be forced to walk a ring around its trunk until their guts wrapped around it. The people of Wildstead still have a skin-deep sense memory of such a time. Though Lady Mires had great white roads paved to Wildstead, much building work for homes here has stalled in favour of Cragtreath and Murfield, as Wildstead was least touched by dragon fire or raiders. Wooden homes still sit squat and sleepy, topped by snows, faint smokestacks rising from chimneys. Only the watermill's continued construction, where folks are digging out a mill pond from the flow of rivers to power some machinery she has devised. Further out, closer to the woods, lay the hunters' cottages where game was hung and dressed, or the soot-dark huts of the charcoalers downwind of everyone while they work. If you happened to regularly draw the shortest straw for duty up in the frigid wooden watchtower, you'd notice the pattern of the Wild that set the people here in motion. It was more the owl than the robin that summoned the start to the day in Wildstead. Just as the hoots of the tawny died down and silence fell like a feather on the Weald, the reeves, hunters, and trappers set out to work. The furs of the Weald are not so sought after as those whose lands boast deeper, wider forest, but minks, badgers and beavers can be caught by the river edge if a trapper is lucky. Mostly these women in their coats of many furs ventured deeper to check their spots for foxes, stoat, or pine martens. The odd rabbit still foolish enough to get caught in the area is better for eating than its furs, often taken for new blood as Runa's family breed them for meat. Others still checked their pits for larger game birds such as pheasant and grouse, whose feathers are used for merchant fashions and fly fishing. The hunters stalked the land and had better success at big game than the trappers, though their efforts took much longer and were taxing on the body. They ventured out with bows slung over their shoulders and spears strapped to their backs, footfalls only a suggestion in the white carpet beneath their feet. The deep forest in the mountains boasts deer and boar, difficult enough prey on their own, but also shadow cats and wolves. Wild hunters worked in teams, reading the signs in the earth and undergrowth. The townsfolk said that young Sasha was so good she could very nearly track the path of a butterfly across naked rock. They did more than shoot, having dogs trained for protection and tracking. Lady Mires had expressed an interest in their dog breeding efforts, though they had not the numbers to sell them yet. Their hounds would likely not entice a lordly hunt anyway. These men and women lived and died on successfully sneaking up on their prey and had bred quiet, watchful hounds who peeled their black lips back in silent snarls and patiently loped after their master's quarry even when it crossed the forest rivers. Hardly the baying and bloody-minded beasts that made a hunt so rousing for the horse-riding highborn. Still, perhaps the next litter would have some fine specimens for the lady as pets or projects for her own breeding efforts. Reeves send themselves out, many-handed, to ensure the Wild's bounties will see them through winter. Pigs were herded through certain paths, rooting through thick brambles in their roaming, foraging roots unfit for man and growing fat enough for slaughter. Red fork cows, naturally polled, roamed the woodlands or lay in lumpen mounds next to each other for warmth. They are lesser to their cousins in Murfield in milk and meat, but these beasts forage well for themselves even in deep snow, needing only the smallest amount of hay to support so many. Winter mushrooms from oyster to pine were carefully gathered for drying or spore sprinkling in Lady Mires' trial cellars. Rot was cut from trees, else they were pulled down and left to feed the earth and beasts that call this place home. The septas had a long list of winter herbs and barks that needed gathered, and they trusted the reeves to take only what wouldn't hurt the wild and to give back what it would need for the long summer. Mycon especially planted tree seeds he had cracked in the fire, deep in the winter snows, only smiling mysteriously when asked why. With the dawn chorus of robin and blackbird, the woodcutters and Minder strode into the weald. The felling of trees for Lady Mires' projects is tightly controlled. It would not do to be left without the plenty provided by the forest by overlogging and hewing of trees. Still, Southwold and Cragtreath had a desperate hunger for firewood. From furnaces to boat building, neither of these areas had enough trees. These men could often be heard singing, the sound echoed off the mountain rock, to keep time with their saws and swings. Firewood for the locals was mostly collected by each household from the coppiced glades, and local building projects were permitted to fell wood from a hag to the north of the town. What iron there was for use in Mires' lands could be brought up from the earth within the Whispering Wood. The rivers were useful to send the ore down from that height on top of log rafts, lashed together with leather or rope. The weald boasted many craftsmen. Fletchers and bowyers had worked fiendishly as of late to supply Southwold and other areas with the required equipment, fletched with game feathers or wrapped with leather cord. Coopers and carters were hard at work on orders from Lady Mires, readying carts and storage to transport goods from the reach that arrived at Cragtreath. Carpenters here were not put to such grand use as those in Southwold, mostly building spinning wheels and simple looms for the womenfolk, plows and farm tools or raising houses and barns. Even here there was farmland, though less bountiful than Murfield. Mostly it was common land to ensure each family was fed through the summer, but some good Riverlands breed of horses were also tended to here. They would win no beauty contests, and nothing could match a Dornish sand steed for speed, but the Riverland roans produced very even-tempered draft beasts that could be led with some deftness in their handling. This made them very useful for the uneven, hilly territory around the Riverlands where the banks might give way suddenly or the earth go soft and sucking with mud. Riverlands roans were prodigious eaters, but holly as fodder suited them fine, and there was plenty of it when the reeves went into the woods. They were good eating in lean years, too. It was mainly these horses that provided the steady supply of manure for the new beds Lady Mires had ordered constructed. There had been some reluctance at first. No farmer worth their salt plants into hot manure until it has mellowed, but the layer of topsoil and the shallow-rooted nature of the winter spinaches or greens seemed to avoid this problem. As the beds rotted, it might be possible to have cabbages. Solid human waste was gathered by carters for Lady Mires, who were paid well for the work. There was less to gather here than in other towns. Given the number who went to work for days at a time in the woods and forests had easier ways to dispose of night soil, but always the deliveries of urine came in by the barrel for the tanners and leather workers. By nature, most tanners in the area lived and worked in Wealdstead. There were many who handled leather from their cows in Murfield, but they were more like to salt and sell the hides to the people of the Weald to work on. Luther's family were not the only fleshers in the area, but two Northman cousins had wed the household's daughters and fleshed pelts so fast it was said their hands blurred. Luther often joked that this was because they were used to working in conditions cold enough to freeze the knuckles solid if they left it too long. The usual ways of soaking and washing salted pelts had seen changes upon instructions from Septa Winifred, who feared that it would foul the rivers that everyone drank and watered their fields from. Glasswort and other marsh greens had been transplanted in the rocky, sandier soils where the waters led out near the cliffs down to the sea, and the salted water seemed to suit them well. Most tanners complained about the distance to take their barrels slowing them down. But Septa Winifred, with a spark in her eyes that no one liked, had offered to race them with barrels of her own to prove it possible. This quickly ended the discussion. Mountain clan styles of fur hats, wrapped in a circle around wool fabric atop the head to cover the ears, had become hugely popular in the area. Even some river-run traders had bought them for a pretty penny on their way up from Houspa Edge lands. When Lady Mires had news of these hats, she had left instructions with Sir Dominic to have them made for herself and her household. The Lady Ivana had provided very specific instructions as to quality and color of a range of furs for her projects. Fine fox and mink furs of tawny, black, and russet were fashioned and sent, even material for cuffs and edging of dresses and cloaks to match. There was much pride from the Weald that the lady's household wore their furs instead of costly imports from the Kingswood as was the fashion, and much contentment from the northerners that the lady had the good sense to choose a decent hat in this weather. Septa Dara and Winifred kept the tall wooden september that had been built here many centuries ago. Its triangular tiers of roofs diminished in size until a minaret of wood topped the structure, with an old tin bell to call to worship. Septa Dara was a dreary old girl, but her rheumy eyes were still sharp enough to pick out the lines in a block of wood to carve the most beautiful images, or notice if one of the young children in her care had failed to scribe their letters correctly. Septa Winifred had a sense of unimpeachable health about her, a terrifying prospect to those who prefer sitting to scaling the side of cliffs. She was often seen leading the older children who already had some lettering off into the woods, in search of wild seed that might heal or harm. She made ink from oak galls and other ingredients she taught her charges to find. Mycon's hopeless, ill-fated adoration of Septa Winifred was powered almost completely by her infamous love of walking briskly up landscapes that would cripple lesser men. This affection was well known to the town. Not 5 minutes from the first meet the Septas had arranged so that the people might get to know their new neighbors. It was a source of great amusement to everyone except Mycon, who held out hope, and Septa Winifred, who did not know he existed. Not everyone's hearts were so beset by misfortune. A young Northman by the name of Geor had stood like some frozen monument next to yellow-haired Bertha the trapper's daughter all evening at the first meet. She had gamely made an attempt at conversation but been met by a nod at best. 2 weeks later he had returned with a wolf pelt and a request for her hand that startled everyone for its abruptness as much as the speed at which he'd tracked a wolf in winter. They had held a wedding in the September soon after, and Septa Winifred had even journeyed out with the Geor and Bertha to help arrange a ceremony under the weirwood at Old Stones. It had taken some of the other Northmen to explain, with no little embarrassment, that this was not in fact a northern custom. Geor was just like that. Tales of Geor's prowess had led Sir Dominic to speak to him during the next ration delivery, which often coincided with some extra training from the knights. Wildstead had many archers who trained the rest every fortnight at shooting targets, and the knights at their visits taught them how to march in unison and spar with short swords if their enemy managed to get close. After their conversation, Geor chose 15 men and women from Wildstead to train separately from the rest on Sir Dominic's orders. Many nosy individuals tried to spy on such secretive arrangements, even Ella the carpenter's wife, who was really no better than she ought to be. They were, frankly, impossible to find. Murfield. The black devastation of Lower Murfield had faded with the months to merely a drudging brown. Hetty and her brother Nate scurried along the frozen paths, boots making a satisfying crunch against the snow. As they rounded the hedgerows, with their leaves like frozen jewels, her heart performed a little leap at the sight of the great rolling farmland slowly coming back to life. Lady Mires had sent Septa Apollonia and her novices to Murfield, and the first thing that woman had done was take her girls out into the fields, hair tied by kerchiefs, and cut those blackened spikes down. She had insisted that they gather as much ash and stalks from along the fields instead of digging them in while the earth was still soft. Septa Apollonia had set hands to soap making in huge quantities, often lecturing that cleanliness was close to godliness. Why, it was said that she had been a septa in a mother house along the Reach coast and seen foreign sickness take those foolish enough not to wash their hands regularly during the day. It went slower than the woman wanted, partly because tallow came from animal slaughter which had to be timed carefully to see them through the winter, and partly because during the winter months, most hands turned to spinning. Murfield's biggest crops for sale were wheat and flax, and from their herds they had wool and meat from sheep. There were a few beef cattle of good size, but mostly dairy was of more use to the small folk and good enough eating when the heifer was too old to produce more milk. This meant that winters were for spinning and weaving. The women of Murfield, Hetty mused as she trudged along, had backwards wrists to spin so much. The teams of distaff and spinner, or the winders of the yarn, filled the days of so many. Mostly men worked the looms, they were often too heavy and tall for one woman on her own, which meant that wide bands of linen and wool for market were only made when the fields lay fallow. Hetty had found working on the distaffs in stuffy rooms far less preferable to joining her brother at the small stone September for schooling. Torrin was the oldest boy, so followed Papa about all day to learn what the sheep herds would need once he was old enough to take over. Lady Mires had ordered the ruined houses rebuilt with hag's stone, something the dairy workers were relieved about because she'd often heard Ginny say that working dairy needed cooler stone rooms rather than wooden. Hetty and her family were still waiting on their crofters' cottage being rebuilt, eager to try these new ovens in her own home that Ginny bragged about. They were staying with the Miller's family until then because they had enough space and were cousins to them. It was still, Hetty reflected ruefully, too cramped to prevent most of the folk in there screaming at each other regularly. The mill town had seen the most work done to it, with a wide white square in the center to protect the notoriously muddy ground of the town well, snaking out into a grand road towards Hag's Hill. Tall houses had been fashioned and the common spaces at the back home to those textile cottage industries as well as the keeping of poultry. In the summer, Hetty wanted bees. From here she could see the great hagstone structures, rounded like beehives that produced ice in the shallow irritated pools. This would be taken down into those stone hives, which were cut deep into the earth, and coated in sawdust and shavings to keep. This would preserve the meat from beast slaughter for longer. Pa said they looked like teats, and Ma would hit him when he said it, but laugh until she snorted. Septa Apollonia had her novices bring beehives from the Reach when they had travelled, to supplement what little honey industry there was in Murfield. Yet in the deep winter they would slumber until it was warm enough to wake. Hetty had visions of growing hops or grapes up the back of their tall house, with bees to help tend to them. But she had been told that she was sounding touched, so said no more of it. Maybe when she was older, her and Nate could marry others who had gone to Septa Apollonia's school, and get one big, tall house built together. Nate would let her have grapes, so long as he could have his tools. Huffing, Hetty reached out and took one of the burlap sacks from Nate's back. He was as sharp as Tax and her dearest brother, but the boy had about as much strength in his shoulders as a wheat stalk and was so slow that she feared they'd not make it to the September in time to show what they had made. The bridge between Lower and Upper Murfield was still under construction, and it was a project that saw much approval from the locals. Spanning the Great Wide Blue Fork, it meant that goods and people could cross it without the use of a rotting ferry boat and would greatly increase the speed of trade to the area. It too was being built with wood and hagstone, but the slow pace was from it taking a while to construct something that was high enough at the arches to let trade barges through from the salt pans and other houses along the river roads. It would look very grand, Hetty hoped. She'd never seen a building taller than the mill, and it looked like this bridge would be similar. For now, they bundled themselves into one of the boats and pulled themselves across with the rope that had been looped between stakes along the river. They dropped harmlessly into the water below when not pulled tight, allowing some narrower boats up to Hag's Hill, but they stopped lots of the really big trade. Mayhap that was the reason for the bridge. The Great Wide River is peaceful this early, only the water birds can be seen along it, or snipes digging at the riverbanks where the sedge offers shelter, and their dagger beaks can pierce the frozen ground. It gave her time to think. Nate had got himself prenticed to a carpenter in town, so it made sense for him to go to the September. Pa didn't much like Hetty's schooling, but Ma had put her foot down possibly on his head from the sound of it and insisted that she go. Hetty knew that it was partly because she was a terrible spinner and Ma hoped she'd learn something useful, but Hetty hoped it was also because she'd seen how desperately Hetty had wanted to go. It gave her too much time for thinking, Pa said, but she'd never had her mind so busy in her whole life. Always they carried on farming, shearing, and spinning without pause, to the next job at hand. What would life be like, she wondered, if they were given time to think over things? Might their lives be different, or would they just lose the run of themselves? Septa Apollonia seemed to think that thinking was good and pleasing to the seven, so long as one did not allow it to trap them in idleness. This suited Nate, who was a thinker that couldn't do so if he had to sit still. On the other side, the world was soon to wake. Watery dawn was spilling across the fields and hills, spearing light through their frosted breath that rose in great clouds as the pair hurried along the steady hagstone path towards the September. The bridge and road were mostly complete over this side. Hetty and Nate scampered to get to the September before any of the others, passing the manure beds growing mountains of bitter leaf beat against the low dry stone walls that marked the boundaries between the commons and Lady Mires' farms. Lord Ander had been a canny one, Hetty reflected, as her lungs began to burn from exertion. The commons had often been the province of farming holdings that they might feed themselves as well as their lordly masters, but he had instituted some measures he had been advised of from as far away as the citadel. He had alleviated all taxes on food that was for consumption or storage for winter from the commons, which had cheered the people. In exchange, however, his strange new ways had been applied. 4-field rotation had been ordered, and he encouraged well-managed specialization of the common lands and instituted divisions. This was much to the grumbling of the locals, who feared they would lose access to the security growing their own food gave them. Still, one didn't disobey a lord until he proved cruel enough or stupid, so divisions were made with small ditches to contain sheep or encourage rivers for irrigation. Fences were put up and hedges and tree lines planted. In the winter it didn't look like much, but the early days had seen large amounts of food and forage from the areas. Lady Mires had refused a request to change how this was done, but the guaranteed food from winter rationing meant that at least she saw it as her duty to make sure the people were fed. Hetty hoped that the garden spaces for each tall house might help people feel safer too, but there was no accounting for how hunger had a way with you. Practically falling over themselves, the twins skidded to a halt in front of the stone September, where novices were already at work milking the herd of goats that kept the September and its students fed. Novice Narine was harvesting some manure beds and looked up in surprise. "You're not meant to be here so early yet, is something amiss?" She had a kind face. All the novices had kind faces. Hetty wondered if something happened to a woman's face when she put on the holy garments of a septa. Heaving deep breaths, Hetty asked, "Is Septa Apollonia here? We've something to show, or at least something to ask." Brows raised, Novice Narine rose from her crouch and dusted her hands on her apron. "I'll go ask, but if it's nonsense I'll not protect you if she thinks you need the flat of her hand," she cautioned. Nate winced, often a recipient of such treatment when he wouldn't sit still, but Hetty just bounced on her toes. This was worth it. She knew it in her bones. When they were ushered into the fire-warmed chambers of the septa, Hetty rubbed her fingers fiercely together as the heat returning stung something fierce. Septa Apollonia was not dressed for the day and sat in her warm woolens, her hood not even in place yet. Hetty was surprised to see that her hair was black, with not one line of silver. She had seemed older, more worldly, with the hood. Then the woman gestured for them to speak, and she felt her mouth go dry all the same. She glanced at Nate, who didn't like to talk most days but sometimes could if he were excited enough, and realized from his pale face that she'd have to talk for him all day today even if this went well. We think we've made something, Septa, something good," said Hetty. "Well, by all means," said Septa Apollonia with a wave of her hand, "thrill me." They unloaded their packs. It was only a model, it would do only little of what a full-size one was capable if their ideas were right. They set the bars in place for the frame and Nate set to work fastening the spinning wheel where it should go while Hetty assembled the 2 spindles, noting Septa Apollonia's eyes widen at the number. Nate had been kissing some blacksmith's daughter for weeks now, and it was only when Hetty had asked if her father would make them some clamps and spindles for the project that she'd learned of it. It still annoyed her every time she assembled the model. Hetty's hands were not coordinated enough to manage the spinning wheel and the winder all at once at home, but they were practiced at her mother's craft enough for deftness. She threaded the rovings through the clasp to start it off and they were ready. Nate stood at the ready in case their contraption failed and needed fixed, which happened more often than Hetty would like, and she waited for the septa's nod. With one hand, she spun the wheel to set those spindles spinning. With the other, she moved the rovings both close to and far from the spindles, clamped tight to allow the tension needed to twist them enough for the task. She did not spin for long enough to wind the whole spindle, but enough that she felt Septa Apollonia could understand the purpose. With her eye still wide, the septa asked, "How many do you think you could do?" Hetty paused, considering, "Maybe 4 or 8. Gesturing at the rovings, Septa Apollonia asked, "Would there even be enough looms in Murfield to weave it all?" At this, Hetty felt her shoulders sag. She hadn't considered that. Coin would only stay good if they made sure people wanted to use or buy what they had. Product that sat for too long wasted time and labor. She'd learned that 1 weeks and weeks ago in this same September. Still, the woman was grinning. "I think I've a letter to write to a septa in Hags Hill. We've been on the lookout for industriousness and sharp minds. I think this isn't quite what she expected, but I'll wager it's better." "She'll come see it," said Hetty eagerly, her earlier misgivings forgotten. Septa Apollonia smiled, "Child, if this can do what you say, you'll go see her." A trip to Southwold? She'd heard wonders were being built there. Even from Lower Murfield you could see the White Keep and the frames of tall houses and the great September that Lady Mires was building. Hetty could barely contain her excitement. "I think we should call it the Spinning Hetty," piped Nate, beaming. Chapter 14, Ursula Mires. 132 AC. Ursula Mires. The first reports of winter fever arrived for me just as little Yelena was trying once again to put her spoon in her mouth by herself. This was, I regret to say, so rapturous an experience that I didn't even notice Gwyndolen's worried expression as she stood there, clutching her papers. Yelena was a joy, the light of the keep. The servants and guards oscillated wildly between greeting her like she was a proper lady of House Mires, complete with bows, and making faces so that she would squeal with laughter. I'd not remembered how much I'd missed being around children until she arrived. She had her father's black curls and her mother's grey eyes. I had given up expecting Westerosi genetics to operate sensibly, and instead was just thrilled that she looked anything at all like Dickon. She even frowned like him, as though the world had woken up to thwart her personally. Theo was seeing to the building sites he was managing, and Ivana was unconscious in an armchair by the fire. I decided it was best to let her get some sleep. Yelena was everything good in this world, but by the gods could she scream. In theory, time with us in the solar was to be rare time without the nursemaids, but in reality, Ivana was up and hunting her daughter like clockwork in the night to soothe her colicky cries. Even so, though she was now weaned, her decision to feed her own daughter was something I hadn't even registered would be strange. It turned out that Septa Nacella had been scandalized by my blasé approach to this news, because of course it was only something the lowborn did. Yet many northerners who worked for my castellans were approving of this practice. Apparently, it was easier on rations to feed babes in winter this way, not wasting what your body made, rather than taking milk from another. Ivana's explanation had not been so rational. "She's my baby. If another woman tries to feed her, I think I might claw her eyes out," she'd said, flatly. And that had been that. "That's it. You're so good at that, aren't you?" I cooed, making embarrassing faces to keep her interested in what had to be quite a mechanically boring task. I had long since stopped trying at dignity with my niece, it did not serve me well. Yelena looked between me and the spoon in her hand dubiously. She much preferred shoving fistfuls of porridge into her face, hair, and whoever was wearing the nicest clothing. "My lady," began Gwyndolen, but I ignored her. Instead, I watched as Yelena gamely maneuvered the utensil towards her mouth, before smearing the whole load of porridge across her face. "A fine attempt," I offered, my voice serious, "but your execution needs work." The child gave an ear-piercing shriek of approval that had me wincing and fighting the urge to cover my ears. Ivana didn't even twitch. "My lady, I have some news you should hear," said Gwyndolen, anxiously. I retrieved the failed attempt at lunch from my niece and began to wipe her face. She protested hugely, with big crocodile tears, but was soon distracted by Quoth, who had fluttered off his perch to preen and stare at her. I should have been worried about how often it made her go silent, fascinated. As it was, I was just grateful to have the opportunity to intercept her hideously sticky hands before they found their way into my hair or along my overgown. I waved for Gwyndolen to continue. "There has been word from Sisterton, my lady, began Gwyndolin, twisting her fingers together, news of some sickness that has been disastrous. I froze, Yelena's tiny fingers still clutched in mine. She broke her staring competition with Quoth to search my face, as though sensing my change in mood. Careful to keep a smile on to reassure her, I asked, is it the one my mother's kin warned me about? It is likely, admitted Gwyndolin. I finished cleaning up my niece, saying nothing. I kissed her on the forehead, where those wispy curls no longer smelled like new baby, and squeezed her tight for a moment. Fetch me the nursemaid. Summon my council and have someone bring Ivana some tea. We have work to do. We sat arrayed along the elmwood table, as we had over a year ago since I had first arrived in Southwold. Septa and Ivana flanked me at my left and right, and I sat in the high-backed chair at the head of the table. Sir Cone and Theo had arrived together. Apparently, they'd been discussing some defensive measures that Cone wanted his drilling soldiers to build for the keep. Maester Lewis swiftly followed them, his hands still in their thick working gloves. He'd come so quickly. In addition to my handmaidens, I'd invited Septa Walburga and Jenny Greens for this particular discussion. I'd need their expertise. I have here, I said, gesturing with a flick of my fingers to the papers in front of me, reports from Sisterton. Or rather, I have here reports from Janessa's kin in Maidenpool who I have urged to leave for inland safety, for the information is most dire. It concerns the illness my kin in Bravus warned me about. Maester Lewis stripped off his gloves with his teeth and eagerly reached for the reports only to be beat to it by Septa Nicella. If I hadn't known her to be a woman of every restraint and decorum, I would have thought she waited until the last possible second in order to irritate him. Her eyes scanned the parchment, elegant brows slipping into a frown of concern and then true fear. Her eyes darted to me, briefly. She had helped me fabricate the story of my mother's Bravasi kin, so she had known that there was no more truth to it than there was sunlight at night. Now it was plain to see that I had known something. I would need to deal with that later. The report was passed around, and it made for grim reading. Septa Walburga quietly leant over and read the relevant passages to Jenny Greens, who only knew a little lettering, and Cedra, who was only just beginning to learn. So, we have a plague on our hands, she said, grimly. It began with a flushed face. This then progressed to a fever that would ratchet up in danger and intensity as the days passed. There had been some luck, according to Janessa's father, in cooling the victims with the icy waters off the coast of Sisterton, but no one had managed to stave off the inevitable. Within 4 days, it would break, and you would live or delirious and insensible, the fever would kill you. It had killed or infected, at the man's estimate, half of Sisterton within the month. The sickness had spread like wildfire over the rest of the 3 sisters. It would, I knew, decimate the population of Westeros, and lay waste to any coastal port it infected besides. Hopefully it hadn't arrived in Maidenpool yet. For Janessa's sake. I'd only asked her to contact her father on a whim. I hadn't expected this much notice until it had taken half the salt pans. It was an advantage, but was it enough? It may not be as dire as it sounds, cautioned Septa Walburga, her large round face earnest. Sisterton is a mudslop of a dock. People there are likely to get sick purely because of how ill-maintained and waterlogged the place is. Half the trouble, I said, is that we have no idea yet how it spreads. It could be the Ibbenese have contracted the sickness and passed it on, or it could be they are convenient scapegoats in a trade war. But is it airborne? Vapor from the lungs? Vermin? Even fleas could pass the sickness through the sharing of blood. All of these would have different approaches. I looked at the faces, troubled and pinched, that surrounded me. A log cracked in the fire. So. Ideas. Janessa and Gwyndolin were ready with their slates, and the responses came thick and fast. Sir Cone and Ivana were deep in talks over how they might prevent it entering in the first place. Ivana kept in touch with the Castellans over our trade with the north and neighboring holdings, walking a knife's edge to make sure the right amount of grain could be plausibly smuggled where it needed to be. We need to ensure our borders are safe, he began. If we shut down trade too early, then our allies and small folk will suffer losses, replied Ivana. Better they suffer a loss of coin than their lives, surely. You forget the grain we need to send north. I'd like to see you try to live without that. Could we perhaps arrange a way station? A place where people might trade out in the open, to avoid ill humors in a closed room. Or we could eliminate that risk entirely by... I slid my gaze away from them, taking in the rest of the table. Across from me, Theo and Maester Lewis were drafting up quarantine measures almost too fast to hear. We'll have to take men off of building sites to accommodate. Best have them outside the town holdings, less risk of... What about if people come seeking refuge? By the gods, man, we leave them at the gate. That's my point, the fields and farmers don't have a gate. Ah, well then. Dizzy, I turned my attention elsewhere, prepared to return to them when they had a coherent plan and not the frenetic fragments of one. At the other end of the table, Jenny Greens and Septa Walburga were comparing what they knew of similar illnesses in both prevention and cure. For it to spread so fast, 'tis likely it is carried in the air, ventured Jenny, her whole face as tense as I'd ever seen it. If it's truly in the air, we might as well pray and get the whole thing over with, muttered Septa Walburga, quietly enough that she thought I couldn't hear. Jenny smacked her arm with the back of her hand. If we keep our folk inside our lands as a turtle in its shell, we might ride out the storm. What about supplies for treatment? Asked Walburga, practical and cynical enough to know that turtling was a temporary strategy at best. If tea were simply the ague, I'd say we were well stocked. But if not even ice water brings this fever down, the herbs alone mayhap won't be enough. Have you got novices who can strip and prepare willow bark for pain? It'll be rough work traversing the mire for 'em. Septa Walburga nodded emphatically, as she approved of the suffering of her novices. Breeding mousers might help if the thing is carried on filth from vermin, said Jenny, wondering out loud. And how long before some fool child pets the kitty who looks unwell? No, better to avoid the causes of vermin altogether with sanitation. I was with Walburga on this one. Tough on vermin, tough on the causes of vermin. Children like throwing rocks at things, maybe we could make some kind of hideous medieval game out of it. It hadn't escaped my notice that Septa Nicella had sat to my left, as silent as the grave, and said not a word. Eventually, the clamour died down enough that it sounded as though they had ideas to offer. Janessa and Gwyndolin made notes on their slates. Once we had a real plan of action, we could transcribe it to something less ephemeral. How do we tell our people? I asked. Everyone looked at me, askance. Ah. This was one of those little things I hadn't quite adapted to. Maester Lewis shook his head emphatically, my lady, better that we manage it for now, at least until more dire circumstances might frighten the locals into compliance. No point wasting our breath on advice they won't adhere to. Yes, my lady, added Sir Cone gruffly, the small folk will panic. This information will cause discontentment and unrest. Eventually, someone is going to do something foolish. Like what? Piped Cedra. All eyes in the room snapped to her, and I watched her clench her entire body to avoid the instinctive flinch. I smiled, giving her an encouraging look. Her attention darted from face to face, as though she was nervous that looking at anyone for too long might cause an argument. Pardon, Cedra, asked Sir Cone, bemused. You said someone was going to do something stupid, she began, her voice tremulous at first but growing stronger. I wanted to know what it might be. Sir Cone spluttered a bit, well, they might panic. I think we're all a bit panicked right now, said Cedra, quietly, but I don't see anyone doing something foolish. Are you worried people are going to what? Riot if there is a plague we are trying to prevent? Maester Lewis intervened, certain of his ability to calm hysterical women. No matter if they were calm, hysterical, or made so by his comments in the first place. I let it happen. She'd have to sharpen her claws sometime. What Sir Cone means to say, Cedra, he began, silkily, is that small folk might try to benefit from this in some way. They might flout the rules. They might drive up the prices for their wares or try to steal more rations to make themselves safer when sickness arrives at our corner of the land. How many have tried stealing rations this winter? She asked, her tone flat. Maester Lewis seemed shocked to have been interrupted, but he caught sight of my hardened expression and looked gamely towards Sir Cone. Sober? About 7, said Sir Cone, grudgingly. It could be 10 times that many, Sir, and your guards behind castle walls would still have the upper hand in their sleep, replied Cedra. She turned to me, her face pleading. We've a right to know, my lady. Elsewise someone'll sink money in a bad trade, or let family come stay when they ought not. If folk don't see that you are doing something to protect them, they won't understand why, and they'll just try to get round it. See, began Maester Lewis, who had never met a point he wouldn't belabor, this is what I mean by. Because, pressed Cedra, undeterred, quietly disobeying senseless orders, that's what we've always had to do, to survive. Silence fell around the table, Cedra raising her voice was almost unheard of. Sir Cone suddenly looked very uncomfortable and couldn't make eye contact. Beside her, Jenny Greens had begun nodding slowly. There is sense in what she says, my lady, she interjected, folk weren't ever supposed to come to me until you made it right to do so. Don't mean I ever lacked for work. It weren't malice or lawlessness that brought 'em to my door. It's just that if they didn't, they'd die. Or they'd live and having another babe would starve 'em both. I nodded, gesturing for Cedra to continue, go on. Her shoulders straightening, Cedra seemed to find her feet again. If we tell folk what we're worried about and what we are doing to protect them, most of 'em will help us make sure it's happening. Not all, here she gestured helplessly, no one can promise that. But some. Most, even. Them that don't ought be punished hard, but if lady does it right like she can, she'll get them to name the punishment for her. I leaned forward, heart warmed despite myself, to see her this way. Well, I said, what would you suggest? In both the grip of a raven on its way to Riverrun, and in the false bottom of a cart, heading to the neck. My lord. I write with grim news. The sickness I was warned about has arrived on Westerosi shores. I have enclosed a copy of the report given to me for your perusal. I know that my small folk can ill afford spreading sickness or plague on top of a lean winter. It is my hope that the manuals I have sent have been of some help to you. If not yet, I encourage you to examine them and see if they provide any insight that could be useful. I pray for your continued good health. Lady Ursula Mires of House Mires. A river to my people. As the weeks passed, Septa said nothing to me about what I knew. Her eyes were pensive and her expression unreadable. We often spoke about matters of governance or the plague that I feared would sweep across the land, and her advice and attitude to me were the same as they had always been. But she had clear proof of something amiss now. Only time would tell what she would do with it. It might have been something worth losing sleep over, if not for how busy my days had become. It was a delicate balance we would need to maintain. Proactive measures had been slowly seeded about the people of the Mires, but we could no longer afford as slow a pace as we had before. Yet too much change without obvious benefit would simply cause unrest and laziness in the measures put in place. Cedra's point about informing the populace would be done in steps, beginning with an outline of the clear and present dangers of winter fever. At the moment, the plan was looking like a cascading series of measures as the disease crept closer. Even now, I knew from my correspondence with Stark and Tully, that winter fever had been coined as the name and it was being seen in increasing numbers in White Harbor and Maidenpool. Though at the moment some people were recovering, lending some credence to Septa Walburga's theory on Sisterton's disastrous rates of survival. We were, I knew privately, going to have to resort to either extremely creative or extremely brutal measures of quarantine. The Westerosi had no trust in science or medicine, and frankly if someone tried to cure my ailments with bloodlettings, I'd be the same. We did not have a culture with many, if any, entertainments to be had indoors. Keeping people inside, when their work was across town at the forge or the bakery, was going to be impossible to enforce. Theo and his team had downed tools elsewhere and begun to travel to each town. The plan was to build a series of rough and ready hagstone and timber homes for quarantining those guards and knights as they brought rations. Deliveries would take longer as a result, so more would need to be transported. Thankfully, the rations would move swiftly on the roads. The rations in question would only be handled by those who had washed their hands thoroughly and wore those cloth masks. Ivana was thinking of ways to devise better protection of the eyes, nose, and mouth without simply putting a sack over someone's head. We needed ways to protect our borders from trade and travelers without either giving offense or letting the foolish slip through. This was still the largest issue facing us. Trade to Murfield often just sailed up the river from Fairmarket. Not to mention I could hardly build a wall along the lower fields and have it manned for a plague that could instead just be brought to us by our grain contract with Beesbury. Eventually, stronger measures would need to be in place. The communal dining with any but those you lived with, was going to have to end. We would need families to stay home if they were ill, but also a way to alert the septas that someone needed treatment if they feared being left to languish or being boarded up. People would just lie to avoid that fate. And a populace that felt they needed to lie in order not to be condemned to death would kill us as surely as winter fever. The septa sermons were a useful way to preach and teach the new measures of masking and hand washing becoming necessary. Their novices were hard at work making soaps or stitching cloth. Yet still I fretted about getting the word out. I'd had Cedra and Septa draft an announcement and sent it to all the other towns as well, hoping that a proper signed and sealed parchment declaring the new rules would add weight to the septa's teachings. Sir Cone had been somewhat vindicated in that one never loses when they bet on people's stupidity. A few drunken louts and a few cocky men and women had been found mocking the new strictures. Worse, they had been actively encouraging others to ignore them. Punishment was a few hours in the stocks, as this was seen as firm and reasonable. As a special twist of my own, when they were released from confinement and given water and food, they had to sit and eat their meal while Septa Walburga and Jenny Greens harangued them at length about the death and suffering they would visit on others with their foolish antics. Sometimes I would be seen gentling the septa's responses, declaring that I was certain my good people had seen the light and should be let home. Surely, I would say, smiling warmly, they now understand how it would be a betrayal of their friends and family to ever do such a thing again. Counseling mercy from others, as a woman, tended to win me points. Showing much mercy myself, tended to have the populace see me as weak. Little could be done about that except time. Maester Lewis, it turned out, may not have had any links but had studied the healing arts some. He stressed the importance of covering coughs and sneezes of any kind, and had set to work brewing vinegars to help clean surfaces in homes which he insisted be distributed by the septas alongside soaps. He also advised leeches, but in the forlorn manner of a child who knows they will not be allowed to go outside to play. He was right, in that I soundly rejected that bit of barbarism out of hand. I walked briskly through the keep, wearing a mask of my own to set a good example, nodding and waving to the children sat in on the floor in rows for their schooling. Ivana had been in talks with a local leather worker for something more robust for our septas and novices when the time came to tend the sick. She wanted my opinion. I arrived at the armory, to find her chattering away to Yelena, who was propped on one hip. The customary song and dance our little lady required was adhered to, whereby she would squeal and demand to be held by me, and then immediately grow bored or distressed and wail for her to be returned to the embrace of her mother. Once she was resettled, I looked at the leather cuts, lacking comprehension. I could embroider respectably, given my education, but they dipped me in pigments as soon as they'd seen me draw and write. I had little knowledge of how to fashion anything but the most basic items of clothing. So, began Ivana, in discussion with Jenny and Walburga, it is clear to me that the biggest risks not mitigated by the cloth masks are twofold. Firstly, there is a concern around fluids. Here we shared a similarly queasy look. I did not want to imagine what sorts of fluids those women had been subjected to in the course of their lives as healers. Secondly, there is a worry that someone might try and approach them before or after treating the patient. No point going to all that trouble and infecting someone else. A simple leather covering over the face won't announce that until too late. I nodded absently. The leather pattern drawn out for me had long, slightly curving triangular cuts. So some kind of hood or hat? I asked. Ivana beamed, exactly. But every combination I tried sort of made the whole thing look a bit like the Silent Sisters, and I thought was more likely to cause suspicion and panic. We needed something to show authority in this matter, but not cause small folk to think their neighbors have just died or that they are next. My head froze mid-nod. While she was correct, the shapes of the pattern had finally crystallized in my mind's eye. Squeezing them shut, as if to banish what I had only just come to see, I pinched the bridge of my nose tightly between my fingers. Vanna. What? It's a beak, isn't it? Dumbfounded, she glanced down at the pattern and up at me. Well spotted. I thought it might help to stuff sweet-smelling herbs in. It can't be pleasant treating the sick. Best to banish ill humors. Somewhere, though I had let quoth loose for the day, I swore I could hear the fucker laughing. A brief conversation overheard by a very amused stable hand. My lady, I really must protest. A great sigh, as though facing the trials of the seven, maester, I will not allow you to bleed the already sick and weakened with leeches. By the gods, man, think of how unsanitary it is if nothing else. If you had read Maester Gruen's treatise on their effectiveness treating King Viserys, that's besides the point. The maester spluttered. Well, in that case I'll gladly hear what you have to say, came the lady's sweet voice, much more engaged. That creature. Who, quoth. He has violated my rookery. Genuine outrage. A poorly concealed snort, then, violated? Maester, surely not. They were not yet to be bred and kept very separate in their cages. I don't even know how he got in there, let alone built a nest. A very careful silence. Maester, am I to be an auntie once more? Glee. Pure, wicked glee. What followed, as they slowly moved out of earshot, was not unlike the noise a kettle makes when set too long to boil. My dreams at night were usually uneventful, though never any less cryptic. Mostly it was sensation. The cold grip of that darkness. A subtle sheen on a petal, not quite of this world. An eye, large and terrible. And the light. Generally, I woke with a start, my heart pounding. Yet I did not sense that my sleep was truly disturbed enough to leave me exhausted. I did not know what the dreams meant, but in my understanding of such matters you could make two fatal mistakes. Ignoring the dreams or banishing them, was one. Cleaving too hard to them, was another. I already knew magic was possible. I was here, wasn't I? Every so often I tried to move through the dreams and manipulate them, as I had heard green seers were able to do. It seemed that I had not the skill or the training. I was only ever shown what I was shown. I only ever heard what I heard. Unless that old woman came to talk to me. Over time, Quoth had begun to try and speak to me more and more when we were alone. For a given value of speech. Through gentle probing of Maester Lewis's knowledge of raven keeping, I found that ravens here did not simply mimic human speech. They apparently had a language all their own, the true tongue, it is called. Many maesters were taught enough to get by in their duties as keepers, but it was falling out of fashion. Such a thing was considered a bit out of step with the serious, magic-disdaining minds of that order. If for no other reason than the fact that it did not follow the pattern of human linguistics in any way, shape, or form. If I had been asked before this, I would have said that raven language would be a combination of guttural patterns and intensely tonal. Better to fit with the limitations of their beaks. Quoth, when he deigned to speak, did not open his mouth and caw rhythmically. Instead, he had a way of projecting a powerful intent, in the tilt of his head or the rustle of his feathers. The true tongue was tricky. It did not so much have words as it did concepts. Where my brain wanted to hear words, it heard instead the patter of rain on slate, the swelling of clouds before a storm, or even the way you could hear a forest grow. It required a certain broadness of mind, a laxness in your extremities. Perhaps it was why he only spoke it to me in the boundaries between sleeping and waking. I had my lower bed curtains open, the warm light and crackling of the fire soothing me to sleep. Curled like a question mark in order to keep my heavy eyes on the fire, I felt the first thick waves of sleep creep over me. Like an embrace. Or a weight. Quoth was perched at the end of my bedstead, preening. He gently unstuck a feather from his breast and hopped towards me. Sleepily I opened my palm and watched as the oil-slick black drifted down, down, down and sink into my flesh like ink into water. Like the rising air current under wing or soft sweet wines from the south that soothe and send and sing as they wave over heads of grass, heads of dandelions and the tender heads of small children, their curls ruffled in the breeze. And I dreamed. I dreamed that the old woman was attempting to have tea. It had grown no closer in appearance to any aged relative of mine, but it was easier to ignore that so long as I did not look at its eyes or teeth. It gestured at an empty chair made of arms, springing from the void like grotesque vines. I sat. It seemed the lesser of the two evils. At least the bone-white teacups looked correct. I tried not to think of where the expression bone-white had come from. In case it got ideas. It was as much about what you brought with you to this place, I had learned, as it was anything else. We shared tea in silence, porcelain clinking gently as we stirred in lemon or sugar. Fine, white granulated crystals. The tea was almost, but not exactly like tea I had drunk in my previous life. Earl Grey, tainted by memory. At its shoulders those two impossibly huge ravens perched, their talons twisted roots that sank into its pearlescent grey robes. Black ichor welled up from where they had pierced it, sticky as molasses. I still don't know what to call you, I said, eventually. Whatever strange void being this was probably had eons to wait me out. I had no such time. And, I added, I have no wish to be rude and address you improperly. When in doubt, courtesy served a woman well. A hideous, saw-toothed laugh. And then that voice, like lightning, and the slow pace of geologic time all at once. It matters little, child. I am older than you can conceive, yet younger than your sweet niece. I have as many names as there are ways to die. Those eyes, as dark and soot as lamp blacking, swiveled in my direction. I waited. You can call me grandmother, it decided finally. I nodded my head in greeting. Good evening, grandmother. Ha, it barked, a welter of sound to make the ears bleed. Good manners, how refreshing. Always in the last place you'd expect. Like thimbles. Or dragons, a sly expression crossed its unsettling features. Or little girls who aren't where they should be. I didn't bother freezing up. I was inside my own head, or I wasn't. I would survive this, or I wouldn't. Either way, it had already pried up the memory of tea and sugar to parade in front of me. The least of my treasures. I knew it could see anything I kept hidden. It wanted me to know that it knew. We were a knowledgeable pair. I took a sip of my tea, eyes lowered. I assure you, I had no intention of being so out of place. It waved a hand that couldn't quite decide if it had nails or talons. Oh, you lot never do. Come now, we have work to do. A sliver of unease threaded through me. The dreams never ended pleasantly when she said that. Despite myself, I glanced up. The darkness had swept about the old woman like a cloak. It was not night black. This was the terrible darkness of space, of void, of a cold so sharp it was a fist around your heart and your breath cut off in the space between your lung meat. What work? A test, it said, simply. And then the light from that lantern. Like starlight, like steel. High stone, higher than high, oozing into a puddle. A babe turning over in the womb, horned and haloed. A soft, cold, terrible chuckle. Laughter like claws that cut through walls. A fire. And there, outlined in shadow against a melting wall, a reptilian snout. A roar. When I came to, I was on my knees. The cold was so deep in my bones the joints between my fingers burned. My nails ached, like I'd been clawing something. Sweat dripped from my forehead and nose, the pits of my arms damp and acrid. Each breath felt like knives, yet sweeter than honey. I lay there, helpless, panting. Did I? I gasped. Did you what? Did I pee pass? The test. I darted my eyes towards it, from my position on the floor. A queer expression sat on its queer face. How do you expect me to know that? Bitterly, I reflected that I probably shouldn't have expected that easy an answer. Still, I had to ask, is this a green dream? Do I see the future? It shook its head, disappointed, those steel grey braids like long chains down its front. They clacked and jangled where they brushed against each other. It said, you do not have the gift. You will never see the future on your own. The ravens at its shoulders cawed, almost sorrowfully. Then, I said, trying to rise up to my knees and failing terribly, those things I see are, what do I have, then? That grin. That terrible grin, turned up too high at the corners for any human face. You have me, dearie. It was almost a relief to be woken by Janessa, her hair still up in braids for sleep, face ruddy in the dying embers of the fire. I said, eloquently. Her eyes were bright with urgency. My lady, Sir Cone has given the order for the mustering of the men. Our signal towers have spotted raiders sailing towards us. Despite myself, my eyes darted to my father's armor in the shadowy corner of the room. I was not the son he had expected to rule after him. I had trained as Sir Cone bid me, with the crossbow and the spear, to defend against enemies who might besiege us. Daily we had met for me to learn all I could of war, strategy and supply that could make or break my soldiers. I could keep a very good seat now. Cone had insisted that I never be in a position where a good horse was an obstacle to my escape. But I could not fight. Could not lead from the front to field armies in the name of my house. If I were to put on his too big armor, I doubted I could even walk from the weight of it. I let it eat me for a moment, I admit. The sorrow and fear, flooding my tongue as bitter as the adrenaline that I could feel pumping through my veins. The desperate longing for this to be someone else's responsibility. Then I got on with it. Bring me my robe, I said, pointing to where Cedra had hung it over the back of a chair. I scrambled out of bed and into a pair of slippers, no time for stockings or stays. The thick wool robe had been dyed indigo, lined with some more of that printed fabric that Ivana had made. Those little marsh flowers peeking out at the sleeves. Cedra was still waiting for the time to embroider the front more properly so that it might serve as part of my trousseau when needed, but this was hardly a proper occasion. Most importantly, it belted neatly across my chest, so that I was covered from collarbone to ankles, and it was warm. I had Janessa unstitch my hair from its rumpled sleep bun and quickly pin a serviceable braid to the back of my head, so that it would not get in my face. The moment she was done I took off in almost a run out of the room, Quoth gliding behind me in the dark, more bat than bird. I saw Ivana coming out of Dickon's old room still untouched holding a bundle. Her eyes were hooded with exhaustion, and she was still in her robe as well. Did you hear? She asked. Sir Cone is in the solar. I nodded and made haste. Unlike myself, Sir Cone did not appear as though he had been woken from a dead sleep and hastily poured into his clothing. His eyes were bright and focused, his hair and beard clean and neat. The magnificent plate armor gleamed in the firelight, a sign of the wealth his family afforded. The pauldrons were edged in bronze, a rack of antlers embossed on each side. Beyond that, the simple bronze edging was the only ornamentation to be seen on the rest of the armor. Sir Cone's family were wealthy enough to provide their third son with a fortune in plate, but perhaps not one that was overly ornate. Then again, I had learned much about armor in my lessons with Sir Cone. Perhaps that there was nothing spare on it was a statement in and of itself. The gorget was clearly of a different metal, there were scratches that had been buffed out of the breastplate until you only caught them from certain angles in the firelight. This armor had seen hard use. He was alive. And he had already mustered the men to make ready. So, he was here to test me. Report, I said, gripping the table and gasping a little from the dead sprint I'd broken into once no one could see me. With a nod, he began, wasting no time. The signal came not long ago, though I cannot say if they chose to alert the townsfolk first before sending the message to us. Unknown sails, 2 of them, making their way towards us from the west. 2? One full longboat of Ironmen had cut a bloody swathe through our holdings last time, bristling with weapons and the fanatical certainty that they were pleasing their putrid god. Was it a distraction? A true force? Sloops or longboats? I asked, and my heart sank when he shook his head. We cannot say, my lady, the code is not detailed enough for that. I'd had my reasons for making it very, very simple for everyone to learn, but at the moment I was kicking myself. I shook my head, as if to brush the thought away by force. Right, how soon can we get there? My mind fizzed, calculating the numbers. We have 100 men at arms, all trained in the crossbow as well. I would suggest a designated force of crossbowmen after the first volley, perhaps 20. Right, I nodded, my motions jittery. Will Gior's team be able to meet us? He shook his head. Priority was given to signals being sent from Cragtreath to Southwold. I have sent a rider, I know he trained them on horseback too, but it is a hope that we can get them to muster in good time. I'd not plan around it. My men were disciplined from Sir Cone's tender ministrations, but a foot soldier moved slowly, even at a forced march. They would be slightly faster thanks to the roads. Could my people hold out that long? Scouts would likely be sent ahead to spy with an ironborn force that large. Would they not simply get back on their boats and flee if we came in any force? Or would they take hostages? My fingers twitched, the lack of information was maddening. Were they seeking plunder? Salt wives? Where would they land? All of these factors warred for supremacy in my head. If I didn't understand my enemy, I couldn't win. Not with the power and numbers I had. The territory of the battle was varied depending on where they would land. They favored hit-and-run tactics. Likely, in order to take their target as fast as possible, they would pull up right at the beaches of Cragtreath. They would meet more resistance than they had anticipated, but they were ironborn. Likely, they were hungry. The raid last time had been most successful once they found the granaries stored in town. We had moved them. This change in their expectations would make them impatient, angry. The raid would be harder because the people were less green, the stores would not be where they had found them last time. They would begin to rush, perhaps take hostages. They would be impatient. How could I use this? We couldn't pull back and choose a different side of battle entirely, to do so would be to condemn my people to death once more. A pitch battle among houses is terrible for horsemen, and if we shifted at all in the wrong direction, the sucking mud from the mire would make itself known beneath our hooves. How many horsed men can we muster ourselves? Who can fight? 6 knights and 14 horsemen who know their way around a sword. We are fortunate in that the ration guard has returned. A force of 20 and myself could get to Cragtreath swiftly. Maybe even faster if we didn't mind the horses dying after. Enough to flank and harry but, depending on the size of the force, not enough for a charge, I finished. He gave a gruff sound of affirmation. Horses will be vital for speed, but less useful if the battle proper takes place among houses. How likely is it that Riverland roans can take more than one man at once? Sir Cone made a face, if they're in leathers or surcoat. Yes. 2 in gambeson and mail? Possible given their size, but I'd not like to trial it and be wrong in these circumstances. Lightning struck. I paused. Sir Cone, how many men could we fit in a ration cart? He blinked. What? The smaller the force, the faster they could move if only because it wouldn't need as much in the way of supplies. Yet, 20 horsed men would not be enough to fight them. My father had ridden hard to Cragtreath knowing how vulnerable the populace was, bringing only those who could ride. He had died for his efforts and halved our riders to boot. But as an apparent guard to 3 huge ration carts bristling with spears and crossbowmen? Or even hidden out of sight as only foot soldiers accompanied the wagons? That might be enough. Our covered ration carts were almost comical in size, led by teams of large Riverland roans, making their way along the roads of my lands. They could make good time on those roads. Much better than when they'd had to lumber over mud and uneven ground to make it to their destination. Certainly, at least equal in time to a march. I could not hope for better. And what the Ironborn wanted this winter, was what they had been so successful in procuring before. Our grain. It was not perfect, and it would need discussed and refined as our men marshaled themselves into readiness, but it was a prize to dangle in front of them. To make them stupid. I opened my mouth to voice this, when the door creaked open behind me. Standing there was Ivana, a bundle in her hands that I did not recognize but by the widening of his eyes, Sir Cone did. Chapter 15, Maga, Ivana Mires. Notes. Content warning, this chapter contains scenes of bloody battle and someone being beaten and tortured for information. There are references to the usual hideous practices of Ironborn raiders. She has to try and save herself while severely wounded. None of these are overly graphic, but your mileage may vary. Make the choices you need to protect yourself. Additional warning for Maga's naturally salty language. 132 AC. Maga. The planning of a battle had a rhythm. It had ebb and flow like the tide. My enemy will step here, I will retreat. My enemy will be lead here, I will advance. See how my silver scales flash beneath the waves. Reach for me. I will swallow you whole. But now battle was here, and all battles happened like flashes of lightning across a darkened sky. All battles happened in heartbeats. But first came the wait. Snarling and desperate, Maga restrained herself by the teeth and long fucking years of experience. Let them come, she thought, let those fuckers try me. I've a beast in me as well. They'd taken their time sailing in. But that suited them fine. The Ironborn would not risk a contested landing. Partly because they were cockless cowards. Partly because they weren't entirely fucking stupid. The winds off the coast whipped like 9 tails through them where they were hidden, but they were huddled together, and rage would keep them warm. Crouched in the mud of the mire, behind a small sandy outcrop topped with scrub, her small team waited. The mire led out to Ironman's Bay in one long crescent curve, the edges between the landscapes blurred and irregular. It was excellent cover, even in the cold. There were others out there, some low and painted like the men of the Neck, others behind smokehouses or overturned boats. Spears were cheaper to make, so there were many. A few who'd marched to war had brought back swords. She'd not bothered with too much training in those. A man who'd used a fishing spear most of his life would be deadlier with a fishing spear than if she'd given him 100 claymores. All that frog hunting and bird catching the people of Cragtreath had engaged in as children, all along the line of undulating sand where mire met sea, it would serve them well here. Wait. Watch. Strike when the time is right. The Ironborn advanced, the watery dawn light casting the whole world grey. One group were not headed directly for the village just yet, which meant they were not in a good position for the planned ambush. It took her a moment to realize where they were being led. To the old granary, where the food had been stored before. Stupid cunts, Maga thought, contemptuously. From her vantage point, she braced herself. The rest of the force were advancing towards the village, east of where they were all crouched. She had been woken by a runner, one of the green lads she had been training. A stupid boy, but he followed her everywhere. He even tried copying her manner of speech, but cunt just sounded funny from the mouth of a boy whose balls hadn't even dropped. Magga did not ask where his mother was. She tried not to remember their names until they survived a battle or two. Sails on the horizon, he'd said. No sigil, only black cloth. Ironborn. They painted on the colors that suited, held no pride in their flag as they came creeping up the beach, but she could smell their stench. Their tactics rarely changed. 2 longboat sails was worrying though. They could cram around 60 men into a longboat, and every Ironborn was a bloodthirsty fucker. They worshipped cruelty and called it a drowned god. It was its own kind of training. The forewarning of a few hours was a blessing and a curse both. It gave them time to prepare and form up. Tanner might get his shield wall after all. But it also meant having to decide who stayed and who ran. Inland or towards the Weald, they split up and set off, hoping that if the Ironborn overwhelmed the militia they would not all be caught and slaughtered or stolen. Those who stayed were the fighters and the fools. Men and women who'd taken well to the training had formed up into the groups she'd assigned. Silently, as she had taught them, they made ready and waited. Hold your fucking nerve, she'd growled as she prowled hefted her javelin. Hold, she hissed, as their faces came clear into view. Hold, as half of them went towards the hill where the old granary stood to tempt them. Out of sight and too far away. Hold, once more, as at last they all turned their backs to their boats and headed to the village, that had once been guarded only by a few men. At just the right moment, half of Tanner's crew made themselves known behind their shields. A roar and clatter as they formed up, holding the point between 2 tall hagstone houses. What must these cunts think, to see the place so changed from the burned wreck they had left it? The crew had to be pissing themselves, a force of 30 in a choke point against a longboat's worth of hungry Ironborn. Yet they held, silent. Good lads. With jeers and vile threats, the raiders advanced. She signaled the diver girls. A volley of arrows from their archers went up high, thundering down near the men or clipping their shields. The next one would be better, fall closer and more deadly. Still the men held. The Ironborn archers readied, drew, and loosed their arrows once more. She couldn't see, but she thought some had got caught in the shoulder. Unlucky bastards. The men began to retreat, steadily, shields still high. She noticed with concern that some Ironborn, more than she'd like, were smart enough to flank, misliking the narrow confines. Damn. But most, with raucous laughter at their victims' cowardice, began to charge. They expected lambs to slaughter. The Ironborn charge was powerful shock value. As one they seemed to scream one long endless note, as dark and deadly as those fists of pitch where their hearts should be. A man could sink an axe 7 inches deep into one and they would still keep going. Magga had once seen an Ironborn raider kill 6 men with an arrow still stuck in his eye. The shields trembled. Still, they held. All battles happened in heartbeats. In a heartbeat, the diver girls rose, caked in mire mud. They moved as silent and deadly shadows behind the longboats, flanked by friends and lovers from the neck. The men left to guard the ships didn't have a chance to scream. Some fell to blowpipe darts, some to wicked little shucker knives. In a heartbeat, the first of the Ironborn dropped into the pit traps, sand-covered sacking giving way to the sharpened spikes beneath. Some tried to go around and succeeded, some only found other pits, the ground vanishing suddenly beneath them. In a heartbeat, the windows of those tall houses were flung open and crossbow bolts sailed through the air towards the cluster of men as they advanced. In a heartbeat, Magga roared the signal and the militia men and women of Cragtreath leapt forwards. She felt the battle rage sweep over her. Her vision narrowed, her blood pounded in her ears, her breath a bellow. In the manner of her people, as all shield wives before her, she opened the door and let the bear in. A dirty joke, a reason to mock the women of her island. An easy way to disguise the truth. She threw back her human skin, she threw back her human head, and the bear charged towards its prey. 7 items in Ursula Mires' bedchambers that actually belonged to her. A necklace made of silver, fashioned in the shape of a 7-pointed star. A collection of pigments received for a name-day gift, too precious to ever use. A bundle of letters, tied with string, from her father and brother. Carefully retied each time to seem untouched. A sachet of dried lavender, the scent long since faded. A gift from her sister, embroidered with a lavender flower on the corner. A fine set of quills and nibs. Battered beyond belief. A sketchbook, expensive, each piece of paper preciously saved. Not often opened now. A small square of cloth, where young Yelena's handprint has been stamped in woad dye. It's so tiny that the cloth dwarfs the size of the artist's extremity. The girl was stained blue for weeks. Ivana Mires. It wasn't that she'd gone to Dickens' rooms with a plan exactly. She'd just had to put Yelena back down to sleep and had been ready to collapse into bed herself when an agent had come to her door with the news. Her first thought, stupidly after all this time, was that she hoped father would eat something first, before he sallied out. And then his absence swept over her like a shroud. Pulling her white wool robe tight around her, Ivana was not too proud to hunch her shoulders up as she walked, burying her nose in the soft fur collar. It was freezing in the halls of the keep at this hour. She had intended to make her way to the cellar immediately but found her feet stopping outside Dickon's door. She pushed it open before she could overthink the impulse. Neither of them had been able to bear clearing out his room, certain that even speaking the thought out loud would be a betrayal. Ursula, who had never met something she wouldn't try to paint on, had refused to change anything about the chambers she now occupied. Ivana didn't think she could bear to sleep somewhere father had died. Somewhere his armor still stood, mouldering in the corner. But Ivana had learned long ago that she and her sister were very different creatures. The moonlight filtered in from the glass window, casting the already chill room into hoarfrost. There, Dickon's bed. The curtains needed airing. Except they didn't really, did they? Ivana walked slowly, as though in a daze, her fingertips grazing the slick, cool surface of the wooden furniture as she passed. Here, his desk. Just like father's. He'd been insufferable after it had arrived. He hadn't died in his bed. He died in a field. Some muddy patch of farmland had been all that was beneath his head when the lights behind his eyes went out. She hadn't held his hand, or wiped his brow. She hadn't taken her pale hands and wrapped them around the neck of whatever scum had hurt him. Over there, the tapestry she'd made for his 12th birthday, a dramatized scene of his first hunt. She'd made the deer he'd shot look larger and more impressive. He'd liked that. He had called it evocative. A ridiculous word for a 12-year-old who spent more time in the yard than anywhere else. Ursula's fault. Her brother would not be afraid of the written word, even if she had to drum it into him from 1,000 miles away in a September. Ivana stopped before the armor stand. He'd been gifted many pieces in his time, even at his age. Father's pride and joy. She'd helped him put the breastplate up onto this very stand one morning, marveling at the weight of it. It hadn't saved him. The rest had been salvaged and returned after the Ironborn had fled the scene. Because it was too useful to leave. He still had kept some gambeson he'd grown out of, the blue and green strips of fabric a nod to their house colors. What caught her eye though, pearlescent in the moonlight, was his chain mail. He'd left it behind in his haste. Idiot boy. It might have saved him. It was fashioned with buckles, to fall to his forearms and knees. The chainmail coif could be raised up over his head for protection, covered his throat where the blade. Ursula was much taller than he was, now. Her fingers ran over the cool chain, and she closed her eyes. She could see it. If she just mentioned this to Sir Conan had that said by Cedra, but Ivana stopped herself. She'd ask, first. She unhooked the chainmail from its stand, as slick as silk and as heavy as duty. Next, she took down the gambeson. It was too short on Ursula to wear under the chainmail for padding, it would look too strange, but it would serve as a kind of surcoat. Ivana left before she could second-guess herself, running into a wild-eyed Ursula almost immediately. It was simple enough to distract her long enough to buy time. Catching Janessa on her way out of Ursula's rooms, she instructed the girl to fetch their ladies' riding leathers and boots, as well as their father's gauntlets. Too big, she'd need to wear thick gloves beneath, but it would look more convincing. Perhaps the pauldrons? The tooled pattern of river waves would suit. Along Ursula's rumpled bed she laid out the chainmail and folded the gambeson over it. She'd need something to shield her legs, it didn't make it much past mid-thigh. The leathers would have to do for now, it wouldn't suit to make it too heavy to walk. Janessa brought the greaves over only for Ivana to shake her head, it wouldn't work. The thing was heavy enough as it was, and Ursula was not yet the height of their father. With a quick rummage, the pair of them managed to find father's belt among her things, as well as leather gloves for some protection and padding. Head to the armory, get her spear and crossbows ready and bring them up, she said. Janessa nodded, scurrying away. Rolling the heavy bundle up, like a washerwoman on a mission, Ivana strode towards the cellar. She knocked heavily with her foot before shouldering the door open. Ursula turned, her face tired, but now lit like altar candles from within. Ah, she'd had one of her little ideas. Good. Sir Conan looked far less enthused by her arrival, particularly once he recognized the bundle she was carrying. No, he barked, rudely. Here was where her eyes should fill with shocked tears, oh woe, for she has no favor to offer her sister. Something veil-like in her concerns. It would silence him immediately, if only because she was suddenly weeping. But she'd made a promise. I have an idea, she said, looking Ursula straight in the eye. As open as a book, was that the phrase her sister used? So do I, her sweet sister replied, let's hear yours first. She gestured for her to come in and Ivana did so, carefully placing the armor on the long elm-wood table. Ursula's eyes widened as she heard the clink of chain mail, her expression going wary. Are you staying or going? She asked, bluntly, almost wincing at the lack of delicacy. She really needed some sleep. Ursula opened her mouth and then froze, her eyes darting worriedly from Ivana's face to Sir Conan's. His expression didn't even need to be watched, Ivana could picture the outrage well enough to embroider it. Though his love and loyalty for Ursula almost seemed strengthened by the aftermath of the trial, the man was only human. He understood that she had been a victim of Cormac's treachery. But it was easier, she thought, to be upset with anything that might put Ursula in a precarious position, than with himself. Lady Ivana, speak sense, he burst out, hands clenching. But she paid him no mind, her eyes fixed on Ursula. I am trying to do that very thing, Sir Cone. Are you staying or going, my lady? Because on your answer hinges how I think my idea should proceed. It was perhaps cruel of her to push like she was. It wasn't like the idea had occurred to her more than 5 minutes ago. If it had, she'd have outfitted her sister in the best steel she could afford, or at least have had Dickon's things properly altered. But Ursula slept in a monument to their dead father and his mistakes, so Ivana would bet her eye teeth that Ursula had an opinion on the subject, one way or another. Lady Ivana, this is a delicate matter of strategy that we cannot afford to interrupt with wild notions. Lady Ursula is untrained on the field, began Cone, hotly. Holding on to her fraying temper with both hands, by the gods she needed more sleep, Ivana whirled to face him. I did not ask you, Sir Cone. I asked the Lady of Hag's Hill if she will ride with her men or have you field an army in her name. Either way, the choice is not yours, she said, her tone sharp. Sir Cone is my advisor in military matters, Ivana, replied Ursula warningly, but Ivana wasn't done. If it were Dickon standing there, what would you advise him to do? Would he stay or would he go? Sir Cone straightened indignantly, I helped train that boy myself. He'd been holding a training sword since his 8th name day, live steel by the time he was 12. Not to mention that the enemy still took him from us. The two situations are not comparable, Lady Ivana, and I'll not have you bait me into a simplistic answer by making it so. Exactly, she said, triumphant. Sir Cone blinked hard. Ah, he was perhaps more tired than he appeared. Dickon was trained to be father's heir. He would serve as sword and shield for his small folk and march for our liege lord when called to war. That is a duty lordly sons cannot be allowed to shirk. Who would respect a lord with no military skill? So, when the time came, father took him to subdue the Ironborn. Because the men will not follow a lord who cannot lead them, who has never been blooded. We need to change that opinion somehow, and we need to do it now, before they have to fight an enemy in force that successfully gutted my father. Ivana's heart quailed in her callousness. Behind her she heard Ursula take a soft, sharp gasp. But she did not interrupt, because Ivana was right. She gestured at the collection of armor on the table. If the Lady of Hag's Hill is to stay and have you field the army, chain mail and a quick adjustment of the gambeson will be enough to send the message. No matter what, she must address her men. If my sister is to ride with you, she will need the gauntlets and pauldrons at least. Even if she is to stay hidden and see no fighting, better that she have those vital joints protected, Ivana said, firmly. Vanna, began Ursula gently, I cannot lead my men from the front. That is out of the question. I'll either be killed or get them killed trying to protect me. Squeezing her eyes shut until spots blinked behind her lids, Ivana scrabbled for patience. Who said anything about leading a charge? Even Dickon would not be expected to, no matter that boy's appetite for war. Plenty of effective lords command from the rear and for good reason. If you fall, our house is lost. If you gain a reputation as a woman who cannot fight, men will come and take your house. At least, here she waved her hand at Sir Cone, it will be known that you have good knights of strategic skill in your service. So, once they kill or turn those men, your lands will be easy pickings. She ignored the huff of outrage from Sir Cone at the implication. Setting aside the fact that Ivana herself could have him killed if necessary, she knew how long it had taken him to draft an acceptable letter to his brother. Ursula could trust whomever she liked. Ivana would watch them all. Ursula's hands twisted together where they were clasped in front of her. Ivana, I am not skilled enough for combat or leadership. I'll bet my foot you had an idea just then, she retorted, though it was hardly a victory. She'd known that face all its life and was practiced at reading it. I'll bet you've spent every second since you arrived turning over those iron-born bastards in the back of your mind, thinking about how to win. Even if you do not go, the credit for that strategy cannot be allowed to be attributed to Sir Cone. Your men must know how you protect them. Even if it is not with steel. There was a long pause. Sir Cone, said Ursula, curtly, turn around. He did so, bewildered. Ursula nodded at her, and Ivana hurried forwards to help her into her riding leathers. She would need the protection against her skin from the cold of the chain mail. The clink of mail made the backs of Sir Cone's ears go pink, but they didn't have time for such behavior. Ursula continued to talk as she struggled into her clothes. If we put the soldiers in the carts, they will arrive fresh and rested. They will also be a tempting target for Ironborn. If they have met resistance in any amount from our people at Cragtreath, they'll be angry. If they have found that there is no longer any grain stored there, they'll be angry. Some poor sod is going to have been horribly hurt in their pursuit of information. It won't seem like much to give up the fact that the grain carts are how they get their rations. Your people love you, my lady, do not underestimate them. Their silence. Pain and fear unlocks tongues, she retorted, as Ivana helped her with the side laces on her jerkin, not always with the truth. It takes training and talent to hold with silence in the face of what the Ironborn might do to you. It takes greater skill still to lie while someone hurts you. I'll not hold it against them if they talk indeed, I'm counting on whatever poor bastard they'll manage to get a hold of singing like a canary. May it keep them alive long enough for us to get there. Hopping inelegantly on one foot, Ursula stepped out of her slippers and tied her hose in place. She quickly shoved her feet into her boots, and Ivana laid out Dickon's chain mail. So, my question, Ursula grunted, is how many men can we fit in those ration carts? And how can we keep them alive? They hashed out the plan, as Ivana saw to the straps on Ursula's pauldrons and gauntlets. The levies were at an advantage in defensive combat, and covered wagons could provide a base from which to do so. A team of 20 men to remain in each wagon, with pole arms and crossbows, perhaps a pavis bearer or two to provide cover, and Ursula was certain that the advancing Ironborn would be easier prey. The rest of the men could stream out of the back to engage the enemy once they are closer in range. Only the grain wagons were big enough though, that was the risk. Yet with 30 men a wagon, nearly all 100 men at arms could be contained within or driving the beasts. The militia would stay behind, along with Sir Dominic, in case they were routed. What if they see us traveling with mounted guards? He asked, doubtfully, odd behavior for a convoy. There should be the minimum number of horsemen escorting the convoy. Concealing them in the trees will be tricky close to Cragtreath's open beach, but until then it would be best to hold them back. If their scouts think it's easy pickings, they'll come. If they don't, they'll hold back. Either they get stupid, or we get situated. These men are hungry, desperate, and thwarted. My money's on stupid. The numbers and strategy terms after that went slightly over her head, but she could hear Sir Cone coming round to the idea, his voice rising with enthusiasm evident even with his back to them. With a fierce grin, Ivana belted her sister into the gambeson. It was light, to get Dickon used to some weight while he fought. Hopefully it would protect Ursula well, or at least make her seem more protected than she was. Janessa and Jenny Greens appeared soon after, those clever little crossbows of Maester Lewis in their hands, to be attached to a belt at Ursula's hips. The tips already in the contraption are terribly poisonous, began Jenny Greens without preamble, I've put a vial of antidote into each quiver for you. Only the best shots among your men have the ones I've tipped for the purpose. The rest of the bolts are clean, so you need not fear the reload. My lady, began Sir Cone warningly, though still faced staunchly in the other direction. I have not made any decision either way, Sir Cone, said Ursula firmly, but I will appear before my men armed as they are armed. Ready as they are ready. I have no steel sword to wield with any skill, but my men at arms and our levies will have crossbows and spears. They will see that so too do I. With a final motion, Ivana raised the metal coif over her sister's hair. It looked, she reflected with some amusement, a little like a septa's hood. Right then, she said, shall we go, my lady? As one they strode to the yard, where the men at arms were mustered already and had assembled lines to outfit the men and women who had been trained and directing those who had come streaming into the castle walls for safeguarding. The system that Sir Cone had put in place was simple, but effective. There was no way the castle walls, buildings, and keep could hold the whole population of Southwold. In many ways, the men and women who were trained to fight were priority. Once outfitted and positioned, only those who could not defend themselves, the old and the young, were given safety behind castle walls. Everyone else? Either they were far enough from the town proper to be unable to get the news in time, but also less likely to be a target, or they took their chances. Ursula had winced at the implications, before gamely asking if there was a way to fortify the industrial buildings so that their artisans might be protected. Sir Cone had respected the sign that she could prioritize. Ivana was pleased, as she braced herself against the crystal cold that threatened to seep into her bones, to see Septa Nacella was ready with masks at the gate. The plague had a while still before it would make it out this far, but good habits would become hard to break. Quoth swooped out of the open door and landed on Ursula's shoulder. The pair were so inseparable these days that her sister did not even pause her stride. The stable hand was summoned and brought Ursula's usual horse for her. She swung up in a practiced motion, only pausing slightly at the new weight she was carrying. Ivana stood back, straight and proud. Ursula raised one hand, the back of the gauntlet glowing in the moonlight. Sir Cone had drilled them well, he needed to say nothing. The men and women fell silent almost as one, staring at her sister and her raised hand. There was a kind of magic, when Ursula spoke. Ivana had seen it since she was a girl herself, a sense of scale and scope to her words that a child in Ursula's position should never have had. A knowing of hearts and minds, or the rhythm words could make. But she said nothing. Ursula stood there in the moonlight, her chainmail glinting. The moment lasted forever, she wanted them to see. The roan began to prance forward slightly, excited, and on Ursula's shoulder sat Quoth in his piercing eyes. The clatter and clamour of the courtyard had stilled, all eyes on their lady. Armed as they were armed. Ready as they were readied. Then she said, truly, no lady has ever been so blessed, with a people so fine as the ones I see before me. We make ready to guard these walls, we make ready to ride out and meet the enemy. A shuddering breath, the clink of chainmail like tiny bells. Those monsters took my father from me, and my brother too, cried Ursula, into the quiet. Sir Cone flinched, he hadn't expected those words. From the look on her face, neither had Lady Ursula. They took kin from you, as well. Ripped from this earth too soon, but never gone from our hearts. We will face the scum who think they can come again to take and hurt what is ours. We will be a river to our people. We will bring it forth in blood if we must. A roar of approval, the pounding of the pulse like a war drum. My people, I have no sword to offer you. I wield a quill. I have no war horse. I ride a roan of the riverlands. But I have vengeance in my heart, for all we suffered. And I have a plan. And she told them. A conversation later overheard by Ursula Mires, who said nothing. Did you see er? Hissed a young woman with a high voice, loading bolts into quivers by the sound of it. See what? Came the reply from her friend. Our Lady. She was on horseback and had that holy raven on her shoulder. A sound like air escaping pursed lips, you're a foolish chit, aren't you? She rallied the troops, that's all. Highborns love that sort of thing. You, snapped the girl, were in the back, so mayhap you didn't see or hear her rightly. 'Tis a cunning plan, Our Lady is crone-touched. Crone-touched sounds like a bog rash, they replied flatly. An indrawn hiss between the teeth, I'll not have you blaspheme right before a battle. I know what I saw. Our Lady was blessed with wisdom, flanked by the holy raven and the lantern in her hand. What lantern? The light in her hand when she raised it, fervor, plain and pure in that voice. The moon was behind her, Evie, came the tired reply. I'm not fucking blind, Jen. If the moon was behind her, how did her palm glow like a star? Maga. Fuck you, Horson. I ain't sayin' shit, she spat. The bastard smirked and broke another finger. She roared with pain, gasped with it. They had held out as long as they possibly could. Far fucking longer than a seaside town militia had any right to. The fuckers had taken some serious losses in the initial volley. If it had been a raid the size of the last one, she'd have had him. She grinned, her smile a bloody thing. Hopefully it would be enough. The diver girls and the neckmen had set the iron-born false flags aflame, though the ships themselves would not take light. The girls had thrown the oars overboard while the neckmen shot arrow after arrow at the backs of the iron-born archers. When they began to return fire, the group slipped back beneath black winter waters and left the fight, heading back to the mire where they knew the territory and could hide. Maga herself had cut through the floundering fools like a winter storm, terrible and sudden. Blood splashed across her face and chest, valorous paint. The old gods blessed her in battle. The ache in her knees, the shoulder that didn't quite swing up as fast as she needed it to, gone in the face of the glory. Gone in the face of the bear and her fangs. Javelins had pierced the sides of the unsuspecting and the fishing spears did well as makeshift pole arms, hemming the cunts into the corridor of crossbow bolts as best they could. Many went down, more than she'd have liked. Ironborn don't feel pain like a normal man when their blood is up, roaring and clawing their way to the drowned god's halls even skewered on a spear. The Northman and Tanner's crew had held their shields well, but it does something to the bowels when a man should be whimpering like the stuck pig he is, but instead pulls himself closer along the shaft to try and take you with him. The clever fuckers with the cautious flank had done well and cut down the reserve of the shield crew before they could reinforce their brethren, but the arbalests could see where they were from above and shouted a warning. Some Ironborn had barged into the houses, trying to get to the people above. Occasionally, through the red haze, she had seen arms be yanked back from the windows, into the darkened room, and heard the screaming. But no Ironborn had appeared at the window to rain death down on them. Good, she had thought, the notion ugly. Awful. But good. The plan had been agreed, and team by team the mad cunts who had stayed for this fight beat a bloody retreat. First the arbalests who survived, when they ran out of bolts, fleeing downstairs and out through the gardens deep into the mire. Then the first team of spears. Then half of the shields. By the time the larger portion of the raiders had arrived, enraged that the old granary was empty as a horse heart, all that was left was Maga and those prepared to die. So many left dead, the last time they were here. Daughters stolen and sons killed. More still littering the ground now. Maga had taken a moment, as the second wave of fresh Ironborn gave that terrible howl, staring at Tanner's vacant eyes. His shield was still clutched in his hand, where he was splayed out and dead along the earth. Then she had stood with some Northmen who had been given a year's more life in this bleak winter, with some bitter men whose families had been carved like so much meat, and the old cunts like her whose children were dead or far away from these monsters. It would have been a glorious way to die. A mailed fist caught her across the face. She yelped and spat more blood. Landing hard on her left, she foolishly braced herself on her broken fingers. She sobbed from pain. Leave the stoicism to the men, that fucking hurt. Where's the fucking food? He roared, his beard soaked with blood, flecks of spittle flying into her face. Mottled blue and black bruises were scattered across his face and the back of his arm where he was bare of armor. They didn't look recent, but she couldn't place why a man would be bruised so badly without a fight. Did their captain beat them? She fucking hoped so. Magga forced herself upright even though her knees were shit at this age, straining against her bound ankles, vision swimming. And not fucking here, is it? She said, aiming for right but sounding more like she'd lost a tooth. Had she lost a tooth? She'd feel around to check, but if they hit her again and she bit it, she'd be as like to drown in her own blood. Well then, snarled the raider, his eyes like blue chips of ice, where is it? Why you? She tried, swaying on her shite knees, swallowing against the pain. You want to know where to find it? He gripped her punishingly by the braids, yanking her head back sharply. She winced, her one good eye spasming. Hopefully the other was just swollen shut. Yes, you stupid old cunt. Where? Island. My food. His breath smelled like rot gut and sickness, his gums blackened and bleeding even as he spoke to her. He was missing teeth. Was that recent? She shook her head slightly in his grip. It's, she coughed, a rattling sound, her voice a whisper. The raider leaned closer to hear. It's up your arse, sunshine. Tell your mates to go looking. Infuriated, he threw her to the ground and drew his sword. Yes. Yes. Better this way. Better on her knees and snarling like the she-bear she was, than any other way. Than the way she might go, if they could get 2 moments to think of how best to break her. Ivor, came the voice of another sodding iron-born cunt from the other room, our scouts have reported. Ration wagons, guarded. On their way here. Terror and confusion gripped her like a glove. But the message? They'd sent the signal. At her face, the game was up, and he knew her fear for true. Ivor smiled and sheathed his sword, turning to open the door. That's what I like to hear, lad. Keep this one in storage. Never had an old bitch that fights before. How far out are they? Not long, they've got roads now. He barked a laugh, giving Magga a good kick in the ribs on his way out. Winded and delirious, she lay on the floor, struggling to get her air back in her. What had happened? What had gone wrong? She did not know how long she lay there, bleeding and spinning. Grief weighed heavy on her, as it always did after a battle. Magga tried to put it from her mind and find something sharp to cut these ties they had bound her with. She inched her way bit by terrible bit. That last kick to her ribs had clipped her with his greaves and she felt as though her side was swollen enough to split. Tanner. She thought. The stupid boy who came to get her. Jeff. She hoped he'd made it with the rest of the townsfolk. Dana, who'd lost all 3 sons to the bastards last time. Nettie. That last charge. She didn't even see it coming. Their names drove her across that floor, stopped her from feeling the cold in the fireless room. The beat with the ragged pulse of her heart as she made her way towards the woodpile she could see from where she was prone. It may have taken her hours. It felt like days. Rickon. Eyes like a true Northman, who'd been one of the last to fall. How it? He'd driven his scaling knife right into the eye of one, while pin-cushioned with arrows. She'd not fail. She'd not lie down and die here. Magga reached the woodpile. It had been kicked over on its side at some point during her fucking tickling session with the raider scum. Unashamedly using her face and nose to move pieces out of the way, she revealed the sharp edge of a small kindling axe. They'd trapped her in one of the fancy houses, then. Outside, the low chatter of guards, their pig grunts. Hauling herself upright, she gritted what teeth she hopefully had left against a scream of pain. Her vision went briefly white, and she waited, hoping desperately it would come back. Heaving great breaths through her nose, she began to drag the edge of the ropes that bound her wrists against the edge of the kindling axe. The damn thing was so blunt she hoped it had taken a finger off of whatever bollocks fondling fool thought this was the proper way to keep a blade. Slowly, so slowly she thought she'd run mad, Magga scrapped her bound wrists against the blade, wincing each time as a log shifted, or an important thread snapped. The shutters were closed, but the light that crept in at the corners had taken on a dusk blue. Afternoon then, or evening. She hadn't really been paying attention to the passage of time. Once her hands finally released from their bonds, she shook out her swollen fingers. God's damn, it was cold. They'd taken her cloak. Her daughter had made it for her. She huffed warm, agonizing breaths of air against her fingers until the painful tingling faded and the lift sank back into them. She made quick word of the ties at her feet, ears straining to make out the cadence of conversation beyond that closed door. Standing was a trial, her vision oozed and dripped like boat wax. Staggering and alerting the guards was out of the question, so Magga clutched her axe in trembling fingers and waited. Braced, with her back against the cool hagstone wall, she planned, she plotted, until her feet were under her again. Just then, the sound of horses. The brightened murmuring of the guards as they went to see, footfalls and the clank of armor. She froze. Had they returned? Fuck. Screams. Thuds. She gripped her stupid, tiny axe tight, until blood trickled between her fingernails. Wake up, she thought to that old, tired she-bear, we've got shit to do. Softly, ignoring the protesting of her ribs, she crept towards the door. Her boots made no sound. Gods, she thought to herself, I know you do not speak to us. I know you answer no prayers. But I am a daughter of the North. I am a keeper of my vows. Any blood I spill this day is yours. If I die, take me to your soils. Let me nourish your roots. She raised her axe. She wasn't outside. I know she must be in here. Jeff, the one who couldn't curse worth a damn. No, no, he was supposed to be away. The door opened, and in the blue glow there stood Sir Cone, bloodied sword in hand. Over his shoulder, the stupid boy. He'd lived. She sank to her knees, her shit old knees. Her eyes blinded by sudden tears. He'd live. He'd lived. He'd lived. Chapter 16, Ursula Mires. Notes. Death, raids, and the aftermath of death and raids. Ursula begins to have an increasingly bad time. 132 AC. Ursula Mire. He was dying. I gripped his hand tightly. What else was there to do? Perhaps the sensation was comforting. The idea that someone was holding on, as hard as they could, so that you did not slip away. I noticed odd details, as I gazed into the man's face. The gritty sand on the floorboards beneath my knees. The itch between my shoulder blades that pauldrons made impossible to scratch. The tug where my coif had tangled viciously into my unprotected hair. His eyes were cloudy, but they were fixed on me with a fervor. The problem with the evacuation plan was that there were no septas to tend to the wounded and the dying. If these soldiers were going to operate efficiently without myself or Sir Cone breathing down their necks, they'd need medics. Field engineers. That sort of thing. I would think about how to organize something of that scale when I was less numb to the suffering around me. Or more numb. I didn't think Westeros would let me pick which. On the road here we had met some of those who had evacuated the town. They were able to give us some report, but I'd urged them back towards safety quickly. If the Ironborn didn't fall for the trap, no one would be safe outside of castle walls. Still, it gave us a good enough idea of the scale involved, so that we could hope to at least match them in number. A boy called Jeff had refused to go with the rest, insisting that he would follow us into battle. I'd had Sir Cone clip him round the ear and send him on his way. It wasn't until later that I realized he'd smuggled himself into one of the covered wagons. How he had talked his way around the soldiers there, I didn't know. Ivana would like him. My stratagem had been wildly successful. Those Ironborn hadn't known what hit them. Bolts and blades had exploded from their hiding places in the wagons. Indeed, the Ironborn attempt to outmaneuver the convoy had just given our arbalests a better shot at them. I'd been waiting in the trees, flanked by two knights whose only job was to die, if need be, so that I could get to safety. I had not sallied out, no one was dead by my hands. Not directly, anyway. Wildly successful had meant something different in my head than it had in reality. We had men wounded and men dead, when we'd rolled into the eerie silence of Cragtreath. A handful of guards were swiftly dispatched as they came out to greet us. They must have thought we were their allies, returned victorious. I blinked, as the heads rolled, but otherwise didn't feel much. Sir Cone was efficient, I'd give him that. It had been Jeff who led the search for survivors in the pile of corpses that littered the mud and sand between the homes. He'd been determined, a set to his jaw too old in a boy that young. I'd dreaded to think who he was looking for and how he would find them. It had taken us too long to muster and get here in time to save many. If any. It was at the sight of Magga that the feeling began to return to my extremities. That leathery old battle axe was swollen and bloodied, but she had fallen to her knees and keened like a widow at the sight of Jeff. He sat with her in the corner of this field hospital, chattering like a bird and snarling at anyone who tried to suggest that he rest instead of tending to her. Mostly she blinked at him, but happily. I had organized the men, swiftly. They had commandeered beds and warm rooms. Some of my men-at-arms had been livestock farmers, so had some limited knowledge about how to set broken bones or bandage a cut at least. I instructed that the rags were all boiled first for sanitation, but the limited supply of alcohol that hadn't been immediately drunk by the raiders was being saved for the truly gruesome wounds. Unless, like this man, you were so obviously dying there was no point wasting it on you. He'd told me his name, when I'd asked. I couldn't remember if it had been Calm or Callum. His speech was slurred, and I'd been too embarrassed to ask that he repeat himself more than twice. Lady, he rasped, did we? He'd asked me that 4 times already. Yes, yes my good man, I whispered, dabbing his forehead with a cloth where it had broken out in a clammy sweat, the Ironborn are dead. We were victorious this day. He tried again to speak but broke out in racking coughs. Shushing him mindlessly, like I did with Yelena when she was colicky, I let him take small sips of water from a wooden cup. I tried not to retch when his shifting caused the sweet, rotten smell from his gut wound to waft through the bandages. My father had died to a gut wound, I thought, absently. Around me, those who could be saved were being saved, and those who couldn't, well. I was sitting with them, mostly. It was something you got experience with, as a novice or a septa. No one wants to go to their grave thinking their god isn't there to hear him. Mostly it involved compassion, which came easy, and a strong stomach, which did not. I had sort of thought that we would either die and that would be that, or that we would win and then just turn around and go back. I'd not quite prepared myself for arranging for funeral pyres to be set up along the beach. Jeff and Mega had identified the men and women who lay dead in the crush they had trapped the initial wave of Ironborn in. Jeff had lived here all his life, but Mega knew the names of everyone. He'd looked at her funny then, after she'd rattled off the list of dead people and the kin who might survive them, his eyes warm and sad all at once. The belongings of the dead had been set aside for their families, while my men stripped the Ironborn raiders of usable gear. The man took a rattling breath, his hand trembling in my grip. Did we? Yes, I began again, breathing hard to stop the tears from coming, when he interrupted me. Were we, lady? Were we as you asked? His eyes were fixed on mine, desperate. Were you? I'm sorry, I don't understand. I asked, bewildered, and hating myself for having to waste his breath. Were we a river, lady? Were we a river to M? The answer seemed so vitally important, like his very soul hung in the balance. I took a steadying breath. I brushed his hair back from his forehead with a free hand, stroking his sweaty scalp gently. Oh yes. A river to our people. You were, I promise. You are. A vow. I didn't mean to make it, but I did. And will she receive me? Your patron? Will the crone lift her lantern to guide me to the stranger? I don't want to get lost. Am scared of the dark. Don't tell Pa, promise me. If she doesn't, I thought to myself, we'll be having fucking words. His eyes were wild, rolling in their sockets, his hand weak and desperate all at once. He wasn't long now, I'd sat with enough at this point to tell. SHH, I said, resuming the rhythm of my hands where they passed over his brow, can't you see her now? Can't you see her? She holds her lantern high for you, good man. She'll light the path ahead and not leave you. My eyes filled with tears, I could hardly see his face. Suddenly he cried out, bucking upwards even as I tried to hold him steady, yes. Yes, lady, I see her. Her many eyes, her steel hair. She is here. She holds a light. Despite myself, I turned in the direction of his gaze, not sure what I expected to see. Quoth was stood at the edge of the mat, unnaturally still, his dark eyes locked on the dying man. The hand holding mine relaxed suddenly. I will go now, lady. I will. And he went. I left him, washed my hands and face, and went to the next bed. The mass pyres were a tricky business. Beyond the logistics of having to build something that burned hot and fierce enough to reduce the bodies and bones to ash, we had to find a way in an area with precious little wood and surrounded by a perpetual damp. Then there was the added issue of no one, not even me, wanting to burn our dead with the Ironborn. So, we had 2 pyres, both too damp and too small, for the sake of our stubbornness. I stood, the sea wind a whetted knife. Was that the phrase? Coleridge? I could hardly remember now. It was, in theory anyway, supposed to be slightly warmer near the coast. What coasts these were, I could not say, because the coast of Cragtreath in winter came in bracing gusts that snatched the breath right out of your lungs. You would find yourself in absurd positions, turning blue from holding your breath against a battering of air. Your lungs would not permit it, certain it was water, and a more powerful force than your common sense took hold. In the night, frosts crept up over the sides of the beach, and blades of cold slid under the gaps beneath doors to take you out at the knees. I caught myself wanting to hurry it up, to get inside where it was warm, and felt sick to my boots. The men were arrayed for the burning. They would expect a show of remembrance and piety. I was hollow. I did not want to remember the hands I had held and the eyelids I had closed. Or the bodies I'd seen my men move. I did not feel particularly inclined towards the gods at this time. I scanned my mind for some vestige of eloquence to offer up to them. What did you say in the face of that sacrifice, that wouldn't cheapen it? From fishermen. Of the final crew who stayed to hold the line with Mega, 40 dead, who chose to die. 5, terribly wounded, who had not been prepared to live. I hadn't asked for the final count of the rest yet. I raised my head, torch in hand, and said the only thing I could. A river to our people. And on unsteady feet, I walked towards the pyres. Quoth on one shoulder. Icy rain had begun to spit lightly, as though to mark the somber occasion and cause us as much trouble as possible. Gamely, I held the torch to the iron-born pile and watched it splutter into life. Crossing over to where my people's pyre stood, I hoped with all my might that this would be enough to burn them, that the fire and fuel would last long enough that I could finish their burial in the riverland's way. It was the least of what they deserved from me. The fires burned weak, and flickering. It takes a long time for a pyre to burn, longer still in this weather. In the awkward, sorrowful silence that followed, the men sang mourning songs. They were good for crying to. I wept until my nose ran and Sir Cone had to pretend not to see me wipe it on my cloak. One about a lover who waits on the shore. One about a merry lad who never came home. The saddest was a song about the seasons changing under the boughs of a tree, where lovers no longer met. Things unreturned. I thought of the man who had died fighting for me. Whose name I did not know because I had been too embarrassed to ask him to repeat it. When my turn came around, I sang of the returning. For what heir drifts from one place, with the tide is to another brought. And there is naught lost beyond recall, which cannot be found if sought. In hindsight, it was a freakish coincidence. Jeff had emptied the supply of fat wood that was stored under covers near the smoke houses. Fat wood from sentinel pines was prized in Cragtreath because the resins within light readily even in wet. They burn well and fiercely for people who make their homes by the sea. He'd laid the bodies in the pyre with this precious wood, hoping to make it burn well for his people. They'd been sitting and warming, glowing hotter this whole time my men had stood and sang. The last words of the song were snatched from my mouth as a westerly wind came, fresh and strong, across the sea. Quoth squawked and flapped his wings in it, enjoying the feel through his feathers no doubt. Contemplating flight. And the flames of the pyre leapt high. That night, I dreamed something new. I dreamed of a huge hall, open to the winter air. Snow fell around me, I felt it squeak beneath my boots. There was a fire burning in a hearth at the end of the hall. I moved towards it, as though through treacle, desperate for warmth. As I swam closer, shadows faded into focus. A chair here. Crossed axes on a dripping stone wall. A cluster of men around a card table, their motions jerky and hard to follow. They had faces like hatchets and spoke in the growls of beasts instead of the speech of men. There was a trembling beneath my feet. Or I was shivering. In the distance, I heard the call of a raven, high-pitched and frantic. Closer, closer I stepped to the warmth of the fire as the snow fell in thicker clumps. It lay whisper-soft along my hair and lashes. I hunched my shoulders and pressed forwards. There was a long table, piled high with food. My stomach clenched. It had been a year since the last time I'd eaten anything close to this luxurious. The men fell upon the table with no cutlery, not even trenchers, just hands and lips and teeth. Thick soups, creamy white. Leaf beets and roasted nuts glistened with glossy sauces. A huge fish lay splayed open on the table, its crimson flesh barely cooked and steaming, redolent with the smells of lemon and sorrel. Chickens or grouse of some kind were being torn into, half a bird to every hatchet man arrayed at this table. Some ridiculous pastry spheres arched over a platter of fruit, the slick shine of sugar holding it together. Wine, when poured, leapt like a fountain from goblet to goblet. Look, girl. Look damn you, or I'll take your sad eyes right out of your head. Here I stand, blinding as a beacon and still you do not see. My head whipped round but no one had addressed me. I blinked away my inexplicably watery eyes as I pushed past the crowd to make it to the fire. My hands ached from the cold. In an instant, the scene shifted. A trick of the light only. The men feasted still, but on stones that crushed their teeth even as they gleefully exclaimed over their feast. One licked beetle wing from his fingers as maggots writhed through the huge wedge of pie he had in the other hand. The soups were thick sludge the color of clay, dripping down their fronts in dark streaks. Fuzzy strips of moldy vegetables, shriveled and stinking, were gorged on. And in the middle of the table, instead of a fish, oh God, instead of a fish. And who are you, creeping through my halls like a lost lamb? Soft, sultry, more susurrus than speech. Red, full lips and thick, long hair as black as pitch. A pregnant woman in a long black gown sits in front of the incredible heat that drew me here. But I cannot look away. Somewhere that raven calls again, my palms ache, I feel blood drip from between my fingers. I cannot speak. The light, stupid girl, look at the light. With a wave of a long-fingered hand, she beckons me towards her and I go. Unwillingly, but for the joy in my heart that she deigns to look upon me. Her other hand caresses her swollen stomach. At first, I think she must be pregnant, but it moved like no pregnant belly I had ever seen, swelling and rising like mountains, parting like seas. For a moment, I see the press of spikes. She notices where my attention falls and looks down at her own abdomen fondly for a moment. It is only a split second. I take the chance and stare straight into the firelight behind her. It was not a fire. It was an egg the size of a hearth. This was not snow, I realized, just before waking. It was ash. In the coming days, much work had to be done to improve our defenses along the shoreline. It was clear from Maga's description that famine had gripped some portions of the Iron Islands. Badly enough that they would likely try again, soon, if their initial attempt did not return. We were a known, successful raiding spot. It would almost be foolish not to, especially in the face of starvation. There was going to be 4 more years of this scale of suffering. It almost didn't bear thinking about. The distance for my men to travel there had been too great to muster effectively for the people of Cragtreath. The signal towers were helpful in alerting the garrison without alerting the Ironborn we were onto them, the way a great beacon would. Yet the sheer size of my holdings meant that even in sturdy wagons, on fresh roads and with a team of specialized draft horses, we had not arrived in time to reinforce our small folk. Ideas were bandied about. By any measure, so few in the population of Cragtreath dying was a success, a testament to Maga's excellent tactical skill. She was canny and immensely brave. Sir Cone admitted privately that if he had a company of Magas we could probably launch the most terrifying counter-raid the Ironborn had ever seen. A couple of my less seasoned knights had disapproved slightly of her tactics, on the grounds of dishonorable low cunning, which was a source of deep irritation. If these men had their way my holdings would be divided into the clever and the brave, they mistrusted the two together. Why they wanted all my fighting done by idiots and my thinking done by cowards, I could not say. However, my head couldn't shake the inefficiencies in our setup. The lack of medical aid on hand, or engineers to build piers and dig ditches. Safe houses would in theory allow the septas and novices to stay on hand, but to my mind they mostly served as a giant target for hostages. Unless we built each city a fortification that could hold their entire populace, an evacuation followed by an ambush had probably brought them more time and saved lives. On a darker night, they'd have been caught unawares. The skirmishing had brought to light many unsatisfactory matters, not least of which was what to do with those Ironborn ships sitting on the beach. I was hesitant to use identifiably Ironborn-style ships, even with our own sigil, to approach others for trade. I worried it was likely to get us attacked on the seas or turned away by the understandably fearful and suspicious. We had fishermen, who sailed well on their smaller sloops, and no expertise with warships. Maester Lewis and Theo piped up that they had some ideas, but I'd had them hold those for now. Despite their sulking, Maester Lewis and Theo were on so many projects at once that I was beginning to worry that they would all suffer in quality if I piled on more. So instead, I took on more myself, and tried to ignore my hypocrisy as is the prerogative of all in power, I supposed. On top of this, news of the plague crept ever closer. I would wake from desperate dreams that had nothing to do with the old woman, eyes rolling in my head with terror, picturing the damage the fever would do if it swept through Mires lands. I held meetings often. I consulted with my artisans. I cradled Yelena close. I checked in with Cedra, who was busy training the puppies from Wildstead. She had a gift for animal training it seemed. And all the while, I waited for the dark wave on our horizon to crest. I slept little, even my more restful dreams plagued by shadows on an oozing wall. My hand still stung from where my nails had pierced the skin that fateful night. That face. That face in Heron Hall. I wasn't an idiot, I knew who she was. But she was half the continent away, so I didn't know what the woman would have to do with me. She had spoken to me, reached out to touch me, though I didn't know what would have happened if she succeeded. The dread of it crept in at the corners while I worked. I hadn't been able to speak to grandmother since then. As though something in our connection had become worn thin, like a rubber band that had been pulled too taut but didn't have the decency to deliver a satisfying snap. In that haze of sleep deprivation and work, I began to notice I was being treated differently. I had expected, even hoped for, some greater respect for my authority now that I proved I was an able enough commander of men, even if not a warrior. But though this was seen here and there, it dwarfed in comparison a different kind of response. Despite knowing the credulity of small folk to be staggering when the mood took them, there was no accounting for some of the things that began to be said. I could not rightly say where any of the rumors came from. The sources were so varied and the claims so wild that I had probed Ivana to find out if she had been seeding nonsense among the small folk for some secret purpose of hers. I was less than pleased to discover this was a spontaneous phenomenon. That would make it harder to control. Ivana had been less sympathetic than I'd hoped. Of course, it was only right that the small folk hold me in reverence, I'd saved their lives countless times. Of course it was all a little provincial, but she couldn't imagine it would draw any truly negative attention. Especially not with how pious I was known to be and how plans for a great September were my first great work. It might, she conceded, make us seem a little odd, but we had already been that to anyone outside looking in. It was maddening. My speech to the small folk at the mustering of the men-at-arms had taken on new proportions, where I had either blessed the soldiers with the crone's holy lantern, plucked a star from the sky to guide them, or laid a terrible curse down on my enemies. The soldiers who had followed me to Cragtreath were disciplined enough not to gossip to anyone except the occasional whore, but that did not mean the story did not spread like wildfire among the men. Depending on who you asked, I had either shepherded the lost souls into the bosom of the seven myself or called on the crone to take our dead into her embrace. Some of that one, I acknowledged, was probably my own rotten luck. The Northmen were understandably an insular community with regard to their faith and superstitions, but though they never said anything I could hear, something had changed. More invitations came to me, as liege lady, inviting me to attend religious ceremonies under Old Stone's weirwood tree as a representative of the seven. Though notably, only Septa Winfred had a good enough relationship with the Northmen of her holding to ever be invited to such things. The rest just treated the Septas like village grandmothers and left it at that. The other day, I'd caught Ulrich, who I had always found attractively level-headed, giving a respectful half-bow to Quoth on his way out of the castellan's office. The strain of it crept in slowly, a constant headache buzzing around my temples. My cut palm healed slowly. Septa Nicella coming to interrogate me was almost a relief. She had accosted me in the September one morning, while I was at my daily reflections. A fancy way of saying I'd like 5 minutes peace. I heard the sweep of her robes and the firm tread of her steps on the stone behind me, where I was knelt before the seven. It was so familiar a sensation that I felt almost 12 again. My heart warmed, in spite of myself. If I hadn't been in such a foul mood from my disturbed sleep, I'd have smiled. The room was not overly large or ornate. My father had very much been ticking a box when he'd had it constructed. I was the famously pious one in the household, not him. The ribbed vaulting on the ceiling set off the simple clerestory window. The shafts of light fell pleasingly onto the altar table where I braced my elbows in apparent prayer. Crude wooden figures of the seven were arrayed in recessed plinths around the altar. Septa Dara had promised to create some better ones for the next feast day. I waited for her to speak. "How did you know about the plague?" she began, apparently unwilling to do me the courtesy of oblique references. "I didn't know it when it would happen, or even that such a thing can be certain," I said, choosing my wording carefully, still facing away. "But of course, I was speaking to the very woman who had taught me how to do such a thing. But you knew it was a possibility. It is no great stretch to see how the ravages of war, poor living conditions and the attendant sufferings of winter would see sickness spreading over the land like, well, like a plague." My arguments were thin enough to see daylight by, I could feel it. Septa Nicella and Ivana had worked hard on me, but at the moment all that meant was I could now recognize how flimsy my lies were and did not even have the comforting ignorance that had accompanied my previous attempts. Yet none but you joined those points together and drew the truth. When you asked me to fabricate that story for you then. For what purpose did you need such a thing? Her response was whip-fast. It unsettled me slightly to be on my knees away from her, while she prowled out of sight in the space behind me. I took refuge in the knowledge that at least she couldn't see how bad my face was at lying. "We are not a rich house. I have plans and dreams for my small folk, but I needed greater concessions from the northern lords in order to get access to trades that they would have gladly put off until they were half-starved from winter. Our knowledge and education is valuable, Septa. It is the greatest treasure we have. I needed help to make the northerners see it that way. I regret that your soft heart led you astray in helping me fabricate that circumstance. I chastise myself for it in my prayers, I assure you." I couldn't help the wry lilt to my words at the end and smiled inwardly at her snort. "All right, don't lay it on so thick. Better. Next time gauge the audience. I'm susceptible to a pragmatic streak to the point of assuming everyone else has one. Ivana likes to catch people in a lie. For some, doe-eyed stupidity works best. You've the eyes for it at least." This was true, they were white and grey. Septa Nicella had the elegant, narrow green eyes of a jungle cat. It gave her a knowing look so powerful I'd once seen a novice confess to an affair with a cloister gardener, when I knew for a fact Nicella had only been trying to tune out novice Bess' pitchy rendition of the Song of the Seven. I rose from my kneeling position and felt my knees protest slightly. I really should put a cushion pad down here. Was that slothful? No matter. I'd like knees that bent smoothly for a few more years yet. Proving once again that she was a master of a game I'd only just begun to grasp I was terrible at, I looked up with a smile and realized we were far from done. "Lady Ivana tells me the talk of the small folk trouble you, my lady," she said, gravely. Straightening my spine, I nodded. "Indeed it does, Septa. I've no wish to encourage idolatry or blasphemy in my people. It may be idolatry, but in fairness to you that is a sin every liege lord must commit so that the small folk don't realize they outnumber you 1,000 to 1. Why skirt the issue of blasphemy? 'Tis only the chatter of the credulous, they seek to explain your successes." Her tone was probing. My heart began to pound. Sweat gathered at my palms. "I worry about what my people say, it's true. I'm afraid it feels more pressing than that," I admitted. My chest tightened with anxiety. I did not like where this idle questioning was going. I scrabbled for an excuse to pick this up later, but Septa Nicella was the conversational equivalent of a battering ram. She gestured in a sweeping arc, her robed sleeve more elegant than all the caplet gowns of the Vale. Your small folk know you are different. They cannot explain how, nor are they educated enough to reason why. So, what you are left with are the explanations they share among themselves. Your concern, however, intrigues me. It's a concern because it is dangerous, septa. We need to make it stop, I gritted out, aware that I had lost too much ground already. Gods, I couldn't think past the fog of exhaustion. My eyes darted to the chapel door, which thankfully was closed. Unfortunately, that meant I was trapped with her. Whatever do you mean? She asked, her tone so bland it bordered on sarcastic. It is useful, if nothing else. Devotion generally is. Devotion? For what? I had a void monster in my dreams and a smart arse for a crow. I hadn't even managed to get a glass garden up and running yet. I'd just successfully burned a funeral pyre that others had built for me. At that point, the weeks of stress over winter fever, the fear during the battle against the Ironborn, the guilt and self-loathing that permeated my dreams for all those I'd failed to save, rose up. It was hard, not to be myself around Septa Nicella. It always had been. Maybe if I loved the woman any worse, it would have pained me less. Because people kill what they cannot explain. I burst out, they burn, or they drown, or they hang, anything that is different. They punish it for frightening them and call it holy. I stepped forward, pointing vaguely north. If I hadn't come along, and the winter dragged unexpectedly, viciously long, how much time do you think it would have taken for Jenny to be put up on a pyre? I spat, cruelly. Nicella visibly restrained herself from rolling her eyes, which only made me want to stamp my feet. The urge served to infuriate me even more. The faith militant were a misguided bunch of fanatics, true, but they hardly burned old women. I interrupted, having no compunction about rolling my own eyes. No. Just weirwoods. Just the children of the forest, who were more leaf than person, so that doesn't count. If you believe they only ever set light to bark, your lectures on my naivety were deepest hypocrisy. At this, Nicella began to visibly lose her temper. I'll not sit and debate the merits of conversion with you, girl. You take a complicated issue and make it simplistic. She wasn't a fanatic, but even I knew not to press someone's faith and expect them not to bite. And yet, my voice rose in pitch. Then explain where I am losing the thread, because I feel false stories about me being blessed by the gods is blasphemy and is like to come back to bite us as they are to rally any support among my people. Why are you so certain it is blasphemy? She snapped. What was that you always used to say to me? There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. How come that only applies to the rest of us? That's not fair. I stole that one, I said, unthinkingly. Her eyes cut sideways towards me. She'd come back to that one later, I knew. Still, she pressed her advantage. I have seen you work miracles. Not the kind where you summon stars from the heavens or bring forth noble brides for your chosen heroes, but real and lasting all the same. You have taken a mud pit no one wanted to claim, one that even Kermit Tully was glad to hand off to some hapless hedge knight, and pulled riches from its soil. Not gold or silver, but knowledge. True knowledge, put to purpose. She began to pace. I'd never seen her so agitated before, clenching and unclenching her fingers. Finally, she found her voice again and whirled around to face me. It is an arrogance, yes, that is what irks me. It is arrogance to assume you have a right to what people believe, to what they may find faith in, what gives them succor in the face of what you somehow know to be a horrific 6-year winter. Your small folk are poorly educated, yet they are not stupid. The learned may construe according to the facts, the less fortunate must construe according to their beliefs. Have I taught you nothing, girl? It doesn't matter if you don't believe in them, she said, as final as the toll of a bell. They clearly believe in you. She paused. I believe in you, my lady. There it was, lighting her face like light from the clear story. Reverence. And I felt pain lance through my chest. She could have chosen no better way to stop my heart than that. I found myself gasping for air, as though winded. Nicella continued, undeterred. I shook my head, violently, tears stinging my eyes. Please don't do this, Nicella. Do what? She asked, hands stretching out towards me. Have faith? I have known you since you were a girl. I have seen the knowing in you. I have seen your heart. I have faith. Not even you can take it from me. I began to weep then, huge, embarrassing sobs. Please don't, not you. I can't bear it if you do it too. Bewildered, her arms came around me, just as they had when I was only 10 and afraid. SHH, she muttered nonsensically, stroking my hair in a practiced rhythm. My sobs racked my whole body, bearing us to the ground until we knelt together. She rocked me slowly, holding me almost tightly enough. I know, she whispered, but she didn't. I know. You don't, I keened, snot running down my face and into the weave of her robes. You don't know what it's like. I'm so lonely. Stricken, she clutched me tighter, almost tight enough so I could breathe again. There isn't anyone else, I'm alone. I will always be alone. Don't look at me like that, please, I begged, shamelessly, gasping through my panicked tears, I'm just Ursula. Please just let me be Ursula. It was hard enough to even be that. I'm so tired. It's so lonely, Nicella. It's so lonely being like me. I heard her breath hitch against my cheek. She was silent for a long time as I wailed, like I hadn't since I heard my father had died. I cried so hard and for so long, that I don't remember when I fell asleep. I woke to a sore back, my head pillowed in Nicella's lap. The light was fading from the window. Afternoon. She had not moved. I shifted, guiltily. Embarrassed at my outburst. Bracing myself, I turned to look at her. She raised an eyebrow. Honestly girl, she said, dry as bone, all that fuss when you could have just said you needed a nap. But her face was kind. Like it had always been, when she looked at me. Even if no one else but me had been able to see it. No holy light. Just a little worn, and fond. I laughed. His beady little eyes stared balefully at me, but I was undeterred. Look, I said, gesturing at myself in my shift, under the blankets, here I am, ready for bed. Quoth continued to stare. I offered him some seeds. He took them. Could you maybe say something? Something to help me see her. Caw. He said, just to be a cunt. Fed up, I glared at him. Which had the added luster of making me feel absolutely foolish for being in my nightclothes and asking my magical raven to take me to talk to my terrifying grandmother. I was done sticking my head in the sand and now she wanted to play hide and seek? With a huff, I fell back against my pillows. I'd slept well since that slight, nervous breakdown in front of Septa Nicella, and she'd said something to Sir Dominic that had him looking like he was about to cry and immediately taking the burden of improving the logistical power of our forces. Now I just had to look at his reports and make suggestions, which was a marked improvement. But I needed a plan for Ali's rivers. I'd assumed she'd not be an issue for my house. We had nothing to do with Harrenhal, too far for her cutthroats and cultists to raid. House Mires was not significant enough to be summoned to help the crown subdue this bandit queen, once she became well known. She died to the plague, as I recall. A stroke of wondrous luck, considering what had been brewing in that place. I couldn't afford to be led around by the nose much longer if she was going to be on the field. I tried to ignore the rising dread that threatened to choke me when I thought about it too long. I could fight armies, in theory. I could put measure in place to defend against the plague. I could even, if we could work out the last kinks, ensure wheat in winter. How the fuck did you fight a witch? My head and thoughts grew heavy, and I rolled over onto my side to sleep. Hopefully tomorrow would bring more answers. I closed my eyes. The world fell away. And I dreamed.